Chapter 226 Super Second Torture. The Super Pound. The unstoppable super punch hit Broly in the face. The extremely terrifying power even caused ripples in the space. Broly, who suffered a devastating blow again, had blood sprayed in his mouth and his facial features twisted. While feeling a splash of dizziness, his whole body fell from the sky like a meteorite and rushed straight to a large mountain range. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire mountain was smashed to pieces by Broly, who flew backward. In an instant, huge rocks shot up in the sky and the smoke from the sky expanded. But can't bear it with a casual blow? You are far from my opponent before you fully awaken. Talat put his hands on his chest, standing in the air like an invincible god of war, saying domineeringly. Time passes by bit. The rolling smoke floats in the space. Soon, a turquoise green light flashed among the exploded mountain fragment. The silent power of Chuan Chao suddenly burst out, turning into the light of destruction and soaring into the sky. Boom! The green energy storm with extremely destructive power expanded rapidly, and it enveloped in just a few seconds. Everything within a radius of hundreds of miles. A brutal and fierce evil aura exploded without hesitation. This extremely fierce aura is already very close to the second level Super Saiyan Talat. Here you come. Feeling Broly's explosive growth again, Talat cheered up. After waiting for so long, Broly has finally awakened completely. The stubbornness just now ends here, and now is the real battle. Located in the center of the endless green storm, Broly stood there like a demon. At this moment his body became stronger, even more ferocious than a wild beast. His golden agitated hair had completely turned into a green agitated hair. In that wild body there was an unparalleled wild pressure. The pressure brought by this most special bloodline of the Saiyans even made the Saiyan blood in Talat body become restless. Except for Talat, all the Saiyans present were greatly affected by this huge burst of supernatural power. Their bodies were instinctively afraid, and even if they tried their best to restrain themselves, they could not avoid this trembling phenomenon. This is the kingly power possessed by the legendary Super Saiyans, and this is the supreme power that surpasses all Saiyans. The legendary Super Saiyan's power after real awakening is indeed powerful, and it vaguely surpasses my Super Saiyan's second level, but it's just that it's interesting. Come on, let me see if you can grow how far. Talat felt only excited now. The Saiyan blood in his body was restless, eager to fight. Since completing the fourth level of the Super Saiyan and the god of the Super Saiyan, the Saiyan blood in his body has completed sublimation and transformation. Even the legendary Super Saiyan cannot suppress him. Instead, it further aroused his belligerent heart, making him feel itchy and eager to fight. His blood is telling him to fight. Go and break the legend of the Super Saiyan unbeaten legend. Located in the center of the energy storm, Broly's roar burst out with a destructive shock wave that could destroy everything, spreading throughout Wampa Star. In the middle of the lightning, Broly rushed straight to Talat in the center of the energy storm, and his entire aura burst out like a super shell, enough to blow up everything. It's just my wish. Seeing this, Talat's eyes showed a fiery fighting spirit. The second level Super Saiyan peaked with firepower, turning into a golden aurora and crashing toward Broly. Boom! The sound of space explosions is endless. The moment the two of them collided, they could even see the fine particles floating in the space. This is a fragment of space. It can be seen how terrifying their power has increased. Just one impact is enough to destroy everything. At this moment, the fierce battle between the strongest Saiyan Talat and the legendary Super Saiyan Broly started completely. Broly, who awakens the real super form, has already ushered in a drastic improvement in combat power. Even the most brutal attack method can cause the most terrifying devastating blow. Speed, strength, defense, adaptability. Compared with him before, he has all experienced a leap improvement, and his energy fluctuations are becoming stronger and stronger as time goes by, as if the end is beyond sight. After encountering this monster, ordinary Saiyans did not dare to confront it head-on, and they could only escape. But in Talat view, Broly's strength is not endless. The continuous increase in power is indeed the horror of the legendary Super Saiyans, but it is also Chuan Chao's fatal weakness. This ever-increasing power depends on the strength of Broly's body, and a strong enough body can withstand as much energy as possible. But once the body reaches its limit of tolerance, this ever-increasing power of super transmission will also destroy Broly. This power made him successful and would also ruin him. Talat's figure was as fast as thunder, and he easily avoided all Broly's attack. With rich combat experience, he played the crazy Broly in his palm like a master. Although Broly's breath intensity was close to his second level Super Saiyan, he was still teased by him as a child. Multiple strike. A gleam flashed in Talat's eyes, and he launched an attack that compressed the 8th level of force in an instant. Bang, pound, bang. A seemingly ordinary attack. In fact, each strike is 8 attack. Although the legendary Super Saiyan's body is so strong that it is impossible for him to be intact after enduring Talat's fierce attack, the legendary Super Saiyan power has indeed strengthened your physical strength a lot. Not many people can withstand these punches. To you, it just hurt. Talat saw himself the attack did not have a very ideal effect, so I sighed a little. Although it was a praising word, it became a strong provocation when it fell into Broly's ears. He thought Talat was humiliating him. The instinct of the beast would inevitably cost Talat a heavy price. Crazy. The power of the pass rose again with Broly as the center. The green flame condensed into substance like the fire of hell. While flowing through Broly's whole body, it is also practicing respond to the injuries he suffered. Around these green flames, bits of green particles flashed. Talat understood in seconds that Broly was going crazy and bombarded the entire Wampa Star. As the bright green light spots around Broly flickered, dozens or hundreds of energy bombs expanded in all directions like rainstorms, launching devastating attacks on everything, whether dead or living. In an instant the wind and clouds changed, and the entire Wampa Star was shrouded in green light. Except for Talat, the other people at this level were unable to resist. If they were bombarded, they would be half dead even if they were not killed. Even if it is as strong as Latai's, even in its heyday, it will never be able to block the overwhelming bombing of this overwhelming energy bomb. But fortunately, Angel Weiss is still in charge here. The fire was overwhelming, and this scene made everyone present take a breath. Fortunately, Angel Weiss followed. Otherwise, just the aftermath of the battle can kill them all. I said you are crazy and you really don't recognize your relative. Your father's body was probably destroyed by the ashes. You have to stop you from going crazy. After Talat said that, his eyes quickly locked Broly in the distance. The hands merged and the violent energy gathered in the palm of your palm. In an instant, a golden electric energy cannon with great force quickly blasted out from his hands, driving an unrivaled power to Broly. The invincible ultimate penetration force, but in just 2 or 3 seconds, shattered the barrier, transformed from the power of Broly's supernatural power, penetrated into it, and bombed Broly hard. Broly, who was hit hard, was forced to stop the energy output, and a blood arrow spurted out from his mouth. Before he could wail, he was swallowed by the explosion of flame. Boom! The roar of the explosion lingers in the space, and a huge fire light soars into the sky. Looking around, it is impossible to see the edge. Broly, swept by the explosion, his aura dropped sharply at this moment. After being hit by Talat's powerful blow, he stopped exploding, and his strength declined. The green energy bomb that fully bombed Wampa Star disappeared, and Broly's wild body was swallowed by the fire and smoke. It finally quiet, but you shouldn't be defeated by me so easily, right? Talat put his hands on his chest and stared at the rising center of the flame directly in front of him. With his eyesight and insight, he could feel that Broly seemed to be brewing something and planned to make a big move. I just don't know what level this guy can reach after the power of the super transmission is fully exploded, preferably more than 100 million units, otherwise it would be a little weak. Outside the battlefield, after the overwhelming super explosion disappeared, the Scions breathed a sigh of relief and the anxiety in their heart disappeared. It is indeed a bit outrageous that Broly strong is indeed. It is hard to imagine that this guy can't get anything from the beginning and has improved to this level in such a short time. If he had been systematically trained and combined with various resources, he would probably be so powerful that they would not dare to think about it. Maybe it will be even stronger than Talat. Is that monster dead yet? Naba raised his hand to wipe off the cold sweat from his face and said with lingering fear, Chuan Chao's terribleness has been deeply imprinted in his heart. This is not at the same level at all. That feeling of uneasiness is still there. That guy is probably not defeated, but he should be seriously injured. Sun Wukong continued, I'm afraid it's not that simple. That aura remains at a certain intensity. Solari sighed. Broly's terror refreshed her cognition. This guy's growth is like there is no limit. If you let it go, the consequences will be unimaginable. Maybe Talat has to become the 4th level Super Saiyan or even the god of Super Saiyan to fight. Tisk. What are this guy Talat waiting for? Vegeta swears unbearably. What happened today really hit him. He thought it was the best opportunity now, otherwise he would be like he and Latai's had lost before. Don't talk, watch it carefully. This battle has just begun, Latai said earnestly. As an angel, Weiss was not at all confused and just watched the good show continue. As an angel, he has seen too many battles. In his opinion, it is just a small fight between children. Talat should be able to settle it easily. At this moment, on the battlefield, the smoke filled the gunpowder and the dust flew. The battle was in a brief deadlock. No one was the first to break the silent atmosphere. Talat was waiting for Broly's outbreak again, and Broly was located in the center of thick smoke brewing something. When he completely recovered, the brief and silent power of the supernatural power rose up like an erupting volcano and soared into the sky. That terrible sense of oppression came to Wampa Star again. At At this moment he burst out with the power of supernatural power. It far more amazing and terrifying than before. The double pressure brought by physical and mental forces him to explode completely. The gate of the super energy pool in his body exploded completely. A large number of superpowers gushed out uncontrollably. The energy continued to sublimate and the combat power became more and more powerful, strong, more and more amazing. The power of the super transmission that has increased rapidly has once again transformed his combat power. Talat, not far away, looked at Broly with his eyes. If the powerful pressure burst out from the other party was converted into combat power, it had reached at least more than 900 billion, and it would soon reach the unit of Zi. This strength has exceeded his current peak of the second level Super Saiyan and is very close to his third level Super Saiyan combat power. This should be your last big explosion. Even if you can continue to become stronger, your body will not be able to bear it. If you continue to let you explode like this, you don't need to ask me to take action. You will put yourself in the process of plagiarism. Destroy it. It's a pity that you are no match for me. After Talat said, a golden aura surged all over his body and the blue and white light burst sweeping across his body. His aura also increased rapidly, not only catching up with Broly's violently increasing aura but even overwhelmed it. Now he is going to show his real skill. Dring! Talat burst into a loud roar. A golden storm swept across the body and soared into the sky. At this moment his transformation form sublimated again from the peak of the second level Super Saiyan to the ultimate state of the third level Super Saiyan. Speaking of which, he hasn't used this state for a long time. Chapter 227 Complete Awakening. Completely stormed. Units whose combat power has increased sharply to a giant line. The ultimate combat effectiveness increase of the third level Super Saiyan level has enabled Talat's combat effectiveness to reach 2.4 trillion. At the same time, everyone outside the battlefield was stunned after witnessing Talat transforming into the third level of the Super Saiyan with his own eyes. For them, Talat just used the third level of the Super Saiyan and his aura was so outrageous. So how strong would the stronger Super Saiyan level 4 or the Super Saiyan God be? Broly, who exploded, was also attracted by the extremely fierce power of Talat. The blood of the super blood in his body felt threatened and the explosion became even more violent. The meaning of the battle has changed. Broly's blood believes that Talat must be killed and the subsequent battle will inevitably become even more bloody and brutal. Boom! There was a dull sound. A magnificent and terrifying green energy cannon shot out from Broly's throat. In an instant the sky and the earth changed color and the energy cannon rushed straight towards Talat. This unstoppable destructive energy cannon has far exceeded all the ultimate skill Broly released before. Even if it is a level of the Zodiac, it will suffer a great loss if it is not dealt with seriously. The strength has been greatly improved and the power of the energy cannon is also good. Unfortunately, just this level of attack cannot affect me at all. I don't even need to dodge. Talat put his hands on his hips like a mountain of Taiwan. Stand in place. Boom! This violent and terrifying green energy cannon seemed to hit Talat, but in fact it was intercepted by the invisible aura in front of Talat and could not move forward at all. Then followed by Talat's loud shout, the breath burst out and this powerful green energy beam collapsed at this moment, turning into starlight in the sky and floating in the space. The energy cannon was dissolved and Broly did not give up. The eruption in his body exploded with a fierce and green flame ignited around Broly and an even more fierce and violent attack came towards Talat. The dense energy bombs exploded with Broly as the center, but in just a few seconds it covered most of the sky like a net of heaven and earth, extremely dense. Crazy! The sound of breaking through the air sounded. Tens of thousands of energy bombs fell into the sky like rainstorms, carrying out a comprehensive bombardment of Talat. This intensive attack seems scary, but in fact it has huge flaws. Talat discovered the problem at a glance. He held his right hand from the air and a golden energy bomb condensed into shape in his palm. Swoosh! Talat waved his hand and the extremely destructive energy bound through the air and rushed straight to the center of the dense energy bomb. Explode! After the words fell, Talat directly detonated the energy bomb. With the explosion of this energy bomb, the energy bombs that were bombing towards him all had a chain reaction at this moment. All the energy bombs were detonated and turned into extremely thick walls of flame covering most of the sky. The entire atmosphere of Wampa Star was destroyed and a violent vibration came from the planet. It is because Weiss is here that his power stabilizes the balance here. Otherwise the planet would have exploded. After all the energy bombs were dissolved, Broly realized that the ordinary energy attack was ineffective against Talat. Since energy attacks are useless, you can only use the most direct and effective way. In an instant, Broly's wild body shot out and rushed straight to Talat. Talat did not show weakness. His long golden hair was fluttering, his legs were accumulating strength and he rushed towards Broly. The two of them were not proportional but contained devastating power and they waved them hard towards each other. Bang! The two fists collided. The earth shook, the wind and clouds clouds surged and the destructive shock wave turned into a storm that swept across the entire Wampa star. All the soldiers watching this scene outside the battlefield were swept by this storm, and they were unable to resist the energy storm of the gigantic level. As he was about to be swept by this energy storm, Angel Weiss took action in time. The angel scepter in his hand emitted a holy light. He lifted the scepter and pointed it at the ground beneath him. Buzz! The invisible angel power expanded and enveloped everyone around him, helping them successfully resist this extremely powerful energy storm. Feeling the power of the angels spreading around the body, the Scions felt differently and were deeply shocked by this mysterious and powerful force. Is this the power of angels? It's completely different from the power we use, and it's incomprehensible, it's unimaginable. Leitais looked at his hands being covered by an invisible barrier, and he tried to feel this sensation power, but the mystery in it is far beyond what he can reach now. This also made him realize that the strength of his strength does not entirely depend on the level of his combat effectiveness. If you master certain special means and more perfect cultivation method, your strength can also be greatly increased. It is completely different extremes from the power of the god of destruction. This power is so gentle. Solari was also trying to feel the power of the angels around him, pure and powerful beyond cognitive power. If she could understand and deeply understand this power, she might have the chance to surpass Leitais and even catch up with Talat. There are also Vegeta, Naba, and Sun Wukong who also felt the mystery of the power of the angel at this moment. They can't understand this power yet, but they have left a deep understanding in their heart. If they can cultivate more powerful power through this, their strength can be improved to be comparable to Leitais and Solari. The angel Weiss on the side didn't care too much about the fact that everyone was experiencing his own power, or in other words, he did all this deliberately. It would be great if he could feel his power. There is another angel candidate in the 7th universe. It's just that simple. Even if he deliberately leaves a mark, no one can have any chance. After all, these people have not even cultivated their divine power. If you want to understand the power of angels, divine power is also a compulsory course. At this moment, the battlefield in the sky, the fierce battle between Talat and Broly broke out completely. Talat fighting style is to attack and retreat or defend. Each move and every move leaves great room for himself, which is the most perfect way to fight. But although Talat fighting style is particularly powerful, Broly is not bad either. After fighting Vegeta and Leitais in succession, he learned a lot from Talat. Although he was in a state of rampage, the violent state brought his perception, beast instinct, and beast intuition to the extreme. In the process of fighting Talat, Broly evolved and grew up, and his chaotic combat style shifted towards a perfect extreme. The instinct of a beast is a very terrible thing, and in a sense, it can even be compared with the skill that briefly foresees the future. Have you grown up again? Then I want to see how far you can grow. Broly's changes surprised and happy Talat. Although Broly's body has reached the critical point of being able to withstand the power of supernatural power, the outcome of a battle does not depend on the level of combat effectiveness. Combat experience, control of strength, and display of combat methods are indispensable and important factors. Talat, who fought seriously, changed his fighting style and began to continue to put pressure on Broly. Bang, pound, bang. The continuous punches and feet attacks swept Broly's body like a hurricane. At this moment, Talat was extremely involved in this battle because it was the first time he had met a warrior who could face his 3rd level Super Saiyan in the first place. In these few seconds, Broly had suffered dozens or hundreds of consecutive high-intensity blows, but this guy's physical fitness is far superior to his peers. Although Talat's attack is powerful, it is not enough to completely defeat him. On the contrary, this crazy and powerful attack made the blood of the super transmission in Broly burn rapidly, and the intensity of the aura was rising and becoming more and more powerful. Although Talat's attack was fierce, it was still within the range he could bear, and the pain turned into strength. While Broly became stronger and stronger, he also went wild and thoroughly. The muscles were torn, blood flew everywhere, and dried up in an instant. In addition to the pain caused by Talat's attack, the continuous expansion of superpower in his body was also tormenting him. The torture inside and outside the body, coupled with the mental madness, further stimulated his desire to destroy. Extreme compression, fist of destruction. Talat's right hand clasped his 5 fingers. In an instant, powerful energy gathered at the position of the fist, and 100 layers of dark force compressed into the fist and suddenly shot out. Bang! The unstoppable punch of destruction was severely criticized by Bulletin Ralia's chest. The destructive power of this blow is beyond imagination. The extremely destructive power brought by the hundreds of times compressed dark force is enough to shatter everything. Broly, who was hit hard, flew backwards at supersonic speed. On the way, the hot blood from the mouth was sprayed out, and the hysterical howling pain echoed the sky. However, in just a few seconds he flew back thousands of miles and flew to the other side of Wampa Star. On the way, he smashed countless mountains and stopped barely until he was embedded in a huge mountain. A big hole appeared in his chest and the bones were visible. This was the power of Talent Punch, which made the skin burst into pieces. Broly, who was embedded in the center of the boulder, was twitching, but strangely his breath increased instead of decreasing, and even this super power overflowed from his wound, numerically scattering him little by little. The explosion of blood hole in the chest was repaired. This scene was also seen by Talent, who rushed over quickly. This almost unparalleled repair ability directly shocked Talent. I thought this attack could directly smash your past super appearance, but now it seems that I think it's too simple. Talent narrowed his eyes slightly. He had a premonition that after this blow, Broly was not just about to explode. Instead, he came to the brink of self-destruction. The continuous burst of super power was very likely to destroy him, including everything around him. Buzz buzz. Under Talent's gaze, with Broly as the center, green particles appeared in his body, but these green particles had a hint of creeping blood. The moment this breath appeared, the huge mountain that stuck him shattered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Is this? Talent frowned, and after seeing this scene, an incredible look appeared in his eyes. The atmosphere on the battlefield became very depressing, so depressing that the sound of the heart could even be heard. Whoa! Broly hugged his head with both hands. The continuous burst of power made him feel very painful, and his body and soul were suffering tremendous torture. Talent's attack completely shattered the super transmission shackles in his body. Now this power is no longer able to be curbed and is about to burst Broly's body. Broly's body swelled up with veins, and his body had expanded to an extremely amazing level. Now he is stronger and terrifying than a beast. His body height has exceeded 4 meters. His entire aura is extremely expanding, and he is almost catching up with Talent 3rd level Super Saiyan. Broly can no longer be called a human being. It is better to be a super bomb that is about to explode. If there is no way to stop him, the power in his body will drag everything into destruction. Although Angel Weiss is here to stay and everyone's lives are guaranteed, Talent doesn't want Broly to die. Broly's existence is also a motivation for him, and it can be used to remind himself at any time that if he does not work hard to practice, he will be overtaken by this guy. The situation is urgent. It seems that I can't continue playing anymore. I have to stop this guy. If he dies, it would be a pity. Talent had already made a decision in his heart to end the battle. Whoa! At this time, Broly could not stand the expansion of the power of the supernatural power. The roar of pain continued to come out, and he completely lost himself and was fully dominated by strength and wildness. The white eye socket flashed with bloodthirsty red light at this moment. In the form of Raid Pass, his aura doubled again, and his power undoubtedly reached a unit of giant magnitude, even stronger than Talent current Super Saiyan 3rd level. Is this the terrifying thing about the power of the supernatural power? Let me free you. Talent sighed. Immediately afterward, he took the initiative to remove the 3rd level transformation of the Super Saiyan and mobilized the energy pool of divine power in his body. It would not work to deal with Broly in front of him with violence. Only the power of God can calm him down. Broly in the super form, his bloodthirsty eyes locked in Talent. The next second, the huge body shot out, releasing a terrifying sense of oppression that could destroy all things, and headed straight for Talent. Faced with this offensive, Talent was not afraid at all, and his eyes changed at this moment. Chapter 228. The Super Saiyan God is so terrifying. Good, come, let you see the power of the Super Saiyan God. After the words came to an end, the powerful energy pool of divine power in Talent's body was mobilized and erupted instantly. Crazy. The hot and crimson God power flame soared into the sky with Talent as the center and scattered everywhere. The extremely hot sacred light penetrates the sky, dispels the darkness, and spreads this space, allowing this Wampa star, shrouded in doomsday and despair, to suddenly enter a scene that has never been seen before. Broly, who had arrived less than 10 meters in front of Talent, was instantly swept by the extremely terrifying God pressure. His whole body sank and was directly crushed to the ground and unable to move. The sacred and bright divine power completely surpassed his constantly exploding power of supernatural power, and also suppressed the supernatural source of supernatural power. Broly's pain was relieved. He did not have the madness at the beginning, and the main body consciousness also showed signs of awakening under the impact of this divine pressure. In this hot crimson flame, Talent descended to the world in the form of the Super Saiyan God. He exudes the power of the godless God, just like a true God coming to the world. Every move exudes an extremely heavy pressure from the God. Now, the combat power he has reached a terrifying 15 trillion, which is far from being able to compete with Broly in the state of riot. Of course, this is not Talent current full strength. As long as he is willing, the bursting power will be more than tens of millions of dollars if it is converted into combat power. Are you awake, Broly? Talent said in a word. The words contained an extremely powerful divine power, which came into Broly's ears and impacted his soul and consciousness. Just a calm and gentle sentence had a considerable impact on Broly's mind and soul. At this moment, Broly's eyes showed vague signs of retreat, but soon destroyed desire and wild wildness took over. He kept struggling, trying to attack Talat again. When Talat saw this scene, he just raised his right hand gently. The invisible power of the god was released, turning into shackles to lock Broly firmly in place, unable to move. This move is like the original Super Theater version of the Chinese Super League god Sun Wukong suppressed Broly. However, at this level of strength, Talat suppressed it much easier than Sun Wukong. You still can't wake up? It seems that you've gone wild more thoroughly than I thought, so I'll help you with the last move. As he said that, Talat raised his other hand, and a weak flashed across the tip of his index finger. The light spot of the power of God locked Broly's eyebrows. Swoosh! A sound of breaking through the air sounded. This beam of divine power shot out from the tip of Talat's index finger, but in an instant it penetrated Broly's eyebrows and entered his brain consciousness. Of course, this is not energy release or attack, it is just a very pure power of divine power. With the intervention of this group of divine power, the gate of the power of transmission that exploded in Broly's body was repaired, and the desire for bloodthirst and destruction was also wiped out under the suppression of divine power. At this moment, the bloodthirst and madness in Broly's eyes dissipated, his pupils emerged, his body expanded to a terrifying one, and he began to return to normal. The form of Chuan Chao disappeared and he returned to his usual appearance. Reason was able to return, and Broly looked at Talat, who was like a true god coming to earth, and opened his mouth wide but didn't know what to say. A strong awe appeared in his heart, and his eyes were filled with gratitude for Talat. Although he had been in a state of rampage before, the fragments of memory in his mind still told him what had happened. If Talat hadn't helped him restore his sanity, he would have completely disappeared in this madness. Just as he was about to speak, a strong sense of emptiness and fatigue suddenly came from his body, causing him to collapse to the ground. His eyes turned dark and he fainted. The super transmission gate in his body exploded, and the explosive power of super transmission has seriously overdrawn his body. If it weren't for his strong enough body and the slightest spiritual power that Talat gave him in his body, he would have died. Hey, I have never acted like this. The legendary Super Saiyan is indeed amazing. Talat spit out a turbid gas from his mouth, and the transformation of the Super Saiyan god was lifted. Immediately afterward, Talat lowered his head and continued to look at Broly unconscious with many thoughts in his heart. He gained a lot in this battle, especially in the battle with Broly. He felt a certain relationship between the power of the supernatural power and the power of the giant ape. If he guessed correctly, the power of the supernatural power should be another evolutionary form of the power of the giant ape. Although it is just a guess, there is a great possibility that this guess is true. Now I have completed the 4th level of the Super Saiyan through the power of the giant ape. If I follow another method to explore the power of the giant ape again, maybe I can transform into the legendary Super Saiyan state. A bold idea came to Talat's heart. That is the legendary Super Saiyan form, which can be completed through acquired cultivation. Although it is just a guess, it is not without the probability of success. After all, he is also the most special category of Saiyan. He mastered the power of the giant ape that other Saiyans could not control. Talat believed that there must be a reason, and it is not just because he is a time traveler. At this moment, outside the battlefield, seeing that the battle was over, Angel Weiss easily lifted the invisible protective barrier. After witnessing the battle ended with his own eyes, the people present were stunned. That Broly, who was so strong that they were afraid, was solved so easily. The power of the Super Saiyan god is so terrifying. Soon, everyone returned to their minds, jumped and quickly headed towards Talat and Broly's position. You are here, Talat said to everyone when he saw everyone coming. His consciousness returned. Awesome, such a strong guy was killed by brother Talat's Super Saiyan god. I also want to transform into the Super Saiyan god. Brother Talat, you next. Can you teach me and conduct special training for me? Sun Wukong said with an urgent face full of admiration. The 4th level Super Saiyan god and the god of Super Saiyan. In his impression, the god of Super Saiyan is stronger than the 4th. Compared with the 4th level of the Super Saiyan, the Super Saiyan god is more attractive to him. When the people present heard this, they also cheered up. If Talat agreed to Sun Wukong, it means they have a chance too. Talat laughed. Kakarot, do you really want to become the Super Saiyan god? Talat turned his head to face Sun Wukong and smiled. Yeah, but I haven't even mastered the 2nd level of the Super Saiyan now. I should be very far away from the Super Saiyan god. Sun Wukong nodded heavily, still a little discouraged in his word. Talat did not hit him, but summarized the key points and said, it is actually very easy to become the Super Saiyan god, but it is just that you are not strong enough now. So just like you said, yes, when will you master the 2nd level of the Super Saiyan and break through to the 3rd level of the Super Saiyan? Then I will tell you how to become the god of the Super Saiyan. These words directly filled Sun Wukong with motivation. Okay, I will definitely work harder and complete the 2nd and 3rd levels of the Super Saiyan first, Sun Wukong said with high morale. Leitais, who was standing aside, was moved by Talat's promise to Sun Wukong. However, he did not show it. He knew that excessive pursuit pursuit of powerful transformation is sometimes not a good thing, but it will lead to his devil. To improve strength at each stage, you must take steady steps one by one. He also wanted to know the transformation method of the Super Saiyan God, but he had just completed the third level of the Super Saiyan. Even if he had already practiced this form to a certain extent, it was far from enough. At least compared to Talat's Super 3 phases, he has to learn the transformation method of the Super Saiyan God from Talat. At that time, it was a breakthrough in one breath. Solari remained silent. She had not even reached the third level of the Super Saiyan, so she would not ask. And she is different from others. She knows that as long as her strength reaches a certain level, Brother Talat will take the initiative to help her break through. After all, they are husband and wife. Neither Naba nor Vegeta showed any emotional fluctuations. They all knew that their strength was far from enough, so they didn't dare to expect Talat to tell them directly. But their goal is not the Super God. Although the temptation of the Super Saiyan God is great, in their opinion, this is not the absolute power they pursue. Compared to God posture, they hope to develop towards the fourth level of the Super Saiyan, especially Vegeta. He has royal blood flowing. The fourth level Super Saiyan is the most suitable transformation for him, and he is sure that his Super 4 must be Talat. Super 4 are completely different. Soon, after a communication, everyone's eyes turned to Broly, who was unconscious. Now the question is, how should this legendary Super Saiyan deal with it? This guy is an uncontrollable factor. Once he goes wild, no one can stop or suppress him except Talat. Talat, what are you going to deal with this guy? Leitais asked. After all, Talat defeated Broly, and Talat has always been the backbone of everyone. To him, he was sympathetic to his fellow tribesmen. After all, the Saiyan tribe is almost dead now, and only a few of them survive. Broly is the legendary Super Saiyan, and it's a pity that he just died like this. Brother Talat, I think he is very pitiful. He has been trapped on this deserted planet. Why don't he let him go? Solari wanted to speak but stopped, not knowing how to do it for Bro. Profit defense. After all, if Broly's power is out of control, no matter where it is, it will face destruction and disaster. I have thought about his going and staying. Everyone is one of the few Saiyans who survive, so I plan to bring him to the earth. Talat said without any hesitation and said his intention the plan to bring Broly to earth. This statement naturally aroused dissatisfaction among some people. What did you say? Talat, are you sure you have thought about it? This guy is the legendary Super Saiyan uncontrolled. Vegeta was incredible about Talat's decision. He always felt that Talat was as decisive as him, and he did not expect that such a big hidden danger would be left. In fact, Naba also has the same idea as Vegeta. Broly is an unstable super bomb. If it is brought to Earth, it may be about to go crazy and go crazy. It was okay for Talat to be there when this guy ran away. If Talat was not there, they would be able to suppress Broly if they didn't meet. Naba has ushered in his spring on Earth recently, and he also treats the Earth as his hometown, so he resists Broly. Believe me, this guy is not bad in nature, it's just that he can't control his own power. As long as he is allowed to practice the control method of breath a little, I believe that he can avoid the problem of running wildly. Talat's eyes swept over the people present again, and a smirk appeared. You have also seen his strength. If you don't practice hard, but he was far away from him. Talat expressed his other intention. He wanted to take advantage of the pressure brought by Broly to help everyone grow further. After all, they are the legendary Super Saiyans, and even if they are a Saiyan, they will feel tremendous pressure. It's up to you. After this guy ran away on Earth, you'd better not regret it. Vegeta snorted coldly with an unhappy look on his face. He was actually the first to be excited by Talat's word. Isn't it the legendary Super Saiyan? When he masters the third and fourth levels of the Super Saiyan, he will definitely crush him. What do you think? Talat wept his eyes over the others again. I don't care. After all, I'm a compatriot, and you're right. This guy can stimulate me to become stronger. Leitais accepted calmly. He also spoke, and so did the rest of Sun Wukong. The exchange between the crowd decided on this matter. At this time, Angel Wise slowly walked over. You have finally finished discussing. Speaking of which, I have some ways to suppress the explosion of power in his body. Wes, are you planning to accept him as your apprentice? Talat thought of the later plot of the original work and asked, if this is the case, it would be great. After all, no one has the ability to teach than Weiss, and if Weiss intends to teach others, it means that all of them will benefit. I can't say I accept him as a disciple, but I can give you a little advice. In fact, what I pay most attention to is you. I have observed your Super Saiyan God. Although my mastery of the power of God has reached a very skillful level, there are also great shortcomings. If you can further compress the power of God in your body and burst and improve, there is still a lot of room for breakthrough, like you become a Super Saiyan. Weiss vs Talat wrote. As soon as these words came out, Talat couldn't help but be shocked. It can only be said that the angel is worthy of being an angel, and his eyes are indeed vicious. One sentence points out the subsequent super blue root of the Super Ski God. Chapter 229. 3 months later, time and space shuttle. I have been taught, but in fact I have already had a clear position on the future path. The practice during this period has made me more deeply realize that becoming stronger is not something that can happen overnight. Breakthrough too quickly will lead to unstable foundations. If you break through blindly, it may also lead to the inability to exert the power that should be in that state, and may even lead to a misunderstanding, Talat said. Hearing this, Weiss nodded in agreement, and what Talat said made sense. This was originally what he wanted to tell Talat. Now that Talat himself can understand it, he doesn't need to talk too much. It should be said that he deserves to be one of the candidates he likes. Good understanding, good mind, and perfect in all aspects. It's just that I have too much concern and my mind is too confusing. Talat didn't know what Weiss was thinking, so he turned his gaze to Broly, who was unconscious. With his arms raised, Talat released a beam of healing energy. As the green healing particles penetrated into Broly's body returned to its original state at a speed visible to the naked eye. The body, which had no movement, slowly started to wriggle at this moment. It was not until about a minute passed that Broly woke up. After waking up, he was no longer as crazy as before. After sitting up, he glanced at the confused eyes swept across the people around him. The fragments of memory in my mind were spliced together at this moment. After a while of slowing down, he completely understood what was going on. He is not good at speaking and will be sorry, but he doesn't know how to express himself. After all, since he was born to now, there is only one Paragus with him, but it can be felt that he was very grateful to Talat, because if Talat hadn't taken action to stop him in time, he would have probably never woken up in his life. If you want not to go wild in the future, you must learn how to control your strength. How about it? Leave here with us and go to the Earth. When you go to the Earth, you can start a new life without being restricted to this bird on the planet that shit, Talat said slowly toward Broly. Because everyone had already had a negotiation result before, no one objected. Broly's eyes shone brightly after hearing Talat's word, but he was still unbelievable. After all, he had done something like that before. I can really go with you, and just learn how to control it. Then you can stop going wild. Hearing this, Taro nodded. Of course, as long as you have strong willpower. After receiving Talat's reaffirmation, Broly became excited. I can leave with you, but can I wait a moment? Broly said. The group was confused about him, but they didn't say anything. Yes, Tarot answered. Then he saw Broly walking in a hurry. Everyone present was even more puzzled when they saw this scene. This Wampa star has been destroyed by the aftermath of the battle. Even if Broly wants to bring something, he will probably have been destroyed long ago. Of course, no one urged Broly, and it was not until more than 10 minutes passed that Broly came back in a hurry. Only he knows what he did in these 10 minutes. Are you ready? Talat asked. Yes. Broly nodded cautiously. He knew this was his chance to regain his life. Although he would go to places that were unfamiliar with his life, he was not resistant. This also greatly improved Talat's impression of him. Broly seems to be a little different from the one in the original work. This Broly is smarter and more independent, and doesn't feel stupid at all. Soon, everyone surrounded Talat's signal. As Talat used his ability to teleport space, everyone was teleported back to Earth at this moment in the luxurious manner in Zidu. But in the blink of an eye, he came to a brand new place. Broly couldn't believe it and was shocked. His horizons were broadened, and he never thought that there was such a magical power in this world. Broly, who came to his senses, looked around. The surrounding environment is beautiful and the air is very fresh, which is not comparable to that of Wanpaxing. Just breathing makes him feel the cells in his body relaxed. An unprecedented sense of pleasure surged in my heart. Now Broly's whole body and mind were relaxed, and there was no movement in the irritable blood of the Super League. Emotion is also the main factor that interferes with the power of super transmission. It seems to reveal that the reason why he went wild from time to time was caused by the fact that he lived in the Wampa star who did not shit for many years. Changing a new environment will make a person feel different in his heart. Back to Earth, Vegeta walked straight away without looking back and headed towards the area where he lived. After Vegeta left, Naba also went to his own practice place alone. In fact, they have always lived in the manor, just a distance away. The rest began to discuss the issue of Broly's settlement. Talat, are you going to let him live here too? Leitais asked. In his opinion, Broly is an unstable factor. If he is arranged in this place, if no one knows it, the entire western capital will be gone in an instant. I don't care. As long as he wants, he can go anywhere. On Earth, we can stop any accidents as soon as possible, Talat said. In fact, Talat had the idea of handing over Broly to Jine. After all, Aunt Gnei, as an elder, is the most appropriate mentality to enlighten a child. Of course, this also requires the consent of Aunt Gnei, otherwise he would have made a fuss and forced him. And Broly is indeed a threat. In this way, Broly came to the Earth and temporarily lived in the manor. Anyway, the manor is very big, and there are not many more people, and there are not many people who are less. Time flies quickly, and in a blink of an eye, 3 months pass by quietly. During this period, everything was going on in an orderly manner, and everyone returned to their own life. The key point is is Broly. After coming to Earth, GNEI learned about his situation quickly and GNEI took it to Bayazai Mountain to live. He is kind and simple by nature, but he is not bad. From the beginning, everyone was very afraid of him, but he soon got along with Leitais and Sun Wukong. At the beginning, Sun Wukong and Leitais thought that characters like Broly would be difficult to get along with, but they thought too much. Broly gets along better than they thought. The three of them got together and had a great conversation every day. Leitais and Sun Wukong would also show Broly how to control his breath from time to time and help Broly practice his breath. It can only be said that Broly is worthy of being the legendary Super Saiyan with the talented and simple aura practice method which he can fully learn at one glance. Sun Wukong and Leitais were also frightened by Broly's amazing cultivation talent. If this guy Broly can really perfectly control all his own power, they will really not be able to catch up. Under this kind of oppressive feeling, Leitais and Sun Wukong embarked on more rigorous practice. Speaking of which, they were actually quite lucky, because Whis like Broly, when he came to Earth again, he gave Broly guidance and also gave them guidance. The three of them seized the opportunity and learned hard according to what Whis said, and they gained a lot. Vegeta and Nappa have not been idle for the past 3 months. After seeing Broly's powerful strength, both of them were stimulated to varying degrees. Their crazy exercise looks so desperate, but the actual effect is pretty good. Their physical potential has been deeply developed and their normal combat power has been improved, and their own realm has also been sublimated to a certain extent. Among them, Vegeta is naturally the one with the most obvious progress. Although he failed to reach the 3rd level of the Super Saiyan, his understanding of the 2nd level of the Super Saiyan has reached the peak level. After successfully breaking through the 3rd level of the Super Saiyan, all I lack is my own accumulation and time issue. I can only say that he is worthy of being the Prince of the Saiyan. With royal blood, his progress speed is far beyond that of ordinary Saiyan. As long as there is a clear direction, his speed of becoming stronger is nothing like cheating. The difference, although Nappa is older, she is hard-working enough. Because of this, the achievements have been made are quite large. He finally broke through the 2nd level of the Super Saiyan he had always dreamed of, and his strength once again ushered in explosive improvement. Although he was far less than Vegeta now, Nappa was still very satisfied with his progress. He does not seek to surpass others, but only seeks to surpass himself. Where is Celery? As the strongest female Saiyan, she has been spurring herself. After absorbing the previous insights of Talot and Broly's battle, coupled with Talot's guidance for a period of time, she has already realized the super game. The 3rd level realm of the Subman and Half-Legged successfully entered that field, only half a step away from a complete transformation. What she lacks now is not strong training and her own accumulation, but a need for a stimulus from the outside as the fuse to allow her to burst out her potential and complete her breakthrough in one go. At this moment, Talot, since his son was born, he has once again devoted himself to the cultivation of the power of God. According to the previous suggestions from Angel Wise, he devoted himself to the cultivation of the power of God and felt the mystery of the power of God. Although his strength has not improved much in the past 3 months, his control of power has become more exquisite and his divine power has become more proficient, and he can perfectly achieve the level of retraction and retention, and his perception ability was also improved by the further sublimation of the power of God. Talot could clearly feel that he was getting closer and closer to that realm. Super Saiyans who surpassed the Super Saiyan God. At this moment, Talot, who was practicing in the backyard of the capsule company, felt a familiar wave of divine power, woke up from meditation, and raised his head to look into the sky. At this time, a mysterious light suddenly flashed in the sky. Boom! There was a loud bang. A colorful glow suddenly fell from the sky and landed steadily in front of Talot. When this colorful ray of light dissipated, the true body of the visitor appeared. It was Angel Wise. It seems that your cultivation progress of the power of God is faster than I thought. Even if I deliberately concealed the fluctuations of divine power, you will notice it. It's not bad. Wise praised. It's just a slight success. Compared to you angels, my divine power is insignificant, Talot said with a modest look on his face. Upon hearing this, Wise also recognized Talot more. I have never been arrogant and complacent, and I have always maintained a sense of humility. This is definitely not cowardice, but a symbol of the strong. Then, I don't waste time. You asked me to find the Badak I was looking for before. Now I have found the time and space he is in, Wise said without wasting time and headed straight to the point. Hearing this, Talot was overjoyed. He thought it would take some time for Wise to find Badak, but he didn't expect it to be so fast. He is worthy of being an angel, and his efficiency is high. But there is a bad news, that is, the space-time world is about 5 million years away from our current time node. Wise added again, so long. Talot was startled, and then asked quickly, it's good to find Uncle Badak. Then, Vis, do you have a way to bring Uncle Badak from that world? I'm sorry, I can't do it. Even if I have the ability to travel through time and space, I can't violate the rules without authorization to travel through time and in space unless the person above allows it, but you can. Weiss explained the reason and also made the tower. Lot saw the hope of bringing Badak back. So, do you want me to travel through time and space? Go to Uncle Badak and bring him back. It was actually mentioned 3 months ago, so Talat was already ready. Although the shuttle between time and space is accompanied by unknown risk, he has to do it. Bringing Badak back not only fulfills his wish but also makes up for Aunt Jine's silent contribution to him over the years. So, are you willing to go? Weiss asked. Actually, when I talked about this last time, I had already said that if this time really came, I would definitely go there, Talat said. After getting the answer, Weiss nodded. That's good. It's worth the effort I've been looking for. Actually, I'm still very interested in that Badak. When I bring Uncle Badak back, you will know what kind of person he is. Talat smiled, then he stopped hesitating, found Bulma and Solari, and summoned them again through them. Everyone. He must tell everyone this news. Although he is only going there, he must also explain everything. The GNEI family was obviously the most excited about such sudden news. After all, the husband was involved and the father. Chapter 235 million years ago, the trouble of the king of the Western realm. Remember, if there is really no way, you still have to ensure your life safety first. Even if you fail, Aunt will not blame you. Although the hope is about to come true, there are too many unknown changes in it. This is a time and space shuttle, which is completely different from the past cosmic travel. I know, don't worry. If I really encounter uncontrollable situations, I will take the lead in considering whether I am safe. On this basis, I will bring Uncle Badak back, Talat said to GNEI. Okay, then Auntie is relieved. GNEI nodded. Over the years, she has long been accustomed to life on Earth. To her, her husband is important. Talat, it's just as important. After explaining all the follow-up matters, Talat also gave some instructions to Cholari and Bulma. Celery wanted to go together, but Talat would not allow it. First, only he can go to this journey, and second, she can better protect the Earth at home. Although no big thing will happen now, we have to be on the safe side. Apart from Latize, the strongest person on Earth is her. Of course, Broly was excluded. Regarding Broly, Weiss has promised to pay attention to it and he will stop it appropriately if he goes out of trouble. After saying goodbye to his children, Talat brought some supplies that Bulma had prepared as fast as possible and then came to Weiss. When communicating before, I had already known about what Weiss would do to ensure that he could go back and forth between two spaces and time safely. Since you are ready, let's start. Weiss raised the angel scepter in his hand and pointed it at Talat's brow. In an instant, the invisible angel power surged and penetrated into Talat's eyebrow. Talat didn't notice anything unusual, but he did feel a magical ability in his mind. This mark left by me in the depths of your soul contains part of my power. When you find that Badak, you can use this power to contact me in this time and space world. At that time, the two sides will the time and space tunnel will be connected so I can lead you back, Weiss said, waving the angel scepter in his hand again. An extremely mysterious and special force emerged at the top of the angel's scepter. Everyone felt the power that was invisible and showed nervousness. They can't say this feeling, but in short, it's very magical and they can't understand it at all. Buzz. There is a ripples in the time and space, and a space-time channel is opened up at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the end of this time and space channel is that time and space world. Behind Talat, everyone looked at this scene curiously and quietly. Talat left everyone with a reassuring smile and then entered the space-time channel under everyone's sight. As he entered, the space-time channel quickly closed and disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared. In the space-time channel, Talat was like walking in the void, actively mobilizing the power of the gods in his body and transforming into the state of the Super Saiyan God in one breath. Following the guidance of the mark and following the time and space channels, Talat was extremely careful during the entire shuttle process. Weiss warned him that if one step makes a mistake, then what he went to might not be the time and space world where Badak lived. Even if there is Badak in the world he went to, that Badak may not be the Badak he knew. Talat was concentrating all the way and rushed through the space-time tunnel. The space-time thunder that flashed by from time to time made Talat feel a fatal threat. Fortunately, his mastery of space is very exquisite, otherwise it would be difficult to completely avoid it. We have to speed up, Talat said silently in his heart, then suddenly exerted his force, turning into a fiery red divine light. At this moment, the main space-time world to which Talat belongs is about 5 million years ago, located in a galaxy in the western Milky Way. The incarnation of evil, the original Bu, is raging and destroying this galaxy, constantly venting his desire to destroy and release his evil nature. Any living creatures will be destroyed by him. Jahahahaha. Another planet was destroyed by itself, and little Bu laughed wildly. This is the greatest pleasure for it. Every time he destroys a planet, his heart will be greatly satisfied. At the beginning of his birth, he was not really evil, but under the influence of Bibidai, he gave birth to a character of destruction for a living. Especially after enjoying this omnipotence, the incomplete-minded little Bu was addicted to this feeling and could not extricate himself. After destroying a planet, Bu set his target on the green planet not far away. This planet is full of vitality and beautiful environment. If it is a real estate tycoon in a universe, it will definitely rectify it and then sell it for a good price. But for Bu, this is another toy ball. He. Little Bu's eyes were fierce, and the crazy and cruel smile on his face became stronger and stronger. The next second he raised his right hand high, and a pink energy bomb with extremely destructive power gathered in his palm and continued to expand at a speed visible to the naked eye. Little Bu waved his hand and the giant pink energy bombarded straight towards the planet. The violent energy swept all the way, destroying all the matter in the universe. The magician Bibidai, who was behind Little Bu, looked horrified when he saw this scene and quickly used the black magic to create a protective barrier. Soon, this giant energy bound through the atmosphere of the planet, and all the creatures living on this planet felt the arrival of death as soon as possible. Instinct tells them that once that thing explodes, it will be enough to destroy everything in an instant. Looking in the universe, this powerful energy bomb tore the Earth apart in a short moment and crashed into the core of this planet. The entire planet was covered with cracks and magma soared into the sky. The planet appears twisted, began to collapse until the end. Boom! The entire planet exploded instantly, turning into dazzling firework and dissipated into the universe. Oh roar, oh roar, oh roar! Seeing another planet explosion, Bu was like a gorilla, clenching his fist and slapped his chest, making that strange scream. This situation is like when he faced Sun Wukong in the Realm King God's interface. The brutality and evil were completely exposed, and the simplicity of Little Bu was his most terrifying thing. It can be said that killing has made him a truly evil existence. The magician Bibidai, who was behind Little Bu, saw this scene, had a cold sweat dripping from his forehead and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. The scene of the planet explosion has been seen dozens or hundreds of times since he created the Little Bu. Each visual impact brought by him makes him feel extremely frightened. He, a little regretful of creating him. Bu, enough is enough. How many planets do you have to destroy to be satisfied? Bibidai said timidly, as if he was curbing the behavior of the Magi Bu, but in fact he was afraid to the bottom line. His purpose is to rule the entire universe from beginning to end. Not only is this wish impossible to achieve, he is also in a dilemma. He also realized that Mahuo Bu was a pure monster, born for destruction. If Magi Bu is willing to listen to his word, he will still be lucky. But Magi Bu didn't listen to his orders at all. Unless he threatened with seals, Magi Bu would listen to him slightly. Hehe. The weird laughter as usual made Bibidai sweat and dared not speak anymore. Little Bu's answer has always been this cruel smile. Cooperating with those blood-filled eyes, they had a strong murderous intent. Little Bu didn't want to care about Bibidai at all, but he also knew Bibidai had the means to seal him, so he kept pretending to be stupid. I began to look for the next target to destroy again. The Magman Bu began to advance in the universe like a meteorite passing by, so fast that it could not be seen by the naked eye. Bibidai had no choice but to follow. He was afraid of Magi Bu, but now he had to rely on Magi Bu to save his life. At this moment a sudden change occurred. An array of light locked the movement of the magician Bu, galloping from the dark universe in advance, bombing Xiao Bu's body accurately. Boom! The energy explosion and the scorching flames swept across, swallowing up the body of Bu and expanding in all directions. What? Bibidai, who came from behind, was startled and quickly used the black magic to condense a protective barrier again to offset the aftermath of the explosion. Your evil ends here, Magus Bu, and you Bibidai. Located in the universe, a white-haired woman in the costume of the king of the world stood in the starry sky of the universe with a solemn expression and aura. Strong. She is Lila, the king of the Western Realm, one of the 4 kings of the realm. Magman Bu made a big fuss in the Western Galaxy under her jurisdiction. He didn't care too much at first, but as more and more damaged planet, she would no longer think that she didn't know anything. But when the aftermath of the explosion dissipated, Little Bu's intact appearance came into his eyes, and a hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of the king of the West Realm, Lila, and she felt unbelievable. Her energy wave just now was not merciless. No matter how huge the planet was, it could be shattered. Can you still be safe after enduring such a strong attack? What kind of monster is this Mama Bu? Tisk. Lila snorted coldly and posed for a battle. The energy in the body is operated and ready to fight against Mahuo at any time. Little Bu's eyes turned, and his bloodthirsty eyes locked on the king of the Western Realm, Lila, as if he had discovered a very good toy. Finally, an interesting person appeared. He had been destroying the planet and killing people for a long time, but those guys were useless and didn't even have the courage to resist him. The boringness made Little Bu even more crazy. The reason why he has been destroying the planet is also looking for fun. Indeed, his mind is like a human child, but he has a brain. Especially after being born for a long time and learning more, he could clearly feel that the the woman in front of him was very special, completely different from the guy he had met in the past. It's fun, I'm going to play with you to death. Little Boo's face showed a playful and cruel look. The King of the West, it turns out it is you. The magician Bibidai also reacted and looked at the King of the West. He was almost affected by this woman's energy wave. He would definitely die if he was a little closer. Bibidai, the culprit of all this. I should have used energy waves to destroy you first. The catastrophe and disaster of the West Galaxy are all thanks to you. Layla's heart was filled with anger, and she wanted to take action immediately. Skin and cramp this guy. If it weren't for the Mammon Bu created by this guy, how could the universe be in chaos? This is how many years of hard work the king of their world. There is a beautiful situation. So what? I created Bu to deal with you, the king of kings who are above the world. Anger arose in Bibidai's eyes. Although the evil little Bu he created was uncontrollable, Bu is still his masterpiece. As magicians, they have always been thorns in the eyes of the king of realms and thorns in the flesh. In order to survive better, all kinds of monsters were created by them. It can be said that the magician is called the Black Magician, and some of it is the reason why the realm king god is, and the relationship between the two sides is the mortal enemy. The king of the Western realm, since you have appeared here, I will let you become the first king of the realm to die in Bu's hands. Kill him, Bu. Bibidai, who was furious, directly addressed Yao Bu, issued an order. In the past, Bu would have ignored his orders directly and even intimidated Bibidai, but this time, Bu changed his normal state and burst out with an extremely terrifying speed. Like a light of destruction, rushed straight to the Western realm king god Lila. It was not because he followed Bibidai's orders, but because of his autonomy. He wanted to kill Lila. Feeling the terrifying impact on the face of the king of the Western realm, Lila changed drastically, and her arms crossed to protect her body, mobilizing all her strength to form a defense. But Xiao Bu's barbaric and domineering power is beyond imagination. Bang! There was a loud bang. Little Bu drove all his strength to hit Lila, the king of the Western realm. An irresistible force made her spin, and she lost control and smashed dozens of huge meteorites one after another. She flew out to barely stabilize her body. Under this blow, the king of the Western realm, Lila, looked pale. Blood slid from the corner of her mouth, and her bones seemed to be falling apart. Damn it! Lila realized the difference in strength between herself and Ma Huo Bu, which was not of the same level at all. Just such a casual impact made her feel like her body was about to break. As the world king god, she has always been noble and proud, and now she has been a stern player. Chapter 231 Defeat Bu and Save Lila. Ha 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 ha. Little Bu laughed wildly, and the joke and crazy colors in his eyes became more and more intense. His unilateral ravage and destruction of Lila began. Swoosh! A sound of breaking through the air sounded. Little Bu rushed out again and went straight to Lila to kill. Without any pity, Little Bu slaughtered Lila's body severely, and every time he attacked, he deliberately avoided Lila's weakness and wanted to play with it for longer. Bang pound! Bang pound! The dull sound of entering the flesh continued, and Little Bu's attack was as fast as thunder. In just a few seconds, Lila was already ravaged and covered in bruises. The costumes of the king of the realm had been broken during the battle, revealing her white skin. It can be clearly seen that there were many bruises on the skin and bloodstains. Since the battle began, it has not even arrived for half a minute. The king of the Western realm, Lila, has become a bloody man. As the supreme god in the universe, she has been beaten so miserably for the first time since her birth until now. The magic Bu is too strong, and she cannot compete with her at all. She shouldn't act so recklessly, and should ask other kings and gods' companions to help. He is in a high position and is overconfident, thinking that he is one of the best super existences in the universe. The monster in the lower world cannot be her opponent now. She knew how foolish she was. Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in this world. He. Little Bu grabbed Layla's neck with one hand, and the domineering power directly lifted her up. His joking eyes looked up and down at the pain of the king of the Western realm, Lila, and felt extremely happy. The 5 fingers exerted force, and the powerful force kept squeezing the neck of the king of the Western realm, Lila's neck. The suffocation made Lila's facial features become ferocious, and bloodshot was covered in her eyes, and she struggled with all her strength. Little Bu was not in a hurry to kill her, but was admiring her desperate expression, making her die in pain and despair. The feeling of torture of the strong is much more enjoyable than the pleasure of destroying the planet. Did you see it? This is the power of Magi Bu. You high-ranking king gods of the world are still today. It is your honor to die at Magi Bu's hands. Ha 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 ha. After witnessing Lila's tragic situation with his own eyes, the magician Bibidai laughed out loud and felt extremely happy. The creation of the Maharaja Bu was to eliminate these high-ranking king gods. Although it is somewhat different from his original plan, as long as he can kill the king of the Western realm, it means that there is no threat to other king of the kingdoms. Kill her, Bu. Bibidai couldn't wait to order Little Bu. Hearing this, Little Bu paused his movement. The smile on his face disappeared, replaced by a strong seriousness. His evil gaze slightly turned to Bibidai. There were dark fishy lights in his scarlet eyes. The invisible murderous intent and cold light were so scared that Bibidai was sweating coldly and she didn't dare to breathe. This cold and ruthless look seemed to be saying, if you dare to say something more, I will kill you first. It's up to you. You can do whatever you want. Bibidai waved her hands repeatedly and whispered. Hearing this, a cruel smile appeared on Xiao Bu's face again. The cruel bloody eyes continued to look at the king of the Western realm. Pull. He has not had enough fun with it. How could he destroy the toy he finally got? At this moment it is located in a special galaxy in the Western Milky Way. Ripples in time and space suddenly appeared in the universe. Buzz. There was a muffled sound. A space-time tunnel was suddenly opened up in the universe and a fiery red stream of light quickly rushed out from it, reaching this space-time. There is no doubt that it is Talat who travels through time and space. It finally here. Time and space are really dangerous. No wonder Weiss reminds me again and again. After sighing, Talat first made sure there was no threat around him and then he removed the Super Scion. The transformation of the god returned to normal. The time and space shuttle consumed a lot of energy on his physical strength. Even the Super Scion god with excellent balance consumed a lot of energy during this long time and space shuttle, especially when the space storm appeared. Every time it was a fatal test for him. If it weren't for the mark left by Weiss in his body and his attainment in space, he would have long been buried in the space storm. But even if the power of an angel resisted the advancement of the space-time storm, he was still subjected to a certain degree of backlash. Some of the violent space-time powers in the time and space tunnel entered his body, rushing around as if he was crazy. If it weren't for his strong enough body and the blessing of the power of God, he would probably have been this long ago. The storm of time and space is full of holes. Stabilize your state. Talat plans to find a place to rest and recover first. The eyes surrounded the surrounding universe, and when you look around, there is no life planet nearby. Talat expanded his perception ability. With his current state, if he intentionally expands his perception of divine consciousness to the maximum, it will not cover the entire universe, but it can still be easily covered by one or two galaxies. Just as Talat tried to find a place to stay with his perception, two very special chi entered his perception. Hey, this feeling is. Talat raised his brows and realized that something interesting seemed to have happened when he first came to this time and space. Especially the sensation of it gave him a very familiar feeling, as if he had felt it many years ago. As for another aura, he actually felt a faint fluctuation of the power of the god from it. Moreover, this energy has now dropped to a very dangerous point. 5 million years ago, this breath. Did I say I happened to catch up with that incident? The memories that had been covered with for many years in Talat's mind were awakened and some things were remembered. He remembered where he could sense this aura. It was the aura emitted by the egg of the magician Bu, who was sealed under the super god's water spring. Now combined with time and the fluctuation of divine power, if nothing unexpected happens, it is a realm king god who is fighting against the magician Bu. No matter who it is, just go over and take a look. Swoosh! A sound of breaking through the air sounded, and Talat directly used space teleportation and disappeared from the spot. Magi Bu's side. At this moment, the king of the Western realm, Lila, had reached the brink of death, dying, and she had no strength to resist. And Bu also completely lost interest in playing at this moment. At the beginning, his idea was to see Lila dare to attack him. She was very strong and could have fun. Now that she fought, she was far from meeting her requirement. I saw Xiao Bu slowly lifting one hand and pointing it at Layla's cheek. The pink halo in his hand flashed, and a pink energy bomb with infinite destructive power brewed in his palm, exuding a terrifying pressure. He. Go and die. Little Bu smiled cruelly. This crazy smile was so gloomy and terrifying that it made people's soul tremble and their whole body tremble. Damn it, am I going to end here? This damn monster, who else can stop him? Death is near, and the king of the Western realm, Lila, was desperate. At this moment, how much she hoped that someone would come to save her. Just as the moment the destructive energy brewing in Little Bu's hand was about to be shot out, the space and time of the entire world seemed to be frozen. Pound! A dull sound of entering the flesh suddenly exploded. Talat, who arrived in time, swept out with a whip leg just right at the neck of Bu. The terrifying power distorted Little Bu's facial features and drove him ruthlessly away. The flying Little Bu shot out like a cannonball and crashed into a giant meteorite thousands of meters away. But in the blink of an eye, the huge meteorite was smashed to pieces. It's really the same as I thought. Things are getting more and more interesting. After Talat kicked Bu away, he caught the dying king of the Western realm, Lila. At this moment, the magical costume on Lila's body could not completely cover the spring scenery. On her white skin, the seeping blood marks made her look extremely miserable, and she undoubtedly stepped into the gates of hell with half her foot. After the death of the king of realm, if there is no guidance, it will really die. Talat had been struggling with this before, but later he found out with the explanation of the old king god. If the god of realm king dies naturally, he can choose to continue to stay in the realm king god realm, or those who say that that they are reincarnated. If it is killed once, the soul cannot be led to the realm of the kingdom of the realm. It will dissipate between heaven and earth. Seeing Leela die like this, Talat was not so cruel. Although there is a future in the space-time world that is involved with it, whether that space-time exists is unknown. Talat did not hesitate at all and directly used his healing ability. The light of life was scattered into the body of the king of the Western realm, Lila. After receiving treatment from Talat, the half-dead Leela slowly opened her eyes. When he saw Talat, the strange man, the Western king god, Lila was stunned. She even wondered if she had hallucinations. Isn't she about to be killed by little Bu? What happened to the person who suddenly appeared in front of me? Is it an illusion before my death? Who are you guys? How dare you ruin my good things? Magi Bu, what are you doing? Come and kill them quickly. The magician Bibidai was furious. Originally, a great revenge was avenged, but an outsider suddenly appeared. Bibidai seemed to not realize who he was talking to. Talat's contemptuous eyes stayed on him for a moment, locking in murderous intent. You guys, who is it? A fatal sense of crisis surged all over his body. Bibidai swallowed his saliva. His words became weaker and finally became silent, as timid as a mouse. Bibidai is like this. No wonder Babadai in the original work is the same. Who am I? Haha. When did the bug dare to speak like this? Talat's eyes were full of sharpness. He raised his right hand and a wave of energy light shot out from his palm and headed straight for Bibidai to kill. Wait, Bu, save me. Come and save me. The crisis of death is approaching, and Bibidai hurriedly asked for help from little Bu, who had recovered from afar. Seeing this, little Bu showed a playful expression and slowly said, "You guy is so annoying." These words made Bibidai fall into an ice cave. Little Bu doesn't care about his life or death. His ending is already destined. No, I can seal you. Bibidai expressed his last trump card when he was dying, but Talat's energy bomb also appeared in front of him, bombing him, causing a devastating super explosion. The heavy flames produced by the explosion swallowed Bibidai in an instant. When the explosion flames dissipated, Bibidai had disappeared and her corpse was gone. Xiao Bu, not far away, witnessed this scene with his own eyes, and a ferocious smile appeared on his face. He had long thought of killing Bibidai, and the reason why he kept this guy by his side was that he was worried about being conspired to seal. Now he is finally free. Little Bu only felt that the whole world had become pure and his mood was extremely happy. After enjoying for a long time, Xiao Bu, who had a wicked smile, turned his gaze to Talat again. He cared about this man very much. The fact that he could kick him out with one kick was enough to show that this man was very strong. This is something he has never felt like. At least it is much better than the woman who almost got killed by him just now. At this moment, Lila, the king of the Western realm in Talat's arms, also reacted. She was completely awake after witnessing Bibidai's death. Everything just now was not an illusion. Bibidai was killed by this man. Are you finally awake? Since you have recovered, go aside. If this little guy goes crazy, he might blow you to death again. Talat said to Lila. Leela quickly came to her senses and nodded cutely. She didn't ask much and quickly escaped from Talat's arms and quietly retreated to the side. Although she was very strange about this mysterious man suddenly appeared. Now is not the time to talk nonsense. He has this kind of confidence and he should be confident in dealing with the Magi Bu. But thank you for saving me, but I still have to remind you that the pink guy is called Maru Bu. He is very strong and has a slim chance of winning alone. You'd better go with me and we'll find someone else to come here. Help deal with him together. Lila asked, worried that the accident would happen again. Little Bu's terror has been imprinted deep in her heart and almost became her shadow. She didn't want Talat to be tragically destroyed by little Bu. However, Talat was very disdainful of this. You just watch the magician Bu just in front of me. You can't make any storms. Talat smiled confidently and said domineeringly. Hearing this, the brain of the king of the Western realm, Lila, was crashed on the spot. What did she hear? Amir Mahabu, you know, just now, even as the king of realm, she was beaten by the magician Bu and had no power to fight back. Chapter 232. Leela becomes a little fan in seconds. Playing with Bu. Then, take care of yourself. Leela didn't know how to answer, so she could only say this and then plotted on her own. I hope my intuition is correct. You man, don't be as confident as me, Leela silently recited in her heart. Without Leela, Talat silently gathered his energy and took the initiative to approach. Until he was less than 1,000 meters away from little Bu, his eyes collided. The release of the strong aura triggers the turmoil in this universe. Although it consumes a lot of physical strength and energy when traveling through space, he is still sure that he can pay Maren Bu. After all, his strength has long surpassed the level of the Magman Bu's 100 billion level. After feeling the aura of the strong man on Talat's body, the smile on his face became stronger and he slowly approached Talat. When Talat saw this scene, the corners of his mouth fluctuated slightly, but he didn't expect that little Bu was so bold. The power of the giant ape in his body was mobilized and the muscles around his body expanded and a violent aura with a sense of oppression expanded. However, in an instant his combat power exceeded exceeded the magnitude of 30 billion. Feeling this extremely fierce aura, a gleam flashed in Xiao Bu's eyes. But this level of strength is not enough to threaten him, and he is far from his opponent. Lura, the king of the western frontier outside the battlefield, was overjoyed after feeling the tough aura emitted by Talat. She really didn't expect that this man was so powerful, but she, who had fought with Little Bu, still knew Little Bu's horror, so she felt that if Talat wanted to win, she would rely on the strength she showed now. The most it can also be tied. He. You are very interesting. Let's have fun. Little Bu's tender voice was ecstatic. The next second he burst out with an extremely terrifying speed and took the lead in attacking Talat. The pink streamer rushed towards Talat like a pink shell. An unstoppable punch led to the power of destroying stars and rushed straight to Talat's face. Facing Little Bu's active attack, Talat didn't care. The power of the giant ape in his body exploded further. His energy increased sharply and his combat power spanned to 100 billion level in one breath. His right hand was tightly clasped, turning into a huge iron fist. Drive the power of destroying the world to wave out. Boom. The moment the two fists collided, the dazzling light of destruction drove the shock wave that destroyed all things to sweep away, vibrating the entire star field. If you punch a planet on a planet, the entire planet will fall apart without anyone deliberately curbing it. The two people who were retaliated by the power flew backwards at the same time. After personally experiencing Talat's powerful power, Little Bu's eyes shone brightly, and he was even more ecstatic, as if he had found a very good toy. As for Talat, he was not very satisfied after feeling the power of Bu. A little weak. The original work at least suppressed more than 3 Sun Wukong, but the strength currently shown is at most 100 billion. Leitais could easily suppress him even when he came. Are you only at this level? If so, it would be disappointing, Talat said with a pretentious sigh. Magman Bu understood the sarcasm in Talat's words and attacked Talat again. However, this attack is no longer a contest of strength but a contest between energy. He clasped his hands together, pulled them apart again, and raised them high. A huge pulverized energy ball with a huge diameter condensed into shape. As he threw his hands, the destructive energy advanced through the air and rushed straight to Talat. This blow has reached a level that is enough to crush an entire star. A strong man with a combat power of no more than 100 billion will inevitably disappear after this blow. Even if an existence of a level of tens of billions does not block it with all his might, he may be seriously injured. But for Talat, this level of attack has no deterrent power except to raise a little dust. Talat thoughts moved, and the super energy pool in his body was mobilized by him. Crazy. In an instant, a golden aura ignited around him, and the majestic energy pool in his body was instantly activated. The golden hair rose into the sky, and the extremely powerful aura swept across the world. At this moment, Talat has transformed into the first level full power state of the Super Scion. His fierce combat power exceeded 240 billion. Faced with this attack that was enough to destroy the stars, he just raised his hand gently. Buzz. The invisible powerful aura directly frozen the giant energy bomb in place. Immediately afterward, in the astonished eyes of Mammon Bu and Leela, Talat held his 5 fingers tightly and held them with one hand. Boom. The explosion of was enough to turn a whole star into powder energy bomb, which was crushed by Talat. Pink energy particles are scattered in the universe, as dazzling as firework and extremely dazzling. Seeing his attack be broken with his own eyes, Bu came back from his shock and attacked again. This time he learned to be smart and did not directly attack Talat. Instead, he made an illusion by firing a shot. First appeared in front of Talat and then set out across the space and appeared quietly behind Talat. An unstoppable punch hit Talat's neck. Talat, who had expected it, had seen through everything. He had already taken the lead in the moment of his operation, using super high speed movement, leaving a afterimage on the spot. Boom. Little Bu's heavy punch hit hard, causing a burst of sonic boom in the universe. This attack seemed to have hit Talat from the naked eye, but there was no substantial touch on his fist, which made Bu stunned and at a loss. It was not until Talat's afterimage disappeared before him that he suddenly realized. Where are you looking at? Talat's joking voice came from behind Little Bu. The moment the words fell, an energy beam with extremely destructive power burst out just in the back of Bu. In just an instant, this violent energy flew out tens of thousands of meters away with Xiao Bu's body hitting on a huge meteorite. Room. An amazing explosion light burst out in the universe, and the scorching flames expanded rapidly, swallowing Little Bu's body. This scene made Lila, the king of the Western realm, as the spectator, stunned. It turns out that this man is so powerful. Little Bu, who had just abused her to death, has now been ravaged. Soon, the explosion of fire dissipated, and Little Bu had turned into countless pieces and scattered in the universe. Seeing this scene, the Western king god Lila was overjoyed, but before she could celebrate, the cells scattered in the universe began to gather quickly and return to the appearance of Little Bu. At this level, looking at other races in the universe, they were blown into pieces and could not die anymore. They went directly to Yama Palace to report, but for Bu, this kind of broken bone-breaking life-threatening situation is not even considered an injury. However, because of the rapid recovery speed, Little Boo's head turned backward and emerged from his butt. The pair of gloomy blood-colored eyes exuded a strong murderous intent and a vast anger, and they stared at Talit fiercely. You don't have to be so anxious. You'll die sooner or later, so why be so angry? Your head doesn't grow on your butt, Talit said with a playful smile on his face. These words completely made Little Boo angry. Soon, his head that had been reversal returned to normal. The energy in his body surged. Pink evil spirits burned all over his body, and his terrifying aura expanded. In an instant, the entire universe vibrated, and the extremely powerful aura storm expanded with Little Boo as the center. After feeling the powerful sense of oppression and impact that was coming towards us, the face of the king of the Western realm, Lila, changed drastically, and her heart was shocked and fear arose. Little Boo's strength is so terrifying that her momentum is so strong that she can't have the idea of resisting. Can this mysterious man deal with it? At this moment, Lila was like a willow branch in the wind, swaying left and right. This is a little interesting. Come on. Talit casually hooked his hand at Little Boo, signaling Little Boo to attack. Judging from the strength of this aura, Boo's current combat power should be around 300 billion points. Of course, it is not ruled out that this guy has not yet used all his strength to fight, or I don't know how to explode all the power. I'm going to kill you. Little Boo rushed out in an instant. This time his speed was much faster than before, and his naked eyes could not see the movement trajectory clearly. But in a flash, he rushed into Talit's front, and his ruthless fist and feet attack pouring down towards Talit like a storm. His attack was irregular, but it was fast and fierce, and each move was aimed at Talit's fatal weakness. If you replace this quirky fighting style with others, you will suffer a great loss. As a fighting nation scion, he was born to be a war-making existence. No matter how strange the fighting style of Boo's little combat is, he can adapt in just a few rounds of battles and then give the other party a heavy blow. I think you have stronger strength but have not been exerted, so it's best not to show mercy, otherwise you will die miserably. Talit's joking smile became stronger and stronger. After understanding that Talit was provoking himself, the aura that exploded around Boo became even more fierce and fierce. Strength, speed, reaction force, and combat methods all usher in qualitative changes and sublimation. Bang, pound, bang, pound. The collision between the limbs caused a series of thrilling explosions in the universe. The collision between the two of them became more and more intense, and an amazing storm of destruction was set off in the space. The Little Boo who fought seriously was completely different from the previous one. The terrifying combat ability and fierce offensive he showed made Talit finally feel some pressure. At least, relying solely on the power of the first level full power of the Super Scion, it is already a bit difficult to deal with Boo. Finally, there is a feeling that can be compared to Broly, otherwise it would be too unimpressive as the last boss of the Z period. However, it is impossible to make Talit transform further. In just a few rounds of fierce confrontation, Talit had seen through Boo's trick, cleverly seized the opportunity, and launched a powerful attack. A compressed fist containing 10 levels of dark power was swung out. Seeing this, Xiao Boo subconsciously put on a defensive posture to block the attack from the front, but Talit's attack made it extremely cleverly bypass his defense and hit his abdomen. Puff. Little Boo, who was hit hard, had a blue face and a stream of sour water spurted out of his mouth. While his body was swept back by strong forces, his whole body was also under the destruction of the hidden force. This scene once again shocked Lila, the king of the western frontier outside the battlefield. Such a strong Little Boo has no power to fight back. Her eyes shone, as if she had discovered a treasure. Especially Talit's current posture is too dazzling, too sacred, and too majestic. It made her feel a little bit of admiration. This is Mujiang. Soon, the flying backwards of the Little Boo quickly stabilized. He was defeated again and his anger burst out, roaring like a ferocious ghost. Talit didn't care at all. He clasped his hands together and quickly condensed a compressed energy bomb. Driven by his mind, he rushed straight to Little Boo and rushed to kill him. This energy bomb was about to kill Little Boo, but Little Boo controlled his body to undergo a terrifying deformation. He was like a long pink poisonous snake, not only avoiding Talit's energy bomb bombing, but also it wrapped around Talit's body at an extremely fast speed. Little Boo's bondage is constantly tightening, as if he wants to strangle Talit in this way. Talit always kept a smile. Little Boo's attack looked strange, but in fact it had no lethality to him. How could his body, which has been tempered for thousands of years, be so powerful that Xiao Bu can be injured now? He. Little Bu smiled smugly. It seems to be telling Talat that he underestimated his fate and he would be squeezed to death. Idiot, do you think this level of strength can trap me? My body has not been affected at all. Talat shouted loudly. Hearing this, the smile on Little Boo's face stopped abruptly and a big question mark appeared on the top of his head. His attack, it doesn't seem to cause substantial damage to Talat. I won't play with you anymore. Let you see what is the real power. After the words fell, Talat directly mobilized the second level energy pool of the sleeping Super Saiyan in his body. Crack! As the bursts of blue and white light burst, Talat's momentum suddenly increased. The golden vertical hair soars into the sky, turned into a golden angry hair, and the aura and combat power showed explosive growth. Boom! The violent golden aura soared into the sky, driving unparalleled terrifying pressure to sweep the universe. The magic Bu, who was wrapped around Talat, broke into pieces at the moment Talat burst out. Turn into pieces with just a breath impact. You can do this. If you are serious, Bu will only be crushed by Talat. The gap in strength is too big. Chapter 233. Little Bu breaks through the giant level. Is the battle over like this? Obviously impossible. As a demon, some of Xiao Bu's abilities are indeed impeccable. Just like his recovery ability, it is far more terrifying than any existent. Even if he is beaten into countless pieces, it only takes a very short time to gather again and reorganize yourself. At this moment, Talat had transformed into the second level Super Saiyan peak. He was moving his body with a slight smile on his face. Although the consumption of time and space traveling through time and space has caused him to be unable to exert his true full strength, but it is no problem to deal with this Mahara Bu. The game time is over, and I'm going to be serious next. I hope you can be prepared, Little Bu, Talat said, the smirk on his face becoming more and more direct. When Little Bu saw the smile on Talat's face, he immediately understood. Isn't this the expression I used to tease the king of the Western realm, Lila? This damn guy, I'm teasing him. Swoosh! A sound of breaking through the air sounded. Talat suddenly attacked. His speed was extremely fast, but he disappeared from the spot in a flash. Yet, Little Bu widened his eyes. Although Talat's speed was very fast, it was not as hard as he could not see clearly. He quickly crossed his arms and turned into a defensive frame. However, Talat's attack is not just an ordinary fist attack. In addition to being shrouded by hot golden aura, it also has powerful divine power. Bang! There was a shocking sound. Talat's unstoppable destruction punch hit Little Bu's arms. A terrifying blow instantly shattered Little Bu's arms, and the violent force swept through Little Bu's whole body, knocking him away fiercely. Feeling the sweeping force and the explosive arms, Little Bu felt pain. This human being in front of me who can turn into blonde hair is so strong. After being surprised, Little Bu showed excitement because of this feeling he had never felt before. Such a battle is so interesting. Just when Bu was distracted, Talat attacked again, but in a flash, he descended behind Bu. Feeling the sense of crisis coming from behind, Bu instinctively turned around, but he was one step late. A terrifying force swept from behind, and the violent impact swept across his body from behind, sending him mercilessly. The sky is gone. The pain caused by this powerful blow was inevitable. Xiao Bu's facial features were twisted and his pupils trembled. He could not regain control of his body for a while, and Little Bu flew straight towards the depths of the universe. Talat had already become murderous. His hands merged, and a powerful energy cannon shot out from his palm, like a dawn light that broke through the darkness, heading straight for Little Bu. Boong, kill and leave. Little Bu felt the approaching energy, but he was not frightened, nor did he dodge. Instead, he showed a cruel and evil smile. Boom! Located in the depths of the universe, an extremely grand firework blooms. This huge firelight engulfed Little Bu's body, and the terrifying shock waves caused a burst of amazing gigantic waves in the universe. The waves expanded in all directions, illuminating the dark universe. This scene is extremely shocking and terrifying. This dazzling light is even more terrifying than the scene of the planet's explosion. Even if a strong man with a combat power of more than 100 billion points is directly endured, he will be blown up so that he will not even have any residue left. After witnessing the scene of this big explosion with his own eyes, the heart of the king of the Western realm, Lila, was touched, and she was stunned, at a loss. A monster like Little Bu was actually solved like this? When did such a powerful existence come into being in the universe? So strong, and this power seems to be divine power. As if he noticed something, Lila said to himself. She felt the power of divine emanating from Talat's previous attack, and felt even more curious about Talat's identity. As a mortal, he has mastered the power of God. Such an existence is absolutely impossible to be an ordinary person. Buzz. At this moment, the silver-white ring worn on the index finger of the king of the Western realm, Lila, suddenly appeared in a resonance. It seemed that I felt something, deliberately sending a signal to the king of the West realm, Lila. This ring is not an ordinary ring, but a time ring that only the King of Realms is qualified to wear and use. Can you say? The King of the Western Realm, Lila, seemed to realize something and her pupils suddenly contracted. There is only one possibility that the time ring can resonate with it. Talat has the power of time and space. He may not even belong to this world. On the battlefield, Talat, standing above the galaxy of the universe, was carelessly staring at the center of the firelight caused by the explosion in the universe. His keen sense of divine consciousness felt that the aura belonging to the Magi Bu still existed, and it was not reduced by this super explosion at all. It seems that it is similar to what I expected. Xiao Bu's strength is far more than 100 million unit, which is as simple as a unit that is definitely more than 100 million unit. The attack just now seemed terrible, but it failed to hurt him. Talat thought to himself. Soon, the aftermath of the explosion completely dissipated, and Little Bu's body once again reflected in Talat's eyes. At this moment, Xiao Bu not only looks intact, but his temperament has undergone qualitative changes, which is completely different from the moment the dark and evil pink aura drove pink lightning to wrap around the whole body, and the terrifying aura swept across the world, making the entire universe depressed. Its definite life level of the gigantic. Is this your real strength? It seems that it is not that you don't take the initiative to display it, but that your strength will increase with the changes in your emotions. Talat put his hands on his chest and remained motionless in an invincible posture. This sentence passes through the universe through energy and reaches Little Bu's ears. Little Bu smiled instead of anger, but his smile looked a little gloomy and terrifying. Talat's strength stimulated his potential and made him very excited. Oh roar! Oh roar! Little Bu excitedly shouted in protest and provocation. Immediately afterward, the powerful evil aura that was sleeping in his body expanded rapidly under his full strength, as terrifying as a tsunami. Room. The devastating air shakes the universe and even causes the surrounding starry sky to undergo terrifying deformation. The aura bursting out from Xiao Bu at this moment had reached a terrifying level. The entire star field was implicated by this force and was constantly shocked. Crack. In the dark universe, pink lightning exploded, and even slight cracks appeared in the surrounding space, and these cracks are still expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the entire space seems to be at risk of explosion at any time. Once these spaces explode, the alien dimension world after these spaces will be revealed and oppress the world. Stop him quickly. His power is oppressing the surrounding alien spaces. Once these spaces completely explode, the alien dimension world will appear. At that time, everything here will be completely destroyed by the alien dimension's oppression. Consciousness. When the situation was in a bad state, Lila, the king of the western frontier, shouted at Talat at the top of her lungs. However, Talat disagreed. This power has indeed reached a point that is enough to tear apart the space, but it is still too far away to make the alien world truly come. This most primitive evil power is indeed amazing. If I had met you through time and space a few years ago, I would have really no way out. Unfortunately for me now, you are already a weak person. A thought moved, and the golden aura around Talat's body rose rapidly. A dozen blue and white lights burst out around his body. With the blessing of the power of God, his momentum became more and more amazing, until finally he reached a unit of nickels. At this moment, Little Bu also completed the final liberation of power, and his momentum gradually stabilized. Although he did not wear virtual glasses, Talat could accurately judge the intensity of Little Bu's aura. At this moment, Little Bu's combat power has reached the range of 2 to 3 megabyte. Looking at the current era, no one is his opponent when the god of destruction does not appear. If it weren't for Taro, if you come here, the fate of this time and space world will be the same as in the original work. The 3 kings of the realms died, and the kings of the eastern realms survived alone. Even the kings of the great realms would live in Little Bu's body in another way. Ha 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 ha. Little Bu, whose power exploded, laughed wildly. It was the first time since his birth that he released his own power as excited and unscrupulous as he is now. Behind him, there were fragments of space, and through those space cracks you could vaguely see the appearance of the external alien world. The rich evil aura emanated from Xiao Bu's body became stronger and stronger. Then his greedy gaze fell on Talat, and the strange smile on his face became more and more direct. He was thinking, if such a strong person was eaten by himself, how strong would he increase his strength? Come on. Talat hooked his hand at Little Bu indifferently, with the rhythm of golden aura all over his body and the invisible divine power emanating, causing the space to ripple. Hearing Talat's provocation, Bu became even more excited. I'm going to eat you. After that, Little Bu raised his right hand, and the pink light flashed in his palm, and the space was rippling. In less than half a second, a giant pink destruction bomb with a diameter of more than 100 meters condensed, forming. The destructive power of this move is more than 10 times more terrifying than the star-destroying strike I just used. Little Bu raised his hand and threw it, and this huge energy bomb rushed towards Talat at speed like a meteorite. Seeing this, Talat felt its power and raised his right hand disapprovingly. A rich sacred light flashed across the tip of his index finger. Swoosh! A sound sound of breaking through the air sounded. The seemingly inconspicuous power of the god shot straight out and collided with this giant energy ball of destruction. Buzz! The expected super explosion did not occur. When the two energy waves collided, Talat's divine power dissolved the giant destructive energy ball released by Little Bu from the inside out into powerless energy particles. This is the power of the divine power. The power of the same level is far more than ordinary energy-based attack. The powerful attack was easily resolved, and Bu showed surprise on his face, but he was soon replaced by madness and excitement. Since energy attacks are useless, use more direct struggles to compete. Just create an opportunity for absorption. Little Bu came out in an instant, and the momentum it drove was so strong that it tore through the space and rushed straight towards Talat. A destructive blow that condensed all the strength of his body tore through the space and headed straight for Talat's face and smashed it down hard. Talat didn't care about this at all. He raised his hand and easily blocked Yao Bu's destructive attack and used the power of the gods to cleverly resolve all the powers in it. The powerful punch turned into a storm and raging. The attack was resolved by Talat again, and a terrifying light flashed in Bu's eyes. In an instant, a more terrifying offensive poured out towards Talat like a storm. The devastating attack was extremely fierce, and each attack contained the destructive power of opening up the world. Faced with the crazy and barbaric attack like Bu, Talat easily responded with the blessing of the power of the god. His body was disillusioned and his actions were unpredictable. He easily resolved Bu's attacks one by one and launched a powerful counterattack. Bang, pound, bang, boom. The battle between the powerful men of the number level began. Looking around, it was like two aurora of pink and gold that were flying quickly in the space and colliding. The speed of the extreme was invisible to the naked eye. Even Lila, who was the king of the Western realm, could only barely see some afterimages. Both sides shuttled and collided in the universe at an unthinkable speed. The destructive shock wave that was enough to subvert everything expanded rapidly, impacting everything around it wave after wave. The star field vibrated and the space collapsed. Looking around, countless lightnings exploded in the void. The area where the two of them fought was constantly changing, and the storm and turmoil caused became more and more amazing and terrifying. If it were on a certain planet, the planet would have already entered the end of the world. The king of the Western realm, Lila, who witnessed this fierce battle with her own eyes, had her forehead covered with dense beads of sweat, and she swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and she was trembling inexplicably. Is this their real power? The king of the real world is too weak. Lila, the king of the Western realm, who had broadened her horizons, couldn't help but sigh how small and pitiful she was. As the noble king of the realm, he thinks he is standing at the top of the universe and no one is stronger than her. But now it seems that she underestimated other living organisms and looked down on herself too high. Neither Talat nor Bu could compete with her. The shock wave released in this battle alone made her unable to even resist. At this point, she has no way to stop the intervention. I just hope that Talat, a human, can kill Bu. Otherwise, as the battle continues, the Western galaxy under her jurisdiction will be lost. Chapter 234. More than 3 appears. Little Bu dies. Room. Countless dazzling fireworks have been set off in the universe. The battle areas between Talat and Bu are constantly changing. Both of them are swiftly traveling through the universe at an unexpected speed. All the matter in the surrounding universe has been destroyed, and they have also hit a red one near the asteroid. Aftermath of the battle between the two scroll asteroid, the terrifying power tear the surface and severely damages the planet's core. Crazy. The entire planet's surface was covered with dense crack, and countless hot magma spread out from the crack, but in the blink of an eye, these thick magma covered the entire planet. The entire planet, under the impact of their power, entered the brink of destruction. In the universe, the battle between the two became more and more fierce, and the power burst out from both sides became stronger and stronger, causing amazing huge waves in the universe. The ultimate collision between fist and flesh is so terrifying. Jahahahahaha. Amid a burst of unscrupulous and crazy laughter, Little Bu waved his iron fist that was enough to destroy the planet to attack Talat. Talat was not afraid at all, and a fierce blow containing the power of the god suddenly swung out. Boom. The power of this attack was extremely terrifying. The power of the two people triggered a qualitative change. The unprecedented terror of the shock wave directly detonated the red asteroid on the spot. Bang. The scene of the planet explosion is so shocking and terrifying. This extremely brilliant fire seemed to have become the background board for Talat and Bu, highlighting the strong strength of the two. Just the aftermath is enough to turn a planet into powder. With such a big noise, the waiters naturally had more than the Western King God Lila. Among the Realm King God Realm, the Southern King God, the Eastern King God, the Northern King God, and the Great Realm King God all paid attention to this turmoil. The King of Yama and the King of the East, King of the West, King of the South, King of the North, King of the Great Realm, in addition to the God of Destruction and the angels, almost all well-known figures on all sides are sensing this shocking battle. Except for the Great Realm King God, all the waiters have caught cause huge waves in their heart. Whether it is Little Bu or Talit, they are all monsters among monsters. Apart from the god of destruction, I am afraid that no one can suppress such existences. Soon, the fire from the explosion of the planet completely dissipated. Talit and Bu were surrounded by countless huge planetary fragments. The two were only 100 meters apart, standing on a huge planetary fragment facing each other with 4 eyes. The eyes collided again, but the aftermath generated when the eyes collided, and an amazing thunder shot out in the space. After the fight just now, Bu seemed even more crazy, with the burning fighting spirit burning in his eyes, and he was extremely excited. Since his birth, this is the first time he has met such a strong opponent which can make him fight with all his might and without any scruples. This feeling was something he had never had before, and it also inspired Little Bu's desire to become stronger in disguise. As long as you eat Talit, you can be reborn and reborn. What is this guy thinking? Did you want to swallow me? Talit saw the strangeness of Little Bu, and vaguely guessed Little Bu's thoughts at this moment. Thinking of this possibility, Talit's mouth rose slightly, and a stubborn idea arose in his heart. Since I want to swallow it, let you swallow it, ya. Little Bu rushed towards Talit again, seemingly reckless, but in fact there was a secret. Seeing this, Talit smiled wickedly and punched casually. Just as he waved his fist, Little Bu immediately took action, and his body instantly turned into a huge pink net that covered Talit's entire body. All the viewers who saw this scene were trembling at the same time and suddenly felt something was wrong. Who would have thought that Bu had the ability to devour the enemy? This powerful human will not be swallowed up, right? As these pink meatballs continue to wriggle, Little Bu appears in a brand new look. Now he has become Talit. This scene also made all the spectators frightened. Bu actually ate Talit. Xiao Bu, who is already strong, and after eating Talit, the strength of the two is superimposed. I am afraid that no one in the entire universe will be able to compete. Ha 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 ha. Little Bu was so excited that he successfully swallowed Talit like a child who got a toy and laughed loudly. Crazy. In an instant, the extremely powerful energy expanded rapidly with Xiao Bu as the center. This powerful energy aura has been several times higher than that of Little Bu before, and the unparalleled energy swept across his body. Little Bu enjoys this feeling very much. This feeling of being filled with energy in the whole body is simply wonderful. But now, Xiao Bu, who was constantly exploding his own strength, suddenly changed his face. His facial features became extremely distorted. His whole person's breath decreased sharply, and his body also twitched violently at this moment. Little Bu hugged his head with both hands and wailing in great pain. At the same time, some kind of force seemed to be bursting from the inside of his body, continuously impacting the inside of his body. This kind of pain that broke out from the inside out made him unbearable, and the pain was unbearable. At the same time, his body also sometimes expanded and contracted at this moment, becoming extremely unstable. Can you say it? Seeing this scene, the king of the Western realm, Lila, who was watching the battlefield, her eyes suddenly shone. Did Talit deliberately swallow it by Little Bu? Idiot, do you really think that the product of your level can control my power? Talit voice came from Xiao Bu's body. After hearing Talit voice, Little Bu's face changed drastically, and a deep fear flashed in his bloodthirsty scarlet eyes. Give it, eye open. With Talit's shout, an extremely powerful energy burst out from his body. Boom! Little Bu's body exploded in an instant, turning into countless pieces scattered in the universe. At the same time, Talit also appeared, with lightning lingering around him, looking at everything as if the undefeated god of war. The gods who were watching the battle situation elsewhere breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Talit's nothing, and the hanging heart was relieved. Fortunately, Talit was not really swallowed by Little Bu, otherwise the entire universe would have been afraid of a catastrophe. Crazy. Soon, the pink minced meat scattered in the surrounding space moved and began to gather in the same direction. Little Bu, who recovered again, grinned at Talit, feeling very angry but helpless. After such a long battle, he understood that the strength of this guy Talit is far superior to him. He couldn't beat him, and he couldn't swallow him, which made Little Bu feel at a loss when facing this situation for the first time. I'm just scared now. Isn't it too late? Where are you arrogant and proud just now? Talit smiled slightly and joked at Little Bu. He saw a strong fear from the eyes of Bu. As a demon, Bu should not have such emotions. Some people should only destroy desires. Now, a feeling of fear appeared in Little Bu's eyes. It is conceivable how big a blow Talit brought to him, which directly made his heart and reason more mature. Little Bu gritted his teeth angrily, surrounding his body with evil spirit, and hot white mist emerged from the holes in his body. This means that he is angry now, but he is just incompetent and furious. He had experienced Talit's strength personally, and he had no strength to fight back at all. Now he had the idea of running away. But the question is, how should we run? Could Talit let him escape? Since you no longer have the intention of fighting again, I won't continue playing with you. As soon as he finished speaking, murderous intent appeared in Talit's eyes. When the murderous intent erupted, Bu was shocked and unable to move. The fear in his eyes was concrete. Fear, confusion, and helpless. palace. The next second the blue and white electric light around Talat exploded and his breath also increased explosively. The golden angry hair spread behind him, his eyebrows disappeared, his eyebrows were pulled down, and his aura strength and combat power were once again leaping up. The third level of the Super Saiyan is coming. Boom! Talat did not restrain his violent aura at all but gave Little Bu the most direct shock. This terrifying aura released without any scruples maximizes the fear in Bu's heart. Aha! Little Bu was completely swallowed by fear. His body couldn't help but tremble and his throat seemed to be pinched by an invisible big hand. Even breathing became difficult. This ultimate sense of oppression that penetrated deep into the soul directly crushed his heart. At this moment Xiao Bu's mind was broken. Fear swept across his body and he could not even have the idea of resisting. If I had met you a few years ago, it might have been a hearty contest. Unfortunately, I have already surpassed this field now. Magman Bu, you should have disappeared. There was no trace of Talat's word. Mercy. He slowly raised his right hand and powerful energy gathered in his palm. The sense of crisis of death hits us and Bu wants to escape but loses his ability to move. Ah! Little Bu burst out with a final scream. He struggled desperately but to no avail. The destructive energy beam shot out from Talat's palm and rushed straight to Little Bu until it finally swallowed Little Bu. Boom! A beam of energy light released by Talat easily burst into dazzling light in the universe. Under the destruction of this energy, Xiao Bu's cells in his body were completely disintegrated until finally completely turned into nothingness. In order to ensure that Bu was completely dead, Talat also continued the output of this energy for a full half-minute. When the energy output is cut off, the Little Bu has disappeared. Just in case, Talat also deliberately shrouded the surrounding star fields by divine perception, looking for fragments of Little Bu's body. It was not until a minute passed that Talat completely relieved and confirmed that Bu was dead. Hey! After dealing with Little Bu, Talat breathed a sigh of relief and the transformation of the third level Super Saiyan was also lifted. Then his eyes turned and fell on the king of the western frontier, Lila, who was watching the battle outside the battlefield. Seeing the entire process of Little Bu being killed with his own eyes, the king of the western realm, Lila, opened her mouth wide and was stunned. The unforgivable magician Bu was killed like this. Feel like she was ravaged without any strength to fight back, letting Lila know that the human being who would transform in front of her was far more powerful than she imagined. In an instant, Talat crossed the space and reached her, which shocked her. Is this? Moving in an instant, Lila returned to her mind and looked at Talat in front of her, then said suspiciously, "Who are you? Did you really kill Ma Huo Bu?" "Who am I?" "It's troublesome to explain this clearly, but I can answer you first. Magi Bu is dead and can't die anymore. Maybe you can go to the underworld to see. Magi Bu's soul should have he was dealt with by the Lord of Yama." Talat replied. With this sentence, Lila was stunned and realized that this person was indeed more mysterious than she thought. "Thanks to your help this time, otherwise I, the king of the realm, would have died at his hands." After thanking him, Lila continued to ask, "I just felt that it does not belong to this time and space in you just now. Aura and the fluctuations of divine power on you. If I guess correctly, you should not be a person from our world, right?" The words went straight to the point, which also made Talat's face look surprised. Talat was not going to say it at first, but she saw that it was another matter. Should we say that the king of the western realm can feel from his breath that he does not belong to this world? Something is a little bit. "How did you know?" Talat asked with a smile, as if I was afraid that Talat would misunderstand. Lila hurriedly said, "I have no malice, but as the king of the realm, my time ring has a strange reaction to you. If I guess correctly, it should be because your body is contaminated with space-time energy when you travel through two worlds." In a simple sentence, explain the reason clearly. Talat didn't intend to hide it and replied, "As you said, I am indeed not a person from this time and space world. Strictly speaking, I am from more than 5 million years later. People from more than 5 million years later." After learning this explosive news, Lila opened her eyes wide in confusion. 5 million years is a very long process even for the King of Realms. Even though the benchmark universe has been more than 1 billion years since its birth, 5 million years are still very long. Chapter 235 The King of Northern Realm. Are you my disciple 5 million years later? After briefly communicating with Lila and explaining her origin, Talat took the initiative to take her across the space and go to the underworld Yama temple. Lila was extremely shocked by Talat's method. After all, instant movement is the privilege of their king god. Now, the king gods of the world are not as good as the man in front of them. For Talat, the underworld 5 million years ago has not changed at all from what it was 5 million years later. I just arrived and had not entered the Yama palace, and I didn't need to deliberately perceive it, and I could clearly feel the evil and powerful aura in the space. There is no doubt that this is the aura of the Magi Bu. Because of his relationship, the underworld has been in chaos at this time. The reason why Talat came was because he was afraid that accidents would happen. After all, although he destroyed the Magi Magi Bu. He did not use the energy bomb to purify and destroy him like the original work. Therefore, the huge evil power held by the soul of the Magi Bu after his death was only left. The soul body is difficult to die. Indeed, the king of Yama has the powerful authority of the lord of the underworld to judge any soul who comes to the underworld. However, after the soul reaches hell, there is no effective means to suppress the control, which leads to chaos in hell and disguised affect the entire underworld. At this moment, in a short time, due to the arrival of the magic Bu, many areas of hell have been destroyed, and many ghost messengers and evil souls of hell have been destroyed by the magic Bu. Let's go in and ask about the situation first. Talat took the lead and walked into the Yama palace and saw the Yama king, who was in a panic. Leela followed closely behind. At this time, she was like a maid in a maid, losing her voice and could only listen to Talat. After seeing Talat strode in, a look of surprise flashed across his face and immediately came to meet him. It's so good, so good. If you take a step later, the underworld will probably be destroyed. The huge body of the demon king Ya is particularly deterrent. However, in front of Talat and Leela, they were only huge. Lord Yan Maoang knows me. Because Yan Maoang's words were direct and he obviously knew what was going on, Talat asked jokingly. As soon as these words came out, the king of Yama hurriedly wiped off the cold sweat from his forehead and said, I saw the battle between you and the Ma-human Bu in the lower universe through the TV. I really knew that you were from people 5 million years later. In short, now is not the time to say this. Since you have eliminated the Magi Bu, it has changed the correct direction of our time and space. I can only trouble you to go to hell and eliminate the Magi Bu soul in hell. After hearing what the Lord Yama said, Talat nodded slightly. It is a foregone conclusion to change this time and space. You can't wait to see the death, but you can't watch the king of the Western realm be killed. Leela was slightly stunned when she heard it. She had not realized the change of the past and the future. After being reminded by the king of Yama, cold sweat suddenly broke out. I thought to myself, if not with Talat, a future man coming, I'm afraid she's dead. The mind was as if she had fallen into an abyss. Just as she was thinking about it carefully, Talat had already discussed it with the king of Yama. Then I'll go to hell first, and after I've solved the soul body of the magician Bu, I'll come back to talk about the others, he said to the Lord of Yama, and Talat acted directly. As for the pass to hell, he already had it in the time and space 5 million years later. Although it was two different time and space, this hell pass was universal, and even if there is no pass, with his current strength he can teleport directly over in space. King Yama looked at Talat with gratitude and breathed a sigh of relief. There is no way. The world king god is useless and cannot rely on it, so he can only rely on future people. Lord King of Realm, although the arrival of this future man has helped us solve the destructionist of the magician Bu, it has changed the original trajectory of our time and space. The little god thinks that it should be reported to the lost king of realm to decide. King Yama said respectfully to Lila. These words also awakened Lila. It is indeed of great importance and must be reported. Even if necessary, you must report to the Lord Master and Lord Chuan Wang. In hell at this time, the soul body of the Magi Bu is being destroyed. With just one wave, countless soul bodies will be killed and a large area will be destroyed. He had already fallen into evil, and his soul completely turned into evil spirit. In places like hell, if he really doesn't care, he will continue to grow and become stronger, and may even transcend the scope of life and death. Arriving in the area where the Magi Bu is located, Talat happened to catch up with him to kill the ghost messenger who was managing hell. How could such an absolute evil crush be compared to these low-powered ghost mistresses? That's it, Magi Bu! Talat shouted loudly and stopped Magi Bu from killing the ghost crew. Seeing that it was Talat, a look of fear flashed in Mammon Bu's eyes. He was not Talat's opponent and was imprisoned in hell after his death. He thought it was another beginning, but he didn't expect that Talat could actually chase him to hell. Want to run? Where can you run now? You are still restless. When you reach hell, your death is destined. Talat saw through the intention of the magic Bu and directly used space teleportation to stop him. Having experienced despair, Magi Bu was extremely afraid. Talat lost his last interest in such a Mama Bu. This time, it was no longer Super 3, but directly transformed into the form of the Super Saiyan God. He raised his hand and released a divine beam of light that was enough to purify all evil on the Maharaja Bu. Under the purified attack of divine power, the soul body of the magic Bu screamed shrilly. After a short period of time, the surging evil power was quickly purified and the soul body of the Magi Bu completely disappeared. Undoubtedly instant kill. In fact, it is easy for Talat to really kill the magic Bu. He doesn't even need to be a Super 3, and a Super 2 is enough. It's just that this is easier and there will be no accidents again. After completely eliminating the existence of the magician Bu, Talat smiled at the group of ghosts who were lying on the ground, then used space teleportation again and returned to the hall of Yama. Seeing Talat coming back so soon and maintaining a new posture, King Yama, and the king of the Western realm, Lila, were shocked again. The previous blonde transformation was already strong enough, but now this red hair gives people a feeling that the level of life has completely changed, which makes them unimaginable. Magic Bew has been completely wiped out by me, but you need to do the restoration work on hell, Talit said after he removed the transformation of the Super Skies god. After learning about the situation, the King of Yama immediately looked at Talit with gratitude. Thank you for your help. If it weren't for you, the situation would probably continue to deteriorate. Talit smiled and didn't care too much. It's just a simple task, and more importantly, I and you in the future have a good relationship. After the word came, Talit looked at Leela again. When Talit stared at her, Lila's face was not particularly good looking because it was too much involved. She didn't know how to let Talit and her go to the realm of the king of the realm of the world. If the other party doesn't want to, what should she do? Obviously, Leela was thinking too much. Talit obviously noticed the change in Layla's eyes, but he didn't care. After all, he could control himself and what others thought. I need to go to another place before going to the realm king god realm. Talit took the initiative to speak, which shocked Lila. You want to go to the realm of the king of realms? Lila said suspiciously. The king of Yan, who was standing beside him, raised his ears and did not interrupt. I have told you before that I came from 5 million years later in order to find someone who is lost in time. Now I will definitely be troublesome to rely on my own strength, so I need to use you some. The power of the king of the realm is even helped by the king of the great realm, Talit said. To express your purpose, you can also avoid being suspicious. In short, this matter does not need to be hidden. Conceal it, otherwise it will backfire. After hearing Talit's word, Lila and Yama King obviously had more thought. Finally, Leela spoke. Since that's the case, where is your next place to go? Northern Star, Talit said without any hesitation. Go to the northern border King Star and see the northern border king of this era. King Yama was curious, but he didn't dare to ask too much. He could only listen. Leela just looked at Talit, wondering why Talit wanted to find the king of realm. After all, she is the god of the realm king, and the level she is in is far higher than that of the realm king. If Talit needs help, then their king of kings can do better. I'm curious why I want to find the king of the north, right? In fact, in the future, the king of the north will be half of my mentor, so I want to see what the king of the north in this time and space looks like. Anyway, it's here, and this time and space have changed because of my relationship, so there is no need to care whether there are more or less changes, Talit said with a smile. Is the king of northern realm half of your mentor? Leela put aside the question of time and was surprised by the news about the mentor. The same goes for the king of Yama. This is big news. In this way, the future person in front of him is definitely not an enemy. Yes, then, let's say goodbye first. Lord Yan Mo in this time and space. Talit didn't say anything else and took the initiative to say goodbye to Yan Mo. Hearing Talit's initiative to say goodbye, the king of Yama responded quickly, okay, welcome to come and be a guest anytime. After he finished speaking, he saw Talit disappearing in the hall of Yama, and even Lila disappeared. Obviously, they went directly to the northern territory King Star. When he has time to come to the underworld, he has to thank him for thinking about it. After all, no one would think of it as a guest. Come to the strange northern border king. Talit and Leela landed in front of the only building on the northern border of Neptune. It has to be said that Talit was very surprised because the planet in the northern territory of this time and space has not been destroyed by Beruth, and the planet is extremely huge. No wonder the later kings of the northern realm would have such great resentment towards Beruth. At this time, the northern kingdom was half as big as the great king. Because of the arrival of Talit and Leela, the northern king immediately attracted the attention of the northern realm. Obviously, he has discovered what happened in the universe before and what happened in hell just now. Welcome to the little god's realm Wang Xing. This lord and the realm Wang Shen. The northern realm king was a little worried, as if he was afraid that he would say the wrong thing. There are two people. One is a super strong man 5 million years later who is even stronger than the king of realm. One is the king of the western realm, whose status is far beyond that of a small king of the realm. Seeing the king of northern realm performing like this, Talit laughed and said actively, don't be so cautious. Lord of northern realm, you can call me Talit. 5 million years later, you will be half of my master. After hearing this, the king of northern realm changed drastically. Talit's words were so explosive that they made him feel a little nervous for a moment. What? This super strong man will be his disciple in the future? What a joke. He still knows how much he has. Really? The king of northern realm asked suspiciously. With this reason, Leela, who was standing beside her, looked silently. She also found it outrageous. How can a mere boundary king teach such an existence? Talit smiled and said, I don't need to lie. You should be familiar with this trick. The words were expressed, and the next second, Talit directly activated the World King Fist mode. He never used this move, but it does not mean that he has not practiced to perfection. Seeing Talit performing the King of Realm Fist, the King of the North had an excitement in his eyes. It's my King of Realm Fist. From this point of view, you are really my future disciple? After confirming his identity, Talat removed his transformation. This time I returned to this era. I actually don't plan to disrupt the order of time and space, nor do I plan to come to see you, but I met the Magi Bu and the King of the West Realm. I can't watch and ignore it. Now that things have come to this point, I can only let it go. As for the original trajectory, as Talat unfolded the original development trajectory, the King of the North Realm listened quietly, and the King of the West Realm God Lila looked pale. Sure enough, if Talat hadn't arrived, she would have been dead. Although Talat disrupted the order of time and space, she saved her life. And according to Talat, if you let it go, the Magi Bu will not only kill her, but also kill all the kings of the realm except the kings of the Eastern Realm, including the kings of the Great Realm. So in the future, there is only the King of the East Realm, the King of the Realm, who is unable to control the entire universe. In fact, in a sense, this time and space world has changed after my uncle arrived, but the scope of the impact is not too large. As Talat continued to say, the northern border, the king and the king of the Western Realm both realized that the time and space they were in had already moved to a new direction without realizing it. Chapter 236. The Great Realm King God 5 million years ago. So that scion named Badak also came from the era 5 million years later. After understanding the causes and consequences of the matter, the king of the Northern Realm was extremely shocked. He first noticed Badak because he killed the evil spirit Zildur, the pirate of the universe. Later, because Badak did several things that changed the overall pattern of the universe in succession, he labeled him as the label that he could recruit him after his death. Now, it was almost 2 years later. If Talat hadn't been the arrival of telling the truth, he would have been kept in the dark. The matter about Badak was told. At this time, not only Talat but also the king of the Western Realm was present. He did not need to hide it, nor could he hide anything. It seems that my uncle has done many incredible things in this era. He not only became a super scion, but also led the development of scions in this era and got rid of primitive life as the emotion was revealed from his mouth. Talat admired Badak even more. There were doubts before, but now Talat knows a lot of secret. Just like the current known history of the scions is only so long. At least this is true in this space-time world. As a person who returns to the past in the future, Badak is indeed consistent with the speculations in his previous life. In this era, the emergence of Badak made the legend of the Super Scion. He was the first scion to transform, and this legend will be passed down until 5 million years later. Can Lord King help me find Uncle Badak's whereabouts now? If you can help me find it, my mission can be completed in advance. After sighing, Talat asked with his own initiative. After all, this is the main thing, and it can also prevent him from continuing to stay in this time and space, causing more uncontrollable things to happen. When the King of Northern Realm heard this, his expression was a little awkward. As I said before, I did pay attention to this Badak from the beginning, but in fact, I have not investigated it at all in the past 2 years, so I don't know about him. Where is now? However, I can try to find it. As long as he is still in Bay Galaxy, it should not be difficult to find it unless he actively hides his breath. The answer from the King of the North is very clear. Perhaps because the King of the West is present, he is relatively low-key. After all, as the King of Realms, how can you compete with the King of Realms? Then please, if there is any news, you can contact me as soon as possible. Talat could not put all his hopes on the King of the North. After all, his authority was limited to the North Galaxy. Once Badak is in other galaxies, it is beyond his jurisdiction. Don't worry, even if the Northern Realm King cannot be found, I can help you find that Badak. With my right, I can let the other 3 Realm Kings search with all their strength, and I can also let the other 3 Realm Kings gods help. Lila said at this right time. The meaning is very obvious. Instead of expecting the King of the Northern Realm, it is better to leave it to their King of the Realm to do it, which will be faster and more effective. Talat nodded slightly. This was also the thought that came to his mind after seeing Leela. In fact, he can also use his breath to perceive the universe, but a person's power is not enough after all, and unless his current state is really full of luck, it will consume too much, and he also needs to find a place to recuperate and restore to his peak state. After confirming the next plan, Talat talked with the King of Northern Realm to some of them. In this process, the King of Northern Realm can be said to have demonstrated his ability to dig information. Talat was not willing to say too much about what he wanted to know about the future. Apart from mentioning that the King of the North will have 2 partners living together in the King of the North in the future, he didn't say more. I can't tell him that one day in the future, his Northern Neptune will be destroyed less than 1/1,000,000th of what he is now. As for how the King of Northern Realm imagines the 2 partners in the future, that is his business. I think the King of Northern Realm would not guess that he would raise an orangutan and a grasshopper in the future. At this moment, Realm King God Realm, because I had already known what happened in the lower realm and the situation on the underworld, the 3 kings of the southeast, north and north were very serious about Talat's arrival, and the kings of the Great Realm have been waiting for a long time. I have to say that this time the incident happened too bizarrely. Because of the Maharaja Bu, major events occurred in the lower universe. The king of the Western realm, Lila, went down to the realm to destroy the magic Bu, and not only was he almost suffered a disaster, but a future person also emerged just like this. It is still within the controllable range. The key is that this future man is extremely powerful. He not only eliminates the Mammon Bu, but also tells the future development direction. It is equivalent to that if it weren't for his arrival, then all the kings of the realm would be killed by the demon Bu one by one, and in the end, only the kings of the Eastern realm would be left. This amount of information is not something that ordinary people can bear. Even if it is a god who always claims to be the supreme one, it is impossible for them to remain calm and continue to maintain their lofty posture. I said, "Don't you doubt at all? Why do I always feel that there is something wrong with this?" The king of the southern realm spoke in a polite tone. It was only him who maintained his own opinion at this time and said it out. After all, it was because he had enough strength and thought he was definitely stronger than Magi Bu, so it was impossible to be killed by Magi Bu, as Talat said. Of course, if he knew how frustrated he died, he would know how stupid his honest personality was. The king of the north realm is older than him, so he naturally thought of the falsehood, but he didn't say it out. This is the cleverness. Lift. Even the king of the east realm was just muttering in his heart. After all, the great realm king god is here, and the great realm king god hasn't said anything, so why should they say something? Questioned here. Without receiving a response from his companions, the king of the south realm was so angry that he had no place to exude, so he could only look at the king of the great realm sitting cross-legged on the ground not far behind him. "My lord king of the great realm, don't you have anything to say? Does this person really come from the future? It's really just what is described on the surface," the king of the south realm asked. Because of his inquiry, the king of the north and king of the east were both pricked up their ears. They're not speaking does not mean they are not paying attention. The king of the southern realm, you should cultivate your mind well. Even if it is fate, so what? He has cleared the scourge of the Mother Bu for the universe and saved countless planets and lives. We should thank him, and if we have not done anything that harms the world, why should we doubt it first? The words of the king of the great realm made the king of the north realm and the king of the east nod involuntarily. Nod. At least they cannot reach the realm of the great realm king god, and they will not be able to help but think more. When the king of the southern realm heard this, he felt very uncomfortable. It's like a mute who has eaten Coptus chinensis and he can't say anything about his suffering. Not only did he not get the approval of the great realm king god, but he was also educated in turn. But if you carefully appreciate the meaning of the words of the great realm king god, I really hope that he will be calm and not get angry casually. "I understand, Lord King of the great realm." The king of the south realm took a deep breath and said. Hearing this, the king of the great realm nodded, then looked at the king of the east realm and the king of the north realm. "Prepare some refreshment, he is here." After the words came, the king of the great realm slowly stood up. The breath was peaceful, but it exuded an invisible majesty. This made the three kings of the realm stunned. Looking forward, they happened to see two figures appear, one of which was the kings of the western realm, Lila. Leaving the king of the north, Talat, and the king of the west, Lila crossed space and arrived at the king of the world in this era. As soon as they arrived, the two saw the three realm king gods waiting for and the great realm king god. Leela walked over naturally, and Talat was not restrained. While following, he said, "The difference between the realm king of the realm 5 million years ago and 5 million years later is not too big, so although Xin is alone in the future, he still maintains the realm of the king of realms very well." Leela replied casually and praised Xin. Just obeying the tone of word, you will know that Lila attaches great importance to Xin. In the original work, Lila actually treats Xin like she is with her own brother. If it weren't for the completely different skin color, Talat would have doubted whether they were siblings or brothers. "I'm back, Lord King of the Great Realm." Lila first greeted the Great Realm King of the Great Realm King of the Great Realm, and then nodded to the three kings of the South and Northeast, North and South. "Next, we will take the initiative to introduce both parties. Actually, this is unnecessary because everyone already knows the specific situation. Welcome to the Realm King God realm as a guest future person." The Great Realm King God took the initiative to talk and squeezed away the four Great Realm King God. The three kings of the realm besides Lila have long had all kinds of suspicions in their heart, but now is not the time when they are talking, so they can only stay quietly by the side. "You are so kind, this great king of the great world in this space and time. Speaking of this, it is my honor to come to this time and space to see you. In my time and space, although you live in the body of Mahuo in another form, you are no longer you." Facing the Great Realm King God, Talat showed great respect. There is no doubt that the Great Realm King God is actually the closest Realm King God to the Destruction God. If it weren't for the sealing of Moro 10 million years ago in the original work, or 5 million years ago, and the strength was not much left, he wouldn't have been swallowed by the magic Bu. The Great King God in his heyday was absolutely terrifying. Just talk about Talat's current perception of the Great Realm King God. His strength is at least a combat power unit of more than 100 billion. It can be imagined that the true strength of the King of the Great Realm is definitely above the giant level. Even though Talat now thinks that his strength is already superb and is comparable to ordinary existences, he doesn't feel that he can truly defeat the strength of the Great King God in his heyday. After hearing Talat's word, the King of the Great Realm was slightly surprised. Before he could say anything, the King of the Southern Realm could no longer help but speak. What did you say? Lord King of the Great Realm is living in the body of the Moribu? According to your opinion, did the Moribu swallow the Great Realm King of the Great Realm? That's right, the future development is indeed like this. It's not just the Great Realm King God. It should be said that you are the first Realm King God to be swallowed by the Magician Bu, and then the Great Realm King God. Talat said bluntly, not to be timid. At this time, the Magi Bu had been destroyed by him, and even the soul scum was not left behind, so it would be okay to tell them about the Magi Bu and the future of their original work. What a joke. You said that the Magi Bu swallowed me first and then devoured the Lord God of the Great Realm? Boy, don't think that you can defeat the Magi Bu and talk nonsense here. You are afraid that I don't know how strong I am, right? And Lord King of the Great Realm, he is the most powerful god in the universe. A remark from the King of the South Realm also expresses the voices of the King of the East Realm and the King of the North Realm. But Leela was very quiet at this time. On the one hand, she is also verifying whether what Talat said is true or false, and on the other hand, she wants to see the reaction of the King of the Great Realm. Is it the most powerful god in the universe? I think you should know more clearly, so there is no need to use such words to fool me, the future person. After all, there is a god of destruction above, right? As for how strong you are, I probably have sensed that you have indeed tied with Mahuo in the original history, but unfortunately the battle style is single because of your arrogance and conceit. At this point, Talat intentionally paused. When it comes to the god of destruction, they naturally make them put away their inner doubts and pride. Obviously, although the king god of the East Realm does not know, the other king gods of the World Realm know. The face of the Great Realm King God was not good looking, but through Talat word he had confirmed that Talat was indeed from the future. Especially in his body, he felt the power of time and space. God of the Great Realm King, I think you should know the terror of the magic Bu better than them, right? After all, with your strength you should be able to feel that pure evil even if it is not in your heyday. See, these Realm King's gods were shocked and didn't speak. Talat continued. When the King of the Great Realm heard this, he could only sigh and nodded. Indeed, I have already conducted investigations and deduced nearly 10 futures. According to what you said, it is indeed one of them. After the word came, the King God of the North Realm, the King God of the South Realm, and the King God of the East Realm were all stunned. The King of the North Realm and the King of the East Realm are fine, at least they have never spoken their heart, but the King of the Southern Realm is different. He only realized at this moment that the clown was him. The King of the Great Realm had already known everything, but he didn't say it out. Talat received the answer from the Great Realm King God and then said, I believe you already know my purpose. I came here just to find people from our time and space world, so I hope you can help me find. After all, I am not from this era. I don't want to change too much of the past. Although there is no direct connection between our two time and space, once this parallel time and space change too much, the future will be completely changed. In addition, I would like to ask the Great Realm King God to give me some advice. When I travel through time and space, some of the time and space power invades my body, and I also need some time to digest and restore it. Chapter 237. 1 month later. Draw the King of Realm sword again. Hearing Talat's word, the King of the Great Realm thought carefully for a moment, then nodded. There was a kind smile on his face, but on the surface he could not see through his inner thoughts at all. This is the King of the Great Realm, unfathomable. Of course, Talat would not go into delving into it. During this period, you can rest assured to stay in the realm of the King of Realms to recover. We will help find the scion named Badak, and by the way, I can also help you digest the space-time energy from the invasion of time and space. The pattern of the Great Realm King God is far beyond what the 4 Great Realm King God can compare to. That's so thankful. Talat thanked him sincerely. We should say thank you. If it weren't for your arrival, we, the kings of the world, would have died because of the magician Bu. As for your residence in the Realm King God realm, let it be left to Lila. The King of the Great Realm gave a serious instruction. Yes, Lord King of the Great Realm. Hearing the words of the Great Realm King God, Lila's mood of the Western Realm King God was shaken a little, not knowing whether it was joy or sorrow. The matter was settled, and the Great Realm King God looked at the 3 Great Realm King Gods in the southeast, north and spoke. Everyone is here, so I don't need to give me instructions. In the next time, we will do our best to find that Ba Dark. Yes, Lord King of the Great Realm. The 3 kings of the Great Realm cannot violate the King of the Great Realm. Although there is a hint of hesitation and unhappiness in my heart. I must do things as instructed. In this way, time passes quickly. Before we knew it, a month passed quietly. During this period, Talat had been staying in the realm King God realm. Under the guidance of the great realm King God, he gradually tempered the remaining power of time and space in his body that combined time and space. It has to be said that Talat has benefited a lot from the guidance of the king of the great realm, not only to digest this part of the power of time and space. In addition to this, the king of the great realm also corrected his mistakes in the cultivation of the power of God, and also taught him many ways to use divine power so that he could use it. The attainments of the power of God have reached a higher level. In 1 month, Talat's strength can be said to have improved by leaps and bounds. His normal combat power has exceeded 3 billion points, and now he has surged rapidly, reaching the height of 10 billion points. It has been improved by more than 3 times. The improvement of basic combat power is accompanied by improvements in the Super Saiyan God and the transformation of the 4th level Super Saiyan. To put it thoroughly, he is only 1 step away from a higher level of transformation. However, if you want to achieve this kind of breakthrough, it is no longer possible to rely on ordinary cultivation alone. Unless you are under tremendous pressure from the outside world, you can force him to go further. At this time, Talat and Lila were at the edge of the King of Realms, where the King of Realms sealed the King of Realms. Looking at the World King's divine sword above that emitted a dazzling light. The West King Lila suddenly had an idea and turned around. He said to Talat, "Since you are from the future 5 million years later, you must have heard of the legend about the World King's divine sword, right?" Hearing this, Talat, who was still thinking about how to go further, suddenly thought of the old King God, so he answered, "Of course, it is said that those who draw out this sword can obtain the strongest power in the universe future." Before she finished speaking, Lila could not wait to interrupt. It can be seen that the month of getting along made her particularly satisfied with Talat, and even tried every means to actively approach her to break through the relationship. "Then in the future, have you pulled out the World King's divine sword?" Leela was like a curious baby at this moment. Talat smiled softly and nodded. "As you thought, I did pull out the King of Realms sword, but don't think so. My power has nothing to do with pulling out the King of Realms sword. At most, the old King God in the World King divine sword developed its potential and helped me improve my strength a little." Talat's words made Lila a little confused. "The old King God in the Realm King sword? Development potential? Wait, what do you mean? Is that the legend is fake? Is there a Realm King God living in the Realm King's divine sword?" Leela asked in shock. "Well, by seniority he should be the Realm King God before the 15th generation. Talat explained. "How many more? The World King God 15 generations ago." Layla's eyes widened as if she had suffered a lightning strike. She was trapped in the abyss for a moment. Her mind was full of words. The legend was not only fake, but on the contrary, there was an old ancestor living in the sword. "So we can't pull out the King of Realms. Is it because that ancestor doesn't like us?" Or Leela said with some self-deprecating words. She is usually quite lively and cheerful, and she is prone to emotional at critical moment. "You're thinking too much. The old King God of the world was just sealed in the sword of the World King. The reason for this seal is that when I release the old King God of the World King, it's more appropriate for you to ask yourself." As soon as I thought, the Tower Lot was eager to try. "Anyway, this time and space have changed, so it's nothing to release the old King God. You want to pull out the sword of the King of Realm in our time and space?" Leela said in surprise. "I didn't care much about this sword at all, but after you reminded me, I suddenly became interested. The seal of the World King Divine Sword 5 million years ago and the World King Divine Sword 5 million years later, both of which, is there any difference between strength and weakness?" Talat was intrigued, jumped up directly and flew towards the seal of the King of Realm sword. Leela hurriedly followed. How could she ignore this kind of thing? At the same time, because of Talat's actions, the King of the East, the King of the South and the King of the North were also serious. "Where is the location of the King of Realms?" Sister Lila took the Scion over there. The King of the East Realms Xiantiao looked into the distance and said, That guy didn't want to try to pull out the King of Realms sword, right? That sword, but I couldn't even shake it." Although he defeated the magic Bu, his small-bodied tisk. Suddenly, the King of the Southern Realm looked arrogant and did not look down on Talat at all. Even though the opponent's strength is indeed very strong and still comes from the future, he does not believe that the World King God sword that cannot be pulled out by the World King Gods in all dynasties can be pulled out by this person. This is not certain. After all, if it comes from the future, he shouldn't have never heard of the World King's divine sword. Perhaps it is really possible to pull out the World King's divine sword. Unlike the contempt of the South King God, the North King God is very optimistic about the Tower Lot. Over the past month, he has improved a lot about Talat. At least he can see that he is a capable person who is absolutely not difficult to get along with. "Old Bay, do you really think this kid can pull out the King of Realm sword?" the King of Southern Realm asked in surprise. "This is a divine sword that even the 4 great kings of the realms cannot draw out just Talit alone? I hope he can pull out the King of Realms and let us see if this legend is true or false. Even if it can't be pulled out, there will be no loss for us. Right. The King of the North Frontier stroked his beard, chuckled. That's right. Let's see if this kid can really pull out the King of Realms sword and shake it a little bit. I will lose. The King of Southern Realm smiled, hugged his chest with his hands, and looked unruly. At the same time, a ripples appeared in the space behind the three kings of the realms. The great realm king god is back. Is this going to pull out the sword of the King of Realms? After returning, the King of Realms suddenly became interested after seeing this scene. In fact, as the god of the great realm king, he has the ability to pull out the god of realm king, but he cannot take action due to some warnings. Now that Talit's arrival is coming, we can help him accomplish something. His ancestor has been sealed for too long, and it is time to come out and walk around. On the cliff of the King of Sealing the World, Talit and Leela landed here at the same time. On the surface of the King of Realm, there is a layer of hiddenness reflected if the white light appears. There is also an invisible fluctuation of divine power. This divine power is very strong, far from comparable to Talit's magic sword when he pulled out of the King of Realm. The seal 5 million years ago is still very different from the seal 5 million years later. With the strength of this divine power, it is far more than when I pulled out the King of Realm sword. Talit looked at the shining sword of the King of Realm under him and thought to himself in his heart, to pull out this World King divine sword, the power it takes to consume is far more than it was back then. If it were before, he really didn't have the ability to pull it out, but now it is different from the past. After mastering the Super Saiyan God, and with the normal combat power exceeding 10 billion, it is completely possible to control a World King sword. The King of Realm sword seemed to feel Talit's intention to draw the sword, and it kept flashing with divine light, as if urging Talit to ask him to pull it out sooner. Are you sure? Will it hurt you? Lyra asked with some concern when she looked at Talit's serious expression. It's okay. I have been practicing for more than a month, and I just happened to use this sword to practice. You retreat first. The movement of drawing the sword will be a bit big later, which may affect you. Before Talit took action, he said to Law said. After hearing this, Lila thought for a moment and nodded cautiously, then immediately set off and retreated dozens of meters away. As Leela left, Talit stretched out his right hand and held his 5 fingers tightly on the hilt of the World King's divine sword. Dring! A loud shout came out of his mouth, and the normal combat power of 10 billion was fully exploded. He suddenly exerted force with one hand, and in an instant the entire cliff was shaking, and the powerful aura turned into a storm and swept across the world. But this World King divine sword was not affected at all and did not move at all. It's really strong enough, but I'm not just that. After the words came, Talit mobilized the super energy pool in his body in a moment of thought. Boom! The violent golden aura expanded rapidly like a huge wave. Talit's hair instantly soared into the sky, turning into a golden fury hair, but instantly entered the first level full power state of Super Saiyan. At this moment his combat effectiveness has soared to hundreds of billions of units, close to nickels. This strength is dozens of times stronger than when he first pulled the King of Realm sword. However, even the power close to the level of giant only caused the World King divine sword to tremble slightly. It is far from enough to pull it out completely. The King of the Western Realm, Lila, who was more than 10 meters away, struggled to withstand this earth-shaking aura storm and continued to pay attention to Talit's sword drawing. Is it not even possible to use Super Yi's full power? The seal 5 million years ago was so powerful. Then what about the second level of the Super Saiyan? Talit gritted his teeth and took out the super directly. The second level power of the Saiyan. Crack! Dao of blue and white lights exploded around Talit's body, and his power once again ushered in explosive growth and directly broke through to the unit of Zhao. But even though he transformed into the peak of the second level Super Saiyan state, the World King divine sword he held in his hand still showed no sign of being pulled out, but the frequency of vibration became more intense. Come on me! Talit roared, and the majestic Saiyan energy pool in his body exploded again. The entire World King God realm, the heaven and earth changed color. Talit directly crossed the third level of the Super Saiyan, activated the power of the giant ape in his body, and transformed into the fourth level of the Super Saiyan. The violent power instantly tore the atmosphere of the Realm King's God realm, broke through the last band of the Realm King's God sword, and forcibly pulled out the Realm King's God sword. Room! As the World King's divine sword was pulled out, the entire World King's divine world fell into a violent shock. The original sealed area also collapsed completely with the World King divine sword being pulled out. Pull it out! Lila, who witnessed this scene with her own eyes, covered her mouth with her hands, and a strong look of surprise flashed in her eyes. I couldn't help but think in my heart that it was Talit. Moreover, Talit's state is too domineering at the moment, full of wild Super 4 state, and the invisible sense of oppression and attraction make Lila's cheeks flush and her heart is pissed. Very handsome. At the same time, the King of the East, the King of the South, and the King of the North, located in the distance, were were all frightened by the scene where Talat successfully pulled out of the king of the world. However, the king of the great realm, smiling without saying a word, was extremely calm. He naturally knew how strong Talat was, and he could definitely draw out the king of realm sword. If he can't even see this, then he is not worthy of being the king of the great realm. He did it. He really did it. The king god of the southern realm, the king god of the northern realm, and the king god of the great realm. Talat really did it. The king god of the eastern realm, who came back to his senses first, came to his senses, shouted ecstatically. He was so excited at this moment. The legend of the king of realm was buried in his heart for many years. He had also fantasized about pulling out the king of realm, but he knew very well that he did not have this ability. Now that the world king's divine sword has been pulled out, it can be verified whether the legend of obtaining the strongest power in the universe is true or false. The king of the southern realm beside him was so shocked that he opened his mouth wide. 10,000 grass and mud horses galloped past him, and he couldn't believe it was true. Although Talat killed Mahuo and was very powerful, he was always dissatisfied. He originally had the mentality of watching the show and wanted to see the tower. Who would have thought that Lot would fail? This guy actually pulled out the world king's divine sword. Chapter 238. The old king god, the Mickey star. 5 million years ago, he actually did it. The king of the southern realm still couldn't accept it in his heart, but the cruel reality was right in front of him. He didn't accept it, and he had to accept it. The king of the north realm beside him saw the king of the south realm, smiled, and reached out to pat the king of the south realm on the shoulder. Don't be too persistent. As I said before, this is also a good thing. After hearing this, the king of the southern realm was slightly stunned and then sighed. That's true. After letting go of that obsession, the king of the southern realm was completely convinced, because he really can't pull out the king of realms. In the hearts of the two, they began to look forward to it like the king of the east realm drawing out the king of the realm. Is the legend true? At this moment, in this world of time and space, the destruction of the god of destruction, in the hot spring bathhouse behind the god of destruction hall, destruction god Beerus is enjoying the hot spring bath. Just as he was relaxing his nerves and bathing, his keen sense of divine consciousness suddenly made him notice something. His eyes turned and he looked into the distance. This direction is exactly where the realm king god realm is located. It's interesting. It seems that someone pulled out the sword that sealed the old guy. Who would it be? A gleam flashed in Beerus's eyes. The king of realm sword was a seal he set up by himself back then. Now that the sword has been pulled out, he naturally feels it. When he set up the seal, he instructed the kid, the king of the great realm, that anyone except him could draw the sword. Anyway, even if the king of the other realm takes action, he will definitely not be able to pull it out. Now that I think about it, that kid doesn't have the courage to go against what he said. But since it is not him, who will it be? Beerus raised a strong sense of curiosity. This can be said to be something worthy of his interest for him, who has existed for countless billions of years. Immediately, Beerus was about to get up, go find Weiss, and ask about the situation. Located outside the bath, the angel Weiss, who was enjoying the refreshment, also noticed that the seal of the old king god had changed. On a whim, he directly raised the angel's scepter. With a thought, a black magic ball at the top of the angel's scepter projected a curtain of light. In this light curtain, what is happening in the realm of the king of the realm? Just one glance, Weiss locked in Talat. He was attracted by the powerful power and special form of the other party. Is this person the one who pulled out the king of realm sword? He seems. Weiss looked carefully and found clues. Through this light curtain, he felt the power of time and space in Talat's body. This is not the key. The key is there is still his power in his body. Weiss was a little confused. Then he made further investigation and learned some information. It seems that it is not a person from our time and space world. The mark in his body should be from me in the future. Weiss thought in his heart. The future self will give this mark to this person, which means that this person is the candidate for the destruction god he is cultivating in the future. Weiss of this era obviously knows nothing. Realm king god realm. Talat's eye. Talat, who was suspended in mid-air, held the world king's divine sword in the 4th level Super Saiyan posture, exuding a sacred and wild pressure all over his body, like an ancient god coming to the world, invincible. He carefully looked at the world king divine sword in his hand and felt the weight, which was different from the world king divine sword he drew out last time. The seal of the godly sword of the realm king in this era has not been consumed too much with the passage of time. This weight is hundreds of times heavier than the realm king's sword he pulled out before. No wonder the combined force of the 4 kings and gods of this era cannot pull it out. If their strength does not reach his level, they really cannot draw out this sword. Immediately afterward, Talat fell from the sky and landed on an open space. Seeing this, the king of the western realm, Lila, hurriedly followed. The couple looked at Talat with admiration while looking at the full picture of the king of the realm. It was not until the great realm king god arrived with the 3 realm king gods that she restrained her a little and looked serious. The king gods of the world did not speak but just stared at the sword of the king god who had dispersed the light in in Talat's hand without blinking. Is this the whole picture of the King of Realms? Legend has it that those who pull out this sword can obtain the strongest power in the universe. Talat, how do you feel now? The King of the East Realms asked first, breaking the silence, the atmosphere in it. His question also expressed the voices of the King God of the Southern Realm and the King God of the Northern Realm. Is this legend passed down since ancient times true or false? Leela, who was standing by, did not have any emotional fluctuations. She wanted to say that she had learned the truth from Talat. The King of Realm is just a container sealing their ancestors. But she didn't say anything, just looked at Talat quietly. Hearing this, Talat did not answer but turned his attention to the King of the Great Realm. The Great Realm King God clearly understood and spoke. Since you are from the future, you already know the legend of the Realm King God's sword. Due to some reasons, I cannot pull out the Realm King God's sword. Now you are here to take action. I should thank you. Next, please help release the ancestors sealed in the King of Realms. As soon as this is said, the King of the East Realm and the King of the South Realm, the King of the North Realm all cast surprise glances at the King of the Great Realm. What does this mean? Could it be that the legend they have always believed was true and was fake? The so-called Realm King Divine Sword is a container used to seal. The person sealed in the Realm King Divine Sword is the ancestor. I was worried that doing so would affect the world of time and space. Since you have already spoken, I will let him out. As he said that, Talat held the hilt in his left hand, lowered the sword's edge flat, and his right hand had 5 fingers, grasped the sword edge of the King of Realms and folded it with one force. Crack bang! The King of Realms' divine sword broke down. This scene directly frightened the 4 kings present and their eyes widened. The holy object that they could not pull out was broken by Talat with one hand. What happened today is really outrageous. First, Talat pulled out the King of Realms' sword and was told by the King of Realm that the legend was fake. The King of Realms' sword is just a container to seal the old ancestors. Until now, the King of Realms' sword has been broken. After breaking the King of Realms' sword, Talat threw the broken King of Realms' sword to the ground. Immediately afterward, an invisible wave emanated from the center of the King of Realms' sword, which was a special divine power. All the kings of the realm are waiting. Time passed by just a minute and a second. Nothing seemed to happen. At this moment, Talat and the Great Realm King God noticed something with their keen perception and looked in the same direction. The king gods in the world also changed their gaze. What caught my eye was a depressed old man wearing blue and white god costumes. He was the king god of the old world. Compared to him more than 5 million years later, his appearance has not changed much. Gods of his level, millions of years can no longer leave too many traces on them. The reason why he looks so sluggish is entirely because one of his earrings was snatched away by an old woman, so he was forced to join the old witch. This secret was only known when I communicated with the old king of the world. I originally thought that the old king god was just sealed by Beerus, but the plot of the old witch released by the plot is also true. After many years, I finally saw the light of day again. The old king god, who had regained his freedom, sighed and enjoyed the breath of freedom in the air. During the years he was sealed, he was always thinking about regaining freedom, waiting for one day an outstanding junior can help him get out of trouble and see the light of day again. Unfortunately, except for the Great Realm King God, the remaining 4 Realm King Gods are not enough to see. Are you the ancestor? King Shen of the East Realm asked tremblingly. Unbelievable. It turns out that the King of Realm sword is actually a container that seals your ancestor. The King of Southern Realm swallowed a mouthful of saliva and wiped away the sweat beads on his forehead. No need to think too much. Being sealed by the King of Realm is enough to show the extraordinariness of the ancestor in front of you. It's really unimaginable. This is too bizarre. I have never seen you before. How dare I ask my ancestors, which generation of the King of the Realm are you? The King of the Northern Realm suppressed his restless heart and respectfully looked at the King of the Realm with respect. God asked. Hearing this, the old King God swept over the 4 King Gods present with disdain. After sighing, he said in extreme disappointment, "Oh, I have been sealed for too long, and the King Gods of the King Gods are constantly changing. Apart from the fat boy next to him, he didn't even know any of them. It's so sad. Listen, little guys, I am the World King God of your generation 15 generations ago." As soon as these words came out, a bolt from the blue broke out in the minds of the 4 kings present. The World King God before the 15th generation. 100 million years is a unit of measurement, that is, the ancestors 1.5 billion years ago. Old Lord King of the Realm, you have been sealed for too long. It is normal for them not to know you. It is also my problem. Even if I want to release you from the Realm King's divine sword, I am still powerless. The Great Realm King of the Realm God took the initiative to take the blame. It's not your fault. I know the reason, and you don't have to blame yourself. In fact, I didn't expect that I would be released so soon. The person who released me was still this kid from the future time and space world. The old King of King changed his gaze and his eyes fell on Talat. His eyes looked up and down at Talat, but in just a few glances he could see signs that Talat had practiced the power of divine divine and even had the divine power mark he left behind in the depths of his soul. Little guy, if I guessed correctly, in your world you released me, right? Asked the old king god. Yeah, Talat did not deny it and nodded. As it turns out, it seems that I have given you all the skills that can be taught to you in the future. Since that's the case, I have nothing to give you, but I still remember this kindness. If there is a chance, I will definitely repay it. The old king god is quite sincere to Talat, at least he doesn't want to take advantage of it. You have helped me a lot in my world, so you don't need to do this. The old king god. Talat chuckled, then turned his eyes to the king god of the great king god beside him and said, by the way, I'm you, king of the great realm, come back. Have the news about Badak been collected? I came back for this matter, but I didn't expect to encounter you pulling out the sword of the realm king. In this month, not only me, but all of our realm king gods and realm kings have almost turned the entire 7th universe into pieces. After searching all of them, I only found out the last trace of the scion named Badak, the star named Firana 3 months ago, but the planet had a huge explosion of energy. After that there was no news about him. I have also been to Filuna. The planet has ceased to exist due to the battle. Unfortunately, we still couldn't find him. The king of the great realm shook his head, said with deep regret. This speech made Talat fall into deep thought. In this way, Badak was blocked by unknown enemies 3 months before he came to this world. Now it is possible to hide traces in a corner of the universe to heal. There is another possibility, that is, he was taken away. As for death, it is impossible, because people after death, even if they are not from this time and space, will go to the underworld to report. I have already given instructions to let all the kings of the realm continue to monitor the Milky Way under their jurisdiction. Once there is any news about Badak, they will report it to me as soon as possible, so please be patient. The god of the king of the great king added, no need. I thought of a better and effective way than the surveillance of the kings of the world. A flash of inspiration in Talat's mind. Something was thought of. Oh, I hope to hear it carefully, said the king of the great realm. God of the great realm, does the mixed star already exist in your time and space world? Talat asked. That Mike, I remembered it. You want to use the Dragon Ball they created to make a wish, right? The king of the great realm understood what Talat meant in seconds. Yeah, Taro's head. Soon, after a simple conversation, the king of the great realm took the initiative to take Talat to Namek. To be honest, Talat was looking forward to it very much. After all, the historical information he knew was that the mechs were born to fight nations and their racial strength was always at the top of the universe. He wanted to see how strong the mics were from more than 5 million years ago. Or did the super mics exist long ago? With the moment of moving the king of the great realm, the two left the king of the realm. The picture changes. Just 10 minutes later, the mixed star in this space-time world, located on an open platform used to summon Dragon Balls. The great elders of this era and the elders of various tribes have gathered the Dragon Balls and are ready to summon the Dragon Balloon God to make a wish. It has to be said that when Talat came to this planet Namek, he realized that he had underestimated the development of this planet Namek in this time and space. Not only is the technology developed, but the strength of the mechs is extremely powerful, with hundreds of thousands of combat power and millions of combat power. Chapter 239. Not in this dimension. Dark Demon World. The strength of ordinary mics was beyond expectations, let alone the great elders of this era. They were terrible. The difference between it and the great elder 5 million years later is too great. Perhaps it is because this great elder is still very young. Not only is he tall, but he is also extremely full of energy, and his whole body exudes a domineering aura of dominance over the world. If this aura intensity is converted into combat power, it can at least reach 10 billion points of combat power. If you explode with all your strength, even if you can't reach the level of 100 billion, you will be at least a strong man of tens of billions. No wonder the kings and gods of the great realm are so cautious. As for the other elders around him, they were all first-class masters. They were not only the elders 5 million years later, but they were all old people. These elders are extremely strong, with extremely extraordinary momentum, and their combat power is at a level of over 100 million. In the future era, Talat still thinks that there will be 3 Super Namek. Now, 5 million years ago, they were all Super Namek. Conservatively estimated that any of these elders could hang up the final form of Gula and Frisia. The Dragon Ball is ready, and now you can summon Palunga to make a wish, the great elder said to Talat and the great realm king god. Well, I'm sorry. Talat thanked the great elder. No need to be polite. You are the friend of Lord King God of the great realm, and naturally I am also my friend. It is appropriate for friends to help each other. The great elder smiled slightly, obviously with a purpose, and wanted to take this opportunity to go to the tower. Lot gets closer. He could detect Talat's extraordinariness. It was said that multiple friends would go multiple ways. Anyway, Dragon Ball could make 3 wishes, and it would be nothing to use for Talat. Through the mech's tone language, the summoning spell was chanted. In an instant, 7 huge Dragon Balls reacted, and the orange 5-pointed stars inside shone and resonated resonated buzz buzz with an invisible expansion of volunteer power. Namek, who was in the daytime, was suddenly shrouded in darkness. The dense black clouds expanded with the 7 Dragon Balls as the center, but in just a few seconds the entire mix star fell into darkness. Boom! In the center of the 7 Dragon Balls, a huge golden light column rose from the ground. Immediately afterward, a hideous and terrifying green beast transformed from the sky. This divine dragon is Palunga. However, compared to the dragon Palunga 5 million years later, it seems to be a little different. Those who have collected 7 Dragon Balls, tell me your wish. No matter what wish, this dragon can achieve 3. As soon as he appeared on the stage, Palunga said his classic line, "Friend, tell me, I can tell you your wish." To Palunga, the great elder asked Talat, "My wish is very simple. In this time and space there is a scion from 5 million years later, named Badak. Please teleport him to me, or if you cannot teleport, you can tell me the specific details where he is." Talat said his wish straightforwardly. The elder next to him was stunned when he heard this. Obviously he didn't expect that the amount of information was so large. However, he quickly reacted and acted as a translator, telling Palunga about Talat's wish. Hearing this, Palunga fell into silence. The atmosphere also became heavier at this moment. After a long time, Palunga said, "I'm sorry, your wish has exceeded the range of my dragon's ability and I can't realize it." Not only Talat was shocked when Palunga said this, but even the great elder showed a look of surprise. The other mechs present widened their eyes incredibly. In this world there is something that even Palunga can't do? No. If you just teleport a person over, it should be a very easy thing to use Palunga's ability, unless that person is no longer in this world. But this is not right. Even if you can't bring it, you can still tell the location. The scion named Badak, theoretically speaking, is still in this time and space world, but not in this dimension. My dragon has limited abilities and cannot interfere with other dimensions, so please change one wish. You. Palunga gave a reasonable explanation. "I'm still in this world, but I'm in another dimension. Can't you even locate the specific position?" Talat frowned, his face becoming heavier. What happened in this time and space world is far more complicated than he thought, and it has already involved the dimension, combined with the previous statement that Badak's last outbreak was on the Star of Felina 3 months ago. Now the Star of Felina has turned into pieces, which is certain that it was done by the battle. It should be Badak fighting with some unknown guys, but in the end he broke the dimension because of his excessive power and went to a world similar to a different dimension. If this is the case, it is a relatively reasonable explanation, but if you are caught, that wouldn't be great. As a time traveler, he knew the special features of Badak, especially in the plot of Dragon Ball Hero. Someone took action to control him and turned him into a tool man, wandering in multiple time and space worlds to destroy him. The rest of the people's eyes fell on Talat, waiting for him to speak. After thinking for a while, Talat looked at the dragon Palunga again. "Palunga, you cannot locate the specific position, but can you locate the dimension he is in now? Which dimension is, and can you be I'm pointing the way to?" As soon as these words came out, everyone present was shocked. There is no doubt that Talat is going to get involved in the dimension. This is okay. That dimension is called the Dark Demon Realm, but if you want to accurately guide, you need to consume the power of a wish. Palunga's words also verified that Talat's guess was correct. At the same time, the king of the great realm beside him showed an incredible look after hearing this long-lost dimensional world. How could it be that place in the Dark Demon world? Suddenly, the king of the great realm realized that things were not as simple as imagined. It seems that Badak is too strong and is targeted by people from the Dark Demon realm and is finally forcibly taken away. No wonder the entire Felina star was blown into pieces with no trace of energy to follow. "I understand, Grand Elder. You can make a wish next. I already know what I want to know." Talat took a deep breath when he learned that Badak was in the Dark Demon world. "I've been quiet for tens of millions of years, and the demons in the Dark Demon realm are probably starting to move again. It seems that the kidnapping of Badak should be one of their plans." "Talat, I'm afraid I can't help you this time. That place is too special. Even if I am the Great Realm King God, I don't have the right to access it." The Great Realm King God deeply regrets this. The Dark Demon realm and the 7th universe are two completely different dimensional worlds. One is in the light and the other is in the dark. The king of their realm cannot do such things as transcending the dimension. "Don't blame yourself. Actually, I have to thank you. In this month, I not only helped me, but also helped me to improve my strength." After Talat thanked the Great Realm King God, he sinking into deep thought. "Then do you need guidance?" Shenlong Bolunga asked again. Upon hearing this, Talat shook his head. "Since the Great Realm King God knows where the Dark Demon realm is, even if you can't go, you can still guide me, so there is no need to waste a wish." Given an answer, Talat temporarily felt relieved after seeing the king of the great realm nodding. "But I started to feel troubled again. After all, it was the Dark Demon world. With his current strength, how can I go about it?" Talat was trapped in his own vicious cycle and no longer considered what would happen here next, and walked away step by step. "He needs to calm down. Sir, look look as Talit walked away. The Great Elder signaled to the Great Realm King God. It is obvious that if you have any wishes you can raise them now. Understand the meaning of the Great Elder. The King of the Great Realm just took a casual look at the Dragon Bolunga and left a sentence. The power of the Dragon Ball can indeed tamper with certain rules, but if it can be used, try not to use it. Otherwise one day the mechs will be backfired. This was deliberately said to the Great Elder. After saying that, the Great Realm King God walked towards Talit without looking back. Only the Great Elder and the elders were left in chaos. Not to mention the previous event. Isn't the saying of the Great Realm King God just a warning to them? The Great Elder frowned slightly, recalling the time when he ran away. The rampage at that time was not only because of my own inner demons but also because of negative energy. Fortunately, the Great Elder saved the disaster. The King of the Great Realm must also know the reason, so he deliberately reminded him. After this wish is over, the Dragon Ball will be sealed and must not be used again unless it is absolutely necessary. The Great Elder remembered this sentence. It is absolutely true that I believe in the Great Realm King God. It's just that he believed it, but sooner or later abuse will occur in future generations. At this moment, Talit, after coming to an open area, the Great Realm King God followed closely behind. What are your plans next? Asked Talit. He was indeed powerless in the dark world. At most he could only send Talit to him, and everything was dependent on Talit himself. Unless the people above are willing to take action, Talit would have to go into the dark demon world alone. I originally thought that coming to this time and space was just an ordinary time and space journey, and I could quickly find Uncle Badak and take him back. Unexpectedly, there were so many changes in this era, and Uncle Badak was not only when I went to the dark demon realm. There might be a big conspiracy about to break out, Talit said as he thought about it over and over again, and finally expressed his plans. Being cautious, maybe I have to ask Weiss of this time and space for help. He wants to go to the destruction of the gods to find Angel Weiss and seek his help. As long as there is an angel's help, it will be easy to bring Badak back to the dark demon realm. The existence of angels is not something that the mere dark demon world can compete with, so that's it. Do you plan to use the power of the angel to send you to destroy the god realm? After hearing this, the king of the great realm also felt it was feasible and said, no need. With my own ability I can find Weiss. Although you are the king god of the great realm, you should not destroy the god realm without permission. That guy Biruth has a bad reputation. I will definitely blame you, and I don't want to involve you. Let me leave the neck thing to myself. Talit politely rejected the kindness of the king of the great realm. Since that's the case, I can only wish you all the best. Talit made a decision, and the king of the great realm was not good to say anything else. I'll do it now. I'll do it. Talit smiled slightly, then closed his eyes, held his breath and concentrated, carefully feeling the mark that Weiss left in the depths of his soul. According to this special angel mark, he quickly locked in the position of the angel Weiss of this era. In a moment of thought, space teleportation was used, and Talit left Namek directly. Seeing Talit leave, the king of the great realm looked solemn. Although he didn't know if he could meet again, he knew that he would probably not meet again in a short time. Past, present, future, even us high-ranking gods cannot figure out the time. After the words came, the great realm king god also moved instantly and returned to the realm king god realm. At the same time, underworld, on the northern planet at the end of the snake path. At this moment, the northern territory king is about to usher in the biggest crisis in history. The destruction god Beerus came, and some unpleasant things happened due to some minor frictions. As a god of destruction, Beerus will not kill a god casually, especially the lower god like the king of the north who manages the North Galaxy, but he wouldn't let him go so easily. After all, he had already used the form of playing games and racing to let go of the North King's hospitality, but this cart was so lucky that he even lost to him when playing games and racing. Therefore, we still need a small punishment. After thinking about it, Beerus set his sight on the Northern King star at his feet. After a few milliseconds of silence, a shimmer flashed in his mind and a bad smile appeared on his face. You said, as a punishment, I will let your king of Northland shrink? It's guaranteed not to be too small, but not too big. Beerus joked at the king of Northland with a wicked smile on his face and said to the king of Northland with a wicked smile, Mr. Beerus, don't. The king of Northern Realm was about to cry without tears at this moment. He could not fight against the supreme god of destruction in front of him. It's neither winning nor losing. I thought about it. It's not okay to be too small. It's not okay to be too big. Let's do it. It's better to shrink by 100 times. Beerus grinned, the joking look on his face getting heavier and heavier, and at the same time, as his right index finger popped out, a destructive power as big as a grain of rice appeared at the tip of his index finger. Don't underestimate such a small amount of energy as the size of a rice grain. This is a destructive power. Once it breaks out, the consequences will be unimaginable, and the planet in which the King of the North lives is more than enough. Chapter 240 Playing with God of Destruction. It's very expensive. The King of Northern Realm was almost crying. He wanted to stop Beerus, but he he was indeed not well received and lost the game. The noble destruction god in front of you, looking at the entire universe, who can stop him? To reason with him, isn't that just causing trouble for yourself? My Northern King Star is really about to finish playing. The angel Weiss on the side just watched quietly without saying a word and remained silent. Anyway, he did not involve the life of the Northern Realm King, nor did he really explode the Northern Realm King Star. If he didn't involve the bottom line, he wouldn't care so much. Anyway, who made the god of destruction have this right? Then it's such a pleasant decision. I will have to go to the Realm King God realm next, so I won't delay it. After all, there are still very important things to do. You should be happy that this god has kept the promise. No matter how big the matter is, there is no default, Beerus said arrogantly and prepared to take action. At this moment, a ripple suddenly came from the space behind him. Swoosh! A sound of breaking through the air sounded. At this moment, Talit sensed the location of Vis and arrived in the space. Aware of the fluctuations in the space behind him, Beerus paused his movement and the angel Weiss on the side raised his eyebrows incredibly. The three of them turned their eyes to Talit. It really unexpectedly happened to me. I thought I would go directly to the god of destruction realm. I didn't expect that Weiss. You actually came to the king of the north. So seeing Weiss, I saw god of destruction again. Talit first ignored Beerus, who had met for the first time, and spoke to Weiss. This wave of shuttles to the northern realm Wangxing was indeed an accident. Now this situation is again. Talit probably realized what this situation is. Isn't this a coincidence? Talit, the king of northern realm, was also extremely surprised by Talit's arrival. Unexpectedly, at this critical moment, Talit would appear on his north star. But soon, the king of northern realm realized that something was wrong. His disciple from the future was probably going to suffer this time from the future, interfering in the correct direction of this time and space and appearing in front of the god of destruction. How could Beerus let him go? Now, he didn't dare to let Talit run quickly in front of Beerus and Weiss. The mortals in the lower realm can cross the dimension to come to the underworld and know us. Beerus developed a very strong interest in Talit and his eyes looked at Talit unscrupulously as if he had noticed something. A look of surprise flashed deep in his eyes. Boy, you are not from our time and space world. Beerus frowned and a faint murderous intent flashed in his eyes. As a god of destruction, his duty is to clean up some garbage planets and the negative energy that permeates the universe. In addition, any unstable factors that threaten the future of this world are within the scope of his destruction. Talit in front of him does not belong to their world. As the god of destruction, he cannot pretend not to see it. That's right, I'm not a person from this time and space world. I come from the future more than 5 million years later. Talit did not hide his origin and said truthfully. After all, he came to find Weiss in this time and space, a person in more than 5 million years later. Beerus was shocked when he heard the news. Then he changed his mind and frowned and snorted coldly. Boy, traveling through time and space is a serious crime. You shouldn't have appeared here. You shouldn't appear before this god. So you are seeking death. Beerus's words were filled with murderous intent, reminding Talit that he could not leave this time. Of course I know that traveling through time and space is a serious crime, but I have obtained this time and space world with permission. Talit was not willing to make enemies with Beerus. After all, his strength is far less than that of this god of destruction. In between his words, he directly mobilized the ray of angel power deep in his soul. The vague angel force emanated from Talit's eyebrows, forming waves of ripples in the space. At first, Beerus didn't agree, but when he felt that this power belonged to Angel Weiss, he suddenly widened his eyes and became dumbfounded. Is this Weiss' power? This kid actually has the power of Weiss. So, is the person who allowed him to travel through time and space was next to him? Beerus turned his head with horror, and his little eyes stared at Angel Weiss as if saying, "You'd better give me a reasonable explanation." At this moment, Angel Weiss could only smile embarrassedly, saying that he himself didn't know what was going on. After all, what would happen in the future will be like in more than 5 million years, and he still had to contact himself in that time and space world to know. However, even though Talit showed that he had the instructions of Weiss, who had traveled through time and space, Beerus still did not intend to let him go. Beerus could feel that there were two very powerful forces in Talit's body in front of him. The power is his own power, and the other power is the power of God. Since this kid from the future time and space world can be recognized by Weiss in that world, it means that this kid is most likely to be a candidate for the future destruction god of the 7th universe. Speaking of this, it's the first time I've seen you, god of destruction Beerus. Talit said to Beerus clearly. This is also considered a close approach in a sense. Although it was Beerus more than 5 million years ago, it was also Beerus. To be honest, that invisible sense of oppression is completely beyond the comparison of the destruction god Xiangpa. First meeting? So, in your time, I was still sleeping. Beerus raised a little interest and asked. Yes, in my time and space you are still sleeping. Now you see it with your own eyes. It's really extraordinary. At least this courage is not comparable to that of the destruction god of Xiangpa, the next universe. Taro intentionally or unintentionally Beerus mentioned the news about the future destruction god Elephant Pa. Hearing this, Beerus suddenly felt energetic and felt quite interesting. He asked Talat, "You boy, have you seen a fat man, Elephant Pan? I met by chance. I was almost killed by that guy. Later, I proposed a fair showdown. He suppressed his strength to the same level as me. I won that battle." Taro Te did not hesitate and revealed that he had a battle with god of destruction Xiongpa. After learning that Talat had not only seen Elephant Pa but also beat the other party, Beerus became even more excited. He was actually bored. This time, that interesting thing happened in the King of the Realm, and now it involves Talat, the future man. I have to say that Beerus was very surprised. According to what Talat said, he defeated the god of destruction head-on. This achievement is no wonder that he became a candidate for the god of destruction. Although in his opinion Talat is not strong now, his potential is unlimited, which also makes Beerus have the idea of exploring it carefully. The future self is still sleeping, but the present self is reluctant to do something for the future self. It's interesting. It's really interesting. Although that guy Xiongpa is very arrogant, he is defeated by your god of destruction. It's really surprising. If this god guessed correctly, the previous king of the world, the king of realm, was also pulled out by you, right? Beerus narrowed his eyes slightly, held his chin with his right hand, and his unscrupulous gaze looked up and down. Hearing this, Talat did not hide it and admitted directly, "That's right, it was the world king god I pulled out. By the way, the old world king god who was sealed in the sword back then was also released by me." You are really mean. It seems that you will gain a lot of benefits from that old guy in the future. Beerus smiled contemptuously. Talat obviously felt the deep interest from Beerus' eyes. No matter how stupid Talat could guess that one must have done today. If you fight with god of destruction Beerus, if you have so many premises, you don't have to worry about being killed. Talat's heart was ignited with fighting spirit, and his hands were so excited that they were unbearable. After coming to this, time and space strength has become stronger. I really want to find a powerful opponent to fight, but it is hard to find opponents of the same level. The angel Wise, who was beside him, had stepped aside without realizing it and took out the prepared bento in advance with fun, intending to slowly enjoy the show. By the way, he also brought the king of Northern Realm. He was a little curious. How capable is this person to be valued by himself more than 5 million years later? The king of Northern Realm on the side no longer knew how to speak. So much explosive news made him feel confused. But judging from the current situation, I am a disciple who is more than 5 million years later. Is he going to compete with the god of destruction Beerus? Damn, compete on his northern territory? Not to mention whether his northern kingdom can withstand it. The underworld alone will probably be upset by the aftermath caused by the battle between these two people. The king of Northern Realm subconsciously wanted to stop him, but he was powerless. As the god of destruction, Beerus didn't say anything. When was his turn to interrupt? A mere North Realm king. At this time, if you are not tactful, you will be a little transparent person, and you won't know how you die later. Please, you two fight, but don't blow up my planet. The king of Northern Realm prayed silently in his heart. The angel Weiss on the side seemed to be silent. In fact, he had used the angel's power to strengthen the spatial barrier in the entire underworld and strengthened the Northern Territory king. Otherwise, if these two people fight, the whole space will be earth-shaking. Talat and Beerus collided with their eyes, and the auras between the two top powerhouses impacted each other. The invisible pressure caused the surrounding space to undergo a deformation visible to the naked eye. It seems that they only need to take a slight move, which is the limit that this space can withstand. Boy, you said you have defeated Elephant Pa, so let's accompany me to fight with you. I'm also very curious about how you defeated Elephant Pa. Beerus asked with a smile. Okay, I can't find anything. It's a great blessing for me to be able to fight you. I'm worried that I can't find a suitable opponent. Talat agreed immediately. The moment he finished speaking, Talat directly mobilized the super energy pool in his body. Crazy. A golden aura rose from the solace of Talat's feet and circled over his body. As the black hair transformed into golden vertical hair, Talat also entered the first level full power state of the Super Scion. The combat power of 800 billion points is fully opened, and the divine power that is blessed invisibly makes his strength explosively improve. It seems that there is only 800 billion points of combat power, but it is actually at the level of the canal. Change? Not only does the hair turn golden, but the eyes also change. The strength has been improved considerably, and there is also an invisible magical power to support it. Looking at the current universe, there are only a handful of existences that can match you. The strength is indeed good, but this shouldn't be your full strength, right? Beerus saw at a glance that Talat was hiding his strength. I can only say that I am truly a god of destruction, and my insight is indeed keen. Talat, who was seen to have hidden strength, was not panicked at all. He was moving his muscles and warmed up, and smiled slightly and said, "Don't worry, you don't want the rare battle to end just a few random fight, right? It seems that you are quite confident in your strength, and I hope hope you won't be killed by this god." Beruth smiled wickedly. "It would cost you to dare to play with the god of destruction in this world of. Moreover, this is very expensive." The two looked at each other again, and a light flashed in Talat's eyes, and both sides turned into after-images and disappeared from the spot. When they appeared again, the two had already arrived at the high altitude of the northern territory. Boom! The sound of vibrates the entire underworld. At the same time, it means that the battle between them has begun. Talat approached the divine power collapse punch that he used with all his strength, but was blocked by Beruth with one hand and easily resolved all his strength. It's really domineering enough. Talat had expected this scene. The next second, the aura around him exploded, and the power of the giant ape and the power of the gods were added at the same time. In an instant, the combat power increased explosively, and he quickly pulled back his fist. The unstoppable strong attack rushed towards Beerus's body like raindrops. Bang, pound, bang, boom. Along with the thrilling roar in the space, the battle between Talat and Beerus officially began. Blessed with the double blow of the power of the giant ape and the power of the god, even Bu, a month ago, was only completely crushed, but the destruction god Beerus in front of him was not affected, resulting in a confusion of rhythm. "Handle it with ease and enjoy it." To put it simply, Beerus said that this is a child's move to play house. It is not worth mentioning, and at most he can move with him. "Boy, you want to play with me at this level? You're too young," said a word, and Beerus kicked Talat's chest casually. Chapter 241. The domineering Beerus suppresses him in full swing. A strong sense of crisis came towards us, and Talat's body was instinctively tense, his arms crossed to form a defense. The muscles in my body were lumped and extremely ferocious. Pound. There was a loud bang. Even so, Talat's entire body was swept by a huge force and flew backward. Feeling the severe pain from his arms, Talat's face was heavy and his brows were furious. This is the power of the destruction god Beerus. Just a casual blow made his arms seem to be about to break. If he gets serious, he can't even stand it in a moment, let alone fight. The pressure was so great, but it also made him even more excited. Dring! Talat's mouth burst out with a loud shout, and a dazzling blue and white light burst out from his body. At this moment, the power of the giant ape exploded in full swing. Its momentum expanded again, and its combat power also ushered in a qualitative leap. Feeling this explosive growth momentum, Beerus just smiled slightly, carried his hands on his back, and looked comfortable. Looking at this stance, Talat didn't take Talat seriously at all. Talat was not angry at this scene. He knew that Beerus had the right to despise him. As the recognized leader of the 12 gods of destruction, there is no doubt that Beerus is powerful. In the eyes of this guy, he is afraid he is almost the same as those tiny ants. "Check me a move." Super bombardment. Talat folded his hands together and pushed forward. A golden electric energy cannon shot out from the palms of his hands, heading straight for Below like a roaring golden dragon. "Kill it." The destructive power of this blow distorted the surrounding space. On the North Star, as a bystander, opened his mouth wide, his heart beat faster, and his whole body sweats coldly. The destructive power of this move is so terrible. If it explode, not to mention that the entire northern star would be blown into pieces, the entire underworld would be in turmoil. It's unbelievable that his future disciple is so powerful. Angel Wise, who was standing beside him, was still enjoying the snacks he brought, looking comfortable, as if he was watching a good show. On the battlefield, faced with the violent energy coming towards him, Beerus smiled contemptuously and sneered. He took a deep breath and then vomited out again. Boom! There was a loud bang. The violent air pressure swept across the entire energy light column, but in the blink of an eye, the entire energy light column collapsed. It turns into energy particles and dissipates into the surrounding space. In just one breath, Talat's energy trick was destroyed. Seeing this scene, Talat's face changed drastically. Although he had expected this result, what he did not expect was that Beerus was so domineering. He had never experienced this method when he fought with the destructive god Elephant Paw. It was Xiongpa who showed mercy to his subordinate. "What's wrong? He was afraid of attacking. Or were you afraid? Oh, fair you afraid?" Beerus's lips raised and he smiled jokingly. "Stop being so proud." As soon as Talat finished speaking, his breath burst out. With the blessing of the power of the giant ape, he rushed to Beerus like a golden lightning, and an unstoppable lightning punch burst out towards him. With the blessing of the power of the giant ape, his punch was extremely destructive and terrifying. Even if I endured it a month ago, I would probably be defeated by this blow. At such a close distance and such a sudden attack, Beerus had only two outcomes, either being hit or raising his hand to resolve it. But what shocked Talat was that Beerus seemed to have expected his offensive for a long time. At the extreme distance, he turned his body direction at an extremely tricky angle and easily dodged his heavy punch. Although Talat was surprised, the offensive did not stop. A violent and terrifying offensive like a storm kept pouring down towards Beerus. After years of hard work and countless battles, Talat's fighting method has been tempered to a nearly perfect level. It can attack and retreat and defend, and it can be freely restrained and omnipotent. But even so, the cruel result in front of him suffocated him. All his attacks attacks were dodged by Beruth at the extreme distance and he was completely unable to touch the opponent. This kind of ghostly dodging action reminds Talat of some magical skills. Free and extreme intention. Only the most reasonable explanation is the freedom and extreme mind. According to the manifestation in the original work, although Beerus failed to practice the ultimate in the free and extreme mind, even the half-baked free and extreme mind is far from what Talat can compete with now. Boy, with this level of attack you don't even have the qualification to touch this god. Is that all you have? As soon as he finished speaking, Beerus's eyes suddenly became ruthless. Just a strong sense of crisis emitted by a look of eyes made Talat's whole body tremble and his body instinctively retreat, maintaining a relatively safe distance from Beruth. Damn, this guy Beerus. Talat was shocked. A bead of sweat slid down his cheek. His whole heartbeat accelerated and a strong sense of uneasiness enveloped his whole body. Don't say that I don't give you a chance. Let's stop this boring temptation, otherwise don't blame me for being ruthless. A strong warning flashed in Beerus's eyes. This is his last chance to give Talat. If he doesn't show any real skills, don't blame him for being rude. Okay, I hate this feeling of being completely suppressed, so the next Super Saiyan level 2 taste it. With a loud shout, Talat instantly liberated his body deeper. A super energy pool on the first floor. The S cells in the body were fully activated and more intense blue and white light burst out from the whole body. The powerful energy wandered all over his body and his golden vertical hair turned into a golden angry hair and his strength increased explosively, instantly breaking through the node of 100 million and 100 million. Have the form changed slightly? His strength has indeed improved to a certain extent, but it is still only this level. After Beerus felt Talat's momentum change, a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. How much strength can this form exert? Beerus hasn't felt this kind of expectation for a long time. Feeling the deep meaning in Beerus's eyes, Talat gritted his teeth and increased the power of the giant ape at the peak of the second level Super Saiyan state. Boom! A trace of green luster flashed in the violent golden aura and the powerful energy rioted like a torrent. With the dual blessing of the second level peak power of the Super Saiyan and the power of the giant ape, his combat power soared straight, reaching 20 trillion, and it is still improving. Beerus looked up and down at Talat and the joking smile on his face became heavier. Talat is indeed very powerful now, but in his eyes he is still an ant. Although it is very arrogant, there is no way. Reality is so cruel. As a god of destruction, he is too strong. Not to mention the mere signs of the moment. Even if Talat is promoted to another dimension, he is far from comparable to him now. After Talat's breath stabilized, his eyes flashed with a creeping cold light. His aura was restrained and he was ready for battle again. If you are ready, come here, boy, Beerus said casually. This is so infuriating. Okay. Talat naturally would not miss such a good opportunity. The moment he said it, he rushed to Beerus. The destroyer, who drove all his strength, punched him straight to Beerus. Seeing this, Beerus casually dodged sideways and perfectly avoided the attack. Boom! The scattering sound of the sky and the strong fist wind drove the unstoppable punch tore through the space, sweeping across the entire northern powers. The northern king, swept by the powerful fist wind, was instantly overturned. Fortunately, he grabbed the roof of his roundhouse, so he did not. He was bombarded out of the northern territory. On the other hand, Angel Weiss was still enjoying the bento, and the strong storm was just a breeze blowing by him. The shot fell to nothing, and Talat waved his fist and slammed Beerus's body again. The attack of fist and feet was unstoppable, sweeping through Beerus's body like a storm. This attack ushered in a qualitative change in both strength and speed, but Beerus still did not dodge or avoid, but just casually raised his right hand and easily blocked all Talat's attack with an index finger. The second level Super Saiyan superimposed on the attack of the giant ape power, and this guy blocked it with just one finger. Boy, have you played enough? It's my turn next. As soon as he finished speaking, a cold light flashed in Beerus's eyes. The next second, his right hand suddenly stabbed in front of Talat. His index finger bent and exerted force suddenly. Pound! Taro, who had no time to defend, was hit in the middle of his forehead. Talat, who was subjected to this powerful blow, flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. The force of this blow was so terrifying that he almost lost consciousness. After flying backwards for thousands of meters, Talat barely stabilized his body and forcibly suppressed the pain on his forehead. His sharp eyes swept through, but the space in front of him was no longer visible to Beerus. The original Beerus had quietly come to Talat. A chill swept through behind him. Talat's body instinctively felt the crisis, turned around quickly, and a powerful whip leg swept out through the air. Bang! There was a muffled sound. This attack was blocked by Beerus, and Beerus easily grabbed his ankle. What? His ankle was locked, and Talat constantly burst out his strength to break free from the constraint. However, Beerus's power was beyond imagination. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not move at all. The combat intuition is good. I just concealed all my breath. Have you reacted to this? Beerus smiled indifferently, exerted force and threw Talat out like a toy. Talat, swept by huge force, rolled in the sky for several laps, flew backwards upwards for hundreds of meters before barely stopping. Just as he regained control of his body, Beerus approached again and punched out with an understatement. A seemingly ordinary attack actually contains the ultimate destructive power, and there is no time to dodge. Bang! The unbearable powerful blow hit Talat's abdomen. The terrifying fist force penetrated Talat's body. This force stirred Talat's internal organs, causing a blood arrow to spurt out of his mouth. His entire aura suddenly diminished and he instantly lost control and flew out of control. Seeing that Talat had been severely damaged, Beerus did not intend to let him go. His figure disappeared from the spot like a ghost, but in the blink of an eye, he arrived early on what Talat was about to arrive. The area was kicked out with a heavy kick. Pound! This blow hit Talat hard on the back. The irresistible force sent Talat to a high altitude. The pain from his back made Talat's painful facial features twist and his whole body twitch. His body, which has been tempered for thousands of times, almost collapsed after Berutha's 2 attack. Fortunately, his physical fitness is strong enough and he has hidden himself and has not shown all his strength. Otherwise, Berus's 2 attacks would have ruined him. Enduring the pain like a broken bone, Talat burst out his breath and forced his control to regain control of his body and slowly turned around. However, Berus had already appeared in front of him at this moment. In that arrogant attitude, the eyes that contemptuously despise all living beings, there is an unparalleled domineering aura and an indesecrated divine power. Boy, your strength is only this level, which disappoints me too much. Berus shook his head repeatedly and sighed. It's not fun. It's not fun at all. Only this level of combat power is not even qualified to let this god use 1/1000th of power. That's all for this boring game. Berus said. He looked extremely disappointed and kept emulating Talat. Just end like that? What a joke. Such a good opponent is right in front of you. How could Talat let it go? It's not over yet. The militant factors in the body exploded in full swing. After receiving 2 heavy blows from Berus, Talat's potential was also being released. Talat's eyes were full of fighting spirit without retreating, and his aura was rising steadily. It should be said that he is worthy of being the destruction god Berus. It is indeed powerful enough. The second level of the Super Saiyan cannot shake you at all. However, this is within my expectations. Talat smiled coldly and wiped it off with his hands. Adjust your own state with blood stains on the corners of your mouth. At the same time, the S cells in his body were also constantly splitting, intensifying and then splitting as the fighting spirit rose. Feeling Talat's change in momentum, Berus, who was originally extremely disappointed, cheered up again. It seems that you still have hidden strength, but you are so confident that I will not kill you before you can take out all your strength, Berus said to Talat with both hands on his back. As the strongest god of destruction, he only needs a slight move to kill Talat. I don't think I need to answer this question because I'm not dead yet, right? Next, it's the 3rd level of the Super Saiyan. With a thunderous roar, Talat's body burst into terror. Golden aura. It contains the power of the giant ape and the pressure of the god. The 2 pressures blend together and expand rapidly with Talat as the center. Chapter 242 God's Battle. The Super Saiyan God. At the center of this energy storm, Talat's form changed surprisingly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The golden angry hair was stretched to the waist, the eyebrows were pulled down and the eyebrows disappeared, and the whole person looked as cold and ruthless as a blonde god. The Super Saiyan 3rd level extreme superposition of the double strengthening state of the power of gods and the power of giant apes. At this moment, Talat's combat power is extremely strong, and coupled with the dual blessing of the power of the gods and the power of the giant apes, his combat power is extreme and he is invincible at the same level. After feeling the powerful aura of qualitative change on Talat's body, a bright light flashed in Berus's eyes, changed his previous attitude and became a little serious. This was a little more realistic. Although he was still an ant in his eyes, he was at least not as boring as before. Your race is really interesting. Can you improve your strength through continuous transformation? Is the 3rd level of the Super Saiyan. This form is indeed very strong, but unfortunately you are not the same as this god. The existence of the dimension cannot become a god, but it will eventually be an ant. Berus admitted Talat's strength and pointed out in disguise the path Talat will take next. To be able to challenge God and become God is the most basic condition. Berus also regarded Talat as his future candidate, so he wanted to guide him to become a god quickly. For him, although this strength is barely visible, if he does not become a god, it means that he will always be trapped by the body of a mortal and cannot realize how vast and terrible the world of God is. If Talat could become a god, Berus didn't know that everything was not what he thought, and Talat was not the candidate for the destruction god at all. You've thought too much. In fact, I've become a god, but I haven't transformed yet. With my current Super Saiyan 3rd level power, I think even if I can't beat you, I should still shake you. Well, Talat smiled slightly. His smile was so confident. If you don't try, who knows? For him now, breaking through step by step is to make steady progress. Hearing this, Berus was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the boy in front of him had transformed into a god. Doesn't this mean? But he did not feel the destructive power from Talat. I suddenly felt something was wrong, and Beerus thought of something else. Is it not yet time to understand the steps to destroy the divine power? If this is the case, he shouldn't have become a god with a thought. Beerus had the idea of temptation. Since that's the case, God wants to see your transformation of God. I'll give you a word. Being confident is a good thing. Neck, it's not the kind of small fights before. Beerus heavy in his word. Talat's last warning was given. Come on then, Talat roared. At this moment he launched a violent attack on Beerus like an ever-moving blonde lion. The double blessing of the power of the gods and the power of the giant ape made his speed and strength leap forward, and his whole body underwent a qualitative change. The continuous punches and feet attacked below like a storm. This swept away, but this time Beerus was obviously a little unpleasant and did not plan to continue to let go. With one finger he easily resolved all the attacks carried out by Talat, the third-level Super Saiyan, and then he swung out a slap. The palm that seemed to be calm and gentle was actually contained in the power of broken stars. Talat instinctively felt a strong sense of crisis and subconsciously raised his hand to block it. Bang! The power of this slap even caused a sonic boom. Talat, who was under the power of this palm, was directly knocked over into the air. Talat, who regained control of his body, rushed out again, appeared in front of Beerus in an instant, and then used super high-speed movement to come behind Beerus and swept out the whip legs that drove all their strength. Go straight to Beerus's back and attack. The power of the third-level Super Saiyan has become even more powerful and terrifying with the dual blessing of the power of the giant ape and the power of the god. Boom! There was a shocking sound. The violent golden air waves drove the boundless light of destruction sweeping across, causing the entire underworld to turmoil. Beerus took this blow firmly, but stood firm like a mountain without being shaken at all. The attack was still ineffective. Talat gritted his teeth and used his super high-speed movement again, descending to Beerus, using his hands and feet together, and his strength exploded in an all-round way. The dazzling destructive blow turned into endless golden light. Launch a full-scale attack against Beerus. Boy, you're very aggressive in fighting. Faced with Talat's violent attack without leaving any room for anything, Beerus handled it easily and was at ease, and he did not forget to make a sarcastic sentence. All the attacks were resolved by Beerus, which made Talat's heart angry. Dring! An angry roar broke out from his mouth. He was unwilling to accept it, and all the aura in his body burst out. He ascended to heaven with all his strength and headed straight for Beerus' jaw. Call! Swoosh! A sound of breaking through the air sounded. As expected, this punch was dodged by Beerus again. Tisk! Talat snorted coldly in dissatisfaction, locking Beerus with sharp eyes. However, Beerus showed a rebellious smile, hooked up at Talat, signaling him to continue attacking. However, this time Talat did not continue to attack, but silently removed the transformation. Oh, he has transformed and disappeared? Why, don't you want to fight anymore? Beerus asked, a little puzzled when he saw this scene. Don't play anymore. Keep playing again. I'm afraid you will really be killed by you. Neck, let me use the posture of God to fight with you. Talat knew that the third level of the Super Saiyan and below were the ones who were in the third level of the Super Saiyan. The battle between this is meaningless. If you continue to fight, you will be just teased. He was trying to make breakthroughs bit by bit, but now that he knows it's time to use all his strength to fight happily. You kid are aware of your appearance. I have given you many opportunities. If you don't wake up, I don't mind destroying you, even if you kid was sent by Wise, another world of time and space. Beerus snorted coldly, with a little more anticipation in his eyes that were emitting coldness. His bright eyes stared at Talat in front of him. He was waiting for Talat's transformation, and at the same time he was looking forward to what Talat would look like after he transformed into a god. The transformation that the opponent showed in the fight with Talat just now was quite interesting. I won't let you down. Talat took a deep breath, then closed his eyes and began to awaken the realm of God that was sleeping deep in his body. Crazy! In an instant, with Talat as the center, a dazzling dark red divine light flashed, which at first looked like a fire of stars, and then suddenly surged. Dazzling! The crimson red divine power flame materialized, lingering on the surface of Talat's body, burning, and Talat's energy, spirit and power were greatly sublimated at this moment. Boom! The crimson divine power soared into the sky, and Talat's entire body was shrouded in the dazzling divine fire, and his body faintly appeared in the center of the energy flame, ushering in the final transformation. The entire underworld was swept by the power of the gods when Talat transformed. In the hall of Yama, all the dead souls were frightened and their eyes turned to the same direction. As the judge of the dead soul, Yan Maoang secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva at this moment, suppressing the fear in his heart and looking towards the direction of the northern realm Wang Star. As King Yama, he is also a god. How could he be unfamiliar with the power of God? But he didn't understand what happened on the northern King Star. There was such a big stir, and the entire underworld was disturbed. Silently turning on the TV, the King of Yama began to adjust the channel. At the same time, the Great Realm King, the East Realm King, the South Realm King, the West West Realm King and countless underworld masters all cast awe and horror in this direction. For those underworld masters, although they have never been exposed to the power of God, this power of God's makes their souls and bodies feel awe. The Great Realm King, the East Realm King, the South Realm King, the West Realm King and other gods all swallowed a mouthful of saliva, feeling incredible about this extremely powerful divine power. As kings of the realm, they were so weak that they were not worth mentioning at all. Over the northern border of Neptune, at this moment the god of destruction Beerus's face has changed drastically. Feeling this continuous burst of divine power, his eyes lit up and his heart became even more anticipated. His eyes looked up and down at the flame of divine power, and his sharp eyes saw Talat's transformation process through the flame. This kid from 5 million years later is indeed a little capable. No wonder Weiss liked him so much. He mastered the power of gods so skillfully at a young age and successfully transformed into a god. However, why not destroy the power of God? Woolen cloth? Beerus is even more confused. Unless this kid is not a candidate for the destruction god at all. The future world seems to be very exciting. After living for so many years, it was the first time he had been looking forward to it so much. Oh, it's quite pure divine power. Lord Beerus has also cheered up. I think the next battle will rise to another level. Weiss was undoubtedly the divine power displayed by Talat, shocked and expressed emotion. Although this power of God is not that powerful, it is indeed extremely pure and powerful, which he has never seen before. At Talat's age, being able to cultivate the power of gods to this level shows how terrible his talent is. As an angel, Weiss could see that Talat was not very old. Is this my future disciple? He actually mastered such powerful divine power. I wonder what will happen to this power against Lord Beerus. If you can really defeat Lord Beerus, then beat him up. The king of the Northern Realm was actually a little excited. This is his disciple. Even from the future time and space world, it has already made him look good. If Beerus could beat him up, it would be considered a disguised vent for him. But is it possible? Obviously it is impossible. The king of Northern Realm himself thinks so, but this did not prevent him from fantasizing. The king of Northern Realm even began to look forward to the future in more than 5 million years. When the time came, he would observe whether there were people named Talat in the universe. Once discovered, he would immediately catch the king of Northern Realm for special training. Buzz. At this moment, Talat's transformation has reached its last moment. The crimson sacred light quickly retracted with Talat as the center and was completely converged back into the body. At this moment, Talat also completed the transformation of the Super Saiyan God. The hair was rendered in deep red by the power of the god. The red and black pupils exuded pure divinity. The whole person looked a little thin, as if he was reborn, showing the posture of a boy. That's right, this is the Super Saiyan God. Moreover, this time the Super Saiyan God is unprecedentedly powerful compared to his previous transformation. Because of the pressure brought by Beerus, Talat's belligerent heart, the potential accumulated over a long period of time was fully released with the transformation of the Super Saiyan God. With this release, his normal combat power has skyrocketed to 100 billion, nearly 10 times the increase. Speaking of which, it is because of absorbing the power of time and space the body has never had the opportunity to vent. How do you feel? This is what I look like after I transformed into the Super Saiyan God. Talat's eyes that exuded divine nature collided with Beerus's eyes. With the blessing of the Super Saiyan God, Talat's combat power is so terrifying that it has reached hundreds of gigabit. This strength is much stronger than the 4th level red hair of the Super Saiyan who faced the god of destruction, Xiangpa. Although it's just that, I have to admit that you are very outstanding. As a mortal, you can transform into a god at this age. This is the first time I have seen this god after living for so long. You are such a funny guy. Beerus smiled slightly and praised Talat without hesitation. At the same time, it also means that he will be serious-necked. Although this divine power is not strong, it can still make him feel warm. It is also my honor to be praised by God of Destruction. Come on, let me feel the power of God of Destruction again. Talat restrained his divine power and put on a battle posture with the sharp eye of God, locking Beerus, accumulating energy in secret, waiting for an opportunity to move. Then be a little more serious. You must hold on for a longer time. Beerus grinned, changed his previous attitude, and then put on the same combat posture. The pressure of the gods between the Super Saiyan God and the Destruction God Beerus reflected each other, causing the entire underworld to vibrate violently because of these two divine powers. If the angel Weiss had not been in charge here, the invisible angel power strengthened the barrier of the underworld. I was afraid that this place would have been destroyed. In the flash of lightning, a light flashed in Talat's eyes, and in an instant, a deep red light rushed towards Beerus. Seeing this, Beerus just smiled slightly. His eyes seemed to have seen through all Talat's actions. Chapter 243 Dimensional Gap. Crushing in all aspects, Beerus's figure was disillusioned, and his whole body was like a ghost to shuttle through the space. Talat's fierce attack, which seemed extremely dangerous, seemed to be unable to touch the corner of his clothes. Every time he attacks and hits Beruth, he will be easily avoided by Beruth. Damn it, it's a little bit worse every time. Is this Beruth's true strength? No, this guy didn't make any effort at all. He was just laying hard, and the gap in strength was too big. Talat took a deep breath. This time, he personally experienced the power and terror of Beruth. If it weren't for his particularity that made Beerus feel interesting, it would have been absolutely impossible to hit this point. The Super Saiyan God can only achieve this level, so you can only improve one level up. Trot said in his heart. Crazy. The burning and scorching flames of divine power lingered around Talat's body and burned wildly. His power continues to increase as the battle progresses. The speed of this improvement was very fast, and Beerus also keenly noticed something was wrong with Talat. This kid can continuously improve himself through fighting. No wonder Weiss will choose him in the future. Beerus gave Talat a good comment in his heart. After living for endless years, he has never met someone like Talat. However, if that's all, he can't enjoy it. Is your Super Saiyan God only at this level? Is this God not even 1/10,000th of his power? Beruth dodged Talat's attack while teasing talk while hiding talk lot. After being suppressed by words again, Talat's face was solemn, and he once again increased the speed and strength of the attack. The powerful energy flowed in his body, but in the blink of an eye, Talat disappeared from the spot, and when he appeared again, he had already come behind Beerus. The flames of divine power around him burned wildly, and powerful energy flowed in his body, gathering on his right leg, and a super circumcision kick that drove all his strength out instantly. In addition to the power of the god, this attack also contained the terrifying power of the giant ape, which greatly improved the destructive power. Boom! A deafening roar suddenly exploded in the space. The hot wave of divine power expanded rapidly, and the entire northern kingdom was slapped by this. The power of the divine muscles has devoured the underworld, and the underworld has ushered in an unprecedented super turmoil. The surrounding space has undergone a deformation that is visible to the naked eye. It can be imagined how amazing and terrifying the destructive power of this blow is. But at this moment, Talat was not satisfied with the result, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. The divine whip leg that drove all his strength was grabbed by Beruth with one hand, perfectly removing all the impact. The momentum is pretty good, but the strength is too poor. Go back and practice. Beerus smiled jokingly, exerted force with one hand, and suddenly threw Talat out. Swoosh! A sound of breaking through the air sounded. Talat, swept by powerful force, flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. After flying for thousands of meters, Talat exploded with the power of divineness and forcibly regained control of his body. The terrifying power just now made him feel scared. It's too domineering. Even myself in the state of the Super Saiyan God cannot withstand the impact of this power. He had a premonition that even if he showed that new breakthrough state, his outcome would be no different from now. Talat's mind became heavier. Hey! He vomited out of his mouth in a long breath. His eyes were closed, and all the power of the gods was restrained back into his body. At this moment, Talat looked as calm as the sky, but once it broke out, it would be more terrifying than a violent hurricane. To compete with the destruction god Beruth, who has the stronger power, is completely uninteresting. That's why Talat chose this kind of battle with skills and combat method. Oh! Seeing this scene, Beerus was not in a hurry to take action. He carried his hands on his back and looked at Talat with a proud look on his face, waiting for the opponent's active attack. He had a premonition that this kid would bring him unexpected surprises in this battle. Boom! There was a loud bang. Suddenly, the silent divine power in Talat's body exploded like a torrent. Compared with the divine power just now, it ushered in a huge sublimation. Judging from the strength of the divine power compared with just now, it's twice as strong. Have your strength improved again? The increase has not been small. Beerus nodded with satisfaction, looking at Talat's rapid growth with admiration. He is worthy of being the one who was favored by Weiss in another time and space world. Although his strength is a little poor, his qualifications are good and worthy of training. After 10 or 20,000 years, he may be able to reach his current height, but no let's beat you up first. The explosion of divine power reached its peak, and Talat converged all the divine power around him back into his body to ensure that he could burst out 100% of his power. Swoosh! A sound of breaking through the air sounded. In the midst of lightning, Talat rushed towards Beerus again, and his right hand turned into a sharp red god blade, flashing hard at Beerus's eyebrow. Faced with this unstoppable cutting of the god blade, Beerus disagreed and turned slightly and lightly dodged the attack. One shot was gone, and Talat attacked again, but this time his fighting style changed dramatically compared to before. The right hand is the energy blade of the power of the god, the left hand is the fist, and the legs are combined to fight together, making his attack method look extremely gorgeous and deadly. While both offense and defense are available, the destructive power during attack is maximized. It's just a pity that even though the offensive has changed qualitatively, this level of attack is still not worth mentioning for Beruth. Beerus could still easily play Talat with him. This is the absolute dimensional gap. Although the power of the god has been improved and the the combat ability is also improving. You are still not good enough in front of this god. With this level of strength you are not even qualified to continue playing with this god. Beerus mocked Talat, his word full of contempt. This is also deliberately stimulating Talat, allowing Talat to burst out with stronger power to fight him. Hearing this sentence, Talat clenched his teeth and was full of divine power. The intensity continued to increase. With the thought, all the divine power gathered into the heart of the right palm, and a destructive blow containing infinite divine power was blown out. Pound. The unstoppable attack hit Beerus's face, but it was easily resolved. Beerus had a special smile on his face. I will show you something fun. Beerus smiled jokingly, pulled Talat's fist with one hand, and banged it out with a sudden blow to the knee. Bang! This crushing blow hit Talat's abdomen. The terrifying force of shattered swept across his body, causing Talat's face to change. His facial features twisted, and a touch of sweetness surged out of his throat, and blood was about to spurt out. To endure the pain of being crushed to pieces, Talat swallowed the blood, and his right fist was accumulating strength. He let out a roar unwillingly, gathered all the power of the gods, and headed straight for Beerus as the jaw is punched out. However, with his perfect body movement, Beerus jumped and easily avoided Talat's uppercut. After receiving this god's attack, you can still fight back so quickly. It seems that your body is quite strong, and it is a very good practice. Sandbag. The corner of Beerus's mouth rose up, and an evil smile appeared. He looked at Talat with unscrupulous eyes, then raised his right hand, hooked his index finger at Talat, signaling that the other party could continue to attack. Bah! Talat spit out a mouthful of blood from his mouth and wiped it casually. Wipe off the blood stains on the corner of his mouth. Locked in Beerus with a sharp look, looking for the best opportunity to take action. The power of the giant ape intensified. Talat gritted his teeth and used the power of the giant ape in his body to catalyze the power of the divine in his body to further improve his combat power. Boom! The power of the crimson god rose from the solace of Talat's feet, and green energy particles faintly emerged on the surface of the flame of the god's power. These energy particles represent the power of a giant ape, but they are not ordinary giant ape power. If you want to describe it, it is the power of the giant ape that looks very much like the legendary Super Saiyan. During this period of time in this era, he did not have vein. In addition to absorbing the remaining power of time and space in his body under the guidance of the great realm king god, he also deeply understood the mystery of the power of Saiyan. The power of the giant ape is not just as simple as reaching the fourth level of the Super Saiyan. Dring! A roar like thunder erupted from Talat's mouth, and then violent energy swept across all directions, enough to burn all the divine flames, and the temperature was so high that it even distorted the space. At this moment, Talat was like the supreme god born in flames. After integrating this wild and sacred power, he suddenly broke through the air and attacked Beerus head-on. Faced with Talat's active attack, Beerus did not dodge or avoid, and confronted him head-on. Boom! The moment the two gods collided, a dazzling light of destruction bloomed. In this light of destruction, the two of them started again, and this decisive battle was unprecedentedly fierce and intense. On the northern border of the star, Angel Y still sat on the chair where the king of Northern Realm often rested with a comfortable face. The storm of fighting could not affect him at all. From the beginning to now, he has been enjoying delicious food while observing this extraordinary battle. It seems that Lord Beerus is very satisfied with Talat. Although his strength is weak, he seems to be excellent in all aspects at present. If there is correct guidance, his strength will be very progressing in a short period of time. Quick! Through observation, the Angel Wise of this time and space world gave Talat a very pertinent evaluation. There is no suspense in this battle, and Beerus will never lose no matter what. The difference between dimension and realm is too big. Even if Talat becomes hundreds or thousands of times stronger, if Beerus is serious, he can still do it in one move. Located not far away, behind the roundhouse of the King of Northern Border, the King of Northern Realm hid here, watching the continuous heated battle situation in the sky. He was extremely worried about Talat. Although Talat has transformed into a god, he is still far from being in front of the destruction god Beerus, and is constantly teased like a toy. He did not dare to hope that Talat could defeat Beerus, but hoped that Talat could be safe. You must be safe and sound. It is already amazing to be able to do this step. The god of destruction is far stronger than you think, and it is far from what you can compete with now. The king of the North Realm sighed with a sad look on his face. Immediately afterward, he raised his hand to wipe off the sweat beads on his forehead, and his emotions were written on his face. In the sky, the battle became more and more intense, and the battle between Beerus and Talat seemed to have come to an end. Even though he mobilized the power of the giant ape to strengthen the Super Saiyan god, Talat was still beaten unilaterally. As the battle progressed, his strength did continue to soar, but this increased magnitude would not have any effect on Beerus. The battle situation was completely unilateral, crushing. Talat was suppressed by Beerus so much that he had no power to fight back. His attack was either dodged by Beerus or was easily resolved. I have to say that this is the most frustrating battle Talat has ever fought in so many years. When he was facing the destruction god Xiongpa. He didn't feel this way at all. He at least had a little bit of power to fight back. Divine power compression. Compressing all the divine power on the right fist coupled with the strengthening of the giant ape's power raised the limit of destructive power, and the fist containing the power of the star-destroying star went straight to Beerus's face and banged directly at the door of the face of the giant ape. Faced with this extremely destructive attack, Beerus did not dodge or avoid but just smiled slightly. Boom! The deafening roar rang through the sky. The light of divine power ripples. This fist of destruction that is enough to overturn all things was easily blocked by Beerus's hand and perfectly dissolved all impact forces. The space rippled due to the aftermath impact and even distorted and deformed visible to the naked eye, but it returned to normal in just a few seconds. Talat's face became extremely ugly. There was no hope of winning at all. From the beginning he was the toy in Beerus's hand. Is this your last blow? It's really disappointing. I thought you could continue to surprise me, but now it seems that I have too high expectations for you and I am tired of it. The boring game time is over. As the words fell, Beerus pointed his other hand at Talat's face. His index finger was slightly bent and he had the power of destroying stars in the blink of an eye. Ive suffered. At this moment dangerous signals came from the cells in Talat's body and he felt that something was wrong. An unprecedented sense of crisis swept across his body and his body instinctively mobilized the power of divine to form a defense, but it was just useless. Bang! The sound of a loud bang. Beerus bounced his finger and the power of his finger instantly shattered Talat's protective power and his extremely powerful finger power hit Talat forehead. Chapter 244 Super Blue appears. Breakthrough is the peak. Received a fatal blow from Beerus, but in an instant Talat felt his consciousness become dazed. Darkness attacked and his body lost control. The body flew backwards directly above the northern planet. It's not over yet. He's not over yet. Just this blow. How can you fall down? Move. Relying on his tenacious willpower, Talat gritted his teeth, forced his consciousness back and prepared to fight again. However, in the process of adjusting his own state, the destruction god Beerus had taken the lead and quietly descended behind him. A chill swept across his body from behind and Talat instantly woke up and realized something. As a sensation came from his right shoulder, Talat felt every cell in his body screaming in unison. A cold and biting chill swept over, as if frozen his body and soul. He wanted to escape, but his body was out of control and was frozen in place by an invisible force and could not move. The game is over, boy, Beerus said in a word, and the palm on Talat's shoulder suddenly exerted force. In just a moment, a completely irresistible, terrifying force swept across Talat's shoulders. This overwhelming force instantly made Talat's eyes dim and his consciousness disintegrated. His body was swept by huge force, falling towards the northern powers like a huge rock. Boom! Talat fell straight toward the center of the northern border of Neptune. In an instant the wind and clouds surging, sand and gravel flew, and the entire northern king star was shaking continuously. The king of northern realm was almost blown away by this aftermath. After stabilizing his body, the king of northern realm looked at the position where Talat fell, and his heart was filled with panic and uneasiness. At this time, it is located in the central area of Neptune, and it is already a huge pit of 100 meters deep. In the center of this giant pit, Talat was buried by rocks, and the transformation state of the Super Saiyan God no longer exists, and his breath is a cliff-like sharp reduction. It is obvious that the winner has been decided. Oh, the battle ended faster than I thought. Lord Beerus got tired of playing so quickly. Seeing this scene, Weiss immediately put away the lunchbox. In a moment of thought, an invisible aura burst out, dispelling all the thick smoke in the surrounding space. At this moment, Talat was lying in the center of the deep pit. Although there are still signs of life, it seems that he has completely lost his combat ability. Even if he became the Super Saiyan God, he was still an ant in front of the destruction god Beerus. Talat has extraordinary potential and there is a long way to go in the future. This Super Saiyan God still has a lot of room for improvement. This battle is an opportunity for Talat, but unfortunately he failed to fully grasp it. Although his strength has improved in the battle with Beerus, this improvement is insignificant for Beerus. It is precisely because he improved too slowly that Beerus lost his patience and decisively ended the battle. You are the first to be able to play with me to this point. Beerus slowly fell from the sky with his hands on his back and said proudly. To be honest, he was having fun today, even so happy that he forgot to reduce the North Star. At this moment a loud noise came from Beerus's belly. Beerus was also stunned when he heard the protest from his stomach. Unexpectedly, this time the stubborn fun consumed so much and his stomach became hungry so quickly. Sir Beerus, the bento is ready. Do you want to enjoy it now? Weiss asked embarrassedly. Well, I moved with this kid for a while. I was really hungry. Take out the bento, Weiss. Beerus nodded and walked casually to the seat over there. After receiving the order, Weiss gently tapped the scepter in his hand and the invisible power of space surged. The bento stored in the angel space was directly teleported to Beerus's hand. When it came to the expected meal time, Beerus licked left the corner of his mouth, unable to wait. But just as he was about to open the bento box and prepare to eat a special meal, the extinguished flame of divine power burned again in the center of the deep pit where Talat fell. Hey, this kid! Feeling Talat's power of divine rekindled, Beerus paused his hand. His expression changed slightly and his eyes looked towards the deep pit. Not only him but even the eyes of the Angel Weiss and the King of the North were attracted by the sudden burst of the divine power flames in the deep pit. Under everyone's gaze, Talat, who should have been unconscious, slowly flew out of the deep pit and entered everyone's eyes again in the posture of a Super Saiyan god. Didn't you faint? I didn't show any mercy on my god blow just now, and you have to bear it, Beerus said in a little surprise. The Angel Weiss on the side seemed to have noticed something, and a look of surprise flashed deep in his eyes. It seems that Talat has broken his own limits and took that step because of the pressure brought by Beerus. Since I am still awake, don't cause trouble again. You have also realized the power of the god of destruction, Lord Beerus, and accept failure honestly. Talat, there is nothing to be ashamed of. The King of Northern Realm was anxious at this moment. He felt the indomitable will in Talat's eyes and immediately sent a message. The King of Northern Realm did not want Talat to continue to suffer flesh and blood, but what he didn't know was that Talat, as a scion, never gave up until the last moment. It's not over yet, Beerus. Talat's eyes were burning with a raging war. He was seriously injured and his aura increased instead of reducing. This was the first time that Beerus saw this situation, and he also developed a stronger interest in Talat. Is it commendable or stupid to play the old alliance? In the battle just now, I have already shown mercy. Even if you fight with me again, the result will not change. Boy, you are already a defeated man of God, Beerus said to Talat with a supreme tone. His tone changed again and again, as if giving Talat a last chance to make a choice. He had already shown mercy just now, but if Talat was stubborn, he would not be blamed. I said, it's not over yet. I have stronger power and have no use, and thanks to you, I have taken this last step. Talat smiled unruly. At this moment, the divine power surged around the body, became increasingly fierce, and was constantly being purified and transformed towards a higher realm. Oh, Beerus felt Talat's divine power change. His face changed slightly, and then the corner of his mouth raised lightly, and he put the bento in his hand aside. I said, you know you are defeated, but you still dare to fight with me. It turns out that you are treating me as the object of your breakthrough in your own strength. You are really bold and arrogant, but you are talking about ugly things first, and I will not show any mercy in the future. If you want to survive, you'd better have the ability. Beerus stared at Talat directly in front of him, giving Talat's last warning. Don't worry, I have accumulated over the years and released it all at this moment. The sublimation of the power of gods and the transformation of the power of giant apes. I am no longer the same as before, Talat shouted. As his passionate voice sounded, the extremely powerful god pressure expanded rapidly with him as the center, and the flames of god power burned wildly, heading towards a higher field. Tisk, isn't this the Super Saiyan god? Although the power of the god has been improved to a certain extent, in my god's opinion, you have not changed anything from before, Beerus said with a sneer. In his opinion, Talat's so-called improvement in strength is not worth mentioning. You will know right away what I look like after I surpassed the limit. After the word came, Talat clenched his fist, bent his body forward, and his leg stood firm on the ground. The Super Saiyan who surpasses the Super Saiyan god. A loud shout erupted from Talat's mouth. At this moment, the power of the gods around him rioted in an all-out riot. The blue particles emerged from the center of the power of the Crimson God and expanded rapidly. This change was seen by Angel Weiss, god of destruction, Beerus, and the King of the North. Soon, the power of the blue god was completely transformed into substance, like the holy light of purification. Crack! Blue lights exploded in the space. While Talat's divine power transformed, his aura also showed a cross-dimensional improvement. This time the significant improvement, unlike the previous one-time explosion, made a trace of shock flash in Beerus and Weiss' eyes. Buzz! In an instant, the extremely pure and powerful divine power and divine light expanded with Talat as the center. At this moment, the divine power had been completely sublimated, and its vast divine power enveloped the entire underworld. This dead and silent world played the divine sound that was sacred and undesecrated. Talat's body was shrouded in vast blue light. Then, these blue lights dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning into blue particles all over the sky, floating in the space until finally turning into nothingness. Talat's transformation was completed and he debuted in a new posture. The sky-surged vertical hair is similar to the first level full power of the Super Saiyan, but the color of the hair is blue. The fiery red sacred aura of the Super Saiyan God has been transformed into azure streamer energy, and the vast and boundless divine power is so majestic and sacred that it cannot be challenged. The injuries Talat suffered when fighting Beerus were completely repaired with the explosion of this divine power. This form is the Super Saiyan Blue, and it is a super blue that reaches full power. At this moment Talat's normal combat power has crossed from a unit worth hundreds of billions to a unit worth 1. If converted into combat power data, it is 10 trillion. Then with the support of the powerful combat power of the Super Saiyan Blue, Talat's current strength has surpassed the unit of the 6th dimension Jing. As I expected, although it was the first time to transform, this is the Super Saiyan Blue that surpassed the Super Saiyan God, and it is full power blue. Talat looked with a look on his face, said excitedly. Feeling the huge energy pool in his body, Talat's heart felt like he could do anything. Now he is indeed completely different from before. Super Saiyan who surpasses the Super Saiyan God. Super Saiyan Blue? The naming taste is really unique. Such a twisted name almost made me bite my tongue. Beerus's mouth twitched and he couldn't help but complain. However, no matter how much you complain, Talat is now much stronger than before. He looked up and down with a careful look. In just a few short glances he could see what level Talat's strength was at. The strength of God's power has been improved. As a mortal, it is worth commending to be able to achieve this level in a short period of time. Unfortunately, you are still no match for this god. Beerus sighed a little disappointed. Although this sounds very arrogant, arrogance needs to be based on sufficient strength. Obviously, Beerus, as the god of destruction, has the capital to be arrogant. So what about the Super Saiyan god? So what about the Super Saiyan Blue? In his eyes he was also an ant. You can see how strong I am now. Talat didn't want to talk nonsense and rushed out with a loud shout, turning into a blue aurora through the space. Arrived before Beerus, the iron fist covered by the power of the blue god led to an unparalleled destructive power and blasted towards Beerus's face. Bang! The loud noise, the divine power rippled and the space vibrated. The power of the destruction and destruction spread rapidly like a storm, covering the entire northern kingdom star. The destructive power of this punch is very strong, and it is not at the same level as before, but in Beerus's eyes it seems that it has not changed, and a hand is blocked by lightly. That's it. Beerus smiled wickedly and teased Talat. Hearing this, Talat couldn't help but snort coldly. The Super Saiyan's blue fire power was fully opened, and the blue divine power soared into the sky, entering a state of explosion of breath. At the same time, without anyone noticed it, a little bit of green energy particles flashed through this blue divine power. These special energies strengthened Talat's divine power to the greatest extent. There is no doubt that this is the power of the giant ape. Use the power of the giant ape to strengthen the power of the god, and you can also use the power of the gods to strengthen the power of the giant ape. This method is perfect for Talat, but now the power of the giant ape is even greater, forcing one's own strength to usher in a further breakthrough. Fierce battle. Explode again. Bang, 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 pound, pound, pound. Talat, who had completely sacrificed his life, was like a blue storm that swallowed Beerus. His offensive was exerted to the extreme and he continued to put pressure on Beerus from different directions. It has to be said that the full strength of Super Blue full power has been fully utilized. Only Talat can reach the peak state of this state when he first break through a new realm, just as Talat has always pursued. Breakthrough is the peak. Chapter 245 Time and Space Storm. Time goes back. The Super Saiyan Blue full power state still cannot have a substantial impact on destruction god Beerus. No matter how he launched an attack, Beerus could easily resolve it, just like seeing through all his offensives and playing with him in his palms. After fighting for more than 10 consecutive moves, Beerus figured out how high Talat's strength level was and stopped playing stubbornly and decisively started a counterattack, but in an instant he dominated the battle. In an instant the situation reversed and huge pressure came towards him. Talat felt the pressure and could only devote himself to defense. Pound. There was a muffled sound. Beerus kicked out heavily, blocked by Talat's arms, but this domineering force still knocked him away. Even the full power Super Saiyan Blue could not resist. It's so domineering. Talat gritted his teeth and activated the power of the divine in his body again. The power of the blue god gushed out from his body like a torrent, and the terrifying power of the god quickly expanded and enveloped all directions. With the strengthening of the power of the giant ape, this divine power seemed even more amazing. While stirring the underworld, it even affected other dimensions. On the other hand, Beerus still had that indifferent expression after feeling Talat's divine power increase again. What is the difference between empty energy and no qualitative change compared to before? Destruction bomb. Talat raised his hand and raised it high. All the power of the gods gathered in his palm, but in just a few seconds a giant energy light ball condensed into shape. In an instant this giant energy ball that condensed the power of gods and the power of giant apes broke through the air and rushed straight to Beerus. Its amazing destructive power even caused the space to twist. As Talat's ultimate move, the destructive power of the destructive bomb is terrifying, and its power is far beyond ordinary moves. but in Beerus's opinion this level of attack was nothing, making him feel bored and yawned. A trick to fiddle with energy in front of the god of destruction? Ridiculous. Let's open your eyes a little. The power of the god of destruction is not just power. Beerus casually raised his right hand and aimed at the destruction bomb that exuded a huge sense of oppression. In his palm, a dark purple light flashed. This purple halo condensed into a destructive power as big as a rice grain and was subjected to Beerus's thoughts drove him toward Talat's destruction bomb. The two energy bombs are completely disproportionate. It seems that Talat's destruction bomb is more oppressive and more powerful, but in fact it is not. Concentration is the essence, not to mention that it is destroying the power of the divine. At the moment when two energy collide, something unbelievable happened. Buzz. This destruction bomb, the size of a rice grain, expanded rapidly, destroying Talat's destruction bomb with an unstoppable trend and advancing towards Talat. Talat took a deep breath, his pupils shrank slightly and he felt creepy and was shocked. Although he knew that Beerus was very strong, he didn't expect this guy to be so powerful. The destruction bomb he exploded with all the potential to complete the Super Saiyan Blue full power state was actually dissolved so easily. Boy, now you understand the gap between you and God of Destruction. Don't think that defeating that guy, Elephant Paw, can match God of Destruction. If you admit defeat now, it's still time, Beerus said casually and gave it to him. Talat had a chance to beg for mercy. It's not that easy to make me admit defeat. Talat put away the shock when facing the rapid attack of the destructive energy bomb. Without any fear in his eyes, the fists were clenched and the powerful divine power brewed in the palm of his palm, accompanied by the explosion of divine power shock waves in Talat's hands. Boom! There was a muffled sound. The spaces vibrated and the power is rippling. The shock wave of the divine power released by Talat with all his strength only delayed the advancement of the destructive energy bomb at most. Damn it, they are not of the same level at all. The difference between Pa and Beerus is too far, Talat said in his heart. Although Xiongpa did not show much strength, this level of gap is a qualitative gap. Gritting his teeth, Talat still insisted on exporting the power of divine resistance, intending to defeat this destructive power. But the more this happens, under the catalysis of his divine power, the intensity of this destructive power has not been weakened, but the intensity is still increasing. In the end, Talat was swallowed by this extremely fierce destructive power and ruthlessly tore his protective power to pieces. Crack! At this moment, lightning and thunder roared, the underworld vibrated, and lightning in the void rage. Talat was swallowed by the destructive energy bomb, suffering and torture. The tough body was torn apart bit by bit under the destruction of the divine power. The divine power penetrated into the bone marrow, destroying his body from the inside out while torturing his soul. Because of this pain that penetrated deep into the soul, Talat let out a painful wail. This is the first time I have been in such a tragic situation. Why do you have to just fall down obediently? God of Destruction. Beerus watched the scene quietly, looking like he was careless. He wouldn't really want Talat to die. When Talat couldn't bear the torture and fainted, he would naturally take action to disperse this destructive power. This is also a lesson for Talat. Moreover, in Beerus's view, this destructive power is not strong and can withstand it, so Talat is qualified to become the candidate for the 7th universe destructive god. After witnessing Talat being swallowed by the destructive power with his own eyes, Weiss also became serious. From the beginning of carelessness, he could feel that there was a more special and extremely powerful energy hidden in Talat's body. If Talat could be used, it might be able to resolve this destructive power from the inside out. However, judging from the current situation, Talat probably wouldn't have the chance to use it. It's over. Everything is over. The king of Northern Realm looked at the scene in the sky, his face pale and felt very powerless. Talat is really going to finish this time. This is the destruction of the god of destruction, a power belonging to the peak of the entire universe. No matter how outstanding he is, a disciple from the future time and space world, he cannot resolve this destruction power. He only hopes that Beerus can show mercy and let Talat go, and not let Talat die. At this moment, Talat, who was completely shrouded in destruction power, was not defeated despite being tortured, but instead showed his willpower as tough as steel. The power of the giant ape in his body was intensified after being squeezed by the destructive power. A steady stream of energy gushed out of his body, resisting the erosion of the destructive power and also giving him a chance to breathe. It seems that I have to mobilize that power. Talat's thoughts moved, and the new power that had been silent in his body for a long time was mobilized by him. This power was the time when he was traveling through time and space and accidentally entered the turbulent flow of time and space in his body. In this world, he perfectly refined this power with the help of the king of the great realm god, and now it is time to release it. Although the power of destruction is powerful, it is not indestructible. With the blessing of the power of time and space, Talat already has the capital to resolve the power of destruction. Crazy. Inside the destruction energy ball, gusts of time and space storms emerged and began to expand with Talat as the center. The destructive powers around Talat body were also offset with the expansion of the time and space storm. What? This power is time and space. Beerus, who was planning to wait for the last moment, was frightened by this scene. The power of time and space will not be wrong, but there is one thing that Beerus is very curious. It is this kid who has managed to win the original world. Is it enlightened, or is it that he came to this world to understand? Under Talat's mind control, this fierce space-time storm filled the entire destruction energy ball and was still expanding until the end. Boom! The destructive energy ball exploded in response, and the extremely powerful space-time storm expanded rapidly, sweeping across the underworld. The northern territory is swept by the storm of time and space, and it seems crumbling. Fortunately, there was Angel Weiss who was in charge, otherwise the underworld would have been affected and unprecedented disasters would have occurred. Oh my god, the king of Northern Realm was frightened and his spirit was almost broken. He is an old guy, but he has never seen such a big scene. Time passes by minute. Not long after, the storm of time and space dissipated. Talat, who was devastated by the destructive power, was able to breathe at this moment. His embarrassing appearance was reflected in the eyes of Beerus and Weiss. Beerus was not in a hurry to take action. He was still in the arrogant posture, just floating quietly in the air to confront Talat. It seemed like giving Talat a breathing time. Soon, Talat adjusted his condition and confronted Beerus again. He was tortured by destroying the power of God just now, and he did not get nothing. He has reached the realm of God and has personally experienced the mystery of destroying God power. After this battle, if he can absorb all his feelings, he will be sure to increase his strength to another order of magnitude in a very short time. After the two looked at each other for a long time, Beerus suddenly grinned and applauded Talat. You are the first to resolve the destruction of this god, which is worthy of praise. But based on your current state, do you still plan to continue to compete with this god? Beerus said with a joke on his face. At this moment, Talat's body was intact. He was covered in bruises and his whole body was infected with blood, looking like a bloody man. With such a big gap in strength, the result will not change even if it continues. Talat disagreed with this. This level of injury is nothing to him. Don't worry, I still have the ability to display it. Talat smiled, and with his thought, an invisible force of time was released from him as the center. At this moment, the entire underworld seemed to be frozen. Time, backtrack, Talat said silently in his heart, and directly used the ability to turn back time. At this moment, the entire underworld was affected by this force of time and flowed backwards at a speed visible to the naked eye. But in a blink of an eye, the entire underworld time was reversed by Talat to 1 minute ago. All injuries on Talat's body were repaired, and the northern territory of King Kong also returned to normal. When the effect of the power of time disappeared, the King of the North looked confused and looked around as if he had completely forgotten what had just happened. Although he is the King of Realms, his realm is too low, so he is affected by the power of time released by Talat, and his memory is also regressed to a minute ago. However, the two supreme beings present were not cleaned by the memory power of time, especially the Angel Weiss, who was on the side. As the perfect controller of the power of time, he could clearly feel the flow of time around him. The entire underworld time was regressed by Talat to a minute ago. Weiss's expression seemed calm, but in fact, there were already storms in his heart. Soon, this shock turned into a deep surprise. It is worthy of being the existence he is attracted to in the future time and space world. At this age, it has touched the power of time. In the air, Talat and Beerus continued to confront each other. Due to the rewind of time, Talat's injuries have recovered and returned to his heyday. He was watching the destruction god Beerus with a smile on his face, admiring the other person's shocking appearance. On the other hand, Beerus was full of horror at this moment, and a drop of cold sweat fell on his forehead. Just now, he clearly felt the changes in the surrounding time and space. This feeling was very familiar, but also very strange. Look at Talat, who should have been a bloody man in front of him. Now he has returned to his grand posture, and his momentum is even stronger than before. What's the fucking situation? His memory cannot be wrong. Hey, what did you do? Beerus asked with a serious expression. As I expected, with my current realm, even if I can roughly use the power of time, it will not be too effective for you. As a god of destruction, the gap in realm is still too big. Toluote said to himself. The power of time. You boy said you used the power of time. After Talat's reminder, Beerus suddenly realized. No wonder I felt so familiar just now. Weiss often used the power of time to trace back the feeling of time when he did something wrong. Beerus, who came to his senses, pressed his restless heart and turned his eyes suddenly toward the Angel Weiss, waiting for Weiss' confirmation. He was right, Lord Beerus. He did use his time at that moment just now. To be honest, I can't believe the power of retrospectiveness. He has been back to a minute ago. Weiss explained with a smile. 1 minute, it seems nothing, but even if it only acts as the king of the northern realm, it is quite outrageous, let alone the entire underworld. It can be seen that Talat has a high affinity for time. Chapter 246 Chuan Chao. After receiving Weiss' affirmative answer, stronger. Beerus's face changed again and again, and the eyes of his eyes looking at Talat changed. This kid is even more evil than he thought. Although this power of time is not strong enough to control everything, it is also the power of time at least. As the god of destruction, he failed to touch the power of time, which is enough to show how great the future of Talat will be. As Talat grows, this power of time will inevitably become stronger and stronger. In addition to the power of time, there is also the power of space just now, which is also quite powerful. It is indeed beyond my expectations to be able to do this, but you don't think that this is enough to compete with me, right? The power of time is not something you can use casually. Even if you can control it, it will not may be used multiple times. Beerus narrowed his eyes and said coldly, the power of time is against the will of heaven, but it cannot be used for a long time. Even angels cannot always use the power of time. You are right, I really can't use the power of time too much, but I don't plan to use that power to deal with you. It thanks to you that I activate the sleeping power in my body. Talat smiled slightly, and a dazzling divine light flashed in his eyes. At this moment the divine power around him entered a state of intensification. Crazy. The endless blue flames burned around Talat's body, and at the same time, a layer of green light appeared outside this blue divine power. The breath expanded, and Talat's body was expanding amazingly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Hey, you kid, can you continue to transform? Seeing this scene, Beerus recalled the scene where Talat improved his strength before. Every time his strength surged, it was accompanied by changes in form. Judging from this stance, it seemed that he had guessed it right. Yes, non yes. After all, I don't know how to change myself. Talat smiled grimly, and then a green light flashed in his eyes. And come out. The green energy fire became substantial and attached to the blue azure god surface of the Super Saiyan. In addition to the change in momentum, Talat's body is also expanding rapidly, but in just a few seconds he is more than 2 meters tall, reaching more than 2 meters, 4 or 5 meters. This form looks very similar to the muscles of the Super Saiyan in the first and third stages, but it has an essential difference. It was not a special transformation, but a transformation form superimposed on the Super Saiyan Blue after the power of the giant ape was intensified to the extreme. At this moment, Talat's combat effectiveness ushered in explosive growth, and his momentum continued to expand, becoming stronger and stronger, as if there was no end. This terrifying pressure stirred the underworld and shook all directions. Even the space supported by the power of angels was constantly shaking under this heaven-defying power. The energy increase is very considerable, but I don't know what side effect this form has. It seems that it cannot be maintained for a long time. Weiss looked up and down at Talat, then commented after looking at it for a few seconds. On the other hand, the king of Northern Realm was frightened to be indifferent to his own soul and had no control over his 6 gods. The power of the giant ape and the pressure of the gods that erupted from Talat merged with each other, causing a huge impact on his body and soul. The pressure alone made him feel suffocatingly oppressed. Soon, this fear and anxiety dissipated. The only thing the king of Northern Realm cares about now is that Kin Talat, under the blessing of this form, beat Beerus. The shape has changed again. You are really endless. Beerus couldn't help but complain. He understood that the strength of the Talat race is achieved through continuous transformation and continuous evolution. At this moment, Talat's transformation was stable, his body was full of momentum, and his powerful energy was lingering around him. The explosive growth of power even made him feel an illusion. It seemed that his every move was enough to destroy everything in front of him, including the god of destruction Beerus. But fortunately, his willpower was firm enough, and this crazy idea was just germinated by him. Although his strength has been greatly improved, he has not been so arrogant. Successful. My guess is indeed correct. After calming down, Talat felt this new form carefully. The Super Saiyan Blue appearance, a terrifyingly burly body, and a brand new appearance that perfectly integrates wildness and divinity. The green flame on the surface of his divine power is the manifestation of the power of the giant ape after it reaches its extreme. Similarly, this power has another name, the power of the supernatural power. In the main space-time world, after Talat defeated Broly, he tried to deeply develop the power of the giant ape from another direction. At the beginning, he just found a little direction. Now after the battle with Beerus, he has a deeper understanding of the power of the giant ape. In this battle with Beerus, he continuously broke himself, stimulated his potential abilities, and led to the power of the giant ape evolution again. Now he has become an alternative version of the legendary Super Saiyan. Unlike Broly, he will not go wild. He can control the strength of his power as he pleases, and will be able to control his strength and release his powers at will. He will not fall into self-destruction because of his excessive energy. energy. After a brief rejoicing, Talat's eyes turned and fell on Beerus again. Even though his strength had a huge improvement again, he still did not dare to be careless in the face of the destruction god Beerus. You said before that my body is too weak, so now let's feel it, Talat said politely. Hearing this, Beerus frowned slightly, looked at Talat with his eyes up and down, and after pondering for a few seconds he casually said, the physical strength has increased a lot, but it's just barely enough. The strength of this form has indeed improved a lot, but you can't last long. With just a few glances, Beerus saw the flaws of Talat's current transformation. Unlike the Super Saiyan Blue full power state that can be maintained for a long time, this form with the Super Giant Ape Power Super Power form Super Blue, although it greatly strengthens Talat's body and combat power, but the same brought him a huge burden. Fighting under such high pressure and bearing the pressure from both the inside and the outside, if you are not careful, your energy will be unbalanced and explode. I am worthy of being a god of destruction. I can see the current flaws of my form at a glance, so I will take action without reservation. This will be my last try. Talat took a deep breath and put on a battle pose. Then come on, boy. Beerus responded expressionlessly, giving him enough face. The invisible destructive power surged around the body, and the atmosphere was tense and extremely heavy. Beerus was waiting for Talat to take the initiative to attack, while Talat was looking for a suitable opportunity to take action. Aren't you planning to attack? I'm not polite, he said in one sentence. Beerus took the lead in attacking. He exploded very quickly in an instant and fell in front of Talat in an instant. The iron fist, which seemed plain but actually contained infinite destructive power, rushed towards Talat's face. Talat predicted Beerus's attack in advance and flashed by. The terrifying fist pressure turned into an aurora beam, breaking through the air, shaking the space, disappearing from sight. A blow was dodged. Beerus smiled wickedly, and then another fierce attack fell like a storm. Talat took retreat as an advance, first removed most of Beerus' offensive, quickly distanced himself from it, and at the same time used another ability, Power of Space. Try this. The moment the words were finished, Talat had already rushed into Beerus's face, and his fist containing the power of space suddenly swung out. At this moment, Beerus's pupils contracted, and his body instinctively dodged sideways, but his face was still scratched by Talat's fist, and a crystal clear blood of divine flowed out. Feeling the pain on his face, Beerus showed a look of surprise. This was the first time he had been injured in countless years. Sure enough, even if the power of space is added, it still failed. Talat showed a look of loss on his face. He was full of confidence in the sudden attack just now. Unexpectedly, the final result was resolved by Beerus. The god of destruction is far more terrifying than imagined. Boy, you've hidden deep enough. Even you have mastered the power of space to this point. It's enough to hurt me. Beerus raised his hand to wipe off the blood stains on his cheek, and instead of being angry, he didn't want to be angry. Laugh. Talat knew in his heart that this was just a sign of the coming of a storm. Talat was alert. He knew that Beerus' revenge was coming soon. Let you see that it's not just you who can use the power of space. Beerus grinned and activated the same space ability as Talat. The moment he swung his fist, the space around Talat changed, and his whole body was directly teleported to Beerus and hit the opponent's fist head-on. Fortunately, Talat had been on guard, so he turned his head and flashed the attack, and took this opportunity to seize Beerus's wrist. Sure enough, you can also use the power of space. Talat was in a very serious mood. Although this aspect is not mentioned in the original work, Xiongpa has certain achievements in space, let alone Beerus. I will teach you a good lesson so that you will not be self-righteous because you have mastered these special powers in the future. Beerus smiled wickedly. His figure suddenly disappeared, and the wrist that Talat was holding in his hand also disappeared out of thin air. Beerus's sudden disappearance made Talat take a deep breath of air conditioning. Although he did not make him lose his composure, he was deeply shocked. At this moment, Talat concentrated his attention, expanded his perception of divine thought, and accurately positioned Beerus's position through the power of space. Here, Talat raised his head suddenly, mobilized all his energy, pushed forward with both hands, and the violent divine power storm bombardment exploded, heading straight for Beerus. This is a battle, not a play game. Beerus wants to teach him a lesson, so naturally he has to do his best. Hey! After feeling the intensity of this energy, Beerus was a little surprised. At the same time, he raised his hand to condense the destructive power, turning into a huge fiery red energy ball, and smashing towards Talat. Boom! The two's ultimate moves collided and burst into intense, the incomparable electric light and deafening roar. The underworld was swept by the storm of energy waves and was in constant turmoil. The energy of both sides is equal and looks comparable. This move is good. It can withstand the attack of my god, but that's all. Let me go back. After the words fell, dark purple light flashed around Beerus, and in an instant he released it. The giant fireball expanded with a bang, with a volume of more than 1,000 meters, and the sense of pressure and impact increased by several times. This situation made Talat's entire body feel a fatal threat. Without too much thought, the ability to teleport in space was exerted, but in the blink of an an eye he left the range where he would be attacked. When he appeared again, Talat had already descended behind Beerus, and his fierce fists and feet attacked towards Beerus's back like raindrops. Faced with Talat's fierce attack, Beerus just smiled slightly and suddenly disappeared, easily avoiding all Talat's attack. The attack was resolved again, which made Talat look embarrassed. He gave all his assault in this assault, but was it still not effective at all? Don't you feel it yet? You are not at the same level as me. The moment the words fell, Beerus suddenly appeared again and launched his attack. Without any suspense, Talat was at a disadvantage. Bang pound, bang pound. The collision between the limbs burst out with an amazing light of destruction. Talat's injuries continued to increase. Although Beerus's costume was also destroyed, the two were simply incomparable. One person was injured and the other person was just damaged in the corners of his clothes. Even the Super Saiyan Blue Full Power Super Giant Ape Power Super, it still cannot compare to the destruction god Beerus. You know, Beerus was not serious at all. If this guy shows off his real skills to fight Talat, the battle will end in an instant. Talat, who was completely silent in the battle, put aside all distracting thoughts and devoted himself to the battle. Talat should be glad that Beerus regarded him as his successor, so he kept his hands everywhere, tried every time, and made some suggestions everywhere. Boom! The two of them collided again, causing a deafening roar. Talat and Beerus were both retaliated by force at the same time, but Talat flew back dozens of meters, while Beerus just retreated less than 3 meters. Good boy, I can let this god show this level of power, but now you have reached the limit. Without continuing to take action, Beerus narrowed his eyes and showed a smile of admiration but jokingness. At this time, Talat's body had indeed reached the limit, but the battle ended here, and I was really unwilling to accept it. After practicing so far, Talat has been so strong that he has always believed that he is better than Sun Wukong in the original work. Nowadays, it seems even worse than. Chapter 247, The Bullet of Annihilation. The battle ends. Extreme? No. To me, this is far from my limit. Talat's eyes burst into unyielding fighting will. With a high fighting spirit, he burst into hysterical roars, and a strong unwillingness in his heart stimulated his Scion energy and continuously increased his strength. Feeling this expanding energy storm, Beerus raised his brow and showed a look of surprise. Can you continue to improve your strength? Beerus's words revealed a strong sense of amazement when he broke up the energy storm in front of him. There are only a handful of people who can fight him to this point, and look at the entire universe. I thought this was Talat's limit, but I didn't expect that this was far from Talat's full strength. Although Talat's current level is still very different from his current state, if you practice hard in the future, you may be able to catch up with him in a very short time. After being a god of destruction for so many years, this is the first time Beerus has had such strong expectations for a mortal. How long has Talat lived? You are not even 100 years old, right? How long has he lived? The universe has been born more than 10 billion years. It's incomparable at all. Beerus, who came to his senses, had a stronger smile on his face. He looked down at Talat with an absolutely arrogant attitude and said, I know where your limit is. Then I wait and see. The strength increase reached its peak, and Talat's passionate and surging words were heard, which was extremely inspiring and deterrent. Beerus also released part of the god pressure and easily suppressed the breath released by Talat. You are really good from the future, boy. I have to say that you are the first guy who can play with me to this level, which makes me embarrassed to destroy you. Beerus grinned and grinned. It seems to be warning Talat that he can destroy it at any time. Talat had no doubt, so he didn't care about Beerus's words at all. Let's fight. Accompanied by this high-pitched shout, in the blink of an eye, Talat had already rushed out, carrying an extremely sharp momentum, and rushed forward and rushed straight to the destruction god Beerus. Beerus did not flash avoid, but choose to fight Talat head-on. The fierce battle broke out again. Beerus perfectly controls his own strength, controlling his strength to the same level as Talat. With his rich combat experience and superb combat skills, he easily plays Talat in his palms. Talat is also constantly evolving in the battle. The power of the supernatural power and the power of the god complement each other. The two forces blend together, and the power of the bursting is getting stronger and stronger. This battle is a huge battle for him. Opportunity. Every fight can give him a new feeling. Bang pound, bang pound. The collision between fist and flesh caused huge waves in the space. The battle situation is getting worse and worse. The recoil force brought by the collision between the limbs stimulates the Scion blood in Talat's body. The battle causes the blood in the body to surge. This feeling of chi and blood is so refreshing, pleasant. Talat had put aside all distracting thoughts and devoted himself to the battle with Beerus. Enjoy battles, understand battles, and fully stimulate the characteristics of Scion. As long as he meets a strong enough opponent, he will be braver and stronger the more he fight. Beerus felt Talat's energy increase in reality. He was very entertained and was not in a hurry to defeat Talat, but was slowly playing with Talat, wanting to see how this kid could. What level do you grow up in battle? The fierce battle continued to heat up, and the two of them kept shuttled through the underworld so fast that they could not see it at all with their naked eyes. Even existences like the King of Realms could only barely capture a trace of afterimage through their special abilities. The entire underworld was constantly turbulent and storms were continuous due to the aftermath of the battle. The clouds of the yellow springs covering the underworld were all dispersed by the aftermath. The aftermath impact caused the space to be deformed, visible to the naked eye. The two of them had a strong force and they could destroy the stars in every move. The combat power level of the non-sick dimension Beijing could not be stopped. If there was no Angel Weiss who was standing on the northern territory of kings, I was afraid that this underworld would have been destroyed so much that it was so devastated. The fierce and fiery battle made the Yanmo king in the Yanmo palace stunned and frightened. Even if they are god, their concept of combat is still retained on the most basic hand-to-hand combat and energy warfare. This kind of competition that can freely shuttle through the power of space has really subverted their cognition and made them feel unbelievable. On the one hand, he was surprised by Talat's strength, and on the other hand, he was deeply awed of the terror of the destruction god Beerus. The horror of god of destruction is far from what they can imagine. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Talat will lose, and Beerus's strength is far from what Talat can compete with. Talat just licked to the end. If you continue fighting, Lord Beerus may be really angry. The king of Northern Realm prayed in his heart, hoping that Talat could give up quickly. The winner and loss of this battle were not that important in his opinion. If you lose, you lose. Living is the key. If Beerus is really angered, Talat will undoubtedly die. This is the god of destruction, the most moody god. It seems that this battle is about to end, and Lord Beerus has almost had enough fun. Weiss had already predicted the next ending. Even though Talat masters the power of time and space, and even the power of the combination of time and space, it cannot have too much impact on Beerus. The gap in realms is too big. They are not from the same dimension at all. After saying this, he began to lower his head and continue to enjoy his bento. In the underworld space, the competition between Talat and Beerus gradually came to an end, and the gap between them began to emerge. It's not that Talat's growth rate exceeded Beerus's, but that Beerus showed overwhelming power after he was serious. Strength, speed, reaction, defense, combat ability, and all values crushed Talat. The level of the battle also changed drastically with Beerus's exertion. Faced with this level of battle, Talat showed signs of being unable to bear it. Not only was he unable to keep up with the rhythm of this battle, his physical energy was also extremely exhausted. The double torture of his appearance and inner body almost reached the critical point. The Super Saiyan Blue Giant Ape's power is almost at its limit. The breathing rhythm became rapid, and a strong sense of powerlessness arose in my heart. Is it really going to end here? No matter how he improves his strength, destruction god Beerus will suppress him ruthlessly with more domineering mien. In the face of absolute strength, any means are so pale and powerless. No, he is far from reaching the limit. Whether it is the power of the giant ape or the power of the god, there is still a higher space that has not been used. He can go further. What's wrong? The speed is so slow and the fist is weak. Do you want to continue playing with me even with this level of attack? You know you can't bear it if I take a slight move. Beerus teased with a smirk, and at the same time the movements in his hands became more and more brutal and cruel. Every attack was extremely fierce, without any restraint. As the attack intensified, Talat's pressure increased and his scalp felt numb. Don't be too proud. Talat gritted his teeth, and his strong emotional fluctuations stimulated the Scion energy gate in his body, further improving him. The energy in the body is a pity that no matter how it improves it, it will be useless unless Talat can further break through the limit and evolve from the state of Super Saiyan Blue full power to reach a higher level of Super Saiyan Dark Blue state. But is this possible? Obviously it is impossible. The Super Saiyan Blue full power breakthrough he completed just a few minutes ago. Breakthrough is not only the peak form, but also the success is achieved through his continuous accumulation and deepening of his understanding of the power of the god. In addition, he even used the power of passing the superb, adding to the full power of Super Saiyan Blue. His strength has been greatly improved, which may not be worse than the Super Saiyan Dark Blue evolution state. The true power of the destruction god is so powerful. The way I want to go is still far. At this moment, Talat understood in his heart how terrible the god of destruction is. From the beginning of the battle to the present, this guy has always been playing and has been serious about it. In fact, this is not the case. Now, I can only give up. Use the final ultimate skill to end this battle. Dring! Talat burst out with a loud shout, and the next second he crossed the space and quickly distanced himself from Beerus. This time, Beerus did not attack again. With a light smile on his face, hooked flicked his hand at Talat, signaling him to take it out as soon as possible if he had any means. After pulling away, Talat took a deep breath and adjusted his state. The last power of the gods and the power of the giant apes in his body blended and erupted with his thought. This move is all about me. Take it, Beerus. Talat kept gathering energy and raised his hands high. In an instant the green light burst into the void and the majestic energy gathered into a ball, turning into an extremely huge red gold energy ball. This is just the beginning. With the addition of the power of the god, the color of this red gold energy ball has changed and turned into a golden and blue color. There are also green lights surrounding it and the destructive power has reached a higher level. The bomb of destruction. Talat shouted loudly and threw the energy bomb that had been condensed to the extreme. Compared with the ultimate skill that was used before, the destructive power of this move has been several times increased. The unstoppable destructive aura swept across the underworld in a very short time. The countless souls waiting for judgment were in the hall of Yama that were extremely frightened. The underworld warriors on the great realm King Star felt their scalp numb, and even the dead souls in hell. They were trembling at this moment, facing Talat's super trick. Even the destruction god Beerus showed a look of amazement. Is this your ultimate killing skill? You have done all your effort. The level is pretty good. If your strength is stronger, then the destructive power is enough to destroy a large galaxy. Beerus raised his right hand calmly. A faint purple light filled the whole body. The power of destruction gathered in his palm. Destruction. As Beerus said, the invisible destructive power directly blocked the bullet of annihilation. No, it did not completely block Beerus's destruction, only slowed down the speed of the imperfect bomb. Even destruction cannot be completely eliminated, so I will be more serious and use more advanced destruction to deal with you. After saying that, Beerus's body momentum changes. The faint purple light that permeated his body turned into purple-red, looking even more unfathomable and destructive. The moment this profound and extremely profound destructive power appeared, Talat also clearly felt the terror of this destructive power and was instantly shocked. Crazy. The bullet of annihilation dissipated in the space at a speed visible to the naked eye and turned into nothingness. After shattering the impaired energy bomb, Beerus did not continue to attack but instead carried his hands on his back and looked at Talat not far away with a smile. At this moment, after releasing the final bomb of annihilation, Talat had reached the point where the oil was exhausted. Now, there is no need for him to continue to persevere. This battle was defeated, and it was a crushing defeat. Is this the real power of God of Destruction? It's as strong as a monster. I'm still too far away. Talat smiled helplessly. He was forced to remove his transformation and return to his normal state. The moment he relieved his transformation, a strong sense of fatigue and emptiness invaded. Talat's body instantly lost control and landed on the northern planet. The large overdrawn of his body and soul made him unhappy. Not only was he unable to speak, but he even became extremely difficult to lift a finger. Beerus also landed on the northern territory at this moment. The pair of cold eyes stared at Talat, who was lying on the ground, and nodded silently. It seems that Lord Beerus was having a lot of fun this time. Weiss walked to Beerus' side at this time and handed the prepared bento to Beerus. Just be careless, this kid barely carries me for a warm-up exercise. Beerus took the bento box from Weiss, then walked leisurely to the table and chair to sit down. Seeing that Beerus didn't want to do anything too much, he enjoyed his own bento with voracious appetite. Seeing this scene, the king of Northern Realm was so proud that he could only be a little transparent one. He didn't dare to provoke Beerus, especially at this time. The worried eyes looked at Talat in the distance, which was a little relaxed in one breath, at least not directly destroyed. Chapter 248. Let's set off and destroy the God Realm. As time passes by bit, the tired Talat finally recovered and temporarily recovered his physical ability to move. He had just recovered and saw the voracious destruction god Beerus, and his stomach couldn't help but make hungry gurgling sounds. Beerus showed a provocative and arrogant look, and while eating the food in the lunch box, he deliberately showed Talat his food. In his opinion, this is a food that only God is qualified to eat. Talat couldn't help rolling his eyes in response to this. That is, Beerus has never eaten any delicious food, and if he has eaten it, he will not show off these things. Without caring about Beerus's gaze, Talat knew that Beerus would not do anything to him. He thought about it and took out the universal capsule box from the storage space. There were a lot of supplies in it, all prepared by Bulma. Talat took out the universal capsule with the fast food label from it, gently turned the start button, and threw it forward. Bang! The universal capsule exploded in response to the sound, and as the smoke dissipated, a huge round wooden table appeared. At the same time, the wooden table was filled with delicious food with bright colors and scented fragrance. It is no exaggeration to say that although universal capsules are storage equipment, they are also affected by their storage space. As long as they are stored in their storage space, time will stop. So what it is like when put in and what it is like when it is taken out. Just talk about the fast food label. There are hundreds of universal capsules. In addition to other foods and daily necessities, Bulma arranged a year for Talat. Attracted by the food that exudes an attractive aroma. The eyes of the destruction god Beerus and the angel Weiss were concentrated. These delicacies that have never been seen before are very attractive in appearance and fragrant. There is no doubt that angel Weiss and god of destruction Beerus felt that the bento in his hand was no longer fragrant. Talat looked complacent and sat on the dining chair and enjoyed his own food. This kind of scene is particularly incredible. It should be said that Talat has taken control of the two big foodies, Weiss and Beerus. May I ask, can I taste these future delicacies? Weiss took the initiative to step forward and ask. Obviously he knew that these were foods from the future. Hearing Weiss' word, Talat nodded naturally. Of course, in my future you often come to my house as a guest, so try it casually. Invite Weiss to enjoy the food with him, but cooled Beerus aside. After all, we need Weiss' help in the future. Establishing a good relationship with the angel is the top priority. God of destruction can be completely ignored. That's great. With Talat's consent, Weiss's eyes lit up and he sat beside Talat without losing his demeanor. Enjoy the delicious food of the future Earth. When the food enters the stomach, an unprecedented feeling surges into my heart, stimulating his taste buds and changing his expression. This indescribable feeling was completely conquered by a small bite. At this moment, as an angel, he couldn't control himself and began to enjoy it unscrupulously. Weiss showed a happy expression on his face and was completely immersed in the gentle land of food and completely fell. After seeing this scene, Beerus, not far away, had already dominated him. What kind of deliciousness is that makes Weiss show such an expression? Coveting the food on Talat's table, his eyes kept wandering around those foods he had never seen before. He was just teasing Talat about how high the food he ate was, but in comparison, it was completely incomparable. The corners of his mouth twitched violently, and a strong look of unhappiness flashed across Beerus's face. Due to the destruction of God's face, he could not speak out. After a long time passed, the king of Northern Realm also came over, and only Beerus was still there to try his best to restrain himself. Only then did Talat show a smug smile. The purpose has been achieved, and it cannot be too much. Mr. Destruction God over there, should you come and taste these food? This is a delicacy from 5 million years later, and it is incomparable to what you eat now, Talat said with a wicked smile on his face. Hearing Talat took the initiative to invite him, Beerus's eyes lit up. Boy, this is what you said. God will give you face. In order to save God of destruction, Beerus pretended to be proud and slowly walked to Talat's dining table. Please, Talat said to Beerus, and at the same time he had guessed what kind of expression Beerus would change next. Beerus sat down, still looking carelessly. He looked at the food in front of him and finally picked up a knife and fork, picked a plate of meat chops, cut a small piece of meat and put it into his mouth. The moment the food was in the mouth, Beerus's face suddenly changed and his whole body trembled as if he was electrocuted, revealing an incredible look. This is the beauty from the future time and space world. More than 5 million years later, food too, so delicious. After comparison, the food he usually eats is the garbage in the stinky ditch, which is completely incomparable. Beerus, who was completely conquered by the delicious food, began to eat wildly without any intention of taking into account the face. This situation, as Talat expected, but Talat didn't say anything. After all, there are some things that can be thought of in my mind. If it is said, even if it is broken, it will turn out to be something that is wrong. Time passes by minute. Not long after, the food on the dining table was swept away by 3 people. The god of destruction, Beerus, lay on the dining chair, covering his stomach with his hands, and a look of incomparable satisfaction appeared on his face. This is delicious food. He felt that his past years had been in vain. Although the things he usually eats are not unpalatable, they can only satisfy hunger at most. This kind of food should be something that is enjoyed by God. But these delicacies all come from the future world, and they are still in the future more than 5 million years later. When he thought of this, Beerus felt extremely upset. This period of time seems to be short, but it is also long. He even wondered whether he would find an agent in the universe to take charge of his next work and then go to bed for 5 million years. After waking up like this, he could eat this delicious food again. However, this idea was ruthlessly extinguished by him just a few seconds later. Even if he had this idea, Weiss would never agree. How do you feel, Lord Destruction? Talat quipped in Beerus with a smile. Ahem, it's just normal. Beerus immediately corrected his posture and looked full of majesty. Even though these delicacies are really delicious and tempting, he still cannot lose his appearance as a destructive god. Thank you for the hospitality. It tastes delicious. Compared to Beerus, Weiss didn't have that much burden and said bluntly. It can also be regarded as a relief for Beerus. Taro's character no longer continues to make joke. After drinking and eating, it's almost time to get to the point. Beerus's face turned right, and the pair of sharp eyes of gods stared at Talat and asked casually, "Tell me, why are you here in this time and space?" Since the god of destruction asked, I naturally cannot hide it. The rough thing is like this. Talat did not say nonsense and told the god of destruction Beerus, an angel virgin of this era. After a 3-minute description, the destruction god Beerus and the angel Weiss also learned the details. The planet explosion caused a scion named Badak to descend from the space-time world 5 million years later to their space-time world. Now, for some unknown reason, I have gone to the Dark Demon Realm. Dark Demon World. That place is not a good place. As an alien dimension, even these destruction gods and angels have no right to access them at will. So, your current plan is to go to the Dark World to bring back the scion named Badak. It's not that I don't look down on you. With your current strength, if you go to the Dark World, there is only one who can go to the Dark World. There is a dead end, Beerus said mercilessly, holding his chin with one hand. Although the words are a little bit ugly, it is the fact that Talat is too weak now. Although he can play with him, it is only limited to playing. The place in the Dark Demon Realm is not the 7th universe, and he has no right to ask about it. Otherwise, as the god of destruction, he could accompany Talat to the Dark Demon Realm. With his name as the god of destruction, even the demons in the Dark Demon Realm can handle it. Sure enough, Talat was not angry when he heard Beerus's words and nodded heavily. Although he has become stronger, he is far from enough, and he knows this in his heart. Although he has reached the full power of Super Saiyan Blue, coupled with the extremely intensified power of the giant ape, his strength is far from enough, and he is even less than that of the Golden Frieza and Super in the opening period of Dragon Ball Super. Lan Sun Wukong. If he wants to protect himself in the Dark Demon Realm, his strength must at least be as strong as that of Sun Wukong and Vegeta during the power conference in the original work. But it is impossible to improve your strength to that level in a very short time. He has already exploded once, and this time it was very thorough. Soon, Talat retracted his mind and looked at Weiss on the side. Noting Talat's gaze, Weiss just shook his head. I'm sorry, I can't help you with the matter about the Dark Demon Realm. Although I am an angel, it's my responsibility to bring that person back, but the Dark Demon Realm is not within my jurisdiction. Weiss's answer, letting Taro my heart sank. Even an existence as strong as an angel cannot violate the rules and help him go to the Dark Demon Realm to bring Badak back. Talat just nodded and thought about his next plan in his mind. Regarding this result, he had long expected that the operation to rescue Badak from the Dark Demon Realm would have to rely on himself. However, I can't help you, but there is someone who can help you. Weiss suddenly changed his mind and said. These words made Talat's eyes lit up and he asked anxiously, who? Time, the king of the realm. Weiss replied, the king of time. When Talat heard this, the memories that had been buried in his mind for many years surged again. The king of time god Kurano. As the owner of the nest of time, Kurano is different from the ordinary king god, especially the time and space patrolmen under her command who have been wandering in countless parallel space and space worlds for many years. While restoring the normal operation of space and space, they have also repeatedly blocked the conspiracy of the Dark Demon World. It can be said that the king of time realm and the time and space patrolmen under her command are the opposite of the Dark Demon Realm. If they can get their help, it will be much easier to rescue Badak. Is it that woman Kurano? I haven't heard of this name for many years. Since the decision has been made, let them help deal with the matter in the Dark Demon World. Beerus finished casually saying. Afterward, he got up from the dining chair and stretched his waist. I'm in a particularly good mood today. Let's go back to Weiss and bring this kid with me. I still have a lot of things to know from him. Beerus ordered Weiss. Yes, Lord Beerus. Weiss's eyes turned to Talat. The two of them had a collision of their eyes, and Talat was a little surprised that Beerus would actually ask to take him away. This is completely different from what he imagined, but since Beerus said so and Weiss wanted to let him go, he could not object. After agreeing, Talat said goodbye to the king of the north. After all, after I went there this time, I might not really come back to see him again. The king of the northern realm was open-minded and should have been desperate to hope that the god of destruction, Beerus, would leave quickly. After saying goodbye, Talat walked to Weiss and met Beerus again. Boy, don't do anything later, otherwise if you fall down during the shuttle, you will die. Beerus couldn't help but tease. Don't worry, I cherish my life. Talat did not argue with him and responded casually. Then, king of the northern realm, we will say goodbye. As the words fell, crazy, the dazzling angel power burst out around Weiss's body like a rainbow light wrapped around the three of them. Once again, Talat felt the wonder of the power of the angel, and a different feeling came to his heart. Swoosh! A sound of breaking through the air sounded. Weiss, Beerus, and Talat were completely shrouded in the light of energy. In the next moment, he passed through the underworld from the northern territory at a speed that surpassed everything and headed towards a higher dimension. The three of them left. Not only the northern realm Wang Xing calmed down, but the entire underworld stabilized. The king of northern realm finally let go of his hanging heart. I have a lot of feelings in my heart, especially for this disciple who is 5 million years later. Can we meet again in the changed future? The king of northern realm murmured to himself. Chapter 249. 1 year period. Within the cross-border channel, Talat could clearly feel the changes around him. This feeling was unimaginable to him. At this moment, his body was wrapped in a thick layer of angel power. I haven't seen you. You have to feel it, because not everyone is qualified to cross the universe in this form. As I said before, don't let go. If you let go, no matter how you die, you will die. I don't know. Beerus couldn't help but quip when he saw Talat's appearance that had never seen the world. Hearing this, Talat didn't care. Have you never eaten pork? Have you seen pigs run away? As a time traveler, he has naturally seen it. It's just that the form of animated comics and the feelings you see with your own eyes are completely different. Closed his eyes, Talat tried his best to expand his perception and feel the power released by Angel Weiss while shuttled. If he could understand the power of an angel, even if it was just a little bit, it would be a great opportunity for him. Tisk, what a boring boy. I don't know how Weiss will fall in love with you in the future. It's like a dull man. Beerus saw that Talat ignored him and stopped talking. Weiss kept smiling. He did not speak out, and while rushing, he used his special abilities to cross this time and space world and connect with the existence in another special time and space. There is no doubt that the contact is the king of time, Kurano. Before I knew it, 26 minutes and 44 seconds passed. Angel Weiss finally arrived at the realm of destruction with Destruction Beerus and Talat. In fact, this is a very long distance. To the original, Beerus said it is enough to watch an animation episode for so long. In the sky of the Destruction God realm, as the colorful glow passes by, it falls at the center of the Destruction God realm. Located at the edge of the center of the God of Destruction, a strange-looking blue fish was controlling the floating fish tank and flying quickly towards this area. There is no doubt that this fish is not an ordinary fish, but a prophetic fish with the ability to predict the future. Ah, I came back faster this time than I thought. I wonder what kind of delicious food Weiss will bring me this time. Prophecy fish was full of expectations. Located in the center of the Destruction realm, as the power of the angel dissipate, the figures of Angel Weiss, Destruction God Beerus and Talat were revealed. Sir Beerus, Talot-san, we're here. Weiss turned around and said with a smile. Arriving at the God of Destruction, Beerus immediately showed a careless expression, stretched his waist, raised his hand and yawned. The exercise just now consumed a lot of my energy and I started to feel sleepy. Weiss, this kid is left to you to arrange it. I will take a shower first and then take a short snatch and wait until I wake up. Let's talk about other things. After Beerus told Weiss, he flew directly to his destruction hall. This kind of casual sex means that you don't care about Talat at all, and you are not afraid of Talat running away. At this moment, Talat didn't care about Beerus's behavior at all. His eyes kept scanning the scene of destroying the God's realm and put everything in his eyes. Is this the destruction of the God realm? The scale is really much larger than that of the God realm of the World King realm, and it is completely different. Talat took a deep breath and gradually relaxed. They are also the realms of God, and the realm of kings and destruction of gods are completely incomparable. This breath of air alone seemed to have extremely rich and pure energy, helping him to discharge the dirt in his body, and it also felt that his chi and blood were replenished, making him feel particularly comfortable. There are also hierarchical differences in the realm of God. No wonder the God of destruction is far from comparable to the God of Realm King. No wonder, in the late period of the original work, Sun Wukong and Vegeta have been practicing in the destruction of the God world. Practicing in the realm of God can achieve twice the result with half the effort, even several or even dozens of times the lower realm. If he had been practicing in the destruction world from the beginning, his combat power could be improved by at least 1 to 2 large dimensions over the years. As someone I chose 5 million years later, have you never come to destroy the God realm? Weiss was also a little surprised and asked. From beginning to end, Weiss in this time and space did not contact Weiss in the future. I don't know what he thought. No, this is my first time to come to the God of destruction. On the contrary, you in the future have been to the earth in the lower realm many times. Talat replied with a smile. Hearing this, Weiss was a little confused. Then he thought, thinking that he was thinking too much. In the future, he did not plan to train Talat to become a candidate for the God of destruction. This is other reasons, but he really couldn't imagine what plans he had in the future. After looking at Talat carefully, Weiss put away his thoughts and prepared to contact himself in the future time and space to learn more. At this moment, an ethereal voice came from not far away. Ah, Weiss, did you and Lord Beerus come back this time, and have you brought a human back? Talat's eyes looked at the source of the sound. A small blue loach fish was seen controlling a fish tank to hang in the air and slowly floated in front of the two of them. This fish is a magical breed with the ability to predict the future. The prophetic fish. Talat is not unfamiliar with the prophetic fish. This fish doesn't look good, but its ability is actually quite terrifying. In the original work, he predicted that the existence of the Super Saiyan God would be born in the future, which led to a series of subsequent plots of Dragon Ball Super. While Talat was looking at the prophetic fish was also looking at him. The existence of the prophecy fish is very special. He can see the unusual things about Talat, but he didn't say much, because since Vis and Baluth brought Talat to the realm of God of destruction, then there must be their reasons, and I must know that unusual. He turned his gaze to Weiss. "Wesvs, did you bring me a gift this time?" the prophetic fish asked impatiently. From the way of conversation, we can hear that a fish and a person are not the relationship between a pet and his owner, but are like special friends who have crossed the species. Ho 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 ho. "Don't worry, prophecy fish. Totalet's blessing. We have got food from the next 5 million years. I believe you will like it very much." Weiss chuckled, and in his hand the angel's scepter was a little far apart, and the food that had not finished eating and packed before appeared in front of the prophetic fish out of thin air. "Wow wow 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 wow. The food from the next 5 million years later is delicious." "Will it be delicious? Then I'm not polite." Wow. Prophecy fish is easy to fool, but with such a little sweetness. It's so happy going away. It seemed that he was afraid that Weiss would regret it. Talet saw this scene in his eyes and was amused and crying. "If I hadn't known what the original prophecy fish was like, I would have really couldn't help but complain. Fortunately, I have experienced a lot, so I have a certain ability to control myself in the face of this emergencies." The prophecy fish has the ability to predict the future. His existence is to help Lord Beerus maintain the balance of the universe. Every once in a while he will say some prophecies about the future, and Lord Beerus will follow these prophecies, make corresponding preparations and deal with the unstable factors that will harm the universe in advance. However, your sudden visit, the prophecy fish did not make any predictions, so your existence will not harm the development of the universe. It was seen that Talet's psychological activities were slowly revealed and the message of prophecy was slowly revealed. Hearing this, Talet nodded seriously. "I heard of it. It's just the first time I've seen it." In fact, Weiss also mentioned the prophecy fish in the future, but there was no in-depth explanation. A word of emotion afterward, Talet turned around and took the initiative to face Weiss and went straight to the topic and said, "Now we have come to the god of destruction. It's time to talk about the serious matter." Well, although Lord Beerus said he would talk about other things after he rested, it would be too late at that time. Weiss responded and then said, "About your special situation. On the way back just now. On the way, I had contacted Kurano, the king of the realm of time, and informed her about the specific situation. At this time, she should have arrived." "Already arrived?" Talet was shocked when he heard this. "After all, I have been together all the time, and I don't know how Weiss did it. This is the angel's ability to contact." Crazy. Suddenly, located on the side of Talet and Vis, the space suddenly fluctuated. A ripple appeared and finally turned into a space-time channel. In this space-time channel, a very special force flowed out. This power is like a power of God, not an ordinary power of God, but it is somewhat similar to the power of time and space, he has realized. Immediately afterward, under the gaze of Talet and Weiss, a red-skinned little loli in a magical costume and no more than 1.5 meters tall walked out. "This little loli is the current king of time, Kurano." "I'm here." "Weiss, is he the scion who travels through time and space that you told me?" As soon as he walked out of the space-time channel, Kurano saw Talet. "That's right, his name is Talet, and he comes from the time and space world 5 million years later. I have already told you the reason why he came here, and it involves the dark demon realm. It is not convenient for Lord Beerus and I to intervene, so it's all for you," Weiss said with a smile. "That's what it means." Kurano's eyes wandered back and forth on Talet. As the king god of the world of time, he had extraordinary insight. In just a few short glances he could see how powerful Talet was. It is normal, not strong or weak, but if you want to go to the dark demon realm to save people with this level of strength, it is completely a waste of people. However, Talet had a strong air on his body which made her look a little bit sideways. "You are very special. I can feel the power of time and space in your body, but now you are too weak to fully exert this power of time and space, and based on your current strength, don't blame me for saying that it's too direct, too weak." Kurano did not have any tactfulness, and it bluntly showed that Talet's strength was not enough. Talet raised his brows. Although he was dissatisfied, if those monsters were involved, he would be very weak. "Looking at your appearance, I seem to be very dissatisfied." Kurano saw that Talet was unwilling to accept it, and a smirk appeared on his face, then raised a finger and continued, "This is how you are. If I can break free from my time and space constraints, I will take back what I said just now. How about it?" Talet snorted softly. He didn't plan to have a head-on conflict, but Kurano wanted to use him to play with him, so he happened to take this opportunity to test her strength. With Talet's approval, Kurano giggled and activated her ability directly. Time and space are frozen. In just a moment, Talet obviously felt that his body was ruthlessly frozen by this power of time and space. In addition to the consciousness still retained, his body was completely unable to move, and the energy in his body could no longer be mobilized. If he hadn't mastered the power of time and space, he would have been afraid that his consciousness would be frozen. "Now you understand the gap between us, right? Tell you, this is just a power of time and space that I have less than 1/10,000. In the dark demon world, their king Mechacapura has the same magic power as me, even stronger than me. If you are only this level now, you will have to die in the dark world, let alone save your companion." companion. Kurano shook his head in disappointment and then removed Talat the power of time and space on the body. After the control of the body came back, a cold light flashed in Talat's eyes. He is indeed not strong enough. If he wants to change his destiny and bring Badak back, he must reach a higher level. Although Kurano speaks very badly, this is the truth. Talat didn't say anything, just kept silent. He accepted his current weakness, but it does not mean that he will always be so weak in the future. Kurano saw the indomitableness in Talat's eyes. I won't tease you anymore. Since this is the case, I already know that I won't stand by and watch. I just need to wait a year later to save the scion named Badak in your world. Now everyone is here. All time and space are busy, and there will be free in a year. At that time, I will send a powerful time and space patrolman to assist you in action. How about it? In the past year, I also hope that you can do your best to improve yourself. Whether you can save that Badak will depend on you. Kurano put away his playfulness and began to say righteously and sternly, is it a year? Talat was a little surprised. In other words, he has to stay here for a year to become stronger, then go to the dark demon realm. This year, I will do my best to guide you in practicing. I believe that in the future I will have this meaning so that I will guide you in this time and space. Weiss said, awakening Talat. All this seems to be a coincidence. In the future, Weiss knew that so many things would happen early in the morning, so everything now is the future. Arrived. Accepting the guidance of Weiss in this time and space, he is now destroying the God realm, and he has actually obtained Beerus' consent. Okay, I'm still very busy. See you in a year. If you are still like this now, then I really have no choice. Kurano left a sentence and said goodbye to Weiss. After a sound, he turned around and entered the space-time tunnel. As she entered, the space-time tunnel quickly closed. Crack. Talat's fists were clenched, and the unwillingness in his heart turned into motivation. Chapter 250. A year later, the strength increased greatly. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, it has been a full year since Talat crossed time and space to reach the time and space world 5 million years ago. The final month countdown is still left before the agreed time with the King of Time God Kurano. During this 11-month arduous practice, Talat's progress was rapid. Under the guidance of Weiss, he absorbed all the insights he had when fighting with the god of destruction Beerus, and his deep digging of the power of the giant ape. He had been reborn within 11-month rebirth. Now, his normal combat power has increased by a large dimension, not to mention the increase in his strong strength after his transformation. It has to be said that Talat finally realized how painful and difficult it was to practice Sunbei under the guidance of Weiss. I could only imagine the difficulty coefficient in the past. Only when I truly experienced it did I realize it was because I thought it was too simple. Weiss put a lot of effort into him. In Weiss' words, although all his cultivation arrangements are threatening to life, they are all good intentions. Located in the sky of the god of destruction, bang, pound, bang, bang, a series of harsh roars kept ringing, and there was no doubt that it was Talat. On the ground, the prophetic fish, who was a spectator, looked at the scene in the sky, couldn't help but sigh. Talat's strength is getting stronger and stronger. When he first started to compete with Weiss, he couldn't do this farming, although Weiss is just laying. As the only alternative life that survives in the destruction of the god realm, he can be said to have witnessed Talat's growth process during this period. Although it is just a fish, he is not only good at prophecy. After following bigwigs like angels and destruction gods for a long time, he has more or less eyesight. His only disadvantage is that his memory is not very good. In the air, the competition between Talat and Weiss continued, and the battle situation became increasingly fierce. Compared with the previous time, this time, both strength, combat skills, and control of power have been improved a lot. In Weiss's opinion, there is no doubt that Talat is now qualified to be the candidate for the god of destruction. As for the past, it was only barely touched. Hey! As Talat shouted loudly, in an instant Talat used all his strength and tried his best to give Weiss the greatest pressure. However, no matter how he attacked, he could not touch Weiss at all. As an angel, Weiss has long integrated the ultimate mind skills into his body's instinct, so even if you don't deliberately defend, you can easily avoid all Talat's offensive method. Yes, although you haven't changed all the defects I told you last time, you have also removed a lot of unnecessary movement, and your mastery of the power of God has become more exquisite. Isn't it better to improve the power of God in my body? Let the opponent discover that this is an indispensable part of your actual combat, Weiss commented while responding to Talat's fierce attack. During these 11 months of practice, he truly saw how amazing Talat's understanding was, which was even better than Belutha's back then. It can be said that he taught Talat more than just this little thing during this period, but what Talat could understand was far beyond his expectations and more than he taught. Because Talat is excellent enough, in addition to combat skills and perfect control methods of divine power, he also intentionally or unintentionally revealed to Talat the skills of free and extreme mind and the cultivation tips of destroying divine power. Although Talat has not been able to master it successfully, it has already touched on some of the fur. Don't underestimate this this little bit of fur. It's just such a little bit of fur that can make Talat establish an invincible position among his peers and even gain an advantage in the battle of cross-level battles. Don't underestimate me. My progress is much more than just a little bit on the surface. Ha ha. The power of the giant ape intensified and transformed into the prototype of the power of the super power. Talat once again entered the state of the Super Saiyan Blue, and giant ape's power strengthening and his momentum increased sharply, reaching the peak of the 7th dimension. Can you adapt to this state perfectly? It's really good. Weiss nodded with satisfaction after feeling the power of the explosion of Talat's form. At this moment Talat quickly distanced himself from Vest, raised his hands and condensed his final killing skill, Ultimate Extinction Bullet. Talat shouted loud, lithe power of the god perfectly merged in the power of the giant ape, turning into a ball of destructive golden red energy bomb. Even at the outermost periphery of this golden red energy bomb, purple light burst vaguely. These purple lights represent not ordinary power, but destroying the power of the divine. The energy bomb condensed to the extreme. Talat threw his big hand, and the violent energy tore through the space and rushed straight to Weiss. Faced with this ultimate destruction bomb, the size of a meteorite, Weiss was not panicked at all, as stable as an old dog. In the eyes of others, this move was extremely terrifying, but in his opinion, it was too far behind. Ho 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 ho. There has been a lot of progress. The destructive power of this move, even the destructive gods of other universes, must be taken seriously, and Lord Beerus must show some strength to resolve it. Wes gave a very high evaluation of Talat's move. However, the next second he just waved the angel scepter in his hand and pointed it lightly. Buzz! The mysterious angel's power expanded, causing ripples in the space, but in the blink of an eye, Talat's killing attack was resolved and disappeared without a trace. Seeing his ultimate skill easily collapse, Talat's mouth twitched and couldn't help but complain. Wes, I found that you are really good at playing with people's mentality. I said it was good the second ago. It will be resolved directly in the next second. Have you considered my feelings? Ho 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 ho. This is also impossible. After all, you are too different from mine. Let's stop today's training, little Talat. Weiss smiled slightly, changed the topic and relieved it. This embarrassment. Hey, hearing this, Talat had no choice but to do anything. After all, this kind of thing happened too many times and he was almost getting used to it. After breathing a sigh of relief, Talat released the Super Saiyan Blue and giant ape power strengthening state and returned to normal state. The two of them returned to the ground from mid-air at the same time and came to the rest area. Weiss naturally took out 2 bowls of instant noodles from the angel space and summoned the kettle. After tearing open the packaging mouth, poured in hot water and started instant noodles. You don't have much time left. There's only the last month left. Do you have any plans? Weiss asked while instant noodles lan. Let it be natural. Now I am not the one I was a year ago. Although I am still a long way from being like you, I am also qualified to face the dark world. At least not go and give away the head. Talat is somewhat confident about his current strength. Under Weiss's teaching, his progress was rapid. In these 11 months, in addition to the power of God, the Saiyan blood in his body was also constantly purifying and sublimating. His qualifications and potential have been improved several times. Order of magnitude. After accumulating for so long, Talat had a special premonition in his heart that his next breakthrough will come soon, and that will definitely be when he transformed into a Super Saiyan Blue from before. Likewise, breakthrough is the peak. The realm above the blue of the Super Saiyan is actually not difficult. On the contrary, it is very simple. Talat didn't know why Sun Wukong and Vegeta in the original work were so difficult to break through. Vegeta still took advantage of the pressure of the power conference. In short, he felt that it was easy to touch. In short, the strength he possessed at this time is not only comparable to Sun Wukong and Vegeta during the Dragon Ball Super Era Power Conference in the original work, but it is definitely more than Sun Bei during the Golden Frieza stage. If I mobilize the power of the giant ape to strengthen myself, it may be no problem with the Super Blue Sun Wukong and Super Blue Vegeta Banban during the Power Conference. The ordinary way of cultivation can no longer play a big role in him. What he needs now is the powerful stimulation from the outside world, allowing him to break through his own limit, release his potential, and usher in the dual sublimation of his body and soul. Since you already have the answer in your heart, I won't ask more questions. I hope your actions will succeed in a month. Now that things have come to this point, Weiss has helped everything, and the rest can only let him. Talat ask for great blessings. Don't worry, I won't let you down. No matter what, I am still half of your apprentice now, right? I won't be embarrassed. Talat smiled knowingly and assured Weiss that he promised him. Although I don't know how strong the guys in the Dark Demon world are, but he is very confident now. except for the existence of the destruction god who cannot beat. He can fight against everything else and be invincible. Moreover, there will be someone with you this time. I just don't know who Kurano will send to protect him. It's good if you have such confidence." Weiss didn't say anything more and waited quietly for the instant noodles to be ready. It seems powerless, but in fact he has prepared a way out for Talat. The angel mark deep in Talat's soul is Talat's life-saving trump card. Once Talat encounters danger, it will be activated and temporarily receives the blessing of the angel's power to strengthen himself. Although doing this violates the rules, it is him who violates the rules in another time and space world, and it has nothing to do with him. He was just a small one, and he helped Talat modify the soul mark. Then, wait for a month and the agreed time. Talat looked at the sky that destroyed the god's realm and said to himself, "Before I knew it, I had been in this time and space world for so long. I don't know how long it has passed since the main world. Anti-Jine and Latais, I will definitely do what I promised you, and this can be regarded as fulfilling my wish and untie the knot in my heart." Talat swears secretly in his heart. Soon, the instant noodles were already soaked, and Weiss and Talat each had a bucket of food, and they had a lot of fun. This is a super large cup, and the interior uses special space folding technology, so it is not an ordinary weight. However, for the two big eaters, it is not enough to eat. Of course, this is just to satisfy the desire for the mouth. Attracted by the aroma of instant noodles, Beerus woke up from his nap and cursed while approaching. The noise was so loud that I was afraid that others would not know that he had woken up. "Wes, and you guys, you eat solo again, right? You don't ask me to eat instant noodles. Hurry up and give me a bucket of seafood," Beerus said in anger. Talat didn't miss him, and Weiss shook his head, quickly took out another bucket of seafood instant noodles and poured it with boiling water. The waiting process made Beerus drool so greedy, but he couldn't be anxious because 3 minutes didn't take a second. "Speaking of this, Lord Beerus, we have to be more restrained in the future. Although Talat brought a lot of future supplies, according to our way of eating, it will be gone in less than a year or two," Weiss said. "Remind Beerus to be restrained, because every time Beerus tastes, he will be out of control. In fact, the food prepared by Talat is enough for an ordinary person to eat in his lifetime. According to his size, it was a full hoarding for 10 or 20 years. What's more, Bulma prepared a batch of supplies for him before leaving." I know, it's really whisper," Beerus muttered, actually feeling worried. "How can I swallow it if I get used to eating these earthly delicacies from 5 million years later?" "But if you finish eating, you will have to endure for 5 million years before you can eat these foods again." He was heartbroken and uncomfortable. The 7th universe is so big, but no planet food can be compared with the future. Seeing the countdown on instant noodles gradually reaching 0, Beerus then lifted the lid and started to churn it up. At this moment, the destruction god world suddenly fluctuated, causing a considerable wave of turmoil. This emergencies directly made the three of them concentrate, especially Talat. This is a destruction of the god realm. Who dares to cause trouble? Who can cause trouble? However, after confirming the person coming, Beerus and Weiss couldn't help but sigh. That guy, Xiongpa, is still so rash and can't stop the car every time he appears. After Beerus muttered, he continued to eat instant noodles without being affected. Food is currently thinking about other food, which is disrespectful to food. It has been almost 3 million years since we met last time. It seems that this time Lord Xiongpa has found another delicious food in the 6th universe. I can't wait to find Lord Beerus to distinguish the quality. Weiss, he said with a smile. Tisk, just the food he found can barely fill his stomach. Beerus looked down on him. Not to mention that there are earth food 5 million years later. He didn't take them seriously even before. Talat, who was standing beside him, felt some expectations in his heart as he listened to the conversation between the two. I didn't expect that at this time I could still meet the 6th universe's Elephant Pa and Bados. The relationship in the future will develop very well, but I don't know what they are like in this era. Chapter 251 Noodles that transcend time and space. Not long after, the destruction god Xiongpa and the angel Bados, who arrived in the 7th universe, came over. Xiongpa's face was filled with a smug smile, and he put his hands on his chest, looking like he was about to open his eyes. As for the angel Bados next to him, he was smiling and silent, but when she noticed Talat, a strange and surprise flashed deep in her eyes. Over the years, she has come to the 7th universe god of destruction and has never seen anyone outside. Moreover, this human looked very unusual. Although the energy fluctuation was very weak, she could still feel it. A layer of vague power of time and space was emitting on Talat's body. It seems that he is the candidate for the 7th universe destruction god chosen by Weiss. Unexpectedly, it only took millions of years to change so much. Bados is very interested in Talat. As an angel, she has keen insights to discover what is special about Talat. She had a feeling in her heart that this human being seemed to belong to this world, but not entirely. She didn't know what the specificity was, but perhaps it was because of this reason that Weiss was chosen by him. Oh, Beerus, it has been 3 million years since we last met. I have not been idle for these these 3 million years. Let's decide the outcome. This time I will let you see it well. Let's eat. What is the most delicious food in the world? Xiongpa said proudly, looking very confident of winning this food competition across the universe. Bados, who was standing aside, started to act with a smile and summoned the food that Elephant Pat said from the angel scepter. The food that appeared looked very special, with purple-red whole body and hot heat emitting on it like fried coral, but not exactly. The destruction god Beerus, who was showing off instant noodles, glanced at it looking indifferent, but I was attracted by this unpretentious food. To be honest, after eating more than 5 million years later, in his eyes he looked like the fried chicken brought by Pahu. He couldn't raise any appetite at all, and this kind of garbage can no longer catch his eye. Talat, who was standing beside him, couldn't help but look carefully at the things brought by Xiongpa, reminding him of the first time they met, where they used the starry sky as the background of the restaurant and placed one of the dishes on the dining table. This kind of thing is used to satisfy your hunger at best. Not only do you have no appetite after seeing it, you even feel a little nauseous. I really wanted to complain, but I still endured it. After all, it was more than 5 million years ago, so he would continue to enjoy his instant noodles and leave some face for the elephant palate. What? After seeing the food brought by God, I knew that I had no food that I could give, so I was scared. Right? God said that the sick universe is the real home of food. Xiongpao was after seeing Beerus unmoved. He thought Beerus could not produce good food to compete, so he directly turned on the taunt mode. Beerus deft the mockery of Elephant Pa. He first drank his seafood instant noodle soup and wiped the corner of his mouth. Then he turned his eyes to Weiss and casually ordered, "Wes, take out 2 more barrels. Let them taste instant noodles and experience what is the real food. Just this broken coral our universe is full of." "Yes, Lord Beerus." Weiss smiled softly, looked at Bados politely, and took out 2 buckets of instant noodles from the angel space. After unpacking the hot water, I handed it to Bados and Xiongpa. "If you want to taste it, you need to wait 3 minutes. 3 minutes? What's this? Instant noodle?" Xiongpa blinked in confusion. She didn't know anything about instant noodles at all, not to mention eating it. She had never heard of it. The angel Bados on the side also showed a strange look, waiting for Weiss to explain in detail. This is the first time she has seen a novelty such as instant noodles. It's normal for my sister and Mr. Xiongpa to not know about it. After all, it was the same when I ate it for the first time. This food is called instant noodles, and the way to eat it is Weiss said about instant noodles. Information and how to eat told Elephant Pa and Bados. After learning the details, Xiongpa and Bados both looked puzzled and were even more curious about this unknown food. What will this thing taste like? It smells quite fragrant. Without thinking too much, Xiongpa and Bados waited. During this period, my eyes clashed. Obviously, Xiongpa was still unwilling to accept it. Beerus didn't care at all, and just waited quietly with a smirk on his face. He could already guess the expression of Xiongpa for a while. When he thought that Xiongpa would be defeated in front of him, he felt extremely happy. Soon, 3 minutes passed. "It's time, my sister and Master Xiongpa. Instant noodles are ready to eat," Weiss reminded him. "If it's not delicious, don't blame me for being rude," Xiongpa said while opening the lid. The fragrance came to your nose, making Xiongpa stunned, and her appetite was hooked. The performance of Bados and Elephant Pa is similar to that of Bados on the side. The two looked at each other and never said anything else, and began to taste the flavor of instant noodles. The moment the noodles were in the mouth, the taste buds of Xiongpa and Bados were greatly impacted, and an unprecedented feeling surged into their heart, causing the two to show the same expression. Then there was a crazy inhalation, as if it had opened a new world and feasted. Beerus smiled fiercely when he saw this scene, and had expected this scene, but in just half a minute Bados and Elephant Pa eliminated the instant noodles in their hands, and there was not even a soup left. "What kind of food is this? It turns out, Xiongpa asked in disbelief. After tasting instant noodles, Xiongpa has begun to doubt life. What kind of broken things have he eaten for so many years? The food I brought from the sick universe is completely incomparable to the instant noodles in my hand. I have never felt that this food called instant noodles is so delicious." As an angel, Bados was also deeply impressed and could not forget the taste of instant noodles. "How do you feel, Xiongpa? You have never eaten such delicious food." Beerus looked at the Xiongpa in front of him with a smile and joke. Hearing Beerus's word, Elephant Pakyong pretended to be calm and said, "Okay, that's just the same. Don't pretend to be there. This is a delicacy from the next 5 million years. You are lucky. If you come a little later, you won't even have the chance to taste instant noodles." Beerus ruthlessly exposed it without any mercy. He disguised himself as a Patna and told him the origin of instant noodles. As soon as these words came out, Xiongpa and Bados were extremely shocked. No wonder it is so delicious. It turns out to be food from more than 5 million years later. But where did Beerus get this guy? Playing with time clearly shows in the universe that this is a serious crime. Seeing the meaning of Xiongpa and Bados's eyes, Beerus introduced Talat to Xiongpa and Bados. "Speaking of this, it thanks to this kid. If it weren't for his reason, I would have had to wait more than 5 million years to have the opportunity to taste the deliciousness that will be available in the future. What do you mean is that this kid is not a person from our time and space? No wonder I always felt a strange feeling when I saw him just now. Xiongpa's attention was shifted and his eyes were looking up and down at the tower at this moment. Lot suddenly realized, after learning about Talat's origin, Bados, who was beside him, had a strange feeling when she saw Talat just now. It turned out that Talat was really as she thought. Although it belongs to this world, it does not completely belong to this era. People more than 5 million years later appeared in this era. This also violated the regulations on time. It just doesn't belong to the sick universe. She doesn't care. At this time, Beerus's mouth rose slightly and he thought of some fun things, so his partner Pa said again, "Is this shocking? It's not over yet. This boy comes from the future world more than 5 million years later. In his era, you were beaten up by him." "What did you say?" Xiongpa's eyes widened when she heard this. If it weren't for the lack of hair on her body, she would have been furious at this time. As soon as these words were said, not only Elephant Pa was shocked, but even Bados felt unbelievable. Her eyes continued to look at Talat. Although Talat's strength is indeed remarkable, the divine power in his body has been cultivated very extraordinary, and he even has the power of time and space. However, it is impossible to defeat Lord Xiongpa at this level. Talat was confused. He was watching a show and eating a melon next to him. Did Beerus tell him? This is a trick for him. Although he did defeat the destruction god Xiongpa, who was of the same level, it was because Xiongpa was sealed by Bados and maintained the same combat power that he barely won. Although his strength has improved so far from being comparable to that of the past, he still knows how much he has and how big the difference is with the god of destruction. I don't say clearly enough? Then repeat it. In his future time and space, you are suppressed and fight fairly with him. In the end, you lose. Elephant Pa. Beerus continued to stimulate the god of destruction. Elephant Papa. As Beerus said, Xiongpa and Bados understood what was going on. With all your strength, Talat would never win over Elephant Pa. But if the power of Elephant Pa is limited and the two sides are allowed to fight at the same level, Elephant Pa is really likely to lose. But after getting the truth about his defeat, how could Xiongpa give up? Stop talking nonsense about Beerus. How could this god lose to a young boy? He didn't believe what didn't happen. The angry Xiongpa directly targeted Talat. At this time, Talat couldn't help but twitch. He glanced at Beerus speechlessly. This guy definitely did it on purpose. Beerus showed a treacherous smile, and his little eyes seemed to be saying, "I'm not happy to find an opponent to test your strength. Hey, boy, I really lost to you in the future." Xiongpai suppressed the anger in her heart and asked Talat, "I never despise lying. I did win that battle, but you broke the rules and lost." Talat did not whisper because of Xiongpa's angry questioning and maintained a calm attitude. "Okay, so good." Xiongpa, who received a positive answer, was surging by violent emotional fluctuations, and the powerful god pressure burst out, causing the entire atmosphere of the god's destruction realm to become repressed. Bados watched from the side without stopping her. The elephant Pat had not exercised for a long time. She just finished her instant noodles and burned out the excess fat after exercising after meals. She also took this opportunity to see what kind of ability this future person has. Beerus is ready to watch the show. As for Weiss, he had no intention of stopping it. It is a rare opportunity to fight against the god of destruction, especially the Xiongpa in front of you. In such an angry state, the attack must be very heavy, but it has to be said that for Talat it is a great opportunity to break through. How could Talat not understand that this is his opportunity? It's just that this opportunity is a little bit risky. Boy, since you can defeat the god of God 5 million years later, let the god of God now see your skills. The elephant Pat pointed his hand at Talat and decisively launched an invitation to fight. This is considered incompetent and furious. Not only did he lose the food competition to Beerus, he must have invent. Talat in front of him also said that if he defeated himself in the future, he would be an excellent vent. How can I refuse the god of destruction's request? Talat took a deep breath and accepted it decisively. Click, click. Talat moved his limbs, and his bones and joints made crisp sounds. Crazy. The crimson god's power flame instantly rose from the solace of Talat feet and swept across his body. But in the blink of an eye, Talat entered the state of the Super Saiyan god. The divine power is rippling all over the body, and the divine power is infinite, which is in sharp contrast with the destructive power of Xiongpa. After feeling Talat's strength change, a flash of surprise flashed deep in Xiongpa's eyes, but it quickly returned to normal. Have you become a god? It seems that you are much more powerful than the god thinks, but with this level of combat power, you will never have. Maybe he won this god. Xiongpa said confidently, I am a man. There is no need to talk nonsense if I can solve problems. The truth is revealed. Talat's attitude was very tough, not inferior to the god of destruction, Xiongpa. No matter how the other party uses the power of destroying God to oppress himself, he can use the power of God to resist him as soon as possible. Although Although he has not reached the realm of destroying God, it is not the same as before. The strength has increased sharply, and even if you have no chance of winning against your superior, you will not lose for a while. Chapter 252. The table is overturned. It seems that you are really confident in your strength, boy. Looking at Talit, Xiangpa's voice was low, and the destructive power was rippling all over her body, and the divine power became heavier. The divine power mobilized in Talit's body became stronger and stronger. The collision of the two forces caused a certain deformation of the surrounding space. Biras and Bados were now all the people who were watching the game and were ready to watch the game. At this moment Xiangpa and Talit acted at the same time, and the two turned into an aurora and disappeared from their original position. Boom! Located in the sky of the God of Destruction realm, a thunderous explosion sounded. After looking closely, the contest between Talit and the God of Destruction Xiangpa had begun. Bang pound, bang pound. The sound of collision between limbs stirs up huge waves in the space. Xiangpa, who was angry in his heart, attacked strongly and continuously put pressure on Talit. If it were Talit a year ago, the angry attack of the target Pa could only passively defend and even had to take out the Super Blue Realm, but now is different from the past. After wise careful cultivation, he is no longer the same as he was a year ago. Even in the face of the current mad dog-like attack of Elephant Pa, he can still respond perfectly at the first time, and there is a huge retaliate your strength to fight back. At this moment Talit's combat instinct was fully opened and he devoted himself to the battle. Although he only came into contact with the basics of Zizai Gong, such a little bit of insight is enough to enable him to exert his combat power far beyond his level. It's better to be serious. Elephant Pa, don't lose to that kid again, otherwise you will be embarrassed. Biras, the God of Destruction, who was watching the fun below, raised his voice and showed his power in the air. Shouted the Destruction God Elephant Pa. Hearing this, Talit's mouth twitched. This guy, Biras, really thought he wasn't dying fast enough. Damn, I was deliberately trying to find fault with him. Although he knew that Biras was asking Elephant Pa to show some strength so that he could feel the true strength of God of Destruction, he was not stupid. After all, if you really want to make the Elephant Pa angry, even if you can save your life, you will definitely not feel good. Biras, you guy is not so proud of yourself. See how I deal with this kid. The greatly stimulated Xiangbao's anger swelled in her heart, and the destructive power around her also became richer. The majestic God power expanded rapidly, and the powerful God power was rippling. The invisible shock wave instantly forced Talit back dozens of meters away. Talit, who was shocked, quickly stabilized his body with violence, stared at the Destruction God Elephant Pa in front of him, waiting for his next move. On the other hand, Biras smiled wicked Talit and made him feel so happy. This is exactly what he wants to see. Since he is the candidate God of Destruction appointed by the future space-time world, he cannot be so weak. The battle with Xiangpa is also a chance for Talit, so he has to seize it. On the battlefield, the two of them collided with divine power more and more fiercely, and they shot out amazing divine lightning in the space. In this moment Xiangpa took the lead in attacking, and her fat body burst out with an amazing speed, like a dawn bomb, blasting out of the air and heading straight for Talit. The unstoppable powerful impact of the object. Talit secretly stimulated a deeper energy pool of divine power in his body and fought head-on. Bang pound. Two muffled sounds in succession. Talit and Elephant Pa were linked together, and the power of both sides continued to fall towards each other. The divine power is rippling, the space is vibrating, and the impact of the power of both sides becomes increasingly fierce and intense. Talit constantly increased the strength of the divine power, with blue veins on his forehead bulging and his muscles all over his body tense, forcing Xiangpa to resist this attack. On the other hand, Xiangpa was disdainful of Talit's ability to block his attack. You have some ability to block my god's attack, but that's all. I only need to take a slight move, and it's your limit. After saying that, Xiangpa's hands suddenly exerted force. In an instant Talit felt a domineering force sweeping across his body, and his whole body was out of control in an instant, but in the blink of an eye he was sent more than 10 kilometers away by this force. But even after flying backwards for more than 10 kilometers, Talit still had no tendency to stop. Destruction. Xiangpa refused to give in and launched a fierce attack on Talit again. His hands merged, and the deep destructive power gathered in his palms, turning into an amazing purple-red energy ball. When the destruction power is condensed and formed, the Elephant Pa threw his hands forward, and this amazing destruction energy ball burst out and instantly collapsed during the advancement, splitting into dozens of small destruction bombs with extremely powerful destruction power. Lot carried out all-round bombing. XXX. Talit, who flew backward, felt the attack launched by Xiangpa. Faced with this cover-type energy bombardment, Talit tried his best to calm down, closed his eyes, and entered another state. A body of divine power was restrained, and in line with the trend of power, cleverly resolved the force that swept across the body from the inside out, regaining control of the body. At this moment, all the small destruction destruction bombs had approached Talat, but Talat figure was like a ghost at this moment and all the oncoming energy bombs were dodged. After avoiding the first round of offensive, Talat rushed into the sky violently, waved his hands forward and an extremely violent energy bomb blasted out of his palm, shattering all the attacking energy bombs. Boom! The explosion of fire covered the sky and the aftermath shook everywhere, causing violent waves in the sky. Xiongpa's attack was once again resolved by Talat. At the same time, his movements were also seen by the angel Wise, the destruction god Beerus, and the angel Bados who were watching the game below. Although I haven't fully mastered it yet, I can already make preliminary use in the battle. In this way, I will have more guarantees to go to the Dark Demon Realm. I just don't know what level you can understand with the help of this battle. If you can break through, it will be interesting. Wes said in his heart, secretly expecting. Have Wise taught him all that move? Although he is just a fledgling, he is currently the best talent to master this magical skill in such a short time. Beerus is certainly familiar with Talat's moves. Free and extreme intention. He can do this trick, but although his proficiency in freedom and consciousness is much higher than that of Talat, he has not yet been able to practice the ultimate skill of freedom and consciousness. Of course, this is not because he does not study hard, but because his path is different. The ultimate mind mastered by the angel and the destructive power mastered by the destructive god are two different forces. Although the trick of the Friezauji Yugong is very convenient, it is not an improvement skill for the existence of Beerus, but it has become his biggest limitation. His fighting style has another name called self-emotional mind. Only when the firepower of the self-extreme mind is fully activated can he exert all his strength, have the free and extreme mind skills. This mankind, who came from more than 5 million years later, has reached this point. Although he only mastered the basic, if he touched this level at this age, Bados was also shocked by Talat's talent and even coveted Talat in his heart. If you continue at this progress, it will only take time for Talat to completely master the ultimate mind of freedom. Such an excellent seedling is a person from the 7th universe. It would be great if it were the original living body of the 6th universe. On the battlefield, after witnessing his destructive power being dissolved by Talat, he stared at him with a chi and was furious. Since this level of power cannot affect Talat, then just be more serious and give this kid some strength. Boy, it is indeed beyond my expectations to resolve the destruction of this god. But how should you break this move? As soon as the word fell, Xiongpa's hands folded together and violent energy gathered in her palms, causing space to occur. Vibrate. Aftermath ripples. Buzz. A wave of unparalleled pressure from the gods descended upon the entire destruction world. With the power of the elephant paw explosion, the entire god of destruction realm changes drastically at this moment. After feeling the power of extreme expansion, Talat's brows pounded wildly and his body's instinct sent extremely dangerous signals. I'm so troublesome. This guy really can't afford to play. Talat further mobilized the energy pool of divine power in his body, and the blue divine power particles were flashing around him, ready to transform at any time. At this time, the hands of the elephant Pat, located more than 10 kilometers away, merged with his hands, and a ball of extremely deep purple-red destructive energy bomb condensed and formed under his control. It seems to be similar to the energy attack just now, but in fact it is a huge difference in destructive power. This move is called the destruction bomb, and its power is so terrifying that it can transform any matter in the universe into nothingness. If you have the ability, you can even resolve this move. Boy, destruction bullet! Xiongpa shouted loudly, raised his hand and threw it, and the destruction bullet escaped from his palm. The moment it was out of control, the body of the destruction bomb actively expanded. With a space vibration, the purple-red destruction bomb instantly transformed into a huge deep red energy ball, like a scorching sun, thrusting towards Talat. Faced with this huge crisis that was coming, Talat did not dare to be careless at all. Dring! With a loud shout, Talat stimulated the remaining energy pool of divine power in his body, and blue lights were everywhere. With a sacred divine sound, he directly entered the Super Saiyan Blue full power state. Has the change happened again? How dare you hide your strength in the battle with this god? You are really overestimating your ability. I really think that if I win the suppressing power in the future, I can really go with the is this god competing? After feeling the change in the power of Talat, Xiongpa felt that his dignity was humiliated. As the god of destruction, he stood at the peak of the universe and all living things in the universe after seeing him, who was not afraid and frightened to the point of being disobedient. But this future boy dares to hide his strength when fighting with him, which is a shame. A great shame and humiliation. The shape of blue hair. Bados was attracted by Talat's transformation form at the moment. The shape of this blue hair is much stronger than the Super Saiyan god with red hair just now. Although this strength is not enough to compete with Xiongpa, there is definitely no problem in winning the candidate god of destruction. At this moment, after stabilizing the transformation of the Super Saiyan Blue full power state, Talat quickly mobilized energy to release his final killing skill, the impact bullet. crazy. The dense power of divine gathered in the palms of his hands like a tide. However, in just a few seconds, a dark blue annihilation bullet with a diameter of more than 10,000 meters condensed and formed. As Talat's hand threw forward, the energy blasting with infinite divine power blasted through the air. Immediately afterward, Talat's impact bomb collided with the elephant paw's destructive bomb. The moment the two of their ultimate skill collided, the power of the gods rioted, instantly turning into light of destruction to cover the entire god of destruction. The power of both sides' ultimate skill after being detonated at the same time is terrifying, shaking the entire destruction god world. If it is placed in the universe, most of the universe will be melted directly due to this explosion without anyone stopping it. As a melon-eating crowd, Weiss, Bados, and Beerus looked at the scene in the sky. They knew that the battle was far from over, but it had just begun. With Xiongpa's character, you won't let it go so easily unless Talat is defeated or he is defeated. Soon, the light of destruction dissipated and an extremely thick wall of flames blocked the middle of Talat and Elephant Paw, isolating the two of them from their sight. Talat combat nerves were highly tense and every cell in his body was highly vigilant. Boom! Abruptly, an extremely wild storm swept across the world, dispelling the explosion of smoke. At the same time, the Elephant Paw burst out with an amazing speed, exuding an unstoppable power of the god of destruction as a human-shaped shell, attacking Talat. Seeing this scene, Talat gritted his teeth and mobilized the power of the giant ape in his body. His muscles in his body swelled and his strength increased sharply, entering the state of the Super Saiyan Blue and giant ape power strengthening. The power of the giant ape and the power of the god perfectly blended. Talat's right fist clenched tightly and his unstoppable fist blasted out in a straight line. Xiongpan's fist, which was brewing infinite divine power, was also punched out. Pound. After waves rippled, space collapsed. The entire god of destruction was echoed with the roar brought by the impact of the two people's power. Talat and Elephant Paw were both flew backwards by the backlash of power. However, Talat flew backwards for nearly 100 meters and the Elephant Pat only barely flew out a few meters. It hurts so much. Talat looked down at his fist lingered by purple light and said with a grin. At this moment his fists were already blooming and it was hard to imagine that this was just a backlash after a punch. But soon, Talat used the power of the gods to dispel the destructive power lingering on the fist with extremely domineering mien. Chapter 253 Destroy and then establish. Extreme intentions of oneself. Under the intensification of the power of the giant ape, Talat's physical self-restoration ability is much stronger than that of the ordinary state. His fist, with its skin and flesh blooming, recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, but it recovered as perfectly as before in just a few seconds. After his injury was healed, Talat stared at the Elephant Pat in front of him, staring at the other party's every move, and was always on guard. At this moment, Xiongpai's face was gloomy and he was also suffering from the backlash of power. His arms were numb, and although he had only suffered a little skin trauma, it made his anger soar. As his emotions became more and more excited, the terrifying destructive power became stronger and stronger. When was the last injury? He almost couldn't remember it. If he was injured by Beerus, he would accept it. After all, everyone is a god of destruction. But being injured by Talat touched his majesty as a destruction god, which he could not accept no matter what. As expected, this guy was still angry, but this is a good thing for me. Talat partner Pa knew too much. As long as there is something wrong, you will be angry. There was no fear in Talat's eyes, but only a strong fighting spirit and eager excitement. After the previous few rounds of battle, the belligerent factors in his body have been completely stimulated. Also entering the realm of God, Talat, who was strengthened by the Super Saiyan Blue giant ape power, did not think that Elephant Paw could easily defeat him. Moreover, he can use the Elephant Pat to reach a higher Super Blue realm. This year's hard work cannot be in vain. It is indeed time for the Elephant Pat to come. Without hesitation, Talat quickly gathered his own energy, merged his hands, and after the energy was condensed to the extreme, he quickly waved forward. In an instant, a phantom bombardment with infinite destructive power shot out from his palms and headed straight for the elephant hand. Facing the oncoming divine power bombardment, Xiongpa disagreed with it and a glimmer flashed in her eyes. The moment Talat's divine bombardment landed on him, an incredible scene had happened. The invisible destructive power that permeated the body of Xiongpa frozen the divine bombardment in place, and at the same time, it destroyed it in an instant and turned into nothingness. The powerful blow was easily resolved, which made Talat feel heavier and realized that the situation was not good. At this moment, the aura of destruction filled the body, became more and more intense, and the sharp light of destruction flashed in the eyes. Buzz! Elephant Pat raised her right hand, and in his palm, a dark purple destruction bullet appeared. The moment this energy bomb condensed and formed, the entire god of destruction was shaken a little under the mighty god of destruction. The guy Xiongpa is still so uneasy. No wonder he lost to that kid in a fair contest 5 million years later. Beerus could only say that Xiongpa has not made any progress. The elephant pad in front of us burst out with the destructive power far exceeding the dimension where Talit is currently in. It is impossible to stop Talit's Super Saiyan Blue and Giant Ape power strengthening state. Lord Xiongpa has indeed not changed. Alas, it seems that after he went back this time he really had to move. Bados complained helplessly. Xiongpa did not admit that she lost to Talit in the future, which led to this battle. But the situation in front of you is already the fact that Xiongpa is using overwhelming destructive power to decide the outcome. Even if you win, what's the point? Sir Baruth, sister, let's continue watching. Talit might not lose so easily. Unlike Baruth and Bados, Angel Weiss believes Talit instead of Talit's opinion will create miracles. After all, he was trained by him. Even though he had only been trained for 11 months, Weiss was full of confidence in Talit. Even if they lose, Talit would not leave the field in this way. It will inevitably bring great surprises to everyone when they unexpectedly expect it. Beerus and Bados, who were standing beside him, looked lightly sideways when he heard this. This is no longer a gap in strength but a gap in realm, a gap in dimension. This gap cannot be made up by simply enhancing one's own strength. However, Weiss is so optimistic about Talit and they are also interested in it. I don't know what way Talit will continue to fight against Xiongpa in the end. In the sky, the elephant hand holds the destructive energy bomb in his hand and his eyes are cold. He didn't say anything, but he had already told Talit the answer when he looked at the expression. He either admitted defeat or was destroyed by the destructive energy bomb in his hand. Talit naturally understood this, but as a scion, how could he admit defeat? It is not the first time that it is wandering between life and death. This scene is very similar to the scene when he fought against Xiongpa in the future time and space. Come on, Elephant Pa! With a loud shout, Talit's divine power rippled and the power of the giant ape erupted in full swing, and the two forces merged and burst out with a power that was comparable to the peak level of the 7th dimension. There is no idea of retreat, only the will to move forward. This is what you ask for, boy. You will be destroyed by ashes, but don't regret that I did not give you a chance. Now that things have come to this point, how could Xiongpa give in? Driven by his thought, this ball of extremely pure destructive energy bomb burst out from his palm, causing ripples in space and heading straight for Taro. Feeling the vast divine power coming towards him, Talit was fully focused, with blue and green flames burning all over his body. With a roar like thunder, his hands suddenly pushed forward. A huge wave of divine power burst out from Talit's hands. Boom! In an instant, the power of the divine was rippling and the space was turbulent. The invisible divine shock wave that Talit had given all his strength collided with the destructive energy bomb of Elephant Pa, causing a shocking and violent wave in the destructive god world. At this moment, the entire god of destruction was in shock, and purple light flashed in the sky, and the destruction energy bomb of Elephant Pa was frozen in place as if it was really suppressed by the invisible divine impact of Talit's burst out. However, can the destructive energy bomb of Xiongpa be so easily resolved by Talit? Obviously not. Buzz! In this deep and terrifying destructive energy bomb, the purple light flourished. In an instant, the volume of the destructive energy bomb expanded rapidly, but in the blink of an eye, it expanded to more than hundreds of meters. At this moment, the balance of victory and defeat fell toward Elephant Pa. This huge destructive energy ball advanced overwhelmingly, pressing against Talit's divine power shock wave and pressing towards Talit. Tisk! Talit felt the absolute pressure and cut it up unhappily. No matter how much energy bursts out, he cannot completely stop the advancement of this destructive energy ball. At most, he can only slow down the speed slightly, and his energy is constantly being destroyed and destroyed. If you continue like this, this energy destructing ball will swallow him sooner or later. For some reason, this is like telling the world that instead of making unnecessary struggles, it is better to give up resisting. However, Talit is not an ordinary person. He suddenly had a bold idea. Disbanded on its own initiative the divine power shock wave. His divine power was restrained, and his firm eyes stared at the oncoming destructive energy ball. Crazy! Soon, the destructive energy bomb without the power of blocking broke through the space and came to Talit as if it was about to completely swallow Talit. A strong sense of fatal crisis spread to every cell in his body, but Talit's eyes did not have any fear, and he allowed this large destructive energy ball to swallow his body. Why do you have to? As long as you admit defeat, there will be no end now. Xiongpa sighed and expressed deep regret for this when he saw that Talit had been swallowed by the destructive energy ball. He had already given Talit a chance to beg for mercy, but the kid didn't appreciate it and refused. This is the other party's own choice. No wonder he is. Obviously, Xiongpa is sure that Talit will be destroyed by the destructive energy ball. Immediately afterwards, Xiongpa changed his gaze and looked at the destruction god Beerus in the distance, shouting loudly, "Beerus, after I destroy this kid, you won't blame me, right?" Hearing this, Beerus just snorted lightly and did not answer. He turned his gaze to Angel Weiss, who was standing aside, wanting to hear his opinion. "Don't worry, Lord Beerus, the good show has just begun. As the person we choose years in the future, we won't die so easily. And don't forget that he has already understood the power of destruction and has great attainment. Oh, Weiss smiled slightly and explained to Beerus, I hope so. If this kid dies, he can only go back to time and restore him, Beerus said casually with his hands on his chest. Talat now does not represent himself but his face. When the angel Bados on the side heard this, although he had no expression on his face, he had already stirred up a lot of trouble in his heart. If she hadn't heard it with her own ears, she wouldn't believe that Talat was so outstanding. It would be fine if you master the power of the gods and touch the ultimate mind skills of freedom, but you have achieved something to destroy the divine power. It seems that Lord Xiongpa is going to make a fool of himself this time. Bados looked up at the destructive energy bomb in the air that swallowed Talat and murmured to himself, destroy the energy bomb. Talat, who is in the center of destruction of energy, is currently suffering from the ruthless destruction of the destruction power. The clothes on the upper body have been torn to pieces and the strong body is covered with shocking scars. Before the blood can emerge from the wound, it is ruthlessly destroyed by this destructive power. Talat exploded with his own divine power and the power of the giant ape at the same time and could barely resist it, but if he continued to do so, he would not last long. You have to hurry up. The perception of destroying the power of God can take this opportunity to go deeper. After saying that, Talat thoughts moved, and while his fists were clenched, a powerful attraction burst out from his body. Crazy. The powerful attraction touches the destructive energy around the body. These destructive energy were absorbed into the body by Talat using extremely domineering means to help him experience it in depth so as to give birth to his own destructive power. An unimaginable severe pain swept over. As if he was not careful, Talat's body would explode in an instant. This is the destruction exerted by the elephant paw. It's really amazing. If I don't have the mastery of the destructive power, I'm afraid I have no possibility of resisting it. But the power of the giant ape is timed to explode in full swing. Talat gritted his teeth, mobilized the power of the giant ape in his body to forcibly suppress the destructive power of the riot. At the same time, speed up the absorption and assimilation of energy in destruction. As the destruction energy is continuously absorbed, the volume of this destruction energy bomb is also shrinking. Located outside, Elephant Paw, who was watching the destructive energy bomb, suddenly stood there in a daze. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief and repeatedly determined whether he was dazzled. He seemed to see his destructive energy shrinking rapidly. No, it's really shrinking. This kid can really resolve the destruction of this god? How is this possible? Xiongpa was deeply shocked by this scene, and it was unimaginable. This impossible thing has become a reality, and this kind of thing has never happened since ancient time. In the move just now, he released the idea of killing Talat. His power and realm were a large dimension higher than Talat. Originally, he planned to see if Talat was at the end of his journey, but fortunately he stopped at the critical moment and spared his life. But who would have thought that this kid was so tenacious and could do something that could not be done from the inside out to resolve the destruction? This scene not only scared Xiongpa, but even Angel Bados was moved. Beerus below showed a smug smile. As for Weiss, he had expected this scene and showed a gratified smile on his face. It seems that it has been successful. Ho 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 ho. Weiss smiled. At this moment, Talat sighed. The destruction energy bomb has disappeared without a trace, and Talat's figure has been revealed. But now he looks a little embarrassed because he has forcibly absorbed the destructive power. His form has also undergone certain changes. At this moment, his body was filled with purple light, and the blue sky swelling vertical hair had turned into purple sky swelling vertical hair. Gasping for breath, his whole aura was strange, sometimes strong and sometimes weak. Of course, this purple state of rising to the sky was not because of his use of the god of destruction. The force transforms into the state of self-extreme mind, but because of the temporary form mutation after excessive absorption of the destructive power. His hair was rendered purple by the destructive power. It's still too forced. My perception of destruction needs to be improved a little more. However, it is a great opportunity for me to successfully absorb this time. The prototype of destruction is considered to be mastered very fast. Talat, who had recovered, said to himself, feeling the tendency of destructive power wandering in his body. Talat also intends to take a crucial step with the help of this arrogant power. Chapter 254 Break through the extreme of deep blue. Bipolar intention. Absorb the destructive power, break it and then stand it. After turning it into his own use, his combat power has been improved to a large dimension again. You can absorb the destruction of this god. You really opened your eyes to me, but with your current state you can no longer continue fighting, right? The power of this god is not so easy to be controlled. Xiongpa came back from the shock and said to Talat with a playful look on his face. At this moment, in his opinion, Talat was just the last step. Even if he doesn't have to take action, Talat will be backfired by the destructive power he forcibly absorbed. You are so sure? Will I lose? Speaking of which, I want to thank you. If it weren't for you, it would probably take some time for me to take this last step. Now, I'm missing nothing. exploding. Talat grinned, and a flame of divine power ignited all over his body. The blue divine flame was released from the inside out. With the continuous explosion of this divine power, the destructive energy in Talat's body was absorbed and digested bit by bit until it was finally converted into pure divine power for his use. Are you going to refine the power of this god in front of me? I'm delusional. How can this god's power be controlled by a boy like you who is still young? Xiongpa sneered at this scene and was fierce and cruel. Talat's irony. But the first second is so arrogant, and the next second is the slap in the face is so fast. The power of the gods that Talat exploded became stronger and stronger. The entire god of destruction was swaying under the pressure of this ever-sublimated god, shaking. The smile on Xiongpa's face had all disappeared, and the divine power burst out from Talat was close to the current realm he was in, and there were even signs of vaguely surpassing him. This kid really did it. Feeling that the fluctuations of the divine power burst out from Talat's body became stronger and stronger, Xiongpa was obviously panicked. After all, it is an existence of this level. How could it be seen that Talat is on the verge of a complete transformation? The blue divine power around Talat's body has transformed into a dark blue color. The pure divine power alone has caused the space around the destruction world to undergo a terrifying deformation. Dring! A shout that rushed to the depths of the soul rang out. What followed was a vast divine power that could penetrate the destruction world. The dark blue divine light shone everywhere, and the unparalleled divine power hit the space that destroyed the god world, causing the entire dimension to shake. In that vast divine light, Talat's form completed the final transformation, completely surpassing the Super Saiyan Blue. After personally experiencing the power of this divine power, Xiongpa's face turned pale and she felt a scorching pain on her face. How many years has he lived, and how many years has Talat lived? This kid who comes from the next 5 million years later is a bit too evil. Not to mention the breaking of his destructive power, he also completed the breakthrough in front of him, and the increase in strength is not an ordinary small amount. This divine pressure alone has exceeded the power he has shown so far. Crazy! The divine power retracted, the blue light dissipated, and in the center of the burst of energy, Talat's real posture faintly appeared. When the dark blue energy particles surrounding the body completely dissipate, Talat appeared in everyone's sight with a brand new posture. His body became stronger, and his whole body was covered with dark blue divine light. The original blue sky-surged vertical hair also changed into a dark blue sky-surged angry hair. Whether it is the strength of the power of the gods or the purity of the power of the god compared with the previous Super Saiyan Blue, it has made a qualitative leap. Finally succeeded. This is the second level of Super Saiyan Blue, the ultimate dark blue. Talat clenched his fist, felt the surging power of the gods in his body, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise, and a hint of confidence arose. Radiant. The current state he has transformed is not the ordinary Super Saiyan Deep Blue evolution. This is the ultimate dark blue. Just like the full power of the Super Blue realm, it is related to his accumulation and background. This breakthrough directly allowed him to reach this level in one go. Moreover, his normal combat effectiveness has also been improved leaps and bounds. Now, his normal combat power has already reached the level of the 7th dimension. The power exerted by the Super Saiyan Deep Blue extreme transformation is far beyond that of the ordinary 8th dimension. His current strength is enough to match Vegeta during the power conference, and he is even better than that. Immediately afterward, Talat suppressed his restless heart, exuding infinite divine eyes, and locked on the destruction god Xiongpa, not far ahead, and smiled and said, looking back on the past, it was precisely because of you playing. I didn't use stronger power, which allowed me to break through to a stronger level. I didn't expect that at this time in the past in the empty world you can help me again. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have become stronger so quickly. After hearing this, Yang Pa's face looked extremely ugly. It's just that the color of the hair has changed a little. In my opinion, you are no different from what you just now. As a destructive god, his aura cannot lose, and Xiongpa responded without hesitation. However, Talat was not used to him either. The corners of his mouth raised lightly, and a smile appeared, and the invisible power of space brewed. Is that so? Since I don't make any difference in my opinion, you should be able to easily block this move, right? Talat's smirk became stronger and stronger. The right fist was clenched, the divine power was rippling all over his body, and the invisible power of space surged, ready to go. In response to this, Xiongpa still disdained and hooked up at Talat's position, provoking it. Space shock. With a loud shout, Talat suddenly exploded and instantly jumped into space and landed in front of Xiongpa, and a heavy punch containing the power of space was hit hard. Xiongpa was shocked by Talat's sudden appearance and instinctively raised his hand to defend, but was one step too late. Talat's heavy punch had already hit him hard in the face. Pound. A thrilling sound of flesh suddenly exploded. The space was rippling, the divine power exploded, and the elephant pat was distorted by the fist that drove the power of space. The whole person flew backwards like a cannonball, hitting the towering tree that destroyed the center of the god realm. After seeing Xiangpa's frustrated, the angel Bados, who was watching the battle on the ground, covered his face with a laugh and cry, and shook his head repeatedly. As expected, his own destruction was defeated. However, Talit was indeed unable to predict that she could master the power of space, and she hid so deeply. Very good, just beat me hard like this. The destruction god Beerus, who was not interested in the fun, shouted at the top of his voice. It seems like the same as when I broke through the blue last time. Once I broke through, it was a perfect mastery, and there was no problem of energy leakage or difficulty in manipulation. Weiss simply observed Talit for a few seconds and concluded that in conclusion, Talit made rapid progress, and his progress method was exactly the same as he expected. Only by accumulating strength and exploring step by step can he exert the power that truly belongs to that realm. Now that Talit has become so strong, he can completely relieve himself after a trip to the Dark Demon realm a month later. But what should Talit do next? It is a good thing to break through form and increase combat power sharply, but it will not be so easy to completely irritate the god of destruction, and the next step is to make it easier. On the purple towering tree located in the center of the god of destruction, the god of destruction, Elephant Paw, was embedded on the surface of the tree. His face was as dark as ink, and a deep light of destruction was brewing all over his body. Bang! After a blast, the elephant hand broke free from the giant tree, but now he looks a bit dangerous and is on the verge of an outbreak. Talit had long expected this, and the fire of fighting spirit burning in his eyes became even stronger, and he was ready to try it out. The battle just now was just a small fight, and the next one is the highlight. Talit moved his limbs, and the divine power in his body was further stimulated, burning endlessly. Boy, don't think that if you improve your strength a little, you can fight against the god of destruction. In my god's eyes, you are just a wild god. With a loud shout, Xiangpa took the initiative to attack, and purple flames were burning all over his body, driving the unparalleled. The power of destruction crashed towards Talit. His speed was extremely fast, and Talit had no time to dodge, so he could only act as a defensive posture to fight him head-on. Bang! With a loud bang, Talit's body was swept by force and flew backward, but during the process of flying backward, Talit quickly regained control of his body and made a space jump, swung his punches, hitting Xiangpa's chest with a domineering power, and repelled Xiangpa again. It was just that the elephant handkerchief with thick skin was just repelled this time. This level of attack cannot even cause skin trauma in front of the serious Xiangpa. Destruction. Xiangpa opened her hands and her destructive power surged around her, but in the blink of an eye, dozens of deep purple destruction energy bombs appeared out of thin air, as dazzling as stars, extremely gorgeous and bright. I can do this kind of trick. Divine power spiral bomb. Talit's hands spread out, his divine power rippled around him. In the space around his body, dozens of spiral dark blue energy bombs appeared. The next second, both sides took action at the same time. Under the control of their minds, the destructive energy bomb and the deep blue divine power coil bomb were shot out at the same time, colliding with each other. Boom, 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 boom. The super big explosion that ruined the world shook all directions. The entire god of destruction was swaying in the continuous big explosions. The first round of bombing ended, and the thick wall of flames was overwhelming. Neither side could take advantage of this bombing. Xiangpa's destructive power is indeed domineering, but now Talit may not lose to him. The Super Scion is extremely deep blue, and it is not only improving its combat power. In addition, Talit's attainment in destroying divine power is easy to offset this level of offensive. The battle situation fell into a brief stalemate, and the atmosphere became very heavy. A storm of destruction and destruction swept the world. After dispersing the explosion of fire, Talit and Xiangpa acted at the same time. Fierce battle broke out again. Bang, pound, bang, boom. The fierce battle between the two sides was constantly teetering in the sky, and every collision, just the aftermath, could cause the space to fluctuate. If the space that destroys the god realm is not strong enough, I am afraid that the power of the two people has broken this space and entered the alien world. Weiss, Bados, and Beerus in the battle zone below were all watching the battle with interest. For Bados, this is a battle to make Elephant Pa recognize himself. The god of destruction is indeed the existence of the culmination of the universe, but it is impossible for him to always stand at the culmination of the culmination. If you don't work hard to practice, some powerful beings in the universe will sooner or later catch up and replace them. Talit is a best example. It's not bad. This kid can really fight Elephant Pa to this point. I haven't seen Elephant Pa eat so much. Beerus was so happy. However, if this situation continues, I'm afraid Lord Xiangpa will use more powerful power to deal with Talit. Weiss said worriedly. Just like Pa's fighting skills are not as good as Talit, it will release more powerful forces to fight with it. When that time comes, Talit is afraid of losing a lot. Unless you can break through the limit again. Is this possible? Although his talent is extremely evil, it is impossible to transform again in a short period of time. High in the sky, the battle situation continues to heat up. Xiongpa's angry attack was as fast as thunder, and every move was extremely fatal and fierce. But Talat is not inferior to him. This level of battle is exactly what Talat wants. The attack of the elephant paw fully activates the belligerent factors in his body. At this moment, Talat's movements during the battle became very strange, sometimes as fast as thunder, fierce, sometimes as strange as ghost, and unpredictable. This is the two different forms of self, extreme mind and freedom, extreme mind and freedom, extreme mind, which are competing for dominance and are also deciding what path Talat will take in the future. Have you started to formally contact two different forces? I am very curious. Which path will you choose in the end? Virus pinched his chin with his right hand and thought to himself, although it is not bad to choose the state of free and extreme mind, what he hopes is that Talat can enter the state of self-extreme mind like him and completely master the power of destruction, which can also be legitimately the candidate of his destruction god. He is choosing no. It was these two different forces that influenced him and dominated him. According to the current situation, it should be more likely to be free and extremely willing. Bados thought secretly in his heart, what an incredible thing is to be able to master the ultimate mind skills of freedom. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, even she wouldn't believe it. Now that I still have the ultimate intention of myself, this is simply against the will of heaven. The angel Weiss on the side was meticulous. Chapter 255 Super Abyss Dragon Fist Explosion. In Weiss's view, Talat would not choose any of the freedom and the self-extreme intention, but would be very likely to create a miracle that all of them would not expect, merge the bipolar state and become the only one bipolar intention carrier. Looking at this kind of thing, no destruction god can do this in the 12 known universes. Even their angels are the same. The past and the future have never been there. On the battlefield, Talat and Elephant Paw are still teetering, moving quickly in every corner of the god realm. The battlefield is constantly shifting, sometimes in the sky, sometimes in the lake, sometimes on the ground. In just a few seconds, the two fought thousands of moves, and no one could do anything to each other. You are proud enough to transform from a mortal into a god, and you can still fight with me to this level. I admit that your fighting skills are superb, but in the face of absolute strength, everything is futile. This god will let you know what the difference between god and god is. Xiongpa didn't plan to continue playing with Talat. He knew that he was too arrogant and underestimated Talat. You must fight quickly, otherwise you will be slapped in the face again, which will be ugly. Listening to the harsh words that Xiongpa said, Talat disagreed, shrugged, and took out his ears. If you have any means, take it out as soon as possible, Talat said indifferently. Hearing this, Elephant's face turned red and his neck was thick, and his destructive power surged all over his body, and he was obviously very angry. The unbearable Xiongpa raised her hands, and the deep purple energy bomb condensed by the destructive power appeared in his palm. Its power was so terrifying that it was only stronger than the previous destruction. Do you think the same trick will work for me? Talat directly ignored the energy bomb that was coming towards him, casually raised his right hand and raised his sword finger. The dark blue divine power flashed on his sword finger, but in a flash, a huge sword of divine power, which was full of dark blue, condensed into shape. Under Talat's control, the dark blue divine power giant sword headed straight to Xiongpa. The bad bullet slashed away. Boom! The deafening roar sounded. The sword edge of the unstoppable power of the god collided with the destructive bullet. In just a moment, the boundless divine power raged and destroyed the god's realm, and the violent energy penetrated the dimension and spread to other world. At this moment, not only the destruction of the god realm, but also the surrounding alien world and even the lower realm universe were affected. Destroying the power of the god is not absolute. As long as you use a powerful enough trick, you can still destroy it with absolute strength. You guy! Xiongpa's face became even more ugly when she saw this scene. I have seen through your destruction, Xiongpa. With a loud shout, Talat kept outputting his energy, and the slender dark blue divine power giant sword continued to advance, directly pushing Xiongpa's. The destruction energy bomb completely penetrates until it finally turns into nothingness and disappears completely. This is not over yet. This huge sword of divine power is still advancing, heading straight to Xiongpa's eyebrows. Judging from this posture, it is to cut Xiongpa into two halves. Seeing this, Xiongpa was angry, waved his right hand with force, exerted force, and directly grabbed the sword edge of the giant sword of the divine power that was close to him. Although the trick that can cut through destruction are powerful, Xiongpa, as a destruction god, has been born since the beginning of the universe. She has lived for countless years. How could she be a junior like Talat, who is only 100 years old? Can it be compared with it? It's just a broken sword. I'm not trying to be so arrogant. I only need to take a little action. It's your limit, boy. Xiongpa's anger soared in his heart, and his 5 fingers suddenly exerted force. Bang! A blast! As the extremely powerful force of Xiongpa Biao burst out, this terrifying energy giant sword was instantly crushed and turned into star dots in the sky floating in the surrounding space. Talat was not surprised at this scene at all, and he had even expected expected this situation to happen long ago. At this level, let alone defeating the destruction god, it is impossible for them to even hurt them. Boy, I admit that you have some trick, but that's all, Xiongpa said, and the destructive power around you began to burn like a raging fire. Destroying the divine power will further liberate. When he mobilized this power, the entire god of destruction changed his expression. After feeling this extremely powerful force, Talat also raised his eyebrows. Is this guy Xiongpa going to use his ultimate move again? I won't miss such a good opportunity to watch you explode with power, Talat said in a word, and at the same time the invisible power of time in his body was released under his thought. The surrounding time stopped operating at this moment. Everything became very strange, as if it had completely stopped. During the period of cultivation in the destruction of the god realm, Talat's improvement was not only the power of the god but also his understanding of the power of time, space and space power. Now Talat can use the ability of time stillness as he wishes. At this moment Xiongpa was stunned. He felt his body blocked by an invisible force. This feeling is the power of time. This kid actually touched the power of time. How is that possible? After Xiongpa recovered, she realized that what trapped herself was the power of time. In the midst of lightning, Talat acted quickly and quietly came to Xiongpa. Just as Talat was preparing his target paw to attack, Xiongpa moved instantly, directly breaking through Talat's time stagnation, and suddenly turned around. The sharp cold light emitted from his deep eyes made Talat quickly retreated back, keeping a safe distance from Elephant Paw. Sure enough, with my current strength, the time to display it has stopped. Can't you go too far? Talat murmured to himself. He thought that even if the time stillness used by his current realm could not affect Beruth, it could also affect Elephant Paw. Now it seems that I am too arrogant and too underestimated the god of destruction. These old monsters who have lived for countless years have the strength of their foundation, which is far beyond what he is now. You guy actually mastered the power of time. You just stopped the flow of time, causing a short time pause. I can only say that the god of destruction is worthy of being the god of destruction. Although Xiongpa looks useless on the surface, not so. This guy's combat intuition is still very keen. It's a cat after all. Just based on my feelings, I could guess what trick Talat used just now. That's right, I did use the power of time just now. You know, then there is no need for me to explain more, Talat said directly without avoiding it. Boy, from more than 5 million years later, your ability is really amazing. You can fight this level with this god. However, I don't know if you have heard a saying that playing with time will also be played with by time. Xiongpao he changed his previous situation and said to Talat, these words are meaningful. How could Talat not understand what he said? I don't deny it because I do feel it myself, but in my opinion, it's not time playing with me, but when I change it I will accept the feedback that time brings me calmly. Talat said, you are quite direct, so don't you be afraid that I will really destroy you because you violated the law of the universe. You must know that if I am really serious, just one thought is enough. Xiongpao killed her while speaking. Impressed. The premise is that you can do it. Talat smiled and did not retreat. In just a moment of effort, Xiongpa took action again. The fist containing the profound destructive power rushed straight to Talat's face. Talat saw the sudden attack of Xiongpa, and he also discovered that the power used by Xiongpa at this moment had exceeded his Super Saiyan Deep Blue extreme state. But at this level, Talat could not give in, but instead further aroused his fighting spirit. At this moment, the power of the giant ape burst out again. One must kill punch, multiple compressions, and blast out with all your strength. Boom! The moment the two sides collided, the entire god of destruction was swept by this heaven-defying power. The deafening roar was transmitted, and the invisible power of destruction was enough to crush a huge planet into powder. The two were swept by force at the same time and flew back dozens of meters. Damn it, what kind of monster is you, kid? Xiongpa felt the pain coming from the fist, and his anger rose in his heart. Talat punch seemed ordinary, but in fact it compressed nearly 100 punches. Otherwise, it would not have been possible to have such amazing power. Even as the god of destruction, he would be affected. On the other hand, Talat, although he was backfired by the power, the militant factors in his body were activated, and the blood of the science in his body was even boiling. The militant nature of the science was completely stimulated, which made him feel a continuous stream of the power is gushing out from the depths of the body, and the power is getting stronger and stronger. Moving his wrist when all the pain was gone, Talat grinned, and a subtle change occurred in his eyes when he looked at Elephant Paw. At the same time, a purple charm flashed through his dark blue eyes. The ones just now are just a small trick that is not good. Next, there is a big surprise. Open your eyes and look at them, Elephant Paw. As soon as Talat's eyes changed again and again, the dark blue pupils also changed. At this moment, the power of the giant ape was rapidly sublimated and transformed into the ultimate power of the supernatural power covering the periphery of the dark blue god. The extremely heavy divine power became stronger and stronger and continued to intensify, and the bursting pressure became stronger and stronger. Crazy. The light of the power of the gods and the flame of the superpower blend together, sublimating towards another higher level realm. Under the extreme explosion of the power of the giant ape super, the pressure on Talat's body became more and more intense, and even a strand of hair was dyed green. This amazing aura rushed straight to a higher dimension. The entire god of destruction was swaying under the power of Talat's explosion. If you have any tricks, just use them all now. I will accept them all. Xiongpa snorted coldly and said domineeringly, but he looked as stable as an old dog, but in fact he felt a lot of panic inside because his body instinctively felt a hint of threat. Although it is only a little bit, it is also a threat. At the same time, he was extremely curious about what Talat's final killing move was. How amazing will the destructive power after the outbreak be? View this side of the battle zone. Weiss, Bados, and Beerus watched the battle in the sky. Weiss remained silent. He could see that Talat had greatly increased his energy and he wanted to launch the final killing move. At the same time, he was also curious about how strong the ultimate skill Talat could use. How much damage can this move cause? After all, even he has never seen this move. Bados shook his head and sighed again. As a servant of Xiongpa, she knew Xiongpa very well. According to Xiongpa's nature, it is most likely that the ship will capsize in the gutter. Talat's extraordinary move is far superior to his previous attack. Even if the god of destruction is dealing with it, he will suffer a great loss if he is not careful. She could have expected that after Xiangbao suffered a loss, she would be furious. This kid finally realized that the energy-enhancing attack was ineffective against the god of destruction, so he used pure power-type tricks to deal with the elephant paw. This god could have expected the elephant paw to look embarrassed. Beerus pinched his chin with his right hand and watched Talat with interest, who was exploding in the sky and was extremely looking forward to it. In the sky, the power of the god and the power of the transmission and supernatural power that Talat exploded has reached its extreme. His body was surrounded by lightning and his powerful momentum expanded rapidly and his strength reached an unprecedented height. The pair of sharp eyes locked in the elephant handbag. The energy in the body is flowing, ready to go. In the midst of lightning, Talat rushed out in an endless stream, driving the boundless power of destruction. Roar! Just as Talat was acting, a loud dragon roar suddenly sounded between heaven and earth. Immediately afterward, with Talat as the center, a blue and green super dragon condensed into shape. Talat turned into the dragon's head, chewing at the elephant hand with its teeth and claws. Excellent! Dragon fist exploded. Accompanied by Talat's roar, the dragon transformed from his power, opened its bloody mouth as if it was about to completely swallow the elephant. The dragon power swept across the god realm. The space was turbulent and the lightning was raging. Faced with the vast dragon power that was coming towards him, Elephant Pal gritted her teeth, destroyed the rhythm of divine power all over her body, raised her right hand and spread her 5 fingers, destroying the divine power to form a shape. I just turned into a larger reptile. Open your eyes and look at it. How did this god destroy your trick? Elephant Paw gritted her teeth and used the damage. In an instant the vast and boundless destructive power gathered, but in an instant it turned into a terrifying destructive bomb, blocking Xiongpa's body. Chapter 256 Real Destruction. Self-definition is achieved. Room. The dragon transformed into Talat collided with the super destructive bomb of the elephant paw. In an instant the dazzling light of destruction bloomed. The roar continued and the wind and clouds changed. The super destruction bullet of elephant paw fell into a brief stalemate with Talat's super dragon fist. Talat cannot break through the super destructive bullet of elephant paw, and the super destructive bullet of elephant paw cannot destroy the super dragon fist. Seeing his super destructive bullet blocking Talat's super dragon fist, Xiongpa couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This giant dragon looks quite intimidating, not as terrifying as he imagined. Now you understand the gap between you and the god of destruction. It is indeed amazing to reach this level, but the gap between you and this god is a gap that you will never cross in your life. Xiongpa took this opportunity to sarcastically Talat's weakness and incompetence, but Talat's ridicule is deaf. Immediately afterwards Xiongpa exerted force again, releasing a stronger destructive power to catalyze the propulsion of the super destructive bomb. Boom! A deafening roar sounded, and the entire god of destruction was shocked by the impact of this destruction power. With the exertion of the elephant paw, the volume of the super destruction bullet increased again, and its power was so terrifying that it even surpassed Talat's super dragon fist. The balance of victory and loss is also tilting towards him. But is it really over? Obviously impossible. Talat was still insisting that the scion blood and militant factors in his body were operating more and more intensely due to the increasing pressure. Pressure is converted into power, and a steady stream of energy emerges from Talat's body. Dong dong, dong dong, dong dong. There were bursts of thunder-like explosions echoed in the space. Talat's heartbeat continued to accelerate, and the power of the giant ape super in his body exploded as if the gate was interrupted. The dark blue divine power has been completely overwhelmed by the super power. At this moment the scion Scion nature belonging to Talat also awakened. At this moment the power of the super transmission in the body exploded beyond the limit, which directly increased the destructive power of the super Zhuolong fist to a higher level. Bang! With a loud bang, the super destruction bomb of the destruction god Elephant Paw shattered. Seeing his tricks shattered with his own eyes, the god of destruction Xiongpa showed a look of horror. In his sight, the energy dragon opened its bloody mouth like a living creature, like an endless view. He bit him hard like an abyss. Oops! Elephant Patton felt something was wrong, and the cells all over the body were sending extremely dangerous signals at this moment. According to his physical instinct, he crossed his arms to protect his chest to form a defense, and his whole body was swallowed by the dragon at this moment. The dragon swallowed the elephant handkerchief, and the violent internal energy was completely detonated. The light of destruction that was enough to blow up any dimension was also blooming at this moment, and its terrifying power was even enough to subvert the entire destructive god world. At this critical moment, Weiss took action decisively. As his angel scepter lightly lit, the invisible angel power expanded, strengthening and destroying the god world, while also reducing the destructive power of this super Jew dragon fist explosion. But the dazzling light of destruction still enveloped the sky that destroyed the god realm. Beerus, Bados, and Weiss were all quietly watching the central area where light was blooming in the sky, waiting for the final result to come out. After 10 seconds, the light of destruction completely dissipated. The giant dragon that could destroy everything has disappeared. Talat also appeared, but the destruction god Elephant Paw was still in the center of the fire. Talat gasped and tried his best to adjust his breathing rhythm. At this moment his aura suddenly decreased, and the power of the extreme burst of super power also dissipated at this moment, and he degenerated into the ultimate state of the Super Scion Deep Blue. Because of the excessive physical energy consumption, not only did the power of the super dissipate, but even the ultimate momentum of the Super Scion Deep Blue is not half as high as that of a peak period. Even if you are a god of destruction, you won't feel good. Speaking of which, this is the first time I have used this pure power trick. Talat, who recovered, held his breath and focused his mind. His face was solemnly watching the smoke of fire that had dissipated. Speaking of which, this move was the ultimate killer move that he had independently comprehended under the intentional or unintentional guidance of the king of the great realm. Although I realized this trick very early, I never had the opportunity to use it. It should be said that I have no suitable opponent. That is, now he faces the object of Paw, and he takes out a dragon fist that exceeds the limit. The attack worked, but Talat did not relax his vigilance. Even though his super dragon fist has a considerable destructive power, it is obviously impossible to defeat the destructive god Elephant Paw. At most, it is just to make the other party feel hurt. On the ground, a smile appeared on Weiss' face, and Talat's performance far exceeded his expectations. However, the next battle should come to an end. Even if Xiongpa's strength is not as strong as Beerus, he is still a god of destruction. The true power of god of destruction is far from what Talat can compete with now. However, it is already amazing that Talat can continuously break through the limit and achieve this level. Alas, Bados, who was beside him, sighed and raised his hand to cover his face with great disappointment at Xiongpa. In the competition at the same level, Xiongpa is obviously not as good as Talat, and the difference is not a little bit. The gap is too big. After going back this time, she must re-purify the elephant patties. Not to mention that the elephant patties will undergo a huge change, but at least she must reduce the fat on her body. Where is Beerus? I was very satisfied with this result and couldn't stop smiling. In the sky, the heavy smoke gradually dissipated. The posture of the god of destruction, Xiongpa, was revealed in everyone's eyes. At this moment he looked so embarrassed. His face was as gloomy as ink, and there were several small holes on his body. The costume of the god who represented the destruction of the god's identity also showed a certain degree of damage at this moment. After suffering from the full damage from the super Zhuolong fist, Xiongpa only suffered a little skin trauma, but even skin trauma was a great shame for him. Crazy. Inside Xiongpa's body, an invisible layer of destructive power burst out. The invisible sense of oppression swept away rapidly, causing the entire atmosphere of the destruction world to become extremely depressed, which also means that the guy Xiongpa was angry. Are you really angry? Talat had expected this, and he had already understood Xiongpa's temperament very thoroughly. One after another, how could he bear it as a god of destruction? The elephant handkerchief in his heart finally showed his true strength. At this moment, the pressure he burst out threw away Talat's entire dimension, but this terrifying pressure emitted invisibly made Talat feel numb and frightened. The true power of the god of destruction is far more terrifying than he thought, but as a scion he will never retreat. Instead, the power of the elephant paw once again stimulates the militant factor in his body, allowing him to use the super dragon before the fatigue of the fist was wiped out. He took out his true skills and his face was covered with a thick layer of haze. His cold eyes locked. Talat raised his right hand silently and pointed his 5 fingers at Talat. However, Xiongpa did not act immediately. He was waiting for Talat to beg for mercy, and Talat naturally understood his thought. If you have any means, just use it. Even if you are a destruction god, I will not admit defeat. Talat gave his own answer. As a scion, he would never admit defeat no matter what circumstances. Only defeat in the battle, no matter how powerful the opponent is. At this moment Xiongpa was completely annoyed. I've given a chance, but you don't cherish it. Since you are determined to do it, it's no wonder that he is ruthless. This is what you ask for, boy. Under real destruction, die. Xiang Paso did not waste time and took out the real destruction method belonging to the god of destruction in one go. Buzz. At this moment a wave of ripples appeared in the space and the invisible destructive power pressed towards Talat's position. Here you come. All the cells in Talat's body were screaming in unison and extremely dangerous signals were heard. Talat did not hesitate at all and burst out all the divine power in his body to resist the invisible destructive divine power of Xiongpa. However, the divine powers he burst out were like stones sinking into the sea and could not cause any turmoil compared to the invisible destruction performed by the elephant patriarch. What? The destructive power was getting closer and closer. Talatin felt something was wrong. He instinctively wanted to defend, but he didn't know how to defend for a while. This invisible destruction of the elephant patty is not too late to resist, and it is hard to defend against. Soon, this invisible destructive power directly acted on him. Talat, swept by the invisible destructive power, had a drastic expression. His whole body twitched, and his body also flashed purple light under the destructive power, and some of them had begun to dissipate. Damn it! Talat's mouth burst into a cry of great pain and roar. He could not control the dissipation of his body, and he could not do it no matter what means he used. If he hadn't had a certain understanding of destroying the power of the divine, he would have probably disappeared rather than maintaining his broken body like he is now. Have it completely disappeared? I'm underestimating you, and it's still time to beg for mercy. Xiongpa carried his hands on her back and said to Talat in a gesture of contempt, his purpose has been achieved. Destroying God's majesty cannot be blasphemed. If Talat wants to survive, as long as he gives up his dignity and begs for mercy from him, he can spare Talat life. However, it is impossible to make the proud scion bow their head. Talat gritted his teeth and persevered, closed his eyes and began to awaken the destructive power deep in his body. If you want to get rid of danger, you can only take this opportunity to break through life and death and go to a higher level. If the oil and salt don't come in, then it will really disappear. Xiongpa raised his hand again. This is the path the other party chose himself, and he has given him enough chance. This scene was also seen by Bados, Weiss, and Beerus on the ground. Weiss looked solemn and still did not take action. Instead, he watched the scene of Talat being destroyed by the destructive power in the sky and fell into deep thought. For some reason, he always had a special feeling in his heart, as if Talat could once again create a miracle that was unexpected to all of them. Moreover, even if he fails, he can go back to time and resurrect Talat. Bados was confused. Talat seemed very special, like the invisible destructive power that Pa had just released but was trying to completely erase and destroy its origin. But now Talat has not been completely destroyed, which surprised Bados, and an impossible possibility arose in his heart. Boy, if you can make a breakthrough again, it would be really amazing. Beerus was also waiting quietly as his future successor. If he died like this without a few tricks, it would be too inferior. In the sky, most of Talat's body has been destroyed by the invisible destructive power, but it has not completely dissipated. He just wandered on the brink of life and death. I can't die, and I can't survive. On the contrary, this invisible destructive power gave him a chance to deeply understand the destruction, conform to the trend of power at this moment when he is on the verge of life and death. Talat's perception and understanding are magnified by the limit. He can deeply understand the essence of destruction. His body and soul were reborn in the midst of destruction and headed straight to a higher realm. Time passed by minute, and Talat also came to a critical moment of transformation. At this moment everyone held their breath and focus, and even Xiongpa realized that something was wrong. So that's it. Talat suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment his pupils had changed, no longer dark blue but deeper purple. Crazy. From Talat as the center, an extremely powerful destructive power burst out. The invisible destructive power released by the elephant pat was also dispelled bit by bit. At this moment Talat's body is also returning to its original state at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not only that, he who had recovered his body was rushing towards a higher realm, and the vast and boundless divine power quickly enveloped the entire destruction god world. How is that possible? You kid, you have broken through again. What kind of monster are you? After witnessing Talat's changes with your own eyes, Xiangpa opened his mouth in horror as if he had seen something impossible happen. At this moment Talat form changed again. The original dark blue anger had turned into a charming and enchanting purple anger, and every move exuded an extremely rich destructive power. This is the power of destroying God. The God of destruction, Talat was born. Chapter 257. Isn't this kid tired? On the ground, Beerus, Bados, and Vis, who were viewers, had different expressions after seeing Talat's mastery of his own extreme intentions. It seems that we can really use the power of destruction first. Just be careless. This kid. Beerus's mouth unconsciously raised and said with a verbal confusion. He saw Talat's progress. As his candidate, it was already very difficult for him to achieve this step, and it was also the result he wanted to see the most. To put it bluntly, he was actually a little envious because the breakthrough was too fast. Looking back on Talat a year ago, what is the level? What is the level now? When fighting against Lord Xiangpa, you can't believe that such a special person will appear in this world. Dear brother, you have picked up the treasure this time. Bados was also Talat's. It was shocking to his performance. As an angel, he had experienced several reincarnations from the beginning of the birth of the universe to being destroyed, and after countless years, it was the first time in history that he had seen such an outstanding human being. Talat combat ability and talent show are the best she has ever seen, even surpassing the elephant pats she has carefully cultivated. At the same time, Talat's performance also made her have a special thought in her mind. Since this person from 5 million years later appeared in the 7th universe, will the 6th universe as a twin universe also appear in 5 million years? If so, she must prepare in advance. She would not let such an excellent person go. She could train her carefully and see if she was suitable to become a candidate for the destruction god of the 6th universe. It seems that when he resolved the destruction of Lord Xiangpa, he had already found an opportunity to master the destruction. Until now, he was eroded by the destruction of Xiangpa and realized the real destruction. This posture still has this power. It's a pity to be a god of destruction. Wes smiled, and his inner emotions were also. Talat transformation was affected. No matter how much Talat is, he is still his disciple. Although he does not belong to this time and space world, Weiss is still very proud to witness Talat's growth. At least, besides Beruth, he has cultivated a second outstanding disciple. This disciple dare not say that he is the number one in the 12 universes, but looking at the 12 universes, except for the god of destruction, he is already ranked first. In the sky, the destructive power that filled Talat's body gradually stabilized. The dark purple light burned around like a raging fire, adding a bit of evil to Talat form. At this moment, Talat felt the explosive growth of the power of the god of destruction in his body, and a wicked smile appeared on his face. It turns out that this is the feeling of mastering the destruction. It's so wonderful. I thought it would take some time to control this power, but I didn't expect it to be done by accident at this time. All this is thanks to you, Xiangpa. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have understood the true power of destruction so easily. At this moment, Talat's inner mood became extremely excited, and his belligerent heart and combat instinct were fully activated. His body was longing for battle, and every cell in his body, including the destructive power in his body, was longing for the stimulation brought by the battle to further sublimate. This destructive power is expanding with his emotional restlessness. At this moment, Talat finally understood why in the later stage of the Dragon Ball Super original comic the guy Beruth said that the power of the destruction god is infinite, and how powerful it can be depends on the user's desire for destruction. Destroying divine power and free and extreme mind skills are two different extremes. This power can be used as he pleases, bursting unscrupulously. The stronger the idea of destruction, the stronger his power will be. Even Talat himself felt an omnipotent feeling. On the other hand, the destruction god Xiangpa now witnessed Talat's sublimation. His face changed constantly, his heart was filled with anger and his emotions were restless. The invisible destruction he used was to erase Talat, but I never thought that the final result was like this, which was like shooting oneself in the foot. Boy, it is indeed surprising to me that you can understand the power of destruction, but don't think that you can be blinded by mastering destruction. The strength of destruction also depends on the user. In my opinion, you are just a newbie. You are still far from reaching the height of this god, Xiangpa said proudly. Talat, who also had the power of destruction in front of him, was still just a stinky boy in his eyes. After being a god of destruction for so many years, if he is afraid of Talat who has just mastered the power of destruction, then his god of destruction for so many years will be in vain. Hearing this, Talat was not angry but was very calm, but silently began to activate the destructive power all over his body. Then please give me advice from Lord Xiangpa, the god of destruction. Let me feel the power of destruction. After the words fell, Talat threw his right hand. In an instant, a deep purple destructive energy bomb blasted out of his palm and rushed straight to the elephant pat. Seeing this, Xiangpa also raised her hand and shot a destructive bullet to collide with it. Boom! The moment moment the two destruction bombs collided, the roar of the explosion vibrated in all directions and the unstoppable aftermath impacted all directions, causing ripples in space. This was just the beginning. At the moment of the explosion, Talit rushed out with lightning speed, turning into a purple aurora and breaking through the thick wall of flames and coming to Xiongpa. Talit's right fist clenched tightly, destroying the power of destruction, and swung his strength hard. Seeing this, Xiongpa also waved her fist to collide with it. Bang! There was a loud bang, and the surrounding space caused a sensational wave. The fierce battle broke out again. Talit's object Ha launched a fierce attack. With the blessing of the destructive power, his fist and feet became more and more fierce. Every move contain extremely destructiveness. The attack is without any hesitation, extremely decisive, rapid and fatal. In his state of extreme self-consciousness, Talit was almost selfless, with the purest fighting spirit burning in his eyes. At this moment he acted completely according to the ideas in his mind, defeating Xiongpa. No matter how he used any means, he would defeat Elephant Pa. And Xiongpa also felt extremely stressed at this moment. Talit, who has mastered the destructive power, has increased its strength soaringly, which is enough to be comparable to him now. Under such high-intensity hand-to-hand combat, he even fell into a disadvantage, and there were vague signs of being suppressed by Talit. This situation also caused Xiongpa to be completely irritated. This kid won't be tired, right? From the beginning of the battle to the present, he has changed from red hair to purple hair, and his combat effectiveness has been greatly enhanced during this period. Xiangpa doubts whether Talit is taking drug. Bang pound, bang pound, bang pound. There were bursts of explosions like thunder and burst into the sky. Looking around, two purple aurora collided in a circle, causing shocking waves. With the blessing of the destructive power, Talit fighting spirit continues to intensify. At this moment he had completely gained the upper hand in this battle, and his strength continued to increase in the battle, chasing Xiongpa, and chasing him relentlessly. Faced with Talit, who was pressing step by step, Xiongpa was in a mess for a while. It's not that Xiongbao's foundation is not enough, but that he has been wasting too long and suddenly engaged in such a high-intensity battle, and his basic skills are a bit insufficient. After being suppressed by Talit one after another, Xiongpa felt extremely angry. Boy, it's just that he has mastered a little bit of destructive power, so he's so proud. The anger erupted. Xiongpa couldn't bear it anymore, and instantly exerted force, ruthlessly shocking Talit back. Emotions came. Xiongpa also showed his tough side, and he launched a counterattack against Talit without leaving any room for anything. Xiongpa thought he would have the upper hand, but who would have thought that Talit was not defensive at all and chose to use Xiongpa's front hard steel. Bang 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 bang. The muffled sound of fist to flesh sounded. Talit, who abandoned his defense, chose to use his body to resist all the attacks of Elephant Pa, and grew up in pain, and the pain turned into strength, making his attack more deadly and fierce. Is this kid crazy? It was the first time that Xiongpa encountered this situation. Talit's almost crazy fighting style made him feel a little scared and his scalp numb as the god of destruction. Compared to before, Talit now seems to have become a different person. It is precisely because of this timidity that the sharpness of Xiongpa's fist has decreased, and Talit found an excellent opportunity. Xiongpa, your fist is blunt. With a loud shout, Talit clenched his right fist, causing all his strength to hit Xiongpa's face. Boom! The elephant handbag, which was hit hard, flew backwards like a human-shaped cannonball, with drops of divine blood floating in the space. Taking advantage of the victory to pursue, Talit launched a fierce attack again, with his hands high. The huge destructive power gathered towards his palm, and the vast divine power expanded, causing the space to ripple. In an instant, a deep purple energy bomb with a volume of more than thousands of meters and a super pressure feeling like an asteroid was condensed and formed. This is the crystallization of Talit's desire to destroy all, the desire to destroy to the extreme. Super destruction bullet. Talit gritted his teeth through his hands hard, releasing his strongest attack so far. The terrifying power of this attack is enough to destroy half of the universe. The flying elephant Pat also stabilized its body at this moment. He looked at the super destructive bullet that kept attacking him, and a special charm flashed in his eyes. At this moment the aura of Xiongpa was extremely stable. After raising his hand to wipe off the corner of his mouth, he snorted coldly in dissatisfaction. You are too young to play with destruction in front of this god. This will let you see what is real destruction. At this time Xiongpa no longer had the idea of playing with Talit. Destruction. Xiongpa raised his right hand and once again used the true mystery of destruction. When the invisible destruction was released, the entire space of the destruction god realm seemed to solidify. Time froze at this moment. When the flow was restored again, Talit's super destructive bomb was swept by the invisible destructive power and turned into nothingness at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is just the beginning. The invisible destructive power directly locked in Talit and swept over with Talit as the target. Facing the invisible destruction again, Talit stood there without action. He had already understood the destruction and knew that this was his second second chance. However, this invisible destruction is much more powerful than the previous invisible destruction. Come on. Talat grinned, ready to endure invisible destruction and destruction. Previously he withstood the invisible damage of the elephant papa with the ultimate Super Saiyan Deep Blue and the power of the past. Now that he has comprehended the power of destruction, he does not believe that Xiongpa can really destroy him in his own extreme state. The next second, the power of invisible destruction was covered with 360 degrees without dead corners. Talat could feel that his source of destruction was affected, and at the same time, the destructive power around him was like a candle in the wind. At any time, there are signs of extinguishing. This destruction is different from before. Experience it carefully. Even if you are not completely destroyed, you will never feel good. Xiongpa watched the scene, hugged her chest with her hands and grinned. The facts are also as he said. Under the destruction of invisible destruction, Talat's protective divine power was completely destroyed, with lightning lingering on his body, and his injuries continued to increase. Even his own destructive divine power was destroyed at this moment, with signs of disappearing. It's not over yet, it's not over yet. Talat gritted his teeth and activated the power of the giant ape in his body again. The power of the giant ape intensified, sublimating into the power of the supernatural power and the destructive power to fight against the invisible destruction of the Xiongpa. Crack. Central with Talat, countless amazing divine electric lights exploded in the surrounding space. Talat's energy source is in a fierce battle with the invisible destruction of Elephant Pa, which is also the final round of the battle. Under everyone's gaze, time passed by minute. Talat's momentum continued to soar, becoming stronger and stronger, but his injuries were also increasing. The good news is that the invisible destruction of the Elephant Pa will be wiped out soon. A shout that rushed to the soul erupted from Talat's mouth. Boom! The destructive power burst out with a bang, soaring into the sky with Talat as the center, stirring the divine realm and shaking all directions. With this great outbreak of Talat, the invisible destruction of Elephant Pa was finally offset. But after such powerful energy burst out, Talat's consumption was even greater, and he exceeded his body's limit many times, and the load on the body had reached its limit. Just like a stretched rubber band, as long as there is a little more pressure, it will collapse without any suspense. Chapter 258. A month later. Helper Vegeta in the future. Soon, the aftermath of Talat's outbreak dissipated. The turbulent destruction world has returned to peace. Talat, who was covered in bruises, gasping for breath, constantly breathing, his extreme self-consciousness appeared, and his state of extreme self-consciousness appeared. His divine power no longer had the upward trend as high as the beginning, but showed a cliff-like decline. Sure enough, it's too hard. As soon as Talat's self-consciousness dissipated and returned to normal, all the accumulated injuries in the previous battle broke out together at this moment, and his body fell weakly to the ground. After falling to the ground, Talat completely lost his combat ability. Tisk! Xiongpa snorted coldly with disdain. When he fought to this point, the anger in his heart also disappeared. At this moment, his understanding of Talat had changed. Although he was very unhappy, he still recognized this kid. After all, even Talat suffered a loss when he was serious. This kind of record is unprecedented. Soon, Xiongpa's mind returned and fell from the sky without paying attention to Talat's injuries. Although he won this battle, he did embarrass him. As a god of destruction, I fought a boy who was less than 100 years old and had a fight back and forth. If I were known by the god of destruction in other universes, I would not be ridiculed for the rest of my life. The fight is good, although it's still too young. It's amazing to be able to do this. Destruction god Beerus praised Talat for the first time. His candidate is not comparable to any ordinary person. Talat in front of him is barely qualified. Then Beerus signaled that Vis would heal Talat's injuries. After being instructed, Weiss set out to walk in front of Talat, waved the angel scepter in his hand, and pointed it lightly at Talat's eyebrows. Buzz! A silver-white light flashed, and the invisible angel power quickly swept across Talat's body. When these lights dissipated, the hideous and terrifying wounds on Talat's body also disappeared. After his injuries healed, Talat's pale face returned to his previous blood color. Hey, I'm alive! Talat breathed a sigh of relief and stood up. His eyes turned to the destruction god Xiongpa, and gave the other person meaningfully. To be honest, even he himself did not expect that the battle with Xiongpa could allow him to break through so many times one after another. Now that he has realized the power of destruction, he has more confidence in his journey to the dark demon world. A month later, just talking about his current strength, not to mention Vegeta, who has mastered the ultimate self-minded skills in the original work, but it should be no less than that, right? At this point, the contest between Talat and the god of destruction Xiongpa has come to an end. The farce ended here and everything returned to peace. If you are unhappy, you must still be the best best food for Par. The food he brought is not as good as Barutha's food, but he is still defeated in the battle with Talit, which makes his face disappear as the god of destruction. He had no face to stay in this place. Soon, at the sign of Elephant Paw, Angel Bados took Elephant Paw to leave the god of destruction in the 7th universe and return to the 6th universe. It seems that because of your boy, that guy Elephant Paw has suffered a big blow. Beerus showed a look of a villain's success. This time he didn't need to take action. Talit made Xiongpayan lose all his face. Thinking about how this guy looked when he got angry after he went back, he was so excited that he couldn't stop talking. Soon, sleepiness swept over. Beerus yawned and walked casually towards the destruction's bedroom. After watching the good show, he was sleepy. Just as if Pa had left, he could go back and have some sleep. Talit watched Baruth leave without saying anything, then turned his eyes and looked at the angel Weiss beside him. Now they are the only ones left here. To be honest, I was worried before that with your strength I might have life worries after going to the dark demon realm, but now it seems that my worries are unnecessary. I have mastered the power of destruction. Even if I am in the dark demon realm, you not only is his strength at the top, but at least the demons in the dark demon realm cannot do anything to you. Wes gave a very high evaluation of Talit at this moment. Thank you for your praise. Thanks to your teachings, otherwise I wouldn't have the chance to fight with Xiongpa again and break through to this state. Talit was very modest and did not feel the momentary increase in strength at all. Smug. Although the surge in strength made him feel extremely happy, he still knows how much he has. Although you have mastered the destruction, I hope you can learn the ultimate mind skills of freedom and ultimate mind skills. Only by truly mastering the ultimate mind skills can you cope with all emergencies. For you, it is a life-saving skill. Weiss, tell me what I think. In his opinion, the self-extreme mind skills are not suitable for Talit. If Talit wants to go further, he must master the freedom and extreme mind skills. This is also a master's expectation for his disciples' future. Is the free and extreme mind? Although it is indeed very difficult, I will still do my best regardless of whether I can succeed. Talit promised Weiss. Needless to say, he would also try to master the extreme intentional power. His goal is not a mere realm of destruction. As a time traveler, he knew the mystery of two different extreme skills. Since he had come to the Dragon Ball world and had come to this point, how could he master only one of the two gods' technique? That would be too inferior. Other time travelers knew about it and would not laugh out loud. After getting the desired answer, Weiss smiled slightly and nodded. Time flies. It has been a month since Talit and the god of destruction, Elephant Paw. Today is the time to make a one-year appointment with Kurano. The king of time god Kurano will take her time and space patrolman to the god of destruction and Talit to the dark demon realm. During this month, Talit did not carry out any particularly strengthened practice, but was deeply experiencing his own strength and consolidating his foundation. Although the strength has increased sharply, how much you can play depends on whether the foundation is solid. After a month of precipitation, Talit's realm has basically stabilized. Now he can mobilize the power of the giant ape or the advanced version of the power of the super in the ultimate state of the Super Saiyan Deep Blue, including the state of self-consciousness. It can also be used as you wish and perfectly exert 100% combat power. At this moment, Talit was meditating and practicing in the center of the lake that destroyed the god's realm. While further improving his use of power, he was also waiting for the arrival of Kurano and his helpers. As for the destruction god Beerus and Angel Weiss, they were on the edge of the lake, enjoying the snacks brought by Talit while communicating. It's almost time. Has that woman come yet? Beerus raised his brow and turned to the Angel Weiss beside him and asked. It should be soon, Lord Beerus. Weiss replied. Just as the two were talking, a ripple suddenly appeared in the space that destroyed the god realm. Immediately afterward, an invisible force of time and space came from behind the two of them. Crazy. The space that destroyed the god realm was stirred up, and behind Weiss and Baluth, a space-time channel appeared. Weiss and Beerus sensed the strangeness behind him and slowly turned around. In the space-time channel, two figures appeared and disappeared. Talit, who was in the meditation state in the center of the lake, also opened his eyes at this moment, used space teleportation in one thought, and crossed the space to come to Beerus and Weiss. His eyes were staring at the figure in the space-time channel. This aura is very familiar. If you guess correctly, the person Kurano brought should be an old acquaintance he knew. Soon, Kurano and the warriors she brought also appeared in the space-time channel. This warrior is Vegeta, but Vegeta didn't know him in this future. Long time no see, Vis. Lord Beerus. Kurano appeared and greeted Vis and Vis very enthusiastically. Weiss waved his hand symbolically, while Beerus, who was beside him, directly ignored Kurano and his eyes fell on Vegeta's future. This guy seems to be a member of the same clan as this guy. Are they both Scion? Beerus saw the clues and noticed the future commonality between Vegeta and Talit. Point. There is a tail wrapped around the waist. Moreover, Vegeta looks not weak in this future. With his eyesight he can feel the powerful force sleeping in the other party's body. Although it is not the power of God, it is better than the power power of God. At this moment Vegeta directly ignored Beerus' curious gaze and his cold eyes fell directly on Talat. "Are you my partner in this operation?" Future Vegeta said expressionlessly, unable to hear any emotional fluctuations in his words. His cold eyes were looking at Talat and he was also watching Talat's strength. "I don't know if it's an illusion, but he always feels that the scion in front of him doesn't seem very strong. Don't you know me? It seems that there is no me in your world, Vegeta?" Talat asked on a whim and was also curious about which time and space world this Vegeta came from. If this future world of Vegeta really does not exist, it would be interesting. "There is no record of you in my time and space world. What I didn't expect was that you actually know my name. So, in your time and space world, do you know me?" Vegeta heard this in the future. "I have developed a strong interest in this. What is the identity of this unknown scion in front of him? He actually knows him. According to the historical trajectory of their world, there is no Talat. If you know it, it can only be in the universe or the planet Vegeta. It's time to go. Of course I know you. In my time and space world, I vaguely remember the scene when you were on a planet under Frisia when you met. At that time, you wanted to order me, but I beat me up." Talat had a whim and spoke directly about Vegeta's dark history in his world. "What did you say?" After hearing this, Vegeta's face turned dark on the spot. "It is something that everyone can hear." Talat is provoking him. "Maybe you have never experienced it for you, but it does develop like this in my time and space world," Talat said with fearlessness with his hands on his chest. As soon as these words came out, Vegeta was already a little angry in the future. If he had not been traveling back and forth between time and space for many years and had seen countless versions of himself, he would have gone wild at this time. Snort! With a soft hum, his cold eyes locked Talat as if he wanted to see through Talat thoroughly. Talat was not afraid at all. As the two of them looked at each other, the invisible electric light shot out from their eyes became heavier. Beerus and Weiss did not stop and were ready to watch the show. "Hey," I said, "Vegeta, don't do it randomly. The mission performed this time is targeted at the Dark Demon world. If you do it randomly, this action will not need to be carried out." Seeing that the situation was wrong, Kureno was busy. "Want to stop Vegeta?" In her opinion, Talat is indeed a bit powerful, but he is still unable to compare with Vegeta. How could she know that Talat was no longer the Talat a year ago? Talat could feel the powerful bloodline power in Vegeta's body in the future. If he guessed correctly, Vegeta should have taken the 4th level of the Super Saiyan route and was in the future. The development and utilization of power have reached an extremely high level. In the future, Vegeta also felt the amazing divine power in Talat's body. He had heard of the power of God for a long time, but he had never had a way to practice. Now he met Talat and asked him to find it. There is an opportunity to understand the power of God. Both of them wanted to test the depth of each other's strength. At this point, the two sides have reached a spiritual consensus. "Go over there to warm up. How about it?" Talat raised his hand and pointed to the lake behind him and said to Vegeta. Upon hearing this, Vegeta just nodded silently, set out to fly towards the lake, and told Talat his answer with his actions. Seeing this, Talat smiled and followed closely behind. The two arrived at the center of the lake at the same time. "You forget it. I don't care. If the mission fails, don't blame me then." At this point, Kureno had no choice but to support her forehead helplessly. She was used to it that these scions were born to be competitive races. "I just hope that this battle will end soon and not hurt each other. If you are injured, you will be a scam. It seems that there will be another good show next." Lord Beerus Weiss covered his mouth and chuckled. "It's indeed a good show. The scion named Vegeta is very special. She comes from another future time and space 5 million years later. I can feel the power in his body, which is very strong." Beerus judged. Chapter 259, A Cross-Time and Space Battle. Future Vegeta vs Talat. The picture changes. The center of the lake. Talat and future Vegeta hang on the lake, and the two looked at each other, and the aura of the strong man invisibly expanded, caused ripples in the lake under their feet. Talat was ready to go and slowly improve his momentum. In the future, Vegeta also had a wave of white evil aura, and his majestic momentum turned into invisible pressure to press down on Talat. Such a powerful aura. Just by judging from the intensity, it reaches the unit of the 7th dimension. But under normal circumstances, he has such strong combat power. If he transforms, what level of strength will he reach? I can't imagine it at all. Is this the strength of the time and space patrolman? But the momentum has reached this level, which is even more beneficial than I thought. Talat already had a rough guess about Vegeta's future strength. This strength is no exaggeration to say that it is enough to compare with Sun Wukong and Vegeta in the later stage of Dragon Ball Super League. Only with such strong people walking together can you be qualified to walk in the dark world. Crazy. In the future, Vegeta burst out all the breath under normal conditions without reservation. The violent momentum rushed straight into the sky like a tornado, and the extremely powerful aura rushed straight to Talat, trying to put Talat on the spiritual level. Although this trick cannot defeat Talat, as long as it affects Talat's mind, he will gain an absolute advantage in the next battle. It's a pity that he didn't know that this trick was completely ineffective for Talat. The power of Divine releases invisibly and uses the ultimate power of the Giant Ape Super League to bless it, and also reaches the 7th dimension, easily dissolving the aura released by Vegeta in the future. The power of gods and a strange force. After Vegeta felt the invisible power released by Talat, his eyes became even sharper. But soon Vegeta smiled and fought against the Scion who had the power of gods and special powers. This was the first time the desire to fight ignited in his eyes, and the lightning was shining in the fire, took the lead in attacking, burst out with a very fast speed and swooped straight to Talat. Seeing this, Talat's eyes flashed with a bright light, and the invisible divine power gathered on his right fist. His 5 fingers tightly clasped and his arms were swung out. Boom! There was a loud bang. The first round of the two began. The power generated by the collision of two fists vibrates everywhere, causing the entire lake to explode. Talat and Vegeta maintained a punching posture, feeling the weight from each other's fists. Both sides looked at each other and had a rough understanding of each other's strength. Talat felt how strong the blood power in Vegeta's body would be in the future, and probably guessed what path the other party was taking. If he guessed correctly, Vegeta has mastered the 4th level transformation of the Super Saiyan in this future, and his proficiency is also quite high, not even lower than that of him now. In contrast, Vegeta, after feeling the power of the god released in the Battle of Talat, his emotions were touched, and the militant factors that had been silent in his body for many years were awakened. Although as a time patrolman he has to go to other time and space worlds to perform tasks and correct history every once in a while, the guys he has dealt with are all garbage goods with no ability. They can be eliminated with just one energy wave. He couldn't experience the fun of fighting, but now it's different. Bang! Both sides waved their heavy punches again to attack each other. Immediately afterward, the two started a series of fierce hand-to-hand combat, and the fight between fist and flesh began. Talat showed his combat method without leaving any room for nothing. Both attack and defense, integrated speed and strength, and switched offense and defense, which was unsightly. In the future, Vegeta will not be outdone and will display his own fighting style, the ultimate version of the Prince's tactic. Unlike Vegeta's fighting technique in Talat's era, this future Prince's tactic is even more fierce and fatal. The extra moves were almost gone, and the moves were fatal. Every attack was attacked by Talat's weakness. Even Talat was as strong as Talat, and he felt a lot of pressure when fighting him. Bang! Pound! Bang! Pound! Bang! Pound! There were thrilling roars after wave. Looking around, the surface of the lake has undergone terrifying deformation. Talat and Vegeta fought in a roundabout way, and the two sides continued to change their positions, colliding back and forth and fighting between them. In just a few seconds, the two sides had fought hundreds of moves. This scene was seen by the destruction god Beerus and the angel Whis. Vegeta's strength in the future is really strong. Being able to fight Talat to this extent is enough to show how strong his background is. Once these Scions grow up, they will be more evil than the other. Now it depends on the transformation that Vegeta can achieve. From now on, you can't tell the difference. Kurano, who was standing by, was naturally observing the battle. She was really surprised that Talat could compete head-on with Vegeta in the future. Looking back at the time when I met Talat a year ago, the opponent's strength was much weaker than now, and it was not in the same dimension at all. Look at Talat's powerful strength now. He can already fight with Vegeta in the future. And Kurano had a premonition in his heart that Talat's strength is far more than this, and after transformation he may be able to catch up with Vegeta's final strength in the future. By the way, should I recruit this Talat? With his strength he is already qualified to enforce the law in parallel with the space and time. Kurano thought in her heart. Above the lake, the fierce battle between Talat and Vegeta in the future became more and more intense, and the two sides continued to fight, and they also had a certain understanding of each other's early ways and fighting method. The future Vegeta, which has already been hit, can't take care of anything else. The fighting spirit is above the point, and it is necessary to determine the level. Dring! With a loud shout, the golden light of Vegeta's body exploded in the future, and instantly completed the transformation of the first level full power of the Super Saiyan, with explosive growth in strength, reaching the mid-stage of the 7th dimension. The strength was gathered, and a punch was hit hard. Seeing this, Talat also instantly activated the power of the Giant Ape Super League in his body, completing the transformation of the first level full power of the Super Saiyan, and also the blessing of the power of the god, and a powerful blow was hit. Bang! The space vibrate, and the boundless electric light bursts out. When the fists of both sides collided, both sides were subjected to the backlash of strength at the same time. Talat retreated 2 or 3 meters backward. In the future, Vegeta also retreated 2 or 3 meters. With the blessing of the power of the gods and the power of the giant ape, Talat power has increased by more than a little. How is it, Vegeta? Talat looked at the future Vegeta not far away with a smile, teasing. At this moment, Vegeta looked down at his fist that was vaguely painful. Although it was only a moment, he still felt the terrifying brute force that Talat used after transforming into a Super Saiyan. Scion. The mystery of the power of God is far more powerful than he imagined. Interesting. There seems to be a strange force in the power of God which greatly improves your strength. Future Vegeta smiled instead of angry. His lips raised and a light flashed in his eyes. Crack! A surprising blue arc flashed around his body. His aura showed explosive growth and his golden vertical hair turned into golden angry hair and his whole body looked even more ruthless. This form is the peak state of the second level Super Saiyan. Is the second level of the Super Saiyan? This is not your exclusive choice. After that, Talat decisively liberated the deeper blood power in his body. In his thought, the S cells in his body were rhythmic, but in the blink of an eye, he completed the transformation of the second level Super Saiyan peak. The whole process was completed in one go without any energy leakage. Compared with Vegeta's future transformation, his transformation is not bad at all. Even because of practicing the power of God, Talat is stronger in controlling power than Vegeta in the future. The future of war is full of fighting spirit. Vegeta raised his right hand, a blue halo in his palm flashed, and a killing blow condensed and formed. Big Bang Attack said a word, and the blue energy ball brewing in Vegeta's palm burst out and headed straight for Talat. Spiral Bomb. Talat condensed a spiral-shaped golden energy bomb without being outdone, shot out from his palm, and attacked Vegeta head-on. Crack! The moment the two energy balls collided, the surrounding space was surrounded by countless electric light. Talat's spiral energy bomb completely devoured the future Vegeta's big explosion attack, and with its particularity, it directly turned it into nothingness. What? Future Vegeta exclaimed in disbelief. This scene really subverted his understanding of energy trick. It turned out that the energy attack they used were of this purpose besides destruction. This is just the beginning, Vegeta. Talat smiled slightly. His arms spread out, his energy flowed all over his body, and his invisible divine power blessed all over his body. Around his body, ripples appeared in the space, and golden energy bombs appeared around him, and then they were plasticized by the power of God, turning into one slender energy sword after another. These attacks containing divine power are far less destructive than those of strong people of the same level can block them. In the future, Vegeta obviously felt the threat of this move, raised his eyebrows, and cheered up, and was even more curious about Talat. The Scion Sword of God split. Talat launched an attack at this moment. Under his mind control, all the energy blades containing the power of the gods around him were split into thousands of small energy blades, and they rushed straight to Vegeta to kill. This method is ineffective for me, Vegeta shouted loudly, clasped his hands together and pushed forward. In an instant, violent energy shot out from his palm like a torrent, bombing directly on these small energy blades directly in front of him. Boom! The explosion of fire rose into the sky. In the future, Vegeta's attack seems to have destroyed all these small energy blades, but it is not. There were still hundreds of energy blades that cut through the smoke and rushed straight to him. What? When Vegeta saw this scene in the future, he suddenly felt something was wrong. These hundreds of energy blades were approaching, and he could only dodge with the instinct he had tempered over the years of combat. But these hundreds of energy blades are very fast, and there are always a few that he can't avoid. Puchi, puchi. Two sounds of separation of flesh and blood sounded. Two slender energy blades left wounds on Vegeta's chest and back respectively. The bright red blood overflowed from the wound, and the pain on the body changed greatly, and dense bloodshot appeared in future Vegeta's eyes. After seeing Vegeta being injured, Beerus and Whis looked surprised. It seemed that they looked too highly of Vegeta's future, but Kurano thought to himself that terrible. After seeing Vegeta being injured in the future, she felt an ominous premonition. Although Vegeta's personality has become very calm in the future, this does not mean that he is easy to mess with. If you really get angry, it will be out of control. If Vegeta and Talat fight to the death in the future before the action, the final plan will fail. As the energy blade dissipated, Talat was staring at the future Vegeta situation casually and reminded him, the boring warm-up exercise is over, and it is meaningless to continue like this. Take out yours. Come on, let's fight quickly. After all, we need to go to the Dark Demon world to help me save people. What do you think? After hearing Talat's urging, Vegeta laughed instead of angry. Interesting. I haven't been injured for a long time. You guy is much more interesting than I thought. Vegeta doesn't care about these minor injuries in the future. You're right, we really have to get it quicker, win or lose. Because of these injuries, the blood of the Scions in Vegeta's body completely made the future Scions become restless. It just so happened that it was time to use real skills to fight. Hey! Vegeta burst into hysteria in the future. The shout in it. This roar was like the anger of a giant ape with infinite power and terrifying. This time, Vegeta will directly show off his real skills in the future. The power of the giant ape exploded in full swing. The golden aura soared into the sky, and the violent energy shook all directions and stirred the lake. When this amazing aura erupted, Beerus and Whis, who were fighting on the battlefield, also increased their attention. This transformation of Vegeta seems to be a little different from what they think. When the light dissipate, Vegeta's appearance will change change drastically in the future. At this moment he is no longer in the second level form of the Super Saiyan, but a Super Ape Saiyan who combines strength and wildness. That is the fourth level of the Super Saiyan. Chapter 260 Super Blue vs Super 4. Because of the activation of the bloodline power, Vegeta not only changed her appearance in the future but also became a beast, but even the injuries he suffered before he healed. Unlike the sacred and undesecrated feeling of the Super Saiyan God, the fourth level of the Super Saiyan gives people the feeling that it is wild and powerful, the purest strong. It is not the power of God, but it is comparable to the power of God. This transformation, this momentum was highly recognized by the destruction god Beerus and the angel Weiss. Saions are really a magical race. They can improve their strength through continuous transformation. In addition to the golden-haired Super Saiyan in front and the boy Super Saiyan God, there are alternative changes. Body, this power is quite pure. Good. Beerus gave Vegeta a high praise to the future. If you can get praise from the god of destruction Beerus, you can imagine how powerful Vegeta will be in the future. At the same time, he was also itchy. Damn, aren't there many people in the 7th universe of this era that can attract attention? Looking at the entire universe, the strong people who can be counted are far behind Talat and Vegeta. Weiss was silent on the side. Beerus didn't know, but he knew that the transformation of the 4th level Super Saiyan was not exclusive to Vegeta in the future. Talat too, and the development of this transformation has reached a very high level. Transformed into the 4th level of the Super Saiyan, I don't know if the Saiyan named Talat can face Vegeta head-on for several rounds. Kureno said to himself. She was increasingly looking forward to Talat, the mysterious Saiyan. After this mission in the Dark Demon world is over, I will try to see if I can win over it. If she can really recruit her to contribute to the Nest of Time, she will have another capable general in the future. While the Nest of Time grows, it can further suppress the forces of the Dark Demon realm. Lake Center, the future Vegeta, who completed the 4th level transformation of the Super Saiyan, moved his limbs and made a crackling explosion. His wild body contains infinite power, and every move is enough to destroy everything. I haven't transformed into this state for a while. I almost forgot when I last transformed. Show your real skills, otherwise you will be defeated by me in an instant. Future Vegeta said carelessly. While he was speaking, his astonishing aura was pressing towards Talat. Facing the oncoming terrifying aura, Talat grinned, and a flame of fighting spirit ignited in his eyes. The energy pool of divine power in his body was mobilized, and red lights were flashing around him, and one divine power particle after another was a whole body emerged. Talat was bathed in divine light, but in a flash he completed his transformation. The god of the Super Saiyan. As his transformation was completed, the sacred divine sound echoed in the surrounding space. I've been waiting for a long time, Vegeta. As you can see, this is how I transformed after using the power of the god. It called Super Saiyan God. Talat explained. At this moment Vegeta was cheering up his spirit, and the sharp eyes kept sweeping Talat's body, and finally a contemptuous smile appeared on his face. Is this the Super Saiyan God? I didn't expect that after we Saiyans practiced the power of God, we would develop such a special transformation. However, with this level of combat power, you are far from being a big deal. My opponent, future Vegeta said confidently, directly concluding that Talat was not as good as him. It's not that he is arrogant, but that the gap in strength is here. In just a few glances he could see the full strength of the Talat Super Saiyan God. Although it is good, it is only good. His Super Saiyan level 4 can easily deal with it. You are right, just the words of the Super Saiyan God. I am indeed not your opponent, so I don't plan to use this transformation to compete with you, Talat said, clenching his fist, and even more further stimulate the energy pool of divine power in the body. What could it be that besides the Super Saiyan God, you have a stronger transformation? Vegeta became interested in the future. Although Talat's transformation of the Super Saiyan God is not as strong as his Super Saiyan level 4, he can feel it. This is not a problem of transformation, but a basic problem. The God of Super Saiyan is a very strong transformation. According to his judgment, this transformation is not inferior to the 4th level of the Super Saiyan. However, his normal combat power is much stronger than Talat, which leads to the current transformation of the same level will have a huge gap in strength. Now Talat said that he has a stronger transformation to use, which greatly increases Vegeta's interest in the future and is even more looking forward to it. Of course, my strength is much stronger than you think. By the way, the 4th level of the Super Saiyan is not your only one. I will do this transformation, but they are also Super Saiyan. If the 4th level of humans compete, it would be too boring. After saying that, the energy pool of divine power in Talat's body burst out. The blue light of divine power rose from the ground with him as the center and soared straight into the sky. The vast and boundless pressure of the gods came sweeping across the entire destruction world. When Vegeta saw this scene, his pupils suddenly shrank, and then a burst of ecstasy surged in his heart. This is fun, future Vegeta said excitedly. I thought that after he took out the 4th level of the Super Saiyan. There was no suspense in this battle and it would be a one-sided crush, but now it seems that he is too arrogant. This Saiyan named Talat is far stronger than he thought. Only such a strong man is qualified to become his partner in action. Soon, Talat, bathed in the blue divine light, had completed his transformation. When the power of the blue god was restrained into his body by him, Vegeta also saw his entire picture clearly. Blue hair, future Vegeta said in surprise. Now Talat seems to have no shadow of belonging to the Saiyans at all. Instead, it has a bit more divine nature, which invisibly gives others a strong divine oppression. This is the Super Saiyan who surpassed the god of Super Saiyan. I named it Super Saiyan Blue. Now we can start, Talat said eagerly and eager to try. Is Super Saiyan Blue? Interesting. Future Vegeta grinned and was raised by Talat. Neither of the two attacked first, but the collision between their eyes shot out astonishing lightnings shot out from the void, which was extremely terrifying. This kind of aftermath can occur without the battle. It is hard to imagine how enthusiastic and amazing the battle between them will begin. Let me give it a try. Which is the so-called Super Saiyan Blue or my Super Saiyan level 4? With the roar of Vegeta in the future, his Super the 4th level Saiyan firepower was fully activated, urging the blood power in his body. A terrifying aura burst out, sweeping across the sky like a torrent. Boom! The majestic golden energy beam rose into the sky, and the lake surface exploded instantly. In the future, Vegeta entered a state of bursting breath, and his speed limit increased. He rushed out like a golden aurora, but in a flash, he rushed to Talat. An unstoppable blow tore the space and rushed straight to Talat's face. However, Talat had long expected this and he accumulated strength and punched him head-on. Bang! The sound of a loud bang. The two sides collided with fists, and the harsh sound of sonic boom exploded instantly. The aftermath rippled, the lake surface burst, and water droplets floated all over the sky. In the future, Vegeta's overbearing punch directly knocked Talat back more than 10 meters. In the future, Vegeta did not intend to let Talat go just like this, and instantly turned into a golden aurora and rushed straight to Talat. After Talat cleverly resolved this fist force, his divine power surged around him and turned into a blue aurora and collided head-on toward the future Vegeta. Boom! A loud bang burst out and the fierce battle between the two sides broke out. The two of them broke away from the lake and soared into the sky. In less than 0.1 second, they collided with each other no less than dozens of times. The deafening roar was endless, and the space that destroyed the god world rippled layer by layer because of the two of them. The battlefields of the two people are constantly changing, sometimes in high altitude, sometimes on the surface of the lake, sometimes on the ground. The battlefields of the two people are constantly expanding, and the ranges that they are affecting become larger and larger. Fortunately, it is to destroy the god realm. If it is replaced by any planet in the lower realm, it is afraid that after enduring the impact of their power level, it will collapse on the spot. In just a few seconds, the two sides had fought no less than 1,000 moves. Talat's flexible and changeable fighting style makes Vegeta unable to start in the future. Similarly, Vegeta's fierce and powerful attack in the future makes Talat unable to defend. Come on! Divine power hit. Talat clenched his right fist, ignited the fire of divine power, and mobilized the strength of the giant ape to strengthen it, and swung it out vigorously. If it's only this level, it's not enough. Break it for me. Future Vegeta waved his arm and hit it hard with a powerful blow. Boom! This unstoppable destructive blow caused an extremely shocking momentum. Just a punch collision caused the Supreme God realm to vibrate, and even the space suffered a terrifying deformation. This is the destruction of the God realm. It is not comparable to any place in the King's realm of the realm and the lower realm. After the two sides punched each other, the backlash of strength, both retreated more than 10 meters away. It's quite amazing. It seems that you have a deep attainment in the 4th level of the Super Saiyan. But I'm not weak either, Talat praised while moving his right hand to repair the damage suffered by his fist through the power of God. In the future, Vegeta's overbearing power is definitely the strongest existence he has ever met except the God of Destruction. Perhaps because both sides are Saiyans, the Saiyan blood in his body is also because of the future Gita was ready to move with his power. The Super Saiyan Blue power plus the special power in your body is really good. I haven't experienced the fun of fighting for a long time. Let's have fun with me. The future Vegeta burst into war, accompanied by a muffled shout. The blood power in his body further stimulated, and the majestic golden aura gushed out like a volcano. This arrogant and domineering aura is even more amazing than before. However, this is far from the real power of Vegeta in the future. Okay, then I'll play with you enough. Before going to the Dark Demon Realm, fight happily. Driven by the fighting spirit of Vegeta in the future, Talat further stimulated the power of the giant ape to strengthen himself and entered Super Saiyan Blue Giant Ape power state. How sacred is around the blue divine power flame, and you can also see some green energy particles from time to time. With the further blessing of the power of the giant ape, Talat's strength has increased further. The fiery level of this aura is not weaker than that of Vegeta in the future, and is even even stronger. Both sides looked at each other and neither of them took the lead. Don't you plan to attack? Then let me do it. Seeing that Vegeta was reluctant to take action in the future, Talat directly chose to take the lead. The power of space blesses himself and in a flash he crosses the space and descends to the future Vegeta. Hey! When Vegeta saw Talat suddenly appear in front of him, he was shocked. Without having time to think about it, his body instinctively put on a defensive posture, crossing his arms in front of his chest. Bang! The sound of a loud bang. Talat's attack from the whole body was enough to shatter everything. Even a planet could shatter. This huge force almost made Vegeta lose control of his body in the future. After forcibly blocking this attack, a wicked smile appeared on Vegeta's face. This is just the beginning. Talat smiled indifferently. The power of the giant ape and the power of the gods burst out in full swing, and his strength was raised to the peak of the peak. In the blink of an eye, countless creeping blue lights cut through the space, and the destructive attack swept through the body of Vegeta like a storm. Bang! Pound! Bang! Pound! Explosions were even more amazing than muffled thunder. Talat launched hundreds of devastating attacks in an instant, crazily destroying Vegeta's body. But in the face of Talat's powerful attack, Vegeta showed his unparalleled resilience in the future. The wild and powerful body of the 4th level Super Saiyan can withstand this kind of attack, although he will suffer a little skin injury, but it won't have much impact on him. Click. Abruptly, Vegeta turned into a defense to an offense in the future, took the initiative to attack, poked his hands out, spread his fingers open, and grabbed Talat's 2 fists firmly. This situation made Talat stunned. The Super Saiyan's wild power burst out in the 4th level, forcibly blocked his fist. Chapter 261. The draw ends. His fists were locked. Talat gritted his teeth, and the power of the gods and the power of the giant ape exploded in full swing, wanting to overwhelm Vegeta with pure power. However, Vegeta showed unparalleled courage in the future. The pure and extremely barbaric power of the 4th level Super Saiyan exploded, suppressing Talat power strongly. In the space there were continuous shock, and neither Talat nor Vegeta could do anything to each other. In the competition of pure power, the two sides were comparable. Talat shouted loudly, waved his arms, and made a strong attack to shake off future Vegeta's arms and launch a series of fierce attacks. In the future, Vegeta will not show any weakness and will burst out with extremely strong combat ability to fight Talat. Neither side wanted to show weakness, and the fierce battle became more and more intense. Bang! Bang! Pound! Pound! The collision between fist and feet, the battle between fighting style and strength, is so thrilling every second, touching the heartstrings. After the two sides collided with each other for hundreds of moves, the prelude to this strong showdown ended. Boom! There was a shocking sound. Talat and Vegeta's fist hit each other, and the ultimate force impact caused both sides to be backfired to varying degrees and were knocked back dozens of meters. After stabilizing their bodies, both sides were suspended in the void at the same time. The eyes emitting anxious fighting spirit looked at each other, and the fighting spirit in their eyes became more and more intense. The warm-up exercise ends here. That's right, such a fierce competition is just a warm-up for them. Talat was very satisfied with the battle, and the fighting spirit burst out from his blue eyes became more and more intense. In the future, Vegeta will be in high spirit. The fun and bloody feeling brought by fierce battles make him addicted to it and unable to extricate himself. He longed for such a battle for too long. I remember that the last battle like this was many years ago. This time, the Saiyan who came to this time and space world with Kurano is qualified to become his strong rival. The feeling of competing with Talat was very wonderful, which made him feel extremely happy both physically and mentally. Super that surpasses the Super Saiyan God. The blue of the Saiyan is quite strong, but this does not mean that he is not as good as the other party. He will use the 4th level of the Super Saiyan, this power belonging to the essence of the Saiyan, to defeat Talat fiercely. Only in this way can he further feel the mystery of the power of God. The corners of Vegeta's mouth were raised high, and the golden aura was surging all over her body. Her aura was so strong that it looked even more amazing and terrifying than before. The boring temptation has ended here. Your strength should be far more than this, right? If you don't show your full strength, don't blame me for being merciless. In the future, Vegeta also felt that Talat did not take it out in the battle. All your strength, you discovered it. Yes, I did have a stronger transformation and didn't take it out, but didn't you also use your all to fight me? Talat replied. Then, I'll be a little more serious. A golden flame flashed in Vegeta's eyes, accompanied by his wild voice, and the violent energy condensed into substance like flames. Rising up, it rose up and swept across the body. The golden aura surrounding Vegeta ushered in a qualitative change, and dense blue and white arcs swept across the body, roaring like poisonous snake. The heavy and oppressive feeling expands with the future Vegeta as the center. His aura has ushered in an explosive increase compared to before. The power of bloodline intensifies, and the power of the 4th level Super Saiyan explodes in full swing, like a volcano that erupts continuously, extremely fierce. Although Talat could not see Vegeta's combat power changes, it can be judged through breath perception that Vegeta's combat power is almost at the peak of the current dimension at this moment. The oppression of this breath alone has reached a point that is enough to crush a person to death. This is the first time I have felt this pure oppression. Since that's the case, Talat narrowed his eyes slightly, and the power of the giant ape in his body was further sublimated. In an instant the green aura was released from the inside out, and the power of the giant ape was sublimated into the power of the giant ape's superpower. With the support of the power of the giant ape legend, Talat combat power has also soared to the same level as that of Vegeta in the future. Judging from the strength of the aura, it is even better than Vegeta in the future. The power of both sides also resonated at this moment, and the collision between the aura became more and more intense. In the space in the center of the two people, it was twisted at a speed visible to the naked eye, and even a strange energy phantom appeared around their bodies. In the future, Vegeta looked at Talat, whose strength was facing explosive growth, and his mind became heavier. How could the power that this guy burst out gives me a feeling that is both familiar and unfamiliar? Have I ever met it? In the future, Vegeta's brows became deeper and deeper, and his mind became heavier. At this moment, the memories in his brain circulated in front of his eyes like slide. All the past has emerged in front of him, and finally frozen in his most shameful battle, facing the legendary Super Saiyan Broly A battle. The power that Talat burst out is very similar to Broly's power, but it is essentially different. Similar, but not exactly the same. Forget it. No matter what secret you have, it has nothing to do with me. Now, let's have fun with me. After the words came, Vegeta had already rushed to Talat quickly, and an unstoppable punch led to the death. The power of the world was blown out fiercely. Pounds. The loud noise of his fist entering the flesh rushed straight into the sky. Future Vegeta's super punch was blocked by Talat with his arms. It's not over yet. The attack was blocked, and Vegeta launched several attacks on Talat again in the future. The continuous attacks fell down towards Talat like raindrops. The unstoppable prince tactics allowed Talat to passively defend. At this moment, Vegeta had an absolute advantage in the future. Is this really the case? In fact, this is not the case. Talat had been used to Vegeta's future moves in the previous fight. He takes advance as a retreat while dodging the defender's future Vegeta attack. He is also looking for opportunities and waiting for opportunities to move. Bang! Snatching the opportunity, Talat accumulated strength and hit the future Vegeta's chest, ruthlessly repelling the opponent. The future Vegeta, who was hit hard, did not care about this minor injury. The pain in his chest turned into a strong fighting spirit. In the future, Vegeta rushed out again and ran straight to Talat. Talat was not willing to be outdone, and at the same time burst out with powerful forces to fight back. The peak battle between Super Saiyan Blue Giant Ape's Super State Talat and Super Saiyan 4th level future Vegeta broke out in full swing. Outside the battlefield, as the audience, the god of destruction, Beerus, the angel Weiss, and the king of the world of time, Kureno, were quietly watching the hot battle. Although it is just a competition, if this level of battle is put into the universe, it will definitely be at a disaster level. In this era, few people can compare with them. It's almost over. Weiss suddenly spoke. As an angel, his eyes are extremely vicious, and he has seen the outcome of the final battle between Talat and Vegeta in the future. Although it is just a competition, it is not easy to fight to this point. These two guys don't really know what it means to be more leisurely. Kureno, as the spectator, was completely irritated. She should have thought of a long time ago that Talat and Vegeta, the two fighting madmen, will not stop easily once they fight without a winner. In such a fierce battle, if anyone on both sides is seriously injured or something, what should we do with the next task? High in the sky, the battle between Talat and the future Vegeta has entered the final state of heat. Crack! The destructive lights shot out from the battle between the two sides continued to expand and bit each other like poisonous snakes in the sky, which was gloomy and terrifying. Bang! Future Vegeta hit Talat's chest with a heavy punch. Pounds. Talat accumulated strength and hit the bottom of Vegeta's jaw. Both sides were swept by force at the same time and flew backwards uncontrollably. After stabilizing their bodies, the two looked at each other and smiled, and neither took the initiative to attack. It's almost done, Talat asked. It's almost done, Vegeta replied. At this point, the two sides reached a consensus. Just truce? Obviously it was impossible. There was no sign of dissipation in the auras of the two of them, and they were even more and more intense than before. This is the rhythm of the big move. In the future, Vegeta will take the lead in taking action and sprint to the highest point of destroying the God Realm. With him as the center, a golden aura erupted, and countless blue and white lightnings lingered around his body, making him look more domineering. Just use this move to decide the winner. Don't die so easily. In the future, Vegeta opened his arms. His blood power was completely ignited, and the powerful energy gathered from his arms to his palms. This is his most powerful super ultimate skill so far. In the final flash room, because of Vegeta's energy gathering, the destruction god realm ushered in a violent shaking, and the wind and clouds swept through the sky and everything changed. Talent located below, after feeling the amazing energy burst out from Vegeta in the future, he also clenched his fist. The power of the giant ape super and the power of the god in his body intensified constantly from the body. It gushed out inside. In the last contest, Talent naturally would not admit defeat. His aura was rising, his hands folded, and he kept gathering energy into his hands. The power of the gods and the power of the giant apes turned into two different colors of light in his palm, namely blue and green. These two rays of light blend into each other, forming a special energy ball. This is Talent's latest energy-based ultimate skill to be used to deal with the final flash of Vegeta in the future, which is enough. At this moment, Vegeta has condensed and completed his ultimate killing skill. The strong Super 4 body expanded, and his hands quickly merged and pushed forward. A red and golden energy bomb lingered by a blue and white arc beat in his palm. Accept the move. Finally, flash! A roar like thunder sounded, and Vegeta's final ultimate skill was released, and the golden lightning energy beam gushed out like a torrent, leading to the destruction of the world. Way rushed straight to Talent. Good come! Double spiral cannon. Talent counterattack was not to be outdone. The power of the giant ape super and the power of the god turned into two spiral energy beams, entangled with each other during the launch, blending into one, and crashing head-on towards the final flash of Vegeta in the future room. The two of the destructive energy collided, and the dazzling white light expanded rapidly, covering the world and swallowing everything, including Talent and future Vegeta. They were successively swallowed by the light bursting out of their ultimate skill. The unparalleled ultimate destructive power caused the space to ripple, and the entire destructive god world was thus trapped in violent sway. The three meat-eating team in the watching zone watched the scene quietly. This is the god of destruction, and they are not worried about how much damage it will cause. This level of explosion will at most affect the surrounding space, and it will be far from reaching the point where it can shake the foundation of the god realm. Time passes by bit by bit. I don't know how long it took to pass. This dazzling light of destruction had dissipated. The figures of Super Blue Talent and Super 4 Vegeta were once again reflected in everyone's eyes. The two of them were still transforming, full of momentum, but this time, no one attacked again, but looked at each other with a smile. The Super Saiyan Blue transformed by the power of God is indeed a big deal. I'll be taught today. The fighting spirit in the future Vegeta's eyes dissipated, and he said to Talent, his purpose has been achieved. In this battle with Talent, he has understood the power of the divine power and has vaguely realized it. Where can play the fourth level of the Super Saiyan to this extent? It opens my eyes. If you put all your strength into it, it will be hard to say what the ending will be. Talent said very modestly, and the two of them came a wave of commercial hype. The same is true for you. After Vegeta finished speaking, he took the initiative to remove the fourth level transformation of the Super Saiyan. In this fight, he felt the bottomless divine power in Talent's body and many special forces. If all of them exploded, he was afraid that he would not be the opponent if he used all his strength. Vegeta knows very well in the future that although Talent's basic combat power is not as good as his, if Talent wants to, he can completely defeat him. Seeing this, Talent also removed the transformation state of the giant ape superpower and the Super Saiyan Blue. The two fell from the sky at the same time and landed on the ground. At this point, the battle ended in a draw. P.S. I'll recommend the new book Time Traveling Through Dragon Ball. Is this the Magic View chapter? The following is the introduction and portal. Congratulations to the host for successfully crossing the Dragon Ball world. Time point is being calculated. Ding. The calculation is successful. The current time is September 1st, 749. Open the main mission. Become a friend with Sun Wukong and join the team looking for Dragon Ball. Mission completion reward. God Power Cultivation Method. Looking at the content in the transparent frame in front of him, Su Ming was so angry that he was so angry. This task is simple, but this is not the beginning of Dragon Ball, but the chapter of Magic View. Chapter 262. The combination of divine power and bloodline. Breaking the boundary. Ho 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 ho. What a wonderful battle. It's so eye-catching. Weiss praised Talent and future Vegeta at the first time. As soon as this was said, Talent smiled slightly. Because he was familiar enough, he did not take the tone of teasing to heart. Vegeta will not be the case in the future. He belongs to the very serious type, so he is the kind that cannot make joke. For Vest tone, Vegeta just nodded lightly and turned his back to the side and didn't take it seriously. The arrogant prince is the same no matter which time, space and space it is. Even Vegeta, his future time and space, maintained this unique arrogance under his changes. Vegeta, don't be so serious. This is an angel. Keep the most basic respect and respect. Kurano, the king of the space world, was helpless to Vegeta and persuaded him. However, Vegeta will still maintain his true heart in the future and no one can change it. It's okay, Kurano. This Lord Vegeta has the capital to be proud. Unfortunately, he has not yet understood the power of God. If he has realized the power of God, his realm can be improved by another level. Wes is wise. He just said a simple sentence and moved Vegeta in the future. The charm of language is so magical. Sometimes even Talat admires Wise communication skills. With just a few words you can use another way to achieve unexpected result. For example, he said he didn't care about Vegeta's rudeness and ignorance to him, but he used other words to stimulate Vegeta, forcing Vegeta to pay attention to him. Maybe Wise's scheming is not that deep, but what he said and the actions he took will make people think a lot. What do you mean is that as long as I master the power of God, I can go further to the 5th level of the Super Saiyan? Future Vegeta asked in shock. If this is the case, then he really wants to pursue the cultivation method of the power of the God. As the second son of 10,000 years, his strength has reached this level now, but he is still suppressed by that guy Kakarot. He is unwilling to accept it. Now he has encountered a powerful opponent. If he continues to stop like this or does not pursue new power, then in the near future, not only will he be completely surpassed by Kakarot, but also the tower in front of him. Lot would also be far ahead of him. He doesn't want to see that more people will catch up with him in the future. At least he can't stop becoming stronger. About this, Talat can answer you, Vegeta, in the future. Wise smiled gently and threw the blame on Talat. Good guy. He knew it but didn't say it, so he asked him to act as a laborer to explain. Talat was a little crying without tears. Because of this, Vegeta's attention in the future made Talat feel creepy when he saw this. With eager eyes, I obviously want to get an accurate answer. Okay, since you've said this, I really need to tell you. Looking at the future Vegeta, Talat spoke and explained. Although I have not reached the 5th level of the Super Saiyan, after transforming into the 4th level of the Super Saiyan, practicing the power of gods on this basis can indeed reach a higher level, and I call this realm the 4th level of Super Saiyan and the boundary breakthrough. So, you have reached this so-called Super Saiyan level 4 breakthrough. Vegeta's expression in the future is not good. Yet, Talat did not shirk it away and admitted directly. This answer made Vegeta's mentality even worse in the future. He thought that the angel mentioned this to tell them a new way to become stronger. As a result, Talat had already come out of this road, which means he was one step slower than Talat. And the most important thing is that since Talat has reached this level, it means that Talat's strength is far from what he just showed. He just thought he was stronger than Talat. Damn it, damn, what the hell is going on? I'm actually so much behind again. Vegeta's inner activities will be very rich in the future. It's useless to say more. I'll let you feel it. I'll see if Vegeta's future situation is yes. Talat did not hesitate and quickly retreated for nearly 20 meters. The reason why I used Super Saiyan Blue to fight you is actually to test the gap between Super Saiyan Blue and Super Saiyan level 4 and to understand the differences more clearly. Now it is probably okay confirm. In fact, during the battle, you should also feel another power I have mastered. That power is actually exactly the same as the blood power of our Scions, but it is even more violent, as he said. Lot took a deep breath and the golden aura was rising all over his body. It is not directly changed to Super 4, but from the beginning of Super 4. The future Vegeta frowned and concentrated all his spirit and perception to observe Kurano beside him, and the destruction god Beerus on the other side also focused his attention. In fact, for Beerus, he thought that the Scions had so many transformations, which was really too complicated. From the first level of Super Saiyan to the second level of Super Saiyan, then from the second level of Super Saiyan to the third level of Super Saiyan, and finally, it is the power of the giant ape bloodline in its body in one breath achieve the 4th level of the Super Saiyan. But this Super Saiyan is still black-haired in the 4th level because he has not yet integrated into the power of the gods to strengthen his state. He cannot reach the point of breaking the boundary. The transformation has reached a critical moment, and Vegeta and Kurano have both held their breath in the future. In the wild power of the 4th level of the Super Saiyan, a surging divine power suddenly emerged, combining with the original power of the Saiyan and increasing the state of accumulating more than 4, reaching the limit of breaking more than 4. As the transformation continued, the golden aura around Talat was slowly replaced by the red flame, and the originally black hair was rendered deep red. The momentum suddenly increased and the strength limit increased, reaching a level that was comparable to the full power of the Super Blue, or even the second level Deep Blue of the Super Saiyan Blue. This is the 4th level Super Saiyan breakthrough. A shout broke out and Talat pushed the intensity of his breath to the limit. At this moment, it has completely surpassed the power held by the previous Super Blue Giant Ape superpower state. Although the gap in strength will not be very big, in terms of the strength of the momentum, the number of Super Blue is is too much higher than that of Super Blue. Speaking of which, Talat had actually completed this realm for a long time and had never really used this state to fight. He was also guided by Weiss. Weiss told him not to use this state to fight for the time being, as it would affect his breakthrough in controlling his strength. Fact proved that Weiss did not fool him, otherwise he would not have been able to break through so much in a short period of time. Not only did he reach the extreme of the second level Deep Blue, but he also reached the state of self-extremeness. Of course, the elephant pad is the key to helping him break through his own extreme intentions, but it is also related to Weiss's teaching and guidance. So, in terms of true strength, Talat is indeed above Vegeta in the future. Even if Vegeta's normality is one dimension higher than his in the future, he only took out the Super Blue Giant Ape in the previous battle. It's just a state of passing the super power. Witnessing Talat's Super Saiyan 4th Order and boundary breakthrough, Vegeta was shocked to the point of not knowing how to speak in the future. At this moment he truly realized that he had always been standing still. He should have thought of it earlier. He has been traveling between time and space all the time. He has never been reluctant to learn from these people when facing existences that are weaker than his own. Friends who are familiar with other time and space and even other self, their skills absorb their strength, always maintain an arrogant attitude. He never thought that he had missed so much, and now when he recalled it, he regretted it. If he had really touched those forces he thought were weak in the past years, perhaps those weak forces now were extremely powerful in his hands, just like he was very disdainful of God power in the past. But now, after experiencing this battle with Talat, he knows how short-sighted his vision is. If I want to reach the 4th level of Super Saiyan and the boundary breakthrough, do I have to hold the power of God? Future Vegeta asked Talat. Talat knew his thoughts and nodded slightly. If you want to achieve it in a short time, you can use the power of others to complete it, but this breakthrough in a short time cannot last too long, so you must really want to do it anytime, anywhere. To have a thorough mastery of the transformation, you still have to cultivate your own divine power. After the words came to an end, Vegeta took a deep breath and suddenly became a little different. I was shaking but stopped. My body trembled and I felt like I was going to do something incredible. Please teach method of cultivation. It took a long time before Vegeta finished this complete sentence. In the future, Vegeta took the initiative to ask for help. Although he had experienced it in the future time and space where he lived, Talat was really unexpected for Vegeta to ask for himself so directly. He still underestimated Vegeta's pursuit of powerful strength in the future. After the temptation reaches a certain level, no matter how proud a person is, he is willing to temporarily put down his arrogance. No problem, I can help you complete a transformation now. Take this opportunity to experience it well and see how you should cultivate your own divine power. After all, everyone practices differently. You have to find the right one for you, Talat said. Reaching out toward Vegeta, helping him become stronger is actually beneficial to him. At least in this industry, Vegeta's strength will be greatly improved in the future. When facing the enemy, Vegeta can also help him deal with more opponents in the future. After hearing Talat's straightforward words, Vegeta walked up excitedly. As he approached, the blood power in his body was already rolling, as if he had a premonition and prepared in advance. Thank you. Vegeta rarely thanked anyone. Talat could feel the sincerity of this thank you. The two held each other's hand, and Talat passed his own power to Vegeta without hesitation. This kind of thing is actually very dangerous to operate, because once something goes wrong, the power of both of them will break out of control and burst out at the same time, causing a super explosion. After all, not everyone's power can be integrated with another person. Once you resist, you can imagine what the result is. Feeling the divine power that was constantly transmitted, Vegeta closed his eyes in the future, liberated his body and accepted it fully, and was also carefully experiencing the difference between this power and the power of blood. Holy, powerful, hot, so powerful. This power seems to purify all evil spirits and make people feel happy. I sighed in my heart that Vegeta himself didn't know about the future, and he had already transformed into a Super Saiyan without realizing it. The blood power in his body is actively combining with the divine power transmitted by Talat. No, it should be absorption. Vegeta's blood power absorbs the power of gods and is evolving towards a higher level. After all, it has reached this dimensional level, so the speed of understanding power is far beyond ordinary people. Vegeta's breakthrough speed was so fast that Talat even envied. It should be said that he is a man with his own BGM. Although he can't compare to that kid Kakarote's cheat, he is definitely not comparable to others. It's almost done. After transmitting enough divine power, Talat stopped and used space teleportation to leave here. Vegeta is feeling and breaking through, and he is exhausted. After all, even if the battle I had just started before was not fully exerted, the consumption of the power of the gods this time was quite a loss. I'll help you recover first, Talat, Weiss said to Talat with a smile. With his word, Talat didn't have to eat fairy beans anymore and nodded directly. The angel's methods are extremely incredible. Every time I feel them, them. But the scepter pointed at him gently, and physical strength, energy, injuries, and even mental damage were all healed in an instant. After recovering, Talat breathed a sigh of relief, moved his body a little, and said, "Wes, you planned to let me do this from the beginning, right?" Talat's words were naturally heard by Kurano and Beerus on the side. Weiss did not hide it and said bluntly, "It's just a whim. I plan to help him break through. After all, you are going to the Dark Demon world next. Although you have some confidence in your strength, it's better to be stronger. So that's it. It's worthy of being you. I have to thank you for Vegeta for your considerations." Kurano said, "Her subordinates are stronger, so they are naturally the best for her." "Tisk, you really like to meddle in other people's business more and more. Weiss, don't forget your identity as an angel. Once you do too much, you will disappear." Beerus Ninjan, he kept reminding Weiss. After all, it is a bit reckless to teach Talat to become stronger. Now is just a future Vegeta, and he shouldn't talk too much. P.S. I'll recommend the new book Time Traveling Through Dragon Ball. Is this the Magic View chapter? The portal is below. Chapter 263, Leaving the Attention of the Great Priest. After completely absorbing the divine power sent by Talat, Vegeta slowly soared into the air in the future, and his transformation is also changing with his rise from normal to the first level full power state of Super Saiyan. It evolved rapidly in this form. After going from the first level full power of Super Saiyan to the third level peak of Super Saiyan, it further transformed into a Super Saiyan 4th order black hair. The future Vegeta is floating in the sky at this moment. In his body, divine power and blood power continued to flow and blend, and the whole person sublimated to a higher realm. Vegeta enjoyed this moment in the future. The power in his body continued to become stronger, and his perception was magnified by the limit, and he entered the epiphany on the spot. Buzz! A bright red divine light expanded with Vegeta as the center, and the vast and boundless divine power filled the entire destruction world. At this moment the space is turbulent and the divine sound is played. Vegeta has entered the transformation in the future. Everyone who watched the scene below cheered up at this moment. Did you complete the breakthroughs so quickly? This Saiyan named Vegeta is indeed not simple. It is interesting to witness the process of a mortal transforming into a god with his own eyes. Beerus tucked his mouth. On the surface the above said, but in fact no one knows what he is thinking at the moment. Angel Weiss, who was standing beside him, was silent, just watching quietly as the sky was about to complete its final transformation. A changing future Vegeta. After a long time, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise, and a mysterious smile appeared. Although doing this kind of interferes with the trajectory of fate, the ending is good after all, and he is not considered to have violated the rules. As of now, Vegeta can become stronger in the future, which is a good thing for Talat. Wes still knows how dangerous the Dark Demon world is. As a partner of Talat, Vegeta's strength will naturally be stronger in the future. The King of Time, Kurano, held his breath and focused his mind, caring very much about Vegeta's transformation. If Vegeta can really transform successfully in the future, this method of becoming stronger can be spread, and Sun Wukong and other Saiyans will be interested. Time's Nest will become stronger because of the future improvement of Vegeta's strength, and at that time it can also suppress those guys who are trying to change history more effectively. Is it going to succeed so soon? It was beyond my expectations. Talat looked at the future Vegeta in the sky, which was in transformation, and was not surprised. As a time and space patrolman, Vegeta will patrol in different time and space worlds for a long time and defeat one powerful opponent after another. After countless battles, Vegeta will have a strong foundation in the future. It is precisely because he has accumulated enough that after absorbing his divine power, he has accumulated strength that this breakthrough has been so smooth. At this moment, the ecological environment that destroyed the God realm was affected. In this brilliant red light, the four seasons rotated day and night, and in the blink of an eye, it seemed as if countless years had passed. Under the baptism of the bright red light transformed by the power of God, an extremely strong divine power expanded rapidly, causing the space to ripple. Under everyone's gaze, the figure of Vegeta in the future faintly appeared in this red light. When the sacred light shrouded around his body turned into particles all over the sky and dissipated, the future Vegeta's appearance was revealed at this moment. The wild and cunning body of the 4th level Super Saiyan became stronger, and the hair on their bodies also became brighter and blood red, savage and powerful, and has a special divine nature. This form is the 4th level Super Saiyan breakthrough. Vegeta will succeed in the future, and with the help of Talat, he reached this level in one fell swoop. Use the power of gods as aid to strengthen one's own power. Although it has not transformed into a real god, this strength is indeed much stronger than before. God of Destruction. Beerus looked at the future of Biggie in the sky. The tower said, "What an honor to be praised by the God of Destruction, Beerus." It can be seen how powerful Vegeta is in the future now. You should know that Beerus said this, which means that Vegeta is enough for him to look at him. Because of absorbing the power of the god, all the potential accumulated in his body was released released at this moment. With the blessing of this form, his strength has been increased by 1 dimension compared to before. Weiss' sharp eyes looked up and down. Vegeta admitted the strength of the other party in the future. This is a complete improvement across the dimension. Great. Finally it's successful. The King of Time God Kurano was extremely excited about the successful transformation of Vegeta in the future. Now, the trip to the Dark Demon Realm has added another guarantee. This momentum is probably second only to myself. Extreme state. Talat could clearly feel how powerful Vegeta is in the future now and in the future. Due to the qualitative change caused by absorbing his divine power, Vegeta's powerful combat power in the future has now broken through to the amazing 9th dimension level. This is a chain reaction caused by his transformation of form and his potential to be released. In other words, normality has also been greatly improved. Vegeta is terrible in the future. High in the sky. After his new transformation form stabilizes, Vegeta looked down at his hands with a confused look on his face. The explosive energy in the body seems to destroy everything in every move. Now he even feels that he can do everything. Compared to him a few minutes ago, he is completely different from the same level as he is. Is this the true power of God? Vegeta's future expression was in a daze. Only by experiencing the power of God personally can he understand how powerful this power is. Ha 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 ha. Soon, future Vegeta, who came to his senses, burst into unscrupulous laughter. This hearty smile. At this moment his mind was so happy. This time he met Talat, which was a huge opportunity for him, so he unlocked the transformation above the 4th level of the Super Saiyan and the 4th level of the Super Saiyan and the boundary breakthrough. This also means that he finally surpassed Kakarot. He has now begun to look forward to it. After completing this mission, he will return to the nest of time and use the Super Saiyan level 4 and the boundary breakthrough to scare Kakarot. That feeling will make him feel very happy. Kakarot will definitely be shocked. Soon, Vegeta's mind returned in the future and stopped laughing. He slowly fell from the sky, landed in front of everyone again, and lifted the transformation of the 4th level and boundary breakthrough of the Super Saiyan. This time, his eyes were full of gratitude when he looked at Talat. If it weren't for the other party's willingness to help him, he might not have been able to find the 4th level and boundary breakthrough of the Super Saiyan. Boundary. Seeing this, Talat nodded, indicating that Vegeta didn't need to care about the future. After all, he was just helping him reach this level. Whether he could be stable in the future depends on whether Vegeta could cultivate his own divine power. Then, it's time to get back to the topic. Talat. Vegeta Kurano, the king of the realm of time, suddenly spoke out. As soon as these words were spoken, Vegeta and Talat both cheered up. In the future, the competition is over and the breakthrough is over, so it is their turn to do the main business. It's time to go to the Dark Demon Realm and rescue Badak. Before you take action, I will help this excellency Vegeta recover. Weiss suddenly spoke. In the surprise gaze of Vegeta, the angel scepter in Weiss's hand pointed at him lightly. Buzz! The mysterious and profound angel power swept across Vegeta's whole body, and he could not tolerate his refusal or resistance. In this moment, Vegeta felt that his body became more energetic in the future, and the consumption he had in the previous battle with Talat was completely restored. My body and strength have not been completely restored, and his. After Vegeta experienced this power personally, he looked incredible. So amazing. This feeling is like a dream. In an instant, all the hidden wounds on his body were completely repaired. Suddenly, he realized how shallow his past cognition was. How vast is this world. In these thousands of time and space, besides God, there are powerful existences that they are far from reaching. The terror of the angel left an indelible mark in the heart of Vegeta in the future. Thank you. Vegeta, who came back to his senses, thanked Angel Weiss. Then he turned his head and nodded to Kurano, saying that he could set off. Then, we'll leave without further ado. After that, Kurano raised his hand and waved his hand, and an invisible power of time and space appeared, opening up a piece of unknown where he could lead to the two of them. Space-time tunnel. After the time and space channel stabilized, Kurano signaled the two to follow. Because he entered the space-time tunnel, Talat did not hesitate at all. He looked at Beerus and Weiss in this space-time, took the lead in entering the space-time tunnel. In the future, Vegeta saw Talat so openly and followed closely without hesitation. Then, let's leave for the time and space. Lord Beerus and Weiss in this time and space. Kurano waved goodbye to the two and then stepped into the time and space tunnel. As she entered, the entrance and exit of the space-time tunnel closed, and it seemed that it had never appeared. I hope that boy can come out of the Dark Demon Realm safely. In that place, he can only rely on himself. When encountering any danger, no one can save him. He can only rely on himself. He watched several people leave with his own eyes. The god of destruction Beerus suddenly realized something again and sighed. By the way, if he found that Badak, would it mean he would leave directly? Ho ho ho. I didn't expect that one day Lord Beerus would care so much about someone. It's really rare. Weiss joked at Beerus. I just worry that after this boy dies, if I want to eat those delicacies again, I have to wait 5 million years later. tisk. When I think of this, I am extremely overwhelmed with the stocks I left behind. I can't eat much time either. Beerus hurriedly found an excuse for himself and retorted, indeed, once you get used to the delicacies from 5 million years later, it will be a little difficult to swallow when you eat the original food. Weiss agreed. After the two were silent for a while, the scene was extremely quiet. Beerus suddenly said, really, will he not see each other again? I don't know, maybe there will be a chance in the future. Weiss sighed. At the same time, the king of the realm of the kingdom and the king of the northern realm, the gods of the realm kings and the kings of the northern realm all felt that the mark belonging to Talat disappeared. This mark is actually a divine power mark. If this mark is always there, it means that Talat has not left and disappeared, which means that he has left the field they can enter. The king of northern realm was sad, but he knew that there was a banquet that would be separated in the world. This future disciple is so outstanding that he wishes to jump to 5 million years now and quickly accept this disciple. Even if this disciple would be very weak at that time, he would carefully train him. The king of the great realm and the king of the old realm sighed that they did not expect that this day would come so quickly. The other king gods in the world did not have much feeling, and they did not deliberately pay attention. Only the king of the western realm, Lila, found the king of the great realm and the king of the old realm and asked for details. As the king of realm, she was attracted to a man for the first time, but it ended before it even started. Located in the current time and space, the temple of the kings of the supreme realm. At this moment, a supreme being stood in the temple of the all kings, carefully observing the situation in the lower realm. He is the great priest and the combat power ceiling of the Dragon Ball world. The reason why I observe the lower world is because of the news from the 7th universe a year ago. An existence from 5 million years later came to this time and space and was looking for another person from 5 million years later through the help of the future wise. In fact, for the entire time and space world, the 12 universes in the lower realm will occasionally travel through time and space. It doesn't matter if it's not a big deal and no one will pay attention to it, and even if it doesn't scan the entire universe, it won't attract attention. But after reaching a certain level, it is no small matter. It seems that I have left the lower realm universe and entered the dark demon world. Interestingly, let me see how you will find the person from later generations in the future. The great priest was very interested and he waved his hand to change the scene in front of him. This is a space-time mirror which can be controlled by his thoughts to project all the scenes of the past, present and future. What he is looking at now is the scene of the present and the future. In the picture, Talat and Vegeta entered a corner of the dark demon world under the leadership of Kurano. Then, after Kurano sent out the time and space scroll to Vegeta, he voluntarily withdrew from dark demon world. Demon world. This is an action that hides its whereabouts, otherwise the aura of Kurano would attract the attention of the demon gods in the dark demon world. Chapter 264 Dark Demon World. Dark Demon World. Talat and future Vegeta are in a hidden area at this time. The two of them hid their own aura and lurked in the dark to avoid being discovered by the demons in the dark demon world. I have to say that coming to the dark demon realm brings a completely different feeling to Talat. Although I have been here for some time, I will still be affected from time to time. If he hadn't had his mood high enough, it would be very likely that he would have been demonized. Living in such a world for many years, who can withstand the erosion of darkness? This world, looking around, is filled with creeping blood covering the earth, making the whole world look extremely gloomy and depressing. Compared with the main world, these are two different extremes, and the environment can no longer be described as harsh. It's completely a demon's cave, more like hell than hell. According to what Vegeta said in the future, this is only a small part of the big world of the dark demon realm. At first Talat was thinking about how old it was. After realizing it, I realized that I was indeed a frog in the well. This world is extremely vast. Even if Talat does his best to expand his divine perception, he cannot fully wrap this world. The deeper we go into the central area, the more demon warriors there will be. We must try our best to avoid being discovered, otherwise we may be discovered and expelled before we find Badak. In the future, Vegeta looked at Taro carefully. In the future, said, this is actually the case all along the way, so the speed of progress is very slow. If it weren't for personal experience, would he have suspected that this was still the Vegeta he knew? Being cautious is a good thing, but being cautious is so scared that it makes him unfamiliar with our strength. Even if we can't walk sideways, if we take action together, we shouldn't have to worry about being expelled, right? In my perception, the strength of the demons in this area seems to be very average. Talat finally endured it. He kept asking. Talat didn't know the foundation of the dark demon world. After all, it was his first time to come, and it was also his first time to come into contact with it. You think too simple. I thought the same as you. After all, this world is not our home court. Our strength will not only be suppressed but will continue to pass due to the outbreak of battles. Indeed, with our strength it is indeed possible to sweep all the demons in this dark demon world, but there are some guys who are very difficult. Once a change occurs here, those guys will cross over over with their ability to move instantly. Future Vegeta said. So that's it, those tricky guys are those high-ranking demons? Talat asked. Seeing that Vegeta nodded in the future, Talat didn't say anything more. After all, people know this place enough, and if he does things randomly, it is very likely that something big will happen. The most urgent thing at the moment is to find Badak first and rescue him. First search for this area, then we will act separately so that the efficiency will be much faster, Vegeta suggested in the future. Okay, just do what you said, but after the separation, how do we contact us? You shouldn't move instantly, right? If you encounter danger, you will burst out. I can cross the space to find you. Tarot, the corners of his mouth raised, and he joked about Vegeta about the future. You'd better take care of yourself first. Don't be killed halfway, otherwise even if I want to save you, it's too late. Vegeta didn't take Talat's joke seriously, but just showed that he was cruel. Afterward, the two talked for a few more words and continued to act. It was not until they found this area that they told each other and started their respective actions. Time flies. Although there is no fixed time in the dark demon world, the flow rate of time can be felt, and a few days have passed. Talat and Vegeta acted separately. Both of them had a very high ability to hide their aura. They were dormant in the dark demon world for many days, but they were not discovered by the existence of the demon clan. No, it should be said that those who found them were dead. Even though their ability to hide their breath is so amazing, some patrolling dark demon world warriors will accidentally find some clues, but because these demon warriors were weak, they were only a few hundred points or a few thousand, and they would be killed silently just now. After searching for many days, at this moment the two people who had acted separately met again. They came to the same area. Looking around, it was a huge and gloomy castle, which was terrifying under the bloody moonlight. We seem to have come to an amazing place, Future Vegeta muttered to himself as he stared at the huge blood moon castle in front of him. Talat, who was standing beside him, was silently expanding his perception of divine consciousness. As if his mind was in harmony, his divine consciousness felt a familiar and unfamiliar force in this blood moon castle. Judging from the source of this power, it is most likely that Badak is the most likely one. And in this blood moon castle, there are several powerful auras. One of them is very strange. It seems that we have found the right place, and the guidance mark given to me by Weiss also responded. But we can't completely lock the position, but we can definitely be inside. Talat said. Hey, can you sense the situation inside? After Vegeta heard this, he was extremely surprised. Talat perception has reached this level. After all, with his breath perception, he cannot clearly sense it. This is also the special nature of the dark demon realm, which isolates the perception of breath. In this castle, there are a few dark evil auras, one of which is very similar to Uncle Badak. The remaining auras give me a very strange feeling, like a dead person, but not a dead person. Talat replied. It seems that we came to the unknown demon leader's nest inadvertently. We have to discuss the next action carefully. After hearing Talat's word, Vegeta said seriously. Yeah, Taro's head. At the same time, inside the blood castle, this is an experimental base for Tova, the most genius scientist in the dark world. Here, all kinds of strange mechanical equipment are placed, all kinds of experiments used for human body transformation and crystal enhancement of the dark demon realm. At this moment, Tova is conducting a long-planned super experiment in a special petri dish in front of her. A child with purple skin was sleeping soundly in the petri dish with his eyes closed. The child's identity is not simple. In the future, he will upend countless parallel spaces and even enjoy capturing the strong people in various spaces to provide him with energy experiment. Has he not finished developing yet? He has absorbed so many cells, and so many years have passed. Myra's cold words were filled with a hint of eagerness, because in a sense this child in the petri dish is also considered his child. It's still early. It has the genes and cells of all the outstanding warriors in the thousands of time and space. It's still in the development stage, and it will take some time to fully mature. Tova looked at the baby sleeping soundly in the petri dish in front of her, and a look of her face appeared on her face as she looked at the baby sleeping soundly in the petri dish. A wicked smile. This is a child she has carefully cultivated and has put in countless effort. As long as the future takes shape, the dark demon world will usher in a brand new king in the future. At that time, it was time for Wang Mikey Capra of the old era to leave. Just as Tova was fantasizing about a bright future, the dark alarm of the blood castle suddenly lit up. This sudden change made Tova and Myra look a little surprised. Someone invaded? What's going on? Tova waved her wand, and the powerful evil power formed a light curtain in front of her. In this light curtain, Talat and the future Vegeta's figures are projected. It's this group of damn time patrolmen again, and there's a new face. After seeing the future Vegeta, Tova raised her eyebrows, and a cunning anger flashed in her beautiful eyes. These time and space patrolmen have hindered her a lot of things. This time, he actually dared to invade the dark demon realm. Those guards are also a group of useless waste. They can let these guys find this place, but since they are here, then stay forever. forever. Tova's mouth raised and a cunning murderous intent flashed in her dark blood-colored eyes. The dark demon world is their home court. If you dare to invade, you will definitely make it come back and forth. Do you need me to come forward? Myra, who was beside her, volunteered. Just so happened that his energy has increased sharply recently. By absorbing data, his combat skills and combat power have been sublimated. These two invaders can be regarded as his training target. No need. Didn't we catch two guys in the outside world last time to transform? We sent those two guys over to try out what the result of this transformation is. By the way, we will also test their combat ability and energy index. Tova smiled coldly. As she finished speaking, she quickly controlled the instrument in front of her. At the same time, in the shadow behind her, two masked warriors wearing dark masks appeared. Now, it's these two tool people's turn to do things. Located outside the huge laboratory, Talit and future Vegeta have already sneaked into the Blood Castle. The two of them walk through the dark and gloomy tunnel until a light appeared at the end of the darkness. No. Talit and future Vegeta both smelled dangerous. With the help of the faint aftertaste, the two faces were wearing masks and their eyes were lit with fishy eyes. The masked warrior appeared in their sight. After Talit noticed the appearance of one of the masked warriors, he immediately thought of something. This aura, although a bit dark and evil, it is very similar to Uncle Badak's aura. Could it be that has been transformed? Talit felt the breath of the masked warrior in front of him, and he could already confirm that it was Badak. Like the plot in Dragon Ball Hero, Badak was transformed into a warrior in the dark demon realm. Not only that, in addition to Mask Badak, the identity of another mask warrior is also very suspicious. This guy's anger is very similar to the future Vegeta beside him, but it is not exactly the same. What the hell is this? The guy wearing a mask over there has a similar aura as Kakarot, but it's not Kakarot. And the other guy, why is I angry? Future Vegeta's expression: be cautious and find that the situation is far from as simple as imagined. The guy who had a similar aura to Kakarot could explain that it should be Badak who Talit was coming to rescue, and it was also the main rescue target of their operation. But who is the other guy with the same aura as him? Vegeta is certain in the future, and he is definitely not the self of other time and space world. But if you are not the self in other time and space world, then who will this guy in front of you be? Before Vegeta could think about the future, the two masked warriors had raised their hands and quickly condensed their energy and locked them. Swoosh, swoosh. Two purple destructive lights with extremely powerful destructive power came towards Talit and future Vegeta. Seeing this, the two of them cheered up at the same time and quickly condensed their breath. Boom! The deafening super explosion broke out at this moment. The explosion of fire rose into the sky, and the violent and terrifying power of destruction swept across the world. This ultimate destructive force blew the tunnel on the spot, and rolling smoke swept across the world. Just the next second, a gust of wind raged. Talit and future Vegeta soared into the sky, with two masked warriors following closely behind. The eyes of the two sides collided, and the two masked warriors were examining them, and they were also looking at the two masked warriors. That's right, he is Uncle Badak, and he was transformed into this image by the dark demon realm. Talit murmured to himself, and a strong murderous intent appeared in his eyes. If the growth reaches a certain level in the future, the dark demon world must be eliminated. This hidden threat is too great. Talit acted like a battle. His divine power was rippling around him, and he instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan God. At this moment, Mask Badak also acted like a battle, and dark power surged all over his body. With the blessing of this dark power, Mask Badak's combat power is no less than his Super Saiyan God. This is the method of the dark demon world. Through this mask, the wearer's heart and soul can be pulled into the abyss, while further releasing their power. The two sides were in a stalemate and no one took the lead. On the other hand, on the battlefield of Vegeta and the mysterious masked warriors in the future, Vegeta frowned. The cells in his body were restless, and as golden light exploded around his body, future Vegeta directly entered the peak of the second level Super Saiyan state. I don't know how strong the mysterious masked man in front of me is, so I can only test it first and must retain my physical strength just in case. After all, this is the Demon Clan's lair. Super Saiyan, I didn't expect you to have grown to this level, Vegeta. The mysterious masked man in front of him suddenly spoke. Future Vegeta spoke suspiciously. You, who are you? Can't even recognize my voice? Humph, it's good. Let me check it first. The mysterious masked man did not talk nonsense and put on a fighting posture. Chapter 265, The King's Contest. Vegeta vs Masking Vegeta. The mysterious masked man took the lead in attacking. An evil spirit filled his body, and he rushed towards Vegeta like a dark aurora. Humph, don't underestimate me. Future Vegeta snorted coldly, and his energy surged around him, facing the mysterious masked man head-on. Fierce battle is about to break out. A chaotic war between Vegeta and the mysterious masked man broke out in the future. The speed of both sides was as fast as lightning, and their power was enough to crush everything. The fierce attack poured down towards the opponent. I don't know if there was an hallucination. The mysterious masked man's attack method is almost the same as that of Vegeta in the future. However, the combat method of the mysterious masked man is slightly insufficient in terms of its background, but the evil power that surges out from the dark mask happens to perfectly make up for this flaw. Even with the blessing of the dark mask, his power vaguely overwhelmed the future Vegeta. What's wrong? Is your strength only this level, Vegeta? The mysterious masked man shouted loudly, and the storm-like offensive fell towards Vegeta like raindrops. The offensive was so strong that it was at his fierce, forcing Vegeta to be able to defend passively in the future. Bang pound, bang pound, bang pound. The heavy roars as heavy as thunder suddenly exploded. The mysterious masked man has the upper hand and has no strength. His attacks hit Vegeta every time. Pain swept across, and Vegeta's face changed and his anger rose in his heart. Enough! With a loud shout, Vegeta could no longer bear it and decisively liberated the deeper Saiyan energy pool in his body. Crack! In the future, endless lightning bursts around Vegeta and the energy in his body exploded and his aura ushered in a leaps and a leap. The powerful energy swept across the body like a dragon. At this moment, the third level of the Super Saiyan came. Super Saiyan level 3. Interesting. After seeing the transformation of the future Vegeta's Super 3, the mysterious masked man was alert and immediately stopped the attack, keeping a safe distance from the future Vegeta. He still underestimated this Vegeta and could even get the transformation of the third level Super Saiyan level, which he did not expect. Seeing this in the future, a light flashed in his eyes and his whole person instantly turned into a golden light and shot out, sprinting to the mysterious masked man with lightning speed. The unstoppable powerful attack fell down towards the mysterious masked man like raindrops. Every move contained the ultimate destructive power that could destroy the world. Bang, bang, pound, pound. In the future, Vegeta's attack will be extremely fierce. The strength of each attack makes the mysterious masked man feel extremely pressured and his whole person is constantly forced to retreat and defensively defeated. But although he was suppressed, the mysterious masked man was very happy and did not get angry about it. Enough! How long are you planning to hide your identity? Who are you? The unbearable future Vegeta waved his angry iron fist and hit the mysterious masked man. Bang! The extremely powerful punch hit the mysterious masked man's face. The power of this attack even caused turbulence in the space, causing shocking ripples. The mysterious masked man who suffered a devastating attack was bombarded thousands of meters like a cannonball, and then he barely stabilized his body. At the same time, a crack appeared in the dark mask he was wearing. Crack, bang! A blast! The mysterious masked man's right eye was exposed at this moment. His pupils were blood red, but his eyes were exactly the same as those of Vegeta in the future. It's really you, my father. At this moment, Vegeta completely confirmed his identity. His own father, King Vegeta. After all, I underestimate you. I deserve to be my son. King Vegeta praised Vegeta's performance. I don't know why you appeared here, but you don't look like you were forced to transform and controlled by those guys. You'd better give me a reasonable explanation. Although he was a father who didn't know what time and space he was always in connection, Vegeta's deep words in the future have a little more cold chill. In his opinion, King Vegeta of the mask had abandoned his dignity and arrogance as a Saiyan. As the king, he was actually involved in the dirty people in the dark demon realm. He defiled the glory of the Saiyan king. This obvious power. For the powerful force. For the power to surpass everything and not be enslaved. King Vegeta clenched his fist and showed it to the future Vegeta. My own crazy determination. After being killed by Frieza, he was found across time and space by the people of the dark demon realm and was resurrected. After resurrection, in order to pursue extremely powerful power and be able to overturn all power, he was recruited by Tova and voluntarily became Tova's human body transformation target. The transformation went very smoothly. His body was absolutely strengthened, and after being blessed by the dark mask, he turned into a super powerful warrior. After learning the answer, Vegeta's face turned dark and a cold smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Is this your reason? It disappoints me so much. I have given up my arrogance for a little insignificant power. Are you worthy of being the king of the Saiyan now? In the heavy words of Vegeta in the future, it is disdain for King Vegeta. So what if you become stronger? It's just a tool in the dark demon world and you can't escape the fate of being enslaved. The shackle called power is already deeply rooted and cannot be taken off. Bold as my son, you dare to question me? The masked King Vegeta seemed to be poked into the pain, and a loud shout burst out from his mouth and violent evil energy gushed out like a torrent. Vegeta, you are still too young and don't understand the good intentions of this king at all. So what if you are enslaved by them now? As long as I become strong enough later, no one can stop me then. I am not just a single to become the king of the Saiyan clan. I also want to become the king of this dark demon world, then conquer the lower universe. The masked King Vegeta expressed his ambition without hesitation. Now he has completely completely become a slave to power. For the sake of power he can give up everything about himself, even his dignity as a king is willing to do anything. Pathetic and pitiful posture, future Vegeta said sarcastically with disdain. These words once again angered King Vegeta. Shut up, I'm not enslaved. No. The masked King Vegeta was instantly furious and raised his hand to shoot out an extremely powerful evil bombardment. Faced with the evil bombardment coming towards him, Vegeta snorted coldly, showing disdain. At this level there is no need to dodge. Boom! The explosion of fire rose into the sky, and the deafening explosion sounded burst into the sky. Thick flames spread rapidly, covering the sky within a radius of more than 10 miles. The atmosphere was stirred up and the space was turbulent. This shows how amazing the destructive power of King Vegeta's mask was. Son, I didn't want to be an enemy of you, but you stood opposite me and blocked my way, King Vegeta said with deep regret. It seems that in his opinion, this powerful blow has severely damaged Vegeta in the future. But when the smoke of gunpowder dissipated, the looming figure of Vegeta in the future made the future King Vegeta's pupils shrink, and the face behind the mask showed a look of horror. Do you think it can work for me with this kind of attack that can only raise dust? In the explosion of flames, the future Vegeta's confident and arrogant voice came from. Boom! After that was followed was a storm of destruction that could overturn all things. This extremely fierce aura storm directly dispelled all the explosion flames. In the future, Vegeta appeared in front of the masked King Vegeta in a 4th level posture of the Super Saiyan. What form is this? After seeing Vegeta's 4th level Super Saiyan form, the masked King was stunned. He was stunned. This violent pressure and this powerful form full of wildness were not the power he had always dreamed of. Without the help of the Dark Demon World, can they transform into this form? This form is called the 4th level of the Super Saiyan, and it is also the transformation of our Saiyans after inspiring their own bloodline. To be honest, father, you really disappointed me. I have abandoned the Saiyans to lead them. The glory of pride. You are just a dog enslaved by the Dark Demon World. The golden aura of Vegeta emerged from the future, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. This means that he is going to take action seriously. Shut up. You don't understand the good intentions of being a father at all. I have never given up the glory of the Saiyan. King Vegeta roared hysterically. You should shut up. The future Vegeta Super Saiyan firepower is fully opened like a golden aurora, hitting the masked Vegeta King like a golden aurora. Seeing this, King Vegeta crossed his arms in front of his chest and put on a defensive posture. Bang! There was a loud bang. The masked King Vegeta was swept by powerful forces and his whole body was instantly out of control and flew backward. Is this the real power of us Saiyan? The masked King Vegeta was shocked and felt unbelievable about Vegeta's extremely powerful power in the future. Can the Saiyans achieve this without undergoing transformation and relying on their own cultivation? No. This is Vegeta's path in the future, and he has his own way to go. The battle situation changed rapidly. In the future, Vegeta crushed the masked King Vegeta with the 4th level Super Saiyan power, and once gained the upper hand in the battle. While striking the masked King Vegeta, Vegeta is also conveying his inner thoughts in the future, hoping to take this opportunity to awaken King Vegeta. In a father-son fight, he didn't want to kill King Vegeta with his hand. On the battlefield on the other side, the battle between Talat and Masked Bardock also unfolded. With the support of the power of the Dark Demon Realm, the combat ability shown by the Masked Bardock is amazing. Even if Talat transforms into the Super Saiyan God, he can only barely get a draw. Uncle Bardock, can't you even recognize me? With your willpower, it's impossible to be completely controlled by these dirty guys. If you can hear my voice, wake up quickly, right? Talat tried to awaken Bardock's self-awareness with his words while holding the mask. Sure enough, his words did play some role, causing Masked Bardock to pause and reveal his flaws. Talat seized the opportunity, waved the iron fist of the god's power, and hit the chest of the Masked Bardock. Pound! A thrilling muffled sound rang out, and after receiving a heavy blow, the Masked Bardock was directly repelled dozens of meters away. At the same time, he also returned to his previous state of being controlled by evil forces. Crazy! The gloomy and terrifying evil aura swept across the body of the Masked Bardock, and his aura ushered in an explosive growth. This dark force stimulated his potential and stimulated his power, while also corroding his body. Buzz! The Masked Bardock held it with one hand, and a dark black evil energy bomb gathered in his palm. Its strength was extremely terrifying. Even Talat had to cheer up. The power of the Dark Demon World is eroding Uncle Bardock's soul. I must do something to get Uncle Bardock out of evil and wake up completely. Talat's mood became heavier, and the pair of crimson gazes locked on the mask on Bardock's face. He didn't know what the function of this dark mask was, but he knew that this was the source of evil power. If you want Bardock to wake up, you must take off the dark mask first. But it is so difficult to take off this thing. Not to mention the strong strength of Masked Bardock is here. That thing is only I am afraid that it has been attached to Bardock's soul, so I need Bardock's autonomous consciousness to be awakened before I can completely remove it. Before he could think too much. Mask Badak released an evil energy cannon to kill Talat. Spiral bombardment. Talat also released his ultimate skill to fight back. Boom! Two devastating energy collided, shooting out stunning waves of destructive lightning in the space. When the storm of energy dissipated, the Mask Badak rushed out again, and he rushed straight to Talat, following the attack of his body's instinct like a heavy rain attacking Talat body. Facing the strong attack of Maid Badak, Talat frowned and defended with retreat to advance, feeling a huge pressure. With the blessing of the power of darkness, Mask Badak's offensive became stronger and stronger, and the seeds of evil became deeper and deeper. If he continues like this, there is no doubt that he will have no chance of awakening. P.S. I'll recommend the new book Time Traveling Through Dragon Ball. Is this the Magic View chapter? Please collect and read. The portal is below. Chapter 266. The Dignity of the King. The meaning of the king. With the explosion of the Mask Badak, the power of the dark demon realm became more and more deeply rooted. While strengthening his body, it was also polluting his soul bit by bit. If the Mask Badak is allowed to stimulate this power, his soul will be polluted. Even if he takes off this dark mask, he will not be able to escape from the control of the dark demon world. Occurred Uncle Badak. As soon as he finished speaking, Talat's eyes changed suddenly. The energy pool of divine power in his body was activated as his thoughts exploded. In an instant, the beam of light that was violently crawling in the sky, and the sacred and vast divine power swept across the dark demon world. The pleasant divine sound sounded, and the vast blue light seemed to have become the only light of hope in the dark demon world. When this divine power burst out, the demons in the dark demon world were also attracted by the attention. For these demons, they are particularly incredible because such things are almost impossible to happen. It was as if a little white suddenly appeared in the darkness. In the dark demon world, there are people who can use the power of God. They were dormant in the darkness and saw the source of this divine power through their own special means. These demons were just lying in the dark, watching the battle without choosing to intervene. At this moment, the Mask Badak seemed to be affected by this divine power, and most of the dark power spreading around him was dispersed. In a trance, his reason awakened, but soon he was swallowed by his dark power, become a tool without self-awareness. Talat, bathed in the blue divine light, has completed his transformation. Super Saiyan Blue full power state. The moment when the transformation was stable, Talat took the lead in attacking, and his divine power burst out, crashing into Badak like a meteor. Boom! The explosion sounds caused by the two colliding are deafening and shocking. At this moment, fierce battle broke out. Talat's rapid and thunderous attack swept through Badak's body like a storm. Mask Badak followed his physical instinct to fight, coping with Talat's attack while looking for a way to severely damage Talat. Bang, bang, pound, pound. There were bursts of explosions that were even more thrilling than the muffled thunder. The fierce battle between Talat and Mask Badak continued to heat up, and the divine light and the evil light flashed different lights in the space. The two fought in a circle in the sky, and in just a dozen seconds they had fought hundreds or thousands of moves. Every time there is a collision, the solid dark demon world space will experience a strong vibration, and there is a vague tendency to collapse their power. As the battle continued, Talat keenly discovered a strange place. Mask Badak seemed to be constantly accustomed to his attacks as he fought, and had generated a set of special combat methods specifically used to target him. Not only that, the dark and evil force became more and more intense, making the combat power exerted by the Mask Badak became stronger and stronger. The battle situation also changed from a balance of power to a draw, until the end. Talat's Super Saiyan Blue showed signs of being suppressed by the Mask Badak. Although Talat is far from giving out all his strength, he knows that if he gives out all his strength, it will probably not make much sense, because what he wants to do is not to defeat the Mask Badak but to rescue him. Other side, how to rescue it? Talat's brain was running rapidly, and while facing the fierce attack of Mask Badak, he was looking for a way to rescue Mask Badak. Until the end, his keen insight noticed something. The evil aura emitted by the Mask Badak seemed to be suppressed by his divine power, and was in a stage where he was about to explode but could not fully explode. Can you say? Talat's mind flashed, and he thought of a way to break the deadlock. Perhaps the more powerful divine power is the key to awakening Badak consciousness. Located outside the battlefield, Tova and Myra had already walked out of the depths of the blood-colored castle and watched the battle with great interest. Fight. Allah Allah, it seems that the experiment was quite successful. Both of these masked warriors can exert quite good combat abilities. You can do your best to fight happily. The more intense the fight, the stronger you can become. Oh, a cynical smile appeared on Tawa's face. In her opinion, this battle is just an experiment. While used to test the combat capabilities of masked warriors, they can also completely become slaves of power, especially the scion named Badak. In order to capture this guy, they took a lot of effort and finally took the other party down. When he was brought to the dark demon realm for transformation, Badak resisted with his amazing willpower. The transformation at that time was successful at a considerable price, but Tova knew that Badak was not not completely controlled by the power of the dark demon realm. This guy's willpower is beyond imagination. Even if he is temporarily controlled, he may recover unless he can stimulate the energy of the demon seed in his body without any scruples. The explosion becomes stronger and stronger, and the loss becomes deeper until the end. Even the superior god cannot save him. She didn't care about the mask of King Vegeta on the other side. This guy's evil power has penetrated into his bones and is completely unable to disconnect from the dark demon realm. I remember that after they crossed time and space, they found the dying Vegeta King and resurrected him. They began to bewitch and promised to give the other party a powerful force, but the premise was that the Vegeta King must cooperate with them to complete the human body transformation. Because this guy was voluntary, Tova deliberately retained his self-awareness. The current King Vegeta has completely become her slave. The evil power penetrates the soul, and the masked King Vegeta cannot betray her. Only by death can one be liberated. But according to this guy's personality, could he commit suicide? Obviously impossible. The energy index of Vegeta in the Scion is quite high, but it is not enough to let me take action. Myra's eyes swept across the two, her eyes full of disdain. As an artificial life warrior created by Tova, he is extremely powerful. When he first captured Badak, he took action. In a sense, he is very similar to the Scion. They are all beings born for war. Suddenly, Myra thought of something, turned her head and asked Tova, "Do you want to enter their data into that child's body?" "I'm already entering their data. I won't waste any of them. Let the masked warriors squeeze their value as much as possible." Tova sneered. The dark demon realm is the home court of their demon realm. In Tova's opinion, Talat and the future Vegeta are already fish on the chopping board, and it is hard to fly. In the future Vegeta's battlefield, inspiring the power of blood, he took out the future Vegeta of the 4th level Super Saiyan battle. His offensive became more and more fierce, and every attack had the power to destroy the world. He seemed to be awakening his father, King Vegeta, through his own way. "You have taught me that we Scions are the #1 fighting nation in the universe, and we are the strongest race. Glory and pride are indispensable things for the king, but now you have given up everything that once was. Is this dirty power really that important? Wake up!" In the future Vegeta roared in anger. It drove the absolute domineering power and bombarded the mask of King Vegeta on the face. Pound! With a loud bang, the mask King Vegeta suffered a devastating blow, and his whole body flew backwards like a cannonball. Half of the mask completely shattered, revealing his gritted teeth. "I gave up everything and got new powers in exchange for it. Can't be wrong. The wrong person is you, my son." King Vegeta of the mask was unwilling to accept this cruel reality. His arms spread out and a more hysterical roar broke out from his mouth than the beast. The evil forces that penetrated deep into the bone marrow exploded with his roar, and the dark evil light soared into the sky, causing turmoil in the world. At the same time, the dark mask he wore on his face also resonated with, and the more powerful evil power was guided out by this mask, and it was like an erupting volcano. This fierce aura is very close to the mid-stage of the 8th dimension. It is conceivable why King Vegeta was so stubborn. Before he got this power, his combat power was only 10,000 yuan. On the other hand, when his extreme eruption of evil power coupled with the blessing of the dark mask, his combat power surged and increased to the top. The 8-dimensional world, no matter who it is, will lose yourself for it. However, after feeling this fierce energy in the future, Vegeta was unmoved, and a sharp cold light flashed in his eyes. "My father, you have no basic bottom line. Since you are determined to use this power, I will let you see how weak the power you have given up everything is. It has come to this point. Vegeta can't bear it anymore in the future and directly took out the power of the gods he obtained in destroying the god. Crazy. Under the burning of the fire of divine power, Vegeta's black hair gradually sublimated in the future, and the hair around her body turned into a bright dark red. In the blink of an eye, he entered the 4th level Super Saiyan state and boundary breakthrough. This time, he really took it out. He has done his best to face his father. It can be said that he gave enough face to King Vegeta. Has the form changed again? Son, I am very happy for your father to achieve this kind of achievement now, but our position is different. My path is different from you, King Vegeta, said the Mask King. After describing the true thoughts in his heart, he put on the stance of the classic Gaelic canon. Obviously he was going to make a big move. Yes, our paths are indeed different, but I will let you know what is the difference between sticking to the power of Scion pride and glory compared to the power you get from giving up everything, said Vegeta in the future. After that he also showed the release posture of Gaelic canon. The energy gathered between the two sides formed a sharp contrast. One was bright and beautiful, and the other was dark and dark. The Gaelic canon of Vegeta's mask is black and purple, while the Gaelic canon of Vegeta's future is white and purple. Dark Gaelic canon. King Vegeta pushed forward with both hands and finally released with a loud blow. Super Gaelic canon. Vegeta will also release his ultimate skill in the future. Boom. The moment when the two men collided with each other's special moves, the unparalleled shock wave of destruction expanded towards the four directions. There was a turmoil within a radius of hundreds of miles. The battlefield between Talat and Masbadak was also affected. The two sides' ultimate moves are stalemate, as if they are not sure of the winner, but in fact they are not. Vegeta will have great strength in the future and is far from showing the true level of the 4th level Super Saiyan and the boundary breakthrough. On the other hand, the mask of Vegeta King on the side, he has reached the critical point. No matter how he extracts power through the dark mask, he cannot change the situation of the battle. Why? My power cannot be possible. How could my power be so much worse than you? The cruel reality is right in front of you, and the future Vegeta King will be unacceptable. There is nothing impossible. The power of the Saiyan is above everything else. How could you, who abandoned arrogance and glory, win me before you? With a loud shout, Vegeta exerted his strength with both hands. Bang! The sound of a loud bang. In an instant, violent energy shot out from his palm like a torrent, instantly crushing the dark Gallic cannon of the Mask King Vegeta. The devastating energy hit the body of the future Vegeta King, inspiring an amazing super explosion. In an instant, the sky within a radius of more than 10 miles was shrouded in flames generated by the explosion. When the light dissipated in the center of the explosion of smoke, the future Vegeta King fell to the ground and all his combat uniforms broke, and even the dark mask showed signs that it would collapse at any time. Pride, glory, the power of the king. I am going wrong after all. After the Mask King Vegeta was defeated, he fell into confusion. He began to question whether the power he gained was correct. The winner has been decided. In the future, Vegeta looked down at the Mask King Vegeta, who fell to the ground in the form of a victorious person and did not take any action. No matter what, it is a father and son. This family affection, which is thicker than water, cannot be cut off just by cutting it off. The differences between them are nothing more than the different paths to gaining strength. Tova and Myra. Oh, it's so disappointing. I used 2 dark demon world crystals on you. They have strengthened so much for you, but they still failed. It's so embarrassing. Tova covered her face with deep disappointment. The performance of this mask of Vegeta is so bad. I'll deal with that guy. With the defeat of King Vegeta, Myra also volunteered to fly out quickly at this moment, but she arrived in front of Vegeta in just a few seconds. It's you again, Myra. Vegeta is no stranger to Myra in the future. They have fought several times before. Chapter 267. Divine power is purified and Badak wakes up. Vegeta. Myra's voice was a little low, and the majestic energy was brewing in his body. The terrible power caused turmoil in the world. The overwhelming power of energy swept across the entire dark demon world. In fact, Myra was not that strong at the beginning, but with her continuous rebirth, her strength began to become stronger in this regard. The continuous absorption of combat data and energy has made his strength reach the limit of the 8th dimension. Even Vegeta, who is in the 4th level Super Saiyan state in front of him, is not afraid. He is showing the power he has gained after rebirth to the future Vegeta. He is no longer the weak Myra when he met last time, the Myra who was bombarded into pieces by the time and space patrolman. After Vegeta felt the powerful energy bursting out from Myra's body, although his face remained unchanged, a trace of ripples had already appeared in his heart. Myra's strength has improved too much compared to when she met, and it is even enough to match the 4th level of the Super Saiyan before. It's a pity that he is no longer the Vegeta of the past. After mastering the power of the god, he has been reborn. Even if he is suppressed in the dark demon world, he doesn't think Myra can be his opponent. The energy has indeed increased a lot, but I can destroy you once, and I can destroy you a second time. Future Vegeta's deep words as it fell. The magnificent energy in the body gushed out like a torrent, and the violent and terrifying power rushed straight into the sky, instantly covering Myra's head. Stop being proud. You were lucky enough to succeed when you first succeeded, but because I was careless for a moment, now I am no longer the same as I was before. Go to die, Vegeta. Myra seemed to be poked in pain. He raised his hand and released a wave of destructive energy to go straight to Vegeta's face. In response to Myra's active attack, Vegeta smiled contemptuously and raised his hand. Yun Danfan slapped it with a light palm. Just the power of a palm. It directly dispersed the energy wave released by Myra. What? When Myra saw this scene, her eyes were filled with horror. He had never expected that Vegeta would be able to resolve his attack in the future with such a calm and gentle atmosphere. I don't know what the so-called idiots do. You think it's still the same time? Although your strength has improved, the power of this prince is not comparable to that of the miscellaneous pieces like you who have cultivated artificially. Future Vegeta shouted. The whole person suddenly burst out and rushed to Myra with lightning speed and a powerful blow. Bang! There was a muffled sound. This unstoppable punch bombarded Myra's face strongly. The terrifying impact made Myra's facial features distorted and her whole body flew back quickly. Myra, who finally stabilized her body, suddenly became angry. Unwilling to give up, he burst out his own strength again and headed straight for Vegeta to kill in the future. Go to die, Vegeta. Amid the roar of anger, Myra launched a fierce and terrifying attack on on Vegeta in the future. The violent attacks like raindrops all turned toward the future Vegeta. If it were ordinary people facing Myra's brutal offensive, they would probably be defeated quickly, but Vegeta would be different in the future. He has been reborn and has shown strong combat instinct and keen insight. He has already seen through all Myra's attack methods and dodged all Myra's attacks with a ghostly posture. What? How is this possible? All the attacks were dodged and Myra was extremely shocked. Unexpectedly, Vegeta's strength has been improved to this level in the future. You know, after he was reborn, he was strengthened by Tova and his strength was improved to the next level. Logically speaking, he should be able to win. Why is there such a big gap in Vegeta in the future? Pound. There was a burst of explosion. The Vegeta people in the future didn't talk much, so they raised their hand and punched Myra in the jaw, sending Myra to the sky. Immediately afterward, Vegeta's eyes turned and landed on another battlefield in the distance. At this moment, Talit was still entangled with the Mask Badak. I just hope this guy can get rid of the Mask Badak as soon as possible and make the other party wake up. Otherwise, the longer the situation will be more unfavorable to them. This place is the Dark Demon world after all, and once a fierce battle occurs, the physical strength cannot be replenished. Swoosh! In an instant, a ray of death ray burst out of the air and shot straight to Vegeta in the future. In the future, Vegeta felt the crisis coming and slapped it out with a casual palm, shattering the light of death. Tisk! Future Vegeta snorted coldly in dissatisfaction, turned his eyes to Myra in the sky, and anger surged in his eyes. The annoying fly is reborn again and again. This time, I will destroy all your cells without leaving you, depending on how you will be reborn. The picture changes. On the battlefield between Talit and Mask Badak, the battle between the two became more and more intense. The gorgeous divine light of Talit forms a sharp contrast with the dirty and dark evil light of Badak's mask. The storm caused by the battle between the two sides has polarized the battlefield. Bang, pound, bang, pound. The sounds of heavy explosions echoed in the space like muffled thunder. The storm of the battle between Talit and Mask Badak became more and more intense and terrifying. The two are completely in a balanced position now, and no one can do anything to each other. The evil seeds in the Mask Badak's body are taking root and sprouting, and the power brought to him by the dark mask is getting stronger and stronger, seriously overdrawing his body and gaining extreme power. However, Mask Badak was completely unaware of this. He was now completely controlled by the power of darkness and became a slave to darkness and could not be liberated. Talit's eyes were like a torch. After fighting with the Mask Badak, he had found a way to rescue Badak. Although the power of evil is powerful, the power of God is the natural nemesis of this evil power. Just seize the opportunity and purify all evil in one breath. Drink! Talit shouted loudly, and the divine power in his body further stimulated it, and he accumulated strength and punched it hard, hitting Badak in the face and hitting Badak's mask hard. Retreat! This also gave Talit the opportunity to liberate his true power. Then let dart! Talit's eyes kept changing. After taking a deep breath, the powerful energy pool of divine power in his body was awakened. Boom! The dark blue divine light rose from the ground at this moment, penetrated the sky of the dark demon world, bringing the sacred light of dawn to this world shrouded in darkness. The power of the divine is rippling and the space is turbulent. The entire dark demon world was affected by this power of the defiant god. Even the fierce battle between Vegeta and Myra in the next battlefield was interrupted. This power of God. This game, what is the origin of the Asians? This is the dark world. Tova was deeply shocked by this scene and was stunned. This extremely powerful power of God was felt in her life for the first time in her non-god human beings. Even in some future parallel space-time world, those scions will definitely not be as fierce and despicable as Talit. Is this form above the blue of the Super Scion? As expected, he also hit a stronger transformation, and there were more powerful transformations above the Super Scion blue. Future Vegeta's view of Talit changed again after feeling this amazing power of God. This guy's real strength is far more unfathomable than he thought. In that battle at that time, if the opponent took out this transformation form and combined with the power of the giant ape legend, he would be defeated within 10 rounds. The power of God is abominable. Myra's eyes became more and more serious. When he was in other time and space world, he had fought many people with the power of God. Among them, it also includes the god of the Super Scion. But that guy's Super Scion god is far from comparable to the divine power that burst out from the person in front of him. There is no level between the two at all. Which time and space world does this Scion come from? Why, there is no record of him in the dark demon world. At the same time, the demons located in the dark demon realm were also shocked by the amazing power of gods that Talit burst out. After so many years, they almost couldn't remember how many years ago they felt this level of divine power. This Scion is a good research subject. He successfully attracted the attention of the demon god. At this moment, the divine and ethereal sound of the divine voice was played in the dark demon world. Bathed in this gorgeous divine light, Talit's form changed drastically from the Super Scion blue full power state advanced to the Super Saiyan Dark Blue Extreme. At this moment his strength has been explosively improved. This divine power and the dazzling divine light that is enough to purify everything directly purified all the dark evil spirits that erupted from the masked Badak. Now he is the veritable Super Saiyan God. When the dark blue divine light transformed into countless energy particles and dissipated into the space, Talat's sharp eyes exuded the pressure of contempt for everything and directly locked the masked Badak in front of him. Occurred, Uncle Badak. As soon as he finished speaking, Talat turned into a dark blue aurora and shot out, but in the blink of an eye he descended to Badak's face and his unstoppable divine power fist hit Badak's dark mask. Crack bang! Under this blow, the dark mask on mask Badak's face was directly punched out. Badak's right eye, which exuded a bloody aura, was also exposed. As the dark mask becomes incomplete, Badak's sense of autonomy seems to be about to awaken. Mask Badak hugged his head and shouted hysterically. His sense of autonomy is currently fighting against the power of darkness, wanting to regain control of his body, but the demon seeds buried in his body have long been deeply rooted, so how could it be so easy for Badak to regain control of his body? At this time, Talat acted again. He quickly crossed the space and came behind Mask Badak and locked Mask Badak's body with both hands. His divine power was rippling and a deep blue divine light enveloped Badak's body. In the previous battle, he realized that his divine power had a strong restraining effect on Badak's evil power. According to his idea, as long as he poured all the divine power in his body into Badak, in K's body, the evil power in Badak's body should be able to eradicate from the inside out, thereby completely awakening Badak's consciousness. As the power of God continued to indoctrinate Mask, Badak felt great pain. He struggled with all his might and a painful wail broke out from his mouth. At the same time, the demon seeds planted in his body were also shattered under the baptism of Talat, and all the evil forces were completely disintegrated from the inside out under the transmission of this divine power. Crack! The lightning turned into the power of God, exploded in the void, and the deep blue energy completely wrapped Talat and Badak. As Talat continued to exert force, Badak's struggle became smaller and smaller, and his sense of autonomy was awakened bit by bit. The scarlet light in Badak's eyes was dissipating bit by bit. Uncle Badak, if you can hear my voice, wake up quickly. I know that you will never become a slave to the dark demon world. If you can hear my voice, please respond quickly to me. Talat used words to guide him while bursting out a stronger dark blue divine light. At this moment it is located in the depths of Badak's sea of consciousness. As the power of God spread, the dark forces that bind Badak's self-consciousness are constantly being consumed. In the trance of Badak struggling, he heard a familiar voice, a call from Talat. This sound is Talat. After vaguely hearing Talat's call, Badak's sense of autonomy completely awakened. Stimulated by the power of Talat, Badak took advantage of this power and began to resist with all his might. Completely get rid of the self-consciousness. Darkness also means Badak's rebirth. Outside, boom, the vast divine light bursting with Talat as the center became more and more intense. Even Talat felt that if he continued like this, he would cross the limit again. This situation made Tova, who was the transformer of Badak, feel an ominous premonition in her heart. Who is this guy with such a strong divine power? What is he going to do? Could it be to use divine power to purify it? No, impossible. How can this be achieved? And this is the dark demon world. Tova gritted her teeth and clenched her teeth, but reality is in front of her, and she can't help but continue to doubt it. Her research results will one day be purified by divine power in the dark demon realm. Immediately, the bad premonition affected her even deeper, which made her suddenly take a breath of air conditioning and quickly react. You can't sit still and wait for death, and you can't continue to watch like this. Badak will be purified, and Myram may also be defeated. Now all the capable generals are collecting resources for her, and she must take her children away. This base that has been hard working for many years cannot be preserved. Chapter 268. The Furious Badak. The demon god arrived. At the same time, Talat's purification of Badak has come to an end. As the divine light quickly retracted, Talat and Badak's figures were also revealed at this moment. Talat gasped and quickly adjusted his breathing rhythm. Although he still maintains the ultimate state of Super Saiyan Deep Blue, the strength of the power of the gods at this moment is no longer half as strong as his peak period. Before he could think too much, Talat's sharp eyes stared at the masked Badak in front of him. At this moment, Badak, under the purification of the power of God, the evil power in his body had been completely dispelled. He slowly turned around, and his eyes, which emitted bloody aura, had returned to their original state. Crack bang! The next second, the dark mask on Badak's face burst into pieces, revealing his true face. The eyes that have returned to normal mean that his self-awareness has returned. Welcome back, Uncle Badak. A smile appeared on Talat's face, and he was very happy for Badak's return. This feeling is like having a very long dream. If it weren't for you, I would have really never woken up again. A gratified smile appeared on Badak's face. As early early as when Talat sent a message to him. He was looking for a way to return to his original world, but who would have thought that on the way to find that mic he would be targeted by these bastards from the dark demon world. Not only was the body transformed, but even the self-consciousness almost disappeared. The recognition between the uncle and nephew is not circling, let alone the dark demon world, and now is not the time to lyricize. Crack! Suddenly, an amazing light of destruction exploded in the sky of the dark demon realm. In an instant the entire dark demon realm was in turmoil. A gloomy and terrifying evil aura burst out, and this extremely fierce evil aura immediately attracted the attention of Badak and Talat, and forcibly interrupted the future between Vegeta and Myra fighting. In the light of destruction, the demon god Xiaolamu of the dark demon world has arrived. Tisk! These dark demon world's miscellaneous things. The moment Badak saw Xiaolamu, his anger soared, wishing he could tear all the people in the dark demon world into pieces. He must avenge this revenge. He was arrested for reform. Accompanied by a burst of golden light, he directly entered the third-level state of the Super Saiyan from his normal state. Moreover, because Talat instilled in him the power of God, his Super Saiyan third-level form exudes an extremely fierce power of God. He is both the third level of the Super Saiyan and not the third level of the ordinary Super Saiyan. This form can be called the third-level Super Saiyan and the divine power strengthening state. Go to die! Badak, whose breath burst to the peak, raised his hand and shot out a blue energy cannon with extremely destructive power and rushed straight to the demon god Xiaolamu. I overestimate myself. I'm just a puppet in my dark demon world. Do you think that regaining self-awareness can change your destiny? Naive. The demon god Xiaolamu looked down on this and raised his hand to summon his death scythe. With his hand raised, a death scythe burst out. Swoosh! A sound of breaking through the air sounded. Badak's ultimate skill, which was all out, was cut in half by the death scythe released by Xiaolamu's hand, and the remaining energy cut straight for Badak. What? When Badak saw this scene, his face was horrified. He turned around quickly, avoiding this powerful slash without any danger. Boom! Xiaolamu's casual blow left a huge ravine tens of thousands of meters on the ground. Damn, the strength of these demons is even stronger than I thought. Badak looked embarrassed. Although Tova's transformation, there is also a dark side. The strengthening of evil power and the baptism of Talat's divine power made his strength break through the limit, but compared to these demons in the dark demon realm, it is still much worse. The situation is not very good. Talat looked at the demon god Shulam holding a death scythe in the sky, and his eyes became extremely solemn. Intuition told him that the strength of this god of death Xiaolamu exceeded that of the 8th dimension and reached the 9th dimension. If I was in my heyday, I could fight with the Super Saiyan Deep Blue Extreme Giant Ape's super power state or the self-estimate spiritual power state, but now, after purifying the evil power for Badak, he can no longer exert his peak combat power. What's more, this is still the dark demon realm. His power has been suppressed by this world. Even if he goes all out, he may not be able to take down Xiaolamu. The performance just now was really exciting. I felt a little itchy when I saw it. Neck, let me play with you, Xiaolamu said with a smile. At this moment Vegeta and Myra are on the battlefield. In the future, the battle situation is completely one-sided. In the future, Vegeta has beaten Myra to death with scars. Get out of here, you annoying garbage! Future Vegeta shouted and punched out an unstoppable punch. Pounds! A thrilling sound of flesh sounded. Vegeta's future heavy punch hit Myra's stomach, and the terrifying penetration force instantly knocked Myra back hundreds of meters. The internal organs were stirred by force, and Myra's body was filled with blood, and her whole body suddenly spewed out a mouthful of blood. Before it was over, Vegeta attacked again in the future, combined his hands, and posed for energy release, accompanied by a flash of white and purple light. Super Garrick Cannon. In the future, Vegeta directly released his super killing skill. The violent energy burst out of the air and hit Myra's body. Go to die, Myra! Future Vegeta roared and released his own energy. At this moment, the energy beam released by Vegeta in the future expands explosively. Boom! A loud bang. The Super Gallic gun exploded. The heavy flames soared into the sky, and the aftermaths rippled. Myra was swallowed by all the explosion flames, and her life and death were unknown. This guy has extremely tenacious vitality. As long as there is still a cell, he can be constantly resurrected. The situation is tense now, and Vegeta has no time to check whether Myra is still alive in the future. Just Just as he was about to take action, his eyes turned and landed on the masked King Vegeta, who was looking at him on the ground in the distance. The masked King Vegeta at this moment did not attack him. Future Vegeta just snorted coldly, ignored his father who had fallen into darkness, and quickly set off to fly towards the area where Talat and Badak were. He did not want to save King Vegeta. This was King Vegeta's own choice. He still had a self-awareness and was not forced to control. Since he chose this path in the dark demon realm, let him go. But seeing you in the future is no longer as simple as this time. At this moment, King Vegeta watched Vegeta go away and fell into deep thought, not knowing what he was thinking. Son, you stick to the glory of the Scions, which makes your father very pleased, but you can no longer turn back in the end. You can only help you this time. The masked Vegeta's inner fluctuations were very violent. At this moment, he seemed to have made up his mind. On another battlefield in the future, Vegeta quickly arrived and stood in the same camp as Talat and Badak, facing the demon Shulam. He is not unfamiliar with this guy Xiaolamu. He met Xiaolamu when he was performing missions in other time and space world. The opponent's strong strength cannot be defeated by fighting alone. At the beginning, he merged with Kakarot to win, barely defeated the opponent and expelled the world of time and space. Now that I am in the dark world, it is almost impossible to fight and defeat it head on. Since the person has awakened, let's go. There is no need to get entangled with this guy. In the future, Vegeta did not have any traces and directly took out the scroll of time given to him by the King of Time God Kurano, the King of Time world before. As the scroll of time opened, the powerful internal space-time power formed a space-time tunnel behind them. At the end of this time and space tunnel, the place connected is the nest of time. As long as you go to the nest of time, it will be safe. That is their home court, and people from the dark demon realm dare not chase it to that place. Let's go, Uncle Badak, Taro said. Yeah, Badak knew very well that the strength of the enemy and us was very different, and he did not fight in love, so he turned around and headed towards the space-time tunnel. Just as the three of them were acting, the demon god Xiaolamu moved. This is the dark demon world. How can you come and go wherever you want? Leave it for me. Xiaolamu smiled cruelly and waved the scythe of death in his hand. The unparalleled evil spirit goes straight to the future Vegeta, Talat, and Badak. Not good. This guy is going to kill him. Vegetaton felt something was wrong in the future and was about to set off to defend, but found that someone took the lead and blocked this devastating blow for him. This person is nothing else. He is King Vegeta. Hey, Vegeta felt unbelievable at the masked King Vegeta in front of him. My father, is this a change of mind? Tawa, the masked warriors you transformed are more disobedient than the other. Now, you dare to stop the attack of this demon god. Xiaolamu showed disdain. Just a masked King Vegeta. He really doesn't take it seriously. How could a person who is inferior to Myra be able to catch his eye? Damn it, what do you guy want to do? Tova only felt that she was being slapped in the face. First, Badak's sense of autonomy was awakened, and now King Vegeta took the initiative to rebel, which made him face where to put it. Vegeta was even more surprised at the future at this moment. He didn't expect that his father, who had fallen into darkness, would help him. Why? Future Vegeta frowned and asked in confusion. Does the father need a reason to help his son? I have to thank you, Vegeta. If you hadn't woken up this king, maybe I was still in a state of being covered by power. Go quickly. I will stay and cut off the rear. The masked King Vegeta suddenly woke up at this moment. At this moment, he who became a slave to power finally had a shadow of the king in the eyes of the future Vegeta. I won't thank you, don't die easily. Vegeta left a sentence in the future and drilled into the space-time tunnel without looking back. As he entered, the space-time tunnel was closed at this moment. On the contrary, King Vegeta, the mask, was directly isolated and helpless at this moment. It is clearly using the power of our dark demon world, but it in turn helps the people of Time Nest to eat things outside. Tova, I ruined this and you won't blame me, right? Xiaolamu smiled and hit his knife to Tova. Said, it's your best. This is just a failed test item. Tova no longer cares about the life or death of King Vegeta, the mask. She gave this old thing a powerful force, but the old guy suddenly turned against him. He had obviously been deeply rooted in the bone marrow of the dark demon realm, but he still rebelled. Where did she put her face? This kind of guy, just die if you die, and she doesn't lack such a warrior. At worst, I will find a more suitable subordinate in the future. That's good. Seeing this, Xiaolamu's eyes flashed with a fishy light. In an instant, endless evil power spread, forming the appearance of the evil god of death behind him. This terrifying appearance of the god of death exudes a power of destruction that can subvert everything and is enough to push everything into the bottomless dark abyss. Feeling this terrifying power of the demon god, the masked King Vegeta clenched his teeth. He knew that he had really finished the whole thing this time. Vegeta, you have let me regain the glory of the king. I should have disappeared in the long river of history. I will see you carry forward the scions and live for a while. This time, being a father will not disappoint you. The masked King Vegeta sighed in his heart. Immediately afterward, he roared hysterically, doing his best to liberate the power power of the dark mask to enhance himself. In an instant the violent dark evil spirit soared into the sky, and the momentum and combat power of the masked Vegeta King were constantly increasing at this moment, becoming more intense and powerful. Unfortunately, no matter how he explodes, he can only reach the late stage of the 8th dimension and cannot reach the 9th dimension. It seems to be just a small dimensional gap, but it is a gap that King Vegeta can never cross. It's just a struggle to die. It's all reminding you that you are still using the power of the dark demon world in front of the demon god. You are really stupid. Xiaolamu aside, and the evil shadow of the god of death behind him waved the huge death scythe and turned into a destruction and kill directly to the mass King Vegeta. Chapter 269. 3 months later, Badak transforms into a evil scion. Feeling this oncoming crisis, King Vegeta was not afraid at all. At this moment he bet on the glory and pride of being the king and used his strongest blow, Dark Gallic Cannon. Unfortunately, although King Vegeta had awakened, his insignificant strength seemed too small in front of the demon god. Under the death scythe slash of the demon god Shulamu, his Dark Gallic Cannon collapsed, and this devastating slash directly bombarded the body of the mass King Vegeta. The terrifying power instantly destroyed the body of King Vegeta in the mask and also cut off his soul. Crack! At this moment the mass King Vegeta was surrounded by lightning and his whole body was unable to do so. His body began to fall apart at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning into countless pieces, dissipating bit by bit. Vegeta, it seems that I can't wait for the next time to see you, but at this moment I are still the king of the Scion. King Vegeta of the mask was also not afraid of death. On the contrary, he accepted death this time. Under the death lash of the demon god Shulamu, his body and soul no longer existed and were completely dead. At the last moment of his life, King Vegeta proved that he still possessed the glory of the Scion. As the king of the Scion, he was still glorious even if he died. Miscellaneous people in the nest of time. This time you dare to break into the dark demon realm. The next time will be when the dark demon realm devours the nest of time. Tao wrote down this account. The two masked warriors she specially transformed were one of the instigated and the other was rescued. Even Myra, who was a right-hand man, was bombarded into pieces by Vegeta in the future. This time, she was slapped in the face. How could she swallow this tone? When the time is right, she will inevitably launch a counterattack, making everyone in Time Nest pay the price, including the unknown Scion. At the same time, inside the nest of time, as the time scroll handed over by Kurano to the future Vegeta is activated, a special space-time tunnel connecting the dark demon realm is opened. Soon, Talat, Badak, and the future Vegeta walked out of the space-time tunnel. Seeing Talat and Vegeta return with their own eyes and Badak again, Kurano's hanging heart finally felt relieved and was able to breathe a sigh of relief. This rescue mission was a complete success and Badak was rescued. Back to the safe nest of time, Talat and Badak glanced at the surrounding environment with their eyes. It was not until a long time later that the two came to their senses and looked at each other. Adjust your state and the intersection between your eyes. Even if you have thousands of words in your heart, it doesn't matter at this moment. It's fine if it's okay. The future Vegeta, who was standing by, looked at the closed space-time tunnel and fell into deep thought. His mind was full of the scene where King Vegeta, the mask, came forward to save him. King Vegeta, who awakened at the last moment, regained the pride of the Scion. I haven't seen you for many years. You guy has grown up and become so strong. Now I am far less than you. A gratified smile appeared on Badak's face and he put one hand on Taro. On T's shoulder, he spoke. The boy who needed his care at the time now had power beyond his imagination and was even more powerful than him. Uncle Badak has been awarded. It's great to see you again, Talat said happily. Don't be humble. From the moment you awaken me, I understand the gap in strength between us. I am proud of you, Talat. Badak praised without hesitation. Ahem, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Now I need to remind you that although this action was a lucky success, because of this action, the dark demon world has locked you. No matter which time you go to in the future, the world will be chased by them. So I have a suggestion. I don't know if you want to listen. Kurano took this opportunity to express his thought. In her word, Vegeta naturally knew what it meant in the future and what Kurano was going to do, but he didn't interrupt. It doesn't matter if I chase the dark demon world. It just so happens that I have a calculation to settle the amount of money. I will kill as much as I come. Say, woman, what are your plans? Badak said with a cold and arrogant look on his face. He didn't know Kurano's identity, so he directly called him a woman. If I guess correctly, you probably want Uncle Badak and I to join your time and space patrol, right? Talat said suddenly. Kurano looked surprised. She really didn't expect Talat to realize her plan directly. In fact, Kurano didn't know that when Talat met Kurano a year ago, he had an idea. Otherwise, Kurano would not care about his affairs, nor would he promise to ask his helper to take him to the dark demon realm to retrieve Badak in a year. Now that his strength has reached this level, it is even more impossible for Kurano to ignore it. Since you have guessed it, I don't have to say anything polite. Are you two willing to join the team of the Time and Space Patrolmen? After joining us you can fight against the Dark Demon World together. One more person, one more portion power. This is my sincere invitation to you as the king of the world of time. Kurano directly expressed her feelings and she was extremely looking forward to the joining of Talat and Badak. She saw the strength of these two people through her own abilities and was fully qualified to become a Time and Space Patrolman. With their joining, the Nest of Time will grow stronger and will have a greater chance of winning against the Dark Demon Realm in the future. I'm sorry, I never associate with anyone. Compared to joining you and becoming a Time Patrolman, I want to go back to my own time and space and see my wife and children. As for my grudges with the Dark Demon World, you don't need you come and intervene. I will ask them to settle it myself. Badak clenched his fist and anger flashed in his eyes. As a fighting nation scion, he would never be easily used as a pawn by them, so he directly rejected Kurano's invitation. Seeing Badak rejecting the invitation, Kurano looked at Talat with a little disappointed look, hoping to get his answer. I'm sorry, my answer is the same as Uncle Badak. I will not join you Time Patrolman. However, you have helped us a lot. If the Nest of Time encounters any crisis or something difficult to solve in the future, you can come to my world to find us and we will help you in the best of our ability, Talat replied. Hearing such an answer, Kurano sighed. Although she was very disappointed, a smile appeared on her face. Both of them refused. It's absolutely true that you join the Nest of Time, but as long as Talat's promise is enough, at least the result was not too bad. They still stood in the same camp. Then, it's just a matter of determination. But before you leave, I still want to remind you that although the evil power in Badak's body has been purified by your divine power and has been freed from the control of the Dark Demon Realm, Dark Demon, the demon seeds in the demon world have penetrated into his soul. If you want to completely eradicate it, you have to go through time and cultivate a certain amount of time. I suggest that you stay in the Nest of Time for the time until your state is unhindered and then return to your original one. Time and space, Kurano said again. Hearing this, Talat and Badak looked at each other and agreed to Kurano's proposal. Anyway, they can't go anywhere now, so it's better to stay in the Nest of Time to recuperate. At this point, this Dark Demon World rescue operation came to an end. Time flies. 3 months have passed since Talat and the other two returned from the Dark Demon Realm. Talat and Badak lived in the Nest of Time as Kurano's suggestion. While adjusting one's own state, he also helped Badak eliminate the magic seed planted in his body. During these 3 months, Talat's basic strength and realm have become more stable. Perhaps because of being in the Nest of Time, his understanding of the power of time has increased. Although the combat effectiveness has not been greatly improved, the attainments in the power of time and space have been sublimated, and such opportunities are hard to come by. In addition to Talat's good gains, Vegeta and Badak also got a lot of opportunities in the future. After 3 months of precipitation, Vegeta has perfectly mastered the transformation of the 4th level and boundary breakthrough of the Super Saiyan. With explosive growth in his strength, he felt extremely happy in his heart, and from time to time he would communicate with Talat in depth the cultivation method of the divine power and the method of digging out the blood power of the Saiyan. When he was fighting against Talat before, he felt the vast power of the giant ape super power in Talat's body, which was also a kind of their Saiyan power. Vegeta's thoughts in the future fell on in this regard. As the prince of the Saiyan, Vegeta, no matter which time and space, cares about his own practice. If he could also master the power of the giant ape super league like Talat, he would really be able to completely get rid of Kakarot. Talat did not hide the future Vegeta from this, and told the future Vegeta about his understanding and cultivation method of the giant ape. As for whether Vegeta can cultivate the power of the giant ape super league in the future, it depends on himself. Anyway, the only one who has cultivated the power of the giant ape super league so far is himself. Latize and Solari have been practicing for so many years, but they have never seen them master the slightest. As for Badak, he is the most progressive of the three. Although his body has been transformed by people from the Dark Demon Realm, his strength has increased explosively. In addition, because he has been in the height of time for the past 3 months, he is now. There is no need to baptize the demon seed in the body through the suppression of the power of God. This demon seed can no longer cause any harm to him, and he even in turn control the demon seed, perfectly integrating the power of the demon seed into the body. Badak took another path. The power of evil. The original evil power contained in every Saiyan is inspired by the demon seeds and mastered by Badak. Now Badak has transformed into the legendary evil Saiyan. The strength of the whole body has explosive growth. While controlling the evil heart, it will not lose itself. This is a good result for Badak, who is eager to become stronger. Talat was also surprised by the fact that Badak mastered the evil power. After all, he underestimated Badak. As a time traveler, how could he not know the legendary evil Saiyan? Among them, the most prominent representative of the evil power is the evil Saiyan Kenba, who appears in the plot of Dragon Ball Hero. That fierce fierce combat power directly crushed the transformations of the Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan Blue. Badak was not worried that he could master the power of evil and transform into a evil Saiyan. Instead, he was happy for Badak. But in this situation, the king of the time realm, Kurano, looks different. The power of evil is ultimately an uncontrollable factor. She persuaded Badak to abandon this power, use the power of God to deeply baptize her inner self, and completely cut off this power of evil. However, this proposal was ruthlessly rejected by Badak. No one knows his physical condition better than Badak. The evil released by the crystals of the dark demon realm in his body has long been washed away by the power of God. This evil power now comes from him, his soul. The power brought by the Saiyan's evil heart was not a problem in his opinion. There is no right or wrong power itself, and the user and usage determine everything. Seeing this situation, Kurano could only shake her head helplessly. Whatever Badak is going on. Anyway, don't look for her if you have any trouble. At this moment, it is located in Kent capital, the Nest of Time. In a large-scale battle arena, Badak and Talat are here. Is this the place where their time and space patrolmen usually use to fight? I hope it won't break so easily. Badak's eyes swept across the surrounding arena. Without hesitation said heartily. 3 months of precipitation made him very anxious. Since he was rescued, he has always wanted to fight Talat head-on, but unfortunately he has never had that opportunity. Now that his body has returned to its heyday, and with the mastery of evil power, he can just make him feel happy. He could no longer control his belligerent factors. His hands were unbearable, and he was eager to fight. From the degree of firmness here, it should not be broken so easily, not to mention that with the blessing of time and space, we should be able to fight happily. Talat's lips raised and he chuckled. It's been 3 months. I've always wanted to really try your strength in the past 3 months. Now I finally have a chance. Talat, I won't be allowed to show mercy later, otherwise I won't forgive you. The battle still before he started, Badak told Talat, don't worry, I'm a good person. Uncle Badak, you have to be careful next time. Don't be defeated by me all at once and lie in the Nest of Time for 10 days and half a month. Then, you will be able to do it again. It's time to delay. Talat teased with a smile. If you really have that ability, I don't care. Badak replied with a smile. Chapter 270 Alternative Transformation Evil Super 3. Both uncle and nephew were extremely curious about each other's true strength. Although they had fought in the dark demon world before, the battle at that time was not Badak's subjective consciousness at all. Although he had some impression of this, he didn't have much memory and had no feeling of fighting at all. Now this battle can be regarded as a real exchange between uncle and nephew. The invisible auras of both sides collided, and the extremely terrifying sense of oppression made the space become illusory and ethereal, and the atmosphere became extremely depressing. Crack! In the center of the two, fierce aura collided, and extremely hot light burst out. The competition between Talat and Badak's aura became more and more intense, and the normal combat power of the two was constantly liberated. The momentum released only caused a slight shaking in the arena of the battle. After feeling the power of Talat's burst out, Badak's fighting spirit was also stimulated. With the blessing of this dark red evil spirit, Badak's normal combat power reaches the late stage of the 6th dimension, infinitely close to the 7th dimension, but it is far from that simple to truly break through to the 7th dimension. Is this the state of Uncle Badak? You have exploded with evil power? Very strong. Then Talat didn't bother with it, and his normal combat power exploded in full swing, reaching the same as Badak high. In terms of normal combat effectiveness, Badak, with the blessing of evil power, was enough to compete with Talat, which was comparable. Good boy, just his momentum has reached this level. I underestimate you, but this is exactly what I want. With a loud shout, Badak took the lead in attacking, and his whole person turned into the dark red evil light rushed straight to Talat. Good come. Feeling Badak's power, Talat's fighting spirit was affected, and his normal combat power exploded in full swing, facing Badak head-on. Boom! The sound of a loud bang. The moment the two collided, the dazzling white light expanded, and the entire arena was swept by aftermath and turmoil occurred. Fierce battle broke out. Talat and Badak fought each other, and the hand-to-hand combat between the two sides was extremely hot. The two of them were disillusioned, and they were wandering around in the space like an extreme shadow, coming and going freely. Bang, bang, pound, pound. The roar echoed in the space when the two people collided violently. The collision between fist and flesh stimulated the belligerent factors in the two of them. Their power to explode during the battle became stronger and stronger, but this aftermath cannot be approached by the 6th dimension level. Your growth has far exceeded my expectations, and even now I can't take advantage of you. you. In just a few rounds of confrontation, Badak felt Talat's strong background. This kid is really a little bit of a thing. His strength has been improved extremely steadily. The power burst out from every move, and every move is extremely terrifying and has a solid foundation. In the battle with the same strength, even he cannot take advantage. Uncle Badak, your fighting style is still as fierce as ever. Even with the same strength, I cannot find any flaws. Talat responded modestly. This is not a compliment but a true thought from his heart. Badak is really strong. Although Badak's strength was forcibly improved due to the transformation of the Dark Demon Realm in the past 3 months of the Time's Nest, Badak adapted to this power and inspired a brand new evil power which could also help. Its own power is stimulated to this extent. If it were other scions, it might not be possible. I'm not wasting my time during this period, so I don't need to say more compliment. Let the battle become more intense. Badak, who was in high spirit, burst out evil forces again, and the S cells in his body were rhythmic golden. A blast burst. The extremely powerful aura shock instantly shocked Talat. In the dark red evil light, the golden aura swelled with a bang, and Badak transformed into the first level full power state of the Super Scion on the basis of the evil aura. The golden vertical hair soaring into the sky was surrounded by dark red evil aura, looking like a devil crawling out of the abyss. The sharp aura emitted by standing there made no one dare to act rashly. Have you transformed into a Super Scion? Then I'll come too. Ha! Seeing this, Talat shouted loudly and activated the Super Scion energy pool in his body in one thought, but he entered it in a flash. The Super Scion first level full power state. Although the two are in a similar state of momentum, you can see the difference when you look closely. Although Badak's evil Super Scion first level is powerful, his control of power is not as exquisite as Talat. When maintaining transformation, Badak's state will still cause energy leakage. Although the leakage energy is minimal, if it is in a battle between life and death, this leaked energy will become a fatal weakness. Explosion bombardment. Badak pulled the evil power into his palm in one thought. With a wave of his arm, this powerful energy cannon shot out from his palm. This is not an ordinary energy-based attack. With the blessing of evil energy, this energy cannon has extremely strong tear and corrosiveness. Once hit, even if you don't die, the remaining energy will penetrate deep into the inside along the wound and perform secondary damage until the enemy is finally disintegrated from the inside. Spiral atmosphere bomb. Talat was not willing to be outdone and quickly condensed a large spiral energy bomb and threw it out and rushed straight to Badak's evil energy cannon. Crack! When the two energy collide, the expected big explosion did not occur. Talat's spiral atmospheric bombardment with the powerful centrifugal force generated by the high-speed rotation split the explosion bombardment of Badak into several 10 lightnings. Have you resolved this? Good boy. So what about this move? Badak's expression became excited when he saw this scene. The next second he jumped over the arena. The evil energy was rippling all over his body, and the energy continued to sublimate like endless flames burning. Fell bombing. Badak waved his hands quickly. In an instant the dense energy bomb burst out of the air like a storm, presenting an airtight net of heaven and earth and heading straight for Talat. Faced with this airtight energy bombardment, Talat naturally would not sit still and wait for death. His hands were spreading, and the divine power in his body was rhythmic. With the thought, the surrounding space was shining with bright stars. In the surrounding space, dozens of golden energy bombs quickly condensed and formed. Immediately afterward, Talat shook his arm and all the energy bombs were controlled, and he rushed straight to the evil energy bombs in the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The roar of the explosion continued, and the dazzling fire rose into the sky. The hot explosion flames formed a thick wall of flames, isolated Badak from Talat. This is not over. Both sides, separated by a wall of flames, quickly condensed the energy in their bodies again, ready to release the ultimate skill. Badak's hands merged, and his evil spirits were rhythmic and his momentum was rising. Accompanied by a dark red light explosion, Badak's transformation was sublimated again from the first level full power of the evil Super Scion and advanced to the evil Super Scion, the second level of human being. The roaring evil energy instantly broke through to the node of the 7th dimension. The evil energy continues to condense, and the storm generated becomes more and more intense. Talat felt the expansion of Badak's evil aura and also transformed into the second level peak of the Super Scion, posing as a killer move. Boom! The violent aura of the two turned into a devastating hurricane, ruthlessly tearing the thick wall of flames apart. This huge arena has ushered in a long-lost turmoil because of their explosive power. No, not only the arena, but even Kent outside the arena was affected. The tricks Talat condensed this time are not ordinary energy-killing skills, and the blessing of the power of God, which further strengthens its function and purification. One is in a high altitude and the other is on the ground, and the two are locked in each other. Badak's evil energy has been compressed to the extreme and will explode at any time. Talat killing attack also condensed and formed, ready to go. Twins destroy the light. A loud shout erupted from Badak's mouth, and his hands pushed pushed forward, locking Talat. Boom! The terrifying dark red double energy beams blended with each other during the advancement, and their diameter increased to 50 meters, like an evil dragon that destroyed the world, driving the ultimate destructive power, and headed straight for Talat to bombard him. The power of this move is quite powerful, and even a 7th-dimensional warrior needs to take a lot of effort to block it. Divine power enhancement and energy accumulation bombing. The moment he finished speaking, Talat also used his powerful killing skill. The energy light of the god power, roaring like a mad dragon, burst out and crashed towards Badak's twin destruction light. The destructive power of the two of them has reached a point where they can turn the entire Milky Way into nothingness. If they collide together, the consequences will be unimaginable. I can only hope that this arena can be more reliable, otherwise the nest of time will be affected. Calamity. Boom! The deafening roar resounded throughout the world, shaking all directions. The moment the two sides' ultimate moves collided, the dazzling light of destruction expanded rapidly, swallowing the entire arena. The terrifying destructive power caused a space riot. Just when the entire arena was in ruins, the invisible space-time power that permeated the arena began to operate rapidly. The constantly expanding power of destruction was rapidly absorbed by the power of time and space, and was wiped out bit by bit, until the end. This destructive force completely disappeared and everything returned to peace. Time passes by minute. The light of destruction dissipate. Badak and Talat looked at each other from a distance, and the uncle and nephew smiled at each other. Uncle, Badak's sword is not old, Talat said with a smile. Don't think I don't know. You have hidden a stronger strength. I have been surpassed by you, but I am very happy to see you become so strong, Badak said. I know Talat's strength. Now Talat's strength is less than 1% of what he has in the dark demon realm. If this kid gets serious about fighting, he will probably not be able to hold on for even 3 rounds. No, it should be said that I can't even stop a move. So, will Uncle Badak continue to fight? Talat asked. Of course I have to continue fighting. How could the Scions easily admit defeat and give up? The battle just now was just a warm-up exercise, and the next time was the time to take action. As he said that, a light flashed in Badak's eyes. At the same time, the evil aura filled the body became more and more intense. This means that he is going to show his real skills. After feeling the change in Badak's momentum, Talat also cheered up and prepared to fight. If nothing unexpected happens, Badak's current strength at peak state should be similar to his 3rd-level Super Scion. Crack! Badak's facial expression suddenly became ferocious. The Scion energy pool in his body was further liberated, and the S cells were rhythmic. The momentum increased explosively, and the powerful energy hit the 4 directions, causing storms. This extremely heavy pressure seemed to tear the whole world apart. Faced with this terrifying pressure, like a sea of terrifying pressure, Talat was unmoved and was not affected at all. He just released a small part of the power of the god, and dissolved the invisible aura released by Badak. As the lightning bursts around Badak's body burst, his golden anger extended to his waist. His muscles swelled, his eyebrows disappeared, his eyebrows were pulled down, and his whole body was as cold and ruthless as the god of death. This is Badak's full strength, the 3rd level of the evil and Super Scion. The dark red pupils stared straight at Talat. The cold face was cold and icy, and there was no sign of any emotional fluctuation. Just the pressure and evil spirit released by standing there makes others afraid to act rashly. With the blessing of this form, all data of Badak have ushered in qualitative changes. With the blessing of evil power, his Super Scion level 3 is far better than the average Super Scion level 3. Talat's eyes looked at Badak up and down, and in just a few glances he could tell what level of Badak's strength was. It is almost the same as his previous prediction. Is the 3rd level of the Super Scion? Then I'll come too. Talat also liberated the silent Scion energy pool in his body. In a state of blue and white lightning, the 3rd level transformation of the Super Scion was instantly completed. Isn't that blue-haired state? It seems that I'm going to force you to take out that form to fight, but it's still far from it. Badak's brow locked. His combat instinct and combat nerves were very tense, and he secretly accumulated a lot of secretly power, ready to explode at any time. Chapter 271 Traveling through time and space. Encountering a storm of time and space, the two sides confronted each other again. The two of them had a collision of their eyes, and Badak took the lead in attacking, and the evil lights around him rippled, turning into sharp chopping waves to break through the space and heading straight for Talat. Faced with this dense evil energy chopping, Talat jumped, and his ghostly posture cleverly avoided Badak's evil energy cutting. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The unstoppable evil energy cut left several slender cracks on the ground of the arena. The attack failed, and Badak did not give up. He raised his hand and condensed the roaring energy, locking Talat again. Badak knew Talat's strength well and was eager to prove himself, so he launched such a fierce offensive. The evil energy bomb condensed to the extreme, driving the power of destruction to break through the space and headed straight for Talat. Seeing this, Talat condensed energy with his right hand, turned into an unstoppable blade of energy and slashed it with a sword. This evil energy ball was easily split by Talat's sword, turning into two halves, landing on both sides of Talat. Boom, boom. The energy bomb exploded on the left and right sides of Talat. The explosion turned into thick smoke surrounded Talat's body. Badak smelled the opportunity and rushed forward in an instant. His strong body wrapped in evil spirit cut through the smoke of gunpowder. The fierce offensive swept over Talat's body like a storm. Facing Badak's fierce attack again, Talat was calm and easily dealt with it. Whenever Badak's fist attack was about to hit him, he would be perfectly avoided in an extremely strange posture. Open. It's a little bit worse every time. Has this kid seen through my trick? No, it's not just that simple. It should be the reason for the invisible spiritual power around his body. As a veteran soldier who has experienced many battles, Badak's keen fighting intuition has smelled something wrong. Talat in front of him seemed to have entered a special state and he couldn't say what the specific one was. Badak's guess was also correct. The Talat in front of him was indeed no longer in his ordinary combat state and it looked more like the prototype of his free and extreme mind skills. Bang, pound. Talat poked his hands forward and grabbed Badak's hands tightly. At this moment the two sides started a pure power battle. In the confrontation of strength, both sides are equal and neither can do anything to each other. Good boy, you are far more powerful than I thought. Now I am probably less than 1% of yours. While Bardock sighed, his desire for powerful power grew in his heart. He was very happy for Talat's strength from the bottom of his heart, but he was unwilling to be so weak. No matter what, he is also an elder. Talat surpasses himself so much, and his heart will be filled with great turmoil. Where, Uncle Badak, don't underestimate yourself too much. The gap is not that big, Talat said modestly. You kid, it's still the same as before. Since that's the case, then you can decide the outcome with one move. Badak snorted coldly and quickly burst out the evil aura to distance him from Talat. He already knew the gap in strength between him and Talat, and it would be meaningless to continue fighting. Since Uncle Badak intends to end this battle, I have no objection. After Talat said that, he immediately activated the power of the gods in his body, intending to release the ultimate skill and decide the outcome with Badak. Let me see how you kids should resolve this move. Badak turned his right hand into his palm, exerted force with his 5 fingers, held the bowl with his left hand, and gathered the power continuously towards the heart of his right hand. Talat also raised his right hand and condensed the power of the god, intending to end the battle with a super killing skill. The energy of both sides continues to gather, becoming more intense and hot. Come on, my move. Super destructive ray. Badak pushed forward with his right hand, and a dark black energy beam that roared like a dark demon dragon shot out from his palm and rushed straight to Talat. The bullet of annihilation. Talat waved his arm and the energy of the divine power condensed in his right hand bounced out of the air, carrying unparalleled destructive power. Boom. The two sides collided with each other. In a moment, the entire arena, including the outside world, has been greatly affected. The invisible space-time power that permeates the arena is operating rapidly, absorbing all the tremendous energy released from the two's ultimate skill, and at the fastest speed. It greatly reduces the powerful damage caused by the collision of the two sides' ultimate skill. Shock wave. Aftermath is rippling and space is turbulent, and the destructive power of the ultimate skill output by Talat and Badak is continuing to strengthen. At this moment, Badak has already shown the combat power of the extreme state, even the limit of the limit. On the contrary, Talat is far from showing real skill. Tisk. After all, the gap is too big. This kid. Badak knew that his defeat was decided, so he accepted the ending. He is satisfied to be able to fight against Talat and truly feel the powerful power that Talat now holds. As Badak's fighting spirit dissipated, his super destructive ray also weakened. After feeling the pressure was reduced, Talat also dispersed and stopped the advancement of the impact bomb. Buzz. As both sides relax their forces at the same time, the number of killing skills of both is disintegrated by the invisible space-time power around them, turning into countless light particles to dissipate in the space. Hey, it's so refreshing. This feeling hasn't lasted for a long time. Badak breathed a sigh of relief and relieved his transformation on the spot. Then, the time is almost done. Let's go back to our original time and space later, Uncle Badak. Talat said. Badak nodded and responded. They had already decided on the time to leave, but because he wanted to test his strength level, he had a discussion with Talat before leaving. Although it consumes a little energy, this level of consumption can be restored quickly. At this point, the battle between the two came to an end, and they also decided on their next plans. Shuttle through time and space and return to the original world. Talat and Badak, who had finished their competition, returned to the nest of time. After restoring all the power, Talat and Badak found the King of Time, Kurano, the King of the World of Time. After saying goodbye to everyone, with the help of Kurano, a connection to their time and space world, the time-space tunnel was opened. Okay, the time and space tunnel has stabilized. You can go in. Remember to be careful of the time and space storm you encounter along the the way. Kurano clapped his hands, turned around and reminded Badak and Talat, "Thank you for your care in these days. If you have any needs in the future, come to us." Talat told Kurano promised. "I remember this sentence. I will go to you in the future." Kurano put his hands on his hips and chuckled. "So, let's go." After saying that, Talat and Badak turned around and entered the space-time tunnel. As the two of them entered, the space-time tunnel was closed at this moment. "I'll leave after all. It would be great if one of them was willing to stay in the time nest at the air patrolman at that time." Kurano sighed with deep regret. Both Badak and Talat were so strong. They were definitely the best seedlings of the air patrol officers at that time. But these two people were not interested in becoming time and space patrolmen. Just as the two of them left, Kurano received an emergency distress signal from the space-time patrolman in other space-time. The projection, transformed by the power of time and space, projected the crisis encountered by Sun Wukong and his group in another time and space world. They were in the space-time world and were attacked by people from the Dark Demon world. "It's someone from the Dark Demon world again. I'm having trouble, Vegeta. It's time for you to act." Kurano turned his head and ordered future Vegeta on the side. Hearing this, Vegeta smiled but said nothing. At this moment he had been waiting for a long time. "I believe that when Kakarot sees his new transformation, his expression will be very exciting. This feeling is like the scene when he first saw Kakarot transform into a Super Saiyan 3rd level. He must let Kakarot experience that feeling." At this moment, in the space-time tunnel, Talat and Badak are shuttled through the space-time tunnel. Talat used the power of time and space to form an invisible barrier to wrap the two people. Under the influence of this power of time and space, ordinary time and space storms cannot do anything to them even if they encounter them. The two of them were extremely calm and they could successfully return to their original world in a short time. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. An unprecedented time and space storm suddenly appeared behind the two of them and swept towards them at an extremely fast speed. "Is this thing a space-time storm?" Badak felt the threat of the space-time storm behind him and immediately burst out with all his strength and turned into the 3rd level of the evil Super Saiyan. The time and space storm came suddenly and the speed of the rushing was even more outrageously fast. "It's really troublesome." Seeing that the situation was not good, Talat frowned and immediately mobilized the energy pool of the divine power in his body and transformed from the Super Saiyan God into the peak state of the deep blue evolution of the Super Saiyan. When he first shuttled through, he actually encountered a storm of time and space. At this time, Talat grabbed Badak with one hand, sprinted at full speed and headed straight to the end of the space-time tunnel. But even the speed of the Super Saiyan deep blue evolution peak state cannot completely get rid of the super large space-time storm behind him. At this time and space storm seemed to lock the two of them, treating them as prey and never giving up until they are swallowed. "Is this ghost guy self-aware? He can't get rid of it at such a fast speed." The horror of the space-time storm made Badak feel numb on his scalp. Judging from the body's instinct, if you are caught in this thing, the consequences will be unimaginable. Even if he is as strong as him, even if he does not die, he will have to lose his skin. And after entering the storm of time and space, who knows where he will go next? I don't believe I can't get rid of it." Talat gritted his teeth, decisively activate the destructive power in his body and entered a state of extreme self-intention. The power of the god of destruction was rippling and the speed ushered in a qualitative change again. Talat turned into a purple aurora and rushed straight to the top of the space-time tunnel with Badak. But this super large space-time storm is still chasing them behind them. "Damn it, is this ghost really self-aware? Very good. Since I can't escape, I'll destroy this thing." Talat's heart was angry. "I didn't want to spend time and I didn't want to cause more trouble." Everything was going well, but it was pursued by the time and space storm. "Since you can't get rid of it, then fight it head-on." Talat's other hand accumulate power and the destructive energy condenses in his palm. When the energy condenses and forms, he throws it backwards and directly hits the destructive energy bomb in the space-time storm behind him. Crazy. An incredible scene happened. Talat's destruction energy bomb not only did not destroy this time and space storm, but was shattered and absorbed by the time and space storm. The space-time storm that absorbed this energy-destructing bomb became even more huge and its speed increased dramatically. When Talat saw this scene, he took a breath. Then he didn't care about destroying the space-time storm and used all his strength and exploded aura and continued to accelerate and sprint with Badak. "What should I do now?" "Talat, if it really doesn't work, you can leave alone." Badak frowned and looked ugly. He had already anticipated what was likely to happen, so he was unwilling to face danger. Although the hope of going home is right in front of him and he should not give up, he doesn't hope that Talat can't go back because of his reasons. No, it's already reached this point. How could it be possible to let go? It seems that if we don't pay a little price, this thing will not let us go. Talat understood the seriousness of the situation. At the same time, he also had an idea in his heart. Instead of continuing like this, he might as well stay. At least he has mastered the power power of time and space, and he expects that after being swallowed by it he will have a way to break free. And there is also to mention the mark of this was swept by a time and space storm for the first time, and he escaped safely. As long as Badak returns, he can use the power of time and space alone to resolve the time and space storm from the inside out and then return to the original world. Uncle Badak, now I use the power of time and space in my body to send you back to the earth of the original world. Be prepared. Talat suddenly spoke. What about you? Hearing this, Badak felt an ominous premonition. He had vaguely guessed what Talat wanted to do. Don't worry, I'll be fine, and I have mastered the power of time and space. Even if I am swept by this time and space storm, I won't die. It's just that I'll go back a little later, and Uncle Badak will help me at that time. Just explain it. Even if I really encounter danger, Solari and the others know what to do. Talat explained. This Badak was a little troubled. For him, it would be better to let Talat take risk than to let him go. But now Talat is no longer the child who needs his care. I understand. I must come back safely. After pondering for a while, Badak quickly made a decision and said to Talat he didn't want to drag Talat down. P.S. The plot of 5 million years ago ends here. A new volume will be opened tomorrow. The new plot will be more exciting, and it will be carried out with the original plot as a springboard. Chapter 272 Number 101, IG 767. The artificial human incident broke out. He made a guarantee to Badak, and Talat no longer had any ink traces and immediately mobilized the power of time and space in his body to form a protective film that enveloped Badak's body. With the blessing of the power of time and space, Badak instantly rushed out and headed straight for the time and space world to which they belong. Talat turned around and collided head-on toward this terrifying space-time storm. Boom! There was a shocking sound. The terrifying energy caused turmoil in the space-time tunnel. Talat was in the center of this large space-time storm and burst out with exciting destructive power, wanting to disintegrate the super-large space-time storm from the inside out. Broken it for me. Talat burst out with anger. The destructive power exploded in full swing, completely tearing the super-large space-time storm apart. But as this super-large space-time storm was destroyed, the entire space-time tunnel became unstable. Crack! Countless creeping lightnings surged. The surrounding space-time barrier collapsed, and the entire space-time tunnel began to shatter. No, this time tunnel is about to collapse. Talat looked around, looking for a direction to escape from danger. Soon, he found a relatively stable area in this chaotic space-time tunnel. He mobilized the few space-time powers in his body and opened up a new space-time channel for himself. After the newly opened space-time channel stabilized, Talat entered it without any concern. Just as he entered this new space-time channel, the channel connecting his space-time world exploded and was swallowed by the endless chaotic darkness. The picture changes. Located in the parallel space-time world of number 101. The timeline here is currently May 12, 767. A big thing is happening on Earth. After the reminder of the future boy, the Z soldiers knew about the future development in advance and intercepted the artificial human man-made number 19 versus Super Saiyan Sun Wukong. The battle is in progress. Judging from the intensity of energy alone, Sun Wukong in the Super Saiyan state is much stronger than the man-made man number 19, but the battle situation is stalemate, which makes people feel strange. When you look closely, you will find that Sun Wukong's breathing frequency during the battle is getting faster and faster, and his breath is also decreasing. For Sun Wukong, as the battle continued to heat up, his heart felt colic from time to time. This is a precursor to the outbreak of viral heart disease. Sun Wukong of this era accelerated the outbreak of viral heart disease due to the transformation of the Super Saiyan. From this we can see that this is an original space-time world with a normal development. In this world there is no Talat. Maybe there was something in the past, but it was already dead. At this moment, in the sky more than 10 kilometers away from the battlefield, an undetectable twist suddenly occurred. The twisted space turned into a pitch-black hole. In this hole, lightning lingered, and then a figure shot out from the black hole and crashed towards the ground. Boom! There was a loud bang. Smoke and dust were everywhere. Rocks were flying, and a big pit was smashed on the ground. In the center of this big pit, Talat half-kneeled. His body was eroded by violent space-time current, and his state of extreme self-mind skills was about to dissipate. Talat, who had just escaped from the bombing of the space-time storm, gasped and tried his best to adjust his condition. Now he has become a bloody man. Not only is his combat uniform destroyed, but his body is also in a state of disgrace. This damn time and space storm, it was even more cruel than I thought. Talat clenched his teeth, endured the pain on his body and stood firm. He used all the last trace of destructive power in his body to dispel all the power of time and space entangled on the surface of his body. Later, a fairy bean was taken out from the storage space and stuffed it into your mouth. As the fairy beans drank, powerful life energy swept across the body, and Talat's severely injured body finally returned to its original state. However, although the injuries on the surface of his body have recovered, his body is still destroyed by the violent power of time and space. If he had not understood part of the power of time and space, this violent space and space energy would have probably already tore his body apart from the inside out. It will not take a day or night to refine all these powers of time and space. I finally got out of here. Although I recovered, my current strength is not 1/10,000th of that of my heyday. Is it because of this power of time and space? Talat felt the rioting power of time and space in his body, and wrinkled. He raised his eyebrows and mobilized the power of the divine in his body to suppress it vigorously. With the suppression of the power of God, the restless power of time and space in his body was barely relieved, and Talat was able to breathe a sigh of relief. I don't know what the situation is like on Uncle Badak's side. He should have arrived in our time and space world safely, right? Talat looked up at the sky and sighed in a heavy mood. At the same time, in the main world of time and space, it has been a full decade since Talat left this world. During these 10 years, the whole world has been relatively calm and everything has changed. In the past 10 years, it is not long or short, but it has changed too much compared to Talat before leaving. First of all, shortly after Talat left, Son Gohan returned to the underworld without the nourishment of the fruits of the spirit tree and died naturally. His sudden death caught Sun Wukong and Jinia off guard, and Leitai, Lankai, and their son Trep were even more uncomfortable. Originally, they planned to use the Dragon Ball to resurrect Son Gohan, but when they summoned the dragon, they learned that they could not resurrect and died naturally. They had no choice but to accept it. Natural death means hopelessness, and there is no way to resurrect it. However, although he was dead because of Talat and his fellow achievement, he was licensed by the underworld's Yama King and kept his body. It can be said that death is no different from living. After being persuaded by Son Gohan, the group accepted the death of Son Gohan, but because of this accident, Sun Wukong suddenly found that his newborn son liked his grandfather's name very much, so with the consent of his grandfather, he named his son Sun Wuhan. This happened shortly after Talat left Earth. As for later, some aliens who were overestimating themselves entered the Earth but were easily destroyed by the warriors. In short, the Earth is still peaceful and life is very peaceful. However, Talat's children grew up to be teenagers in the past 10 years, but because they had never seen their father, the siblings were resentful to him. Despite the explanations of Celery and Bulma, it is useless. For 10 years, not only Talat family but everyone is looking forward to Talat's return. For this reason, everyone has asked Weiss more than once. Weiss gave only one reply to their inquiry. The journey of time and space is extremely dangerous. Even as an angel, he cannot guarantee when Talat will come back, but what he can be sure of is that Talat is still alive, because the angel mark he left deep in Talat's soul has not yet been erased. As long as the mark is immortal, Talat will still be alive, and there is no need to worry. This day, over the Zidhu plain, the sky suddenly became dark, and the whole world seemed to have been cut open. In this crack, lightning was lingering, and storms of time swept through. Badak's extremely powerful aura came out through the crack. The moment this extremely fierce momentum appeared, it immediately caused many shocks. Zidhu, which is closest to, immediately felt this fierce aura. Zidhu, Vegeta, the strongest, was the first to feel this tough aura, raised his eyebrows and looked into the distance. Intuition told him that this sudden aura was definitely not simple. Kakarot's breath? No, although it's very similar, but not exactly. Could it be that that guy brought Badak back? Vegeta's mind flashed with inspiration, as if he had guessed something. After 10 years of not seeing each other, I finally came back. Similarly, Celery and Naba, who are second only to Vegeta's strength, also felt it. This breath, if nothing unexpected happens, it's Uncle Badak. Celery's mood became excited, and a light flashed in his eyes. After waiting for 10 years, I finally waited for the results today. Not only can I see Talat again, but also Uncle Badak, who had been away for a long time, has also returned. Is this breath really Badak? That legend among the lower level warriors? Naba felt this amazing anger and couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. This aura is a bit exaggerated. Even if he put all his strength into the second level of the Super Saiyan, he would probably be far from comparable. No, I have to tell Bulma immediately. As he said that, Celery immediately used his instant move and found Bulma Irma Bayazai Mountain. While practicing Leitai, Sun Wukong suddenly noticed an abnormality. Not far away from them were Son Gohan and Trep, who were also practicing and playing. The four of them noticed the powerful aura and looked towards the same position. This breath is so scary, Dad, Trep exclaimed. It's even more terrifying than when my father and Uncle Leitais were practicing together. 9-year-old Son Gohan said with a panic look on his face. It seems to be my anger, but it is essentially different. This feeling can't be said. Could it be? Sun Wukong said to himself. If nothing unexpected happens, this aura should be our dad. So, Talat came back with his dad. A glimmer flashed in Leitai's eyes. After looking at each other at this moment, the two brothers made a decision in their heart. Trap, you and Gohan are here. Dad and Uncle, come over. Leitais turned to his son and instructed. The two little ones nodded quickly when they heard this. The next second the two of them moved in an instant at the same time and disappeared on Baizai Mountain. They didn't tell Gnei the news as soon as possible because they were afraid that it was not what they thought, but the two little ones went to find Gnei Vegeta Planet. After finding Bulma and talking about the situation, Celery only took Naba to prevent accidents and arrive first through instant movement. Vegeta arrived immediately afterwards. Sun Wukong and Raditz also arrived through instant movement. Finally, it's Broly. Since this guy settled on Earth, he left Baizai Mountain for a trip within a few years and finally got his own home. Of course he would go to Baizai Mountain from time to time, and he also regarded Gnei as his mother. At some point, instant movement has become a basic skill that everyone must learn. Everyone gathered together. The sky was shrouded in darkness. Everyone looked at each other and looked up at the dark vortex in the sky. In the dark vortex surrounded by lightning, a person's form appeared faintly. Everyone held their breath and focused and cheered up. In the vortex of darkness at this moment, with the blessing of the power of time and space, Badak continued to move forward, looking at the light in front of him and speeding up until he reached the edge of the light. Finally arrived. Badak was on the edge of light and stepped out of the time tunnel. His true appearance also appeared from the vortex of darkness. The moment he appeared, the vision of the entire Vegeta Planet also disappeared quickly. Everything returns to peace. Fresh air rushes towards him, relaxing Badak's tense nerve. At this moment he is still in the third level transformation state of the evil Super Saiyan. Everyone below was stunned when they saw the person appearing in the sky. While they were staring at Badak, Badak was also looking at them. Raditz, Celery, Kakarot, Vegeta, and Naba. Badak said their names one by one, of course, except Broly. He really didn't know them. Although he lived in the space-time world 5 million years ago for many years, Badak was still keen, especially Talat told him a lot of things. That's why you can recognize it with your eyesight at a glance. Soon, Badak smiled indifferently, removed the third-level transformation of the evil Super Saiyan, slowly descended from the sky and landed in front of everyone. When his transformation was lifted, the face exactly like Sun Wukong was revealed. Everyone present took a breath when they saw this scene. Like, it's so similar. Even Sun Wukong was stunned. Are you me, Dad? Badak. Sun Wukong came to his senses and asked in disbelief. Hearing this, Badak's mouth raised and a smile appeared. This son is really the same as what Talat said. Very nervous. Boy, do you think if I weren't you, why would you look so similar to me? Badak said with a smile. There was a saying that everyone was sure that this person was Badak. Kakarot, if I were you, I wouldn't have asked such a question. Dad, welcome back, Raditz said with some emotion. Sun Wukong rolled his eyes. He didn't think he was wrong. After all, he had never seen Badak, so he couldn't blame him. Chapter 273. So is this the original time and space? Raditz, Celery, and Prince Vegeta, you have all grown up. Badak's eyes swept over the three of them and sighed. Yes, Dad, after all, so many years have passed. Raditz said as expected with his hands on his hips. Looking at the eldest son, Badak smiled with relief. While looking at Raditz, he was also sensing his strength. Raditz's strength is no longer as strong as 10 years ago. 10 years ago, he was the strongest outside Talat, and today 10 years later, he is still. I really didn't expect to see you in this way. Vegeta also expressed his feelings. His words were very calm. As the prince of the Saiyan, he was no stranger to Badak. Badak's perception was interrupted and he nodded to Vegeta. I have learned about the situation here specifically from Talat. I can come back thanks to him. As he said that, Badak's expression changed slightly and he looked up at the sky. At this time, Talat didn't know what was going on. Everyone's eyes followed him and looked into the sky. After that being said, where is Talat? Badak, Naba asked honestly. Badak is back. So what about Talat? Uncle Badak, where is brother Talat now? He hasn't come back. Celery tried his best to control his emotions and asked. The situation is very complicated. Let me start from the beginning. Badak shook his head, then did not hide it, and told him that he and Talat had traveled through the time and space tunnel and suddenly encountered a time storm. Talat sent him back first and fought against the space-time storm alone. How could it be like this? Hearing this, Celery was a little out of control. Badak returned. She was very happy, but she couldn't accept it if she wanted to exchange Talat for it. According to Weiss, the time-space travel journey is far more dangerous than she thought. Although I don't know how Talat will deal with the space-time storm, I believe he will be fine. That boy has mastered the power of space-time, and now it is not as powerful as it is. The space-time storm cannot do anything to him, but it should be due to the flow rate of space-time. The problem caused him to come back later than me. Badak said he can only say that, otherwise he will feel even more uneasy. Apart from choosing to believe, only believe. Here, Badak escaped from danger and returned to this time and space world. It was only because of some accidents that the time for him to come back became 10 years after Talat left the parallel space-time world in which Talat is located. At this time, Talat had just finished sighing and suddenly felt a familiar breath. This breath is Kakarot. It seems that this place that has crossed time and space in an emergency is also the earth. As he said that, Talat's eyes looked at the source of the breath, and a fierce battle was taking place in the area more than 10 kilometers away. Although the intensity of his aura is average to him, it has reached at least 100 million units. When the space teleportation was used, Talat chose to cross the space and view it without any hesitation. He did not directly choose to appear in front of people in this time and space world, but came to a secret rock edge. Here, he saw a lot of familiar faces. The soldiers gathered together by Yamcha, Tianjin Rai, Lin, Son Gohan, and a Vegeta who was hidden in the dark and did not show up. The guy in the sky is Artificial Man No 19. Talat looked at the battle in the sky, and the memories that had been buried in his mind for many years were awakened. It's not wrong. This fat man is the artificial human number 19 who lucky enough to defeat viral heart disease in the original work and was finally tortured by Vegeta. On the other side, there is also number 20 that transformed himself into a living artificial human, Dr. Gro. As a mad scientist, a weak human body can no longer meet his needs, so he abandoned his weak body and transformed himself into an artificial human and gained powerful strength. As his thoughts returned, Talat continued to watch the battle between Sun Wukong and man-made number 19 in the sky. Because the battle was too intense and the huge burden on the body caused by the transformation of the Super Saiyan, Sun Wukong's viral heart disease completely broke out. At this time, Sun Wukong was at the end of his strength and was completely crushed by the man-made man number 19. Until the end, the energy was absorbed and the Super Saiyan state was completely lifted. If it continues, Sun Wukong will be killed by man-made man number 19. Outside the battlefield, the Z soldiers wanted to rescue Sun Wukong, but man-made man 20 would not let them get what they wanted. Seeing the powerful strength of man-made man 19, everyone present thought that man-made man 20 in front of him had stronger strength, so they did not dare to act rashly. Little did he know that even though the old man with half of his body was in the ground in front of him, he was just a paper tiger. If Big could detect it earlier, he would be able to solve this old guy in less than a few rounds. Just as Sun Wukong was constantly absorbing energy by the artificial human number 19 and his life was hanging on the line, Vegeta, who had been hiding in the dark, couldn't bear to see it. He seized the opportunity and suddenly burst out, and he accumulated strength to kick the artificial human number 19 away with one kick. Go out! His sudden rescue caught everyone except Talat off guard. No one noticed that Vegeta had been watching the battle in secret. After successfully saving Sun Wukong, Vegeta looked at Sun Wukong, who was dying under his feet with a cold face. You have a heart disease and are still fighting hard. The Super Saiyan face has been lost. Kakarot. Vegeta finished speaking expressionlessly, and he assassinated his strength and kicked it directly. Sun Wukong kicked to the side of the Z warriors. Vegeta, since you have to intervene, I will let you know that opposing me will be the last decision you regret in your life. All your data has long been included in my database, including all your tricks. After being kicked by Vegeta, man-made man number 19 stood up and said coldly. While he was talking, he fiddled with his earrings. He won't know. Wait, next what he was going to be was a more cruel torture than hell. So that's it. It seems that all the data I used to fight Kakarot on Earth were included by you, but that kind of data can no longer keep up with the time. Vegeta sneered and looked down on it. He is no longer the Vegeta back then. Now he has the confidence to defeat all opponents in this world. The guy who talks big will never have a good ending. I will let you understand what despair is. Man-made man number 19 sneered. After absorbing Sun Wukong's energy, he became overconfident. Vegeta just smiled coldly when he heard this. He had already figured out how to deal with the man-made number 19 next. Because of the viral heart disease, Sun Wukong was unable to exert the full strength of the Super Saiyan, and he was different. After cruel practice, he also mastered the transformation of the Super Saiyan as he wished, and his Super Saiyan was stronger than Kakarot. At this moment, Big grabbed Sun Wukong with one hand and checked Sun Wukong's situation. No wonder Lao Sun lost to that guy. It must be a viral heart attack. Big noticed something strange. In his opinion, the Super Saiyan Sun Wukong could not lose so badly. It is because of viral heart disease. But didn't you already take the special medicine given by Trunks in the future? Klin exclaimed. After hearing this, Son Gohan looked ugly. Because my father has never felt uncomfortable. He has never taken special medicine. After hearing this, everyone understood. Since that's the case, let me leave Wukong. I'll take him back to Bayesian for treatment. Anyway, with my strength, it's useless to stay here. Yamcha was a little scared because he had been cheated by artificial people before. Almost died, so he volunteered first. He thought that this artificial crisis should be able to help with his strength, but the cruel reality slapped him hard. Especially when the man-made man number 20 hit. It made him feel cold and directly made him realize the reality. Instead of staying here to drag your feet, it is better to do some fact and take Sun Wukong back to Bayezai Mountain. This is the only way now, so let me leave it to you. Big saw Yamcha's psychology and handed Sun Wukong to Yamcha. Seeing this, Yamcha took Sun Wukong with both hands and immediately nodded to the others and used the dance technique to leave the area. Number 20 watched Sun Wukong leave and said expressionlessly, "So what if you take him away? You just survived with a breath of breath. In the end, nothing will be changed and you will die sooner or later. Whatever you say." Bick was expressionless and was not afraid of number 20 at all. He had vaguely realized that the strength of these humans seemed not as powerful as imagined. It's just that Sun Wukong's defeat brought them some psychological pressure. Just observe it again and you will know the specific situation. Then let's witness it with our own eyes. When Vegeta is killed on the 19th, I will ask number 19 to kill all of you and finally kill Sun Wukong. Number 20 I don't care about this and I'm even a little arrogant. In his opinion, the work of man-made man number 19 is enough to deal with everyone present. There is no problem with being able to defeat Sun Wukong and dealing with these stinky fish and rotten shrimps. Anyway, they all have to die in the end. Hearing this, everyone present was extremely angry but helpless. There is no breath on the body of the artificial human and they cannot judge the strength of the enemy through the energy. However, if any artificial human being can have the existence of chi, Dr. Gro will not survive 3 episodes. This scene was also seen by Talat, who was hiding in the dark. According to the current situation, I seem to have come to the time and space at the beginning of the original artificial arts. In other words, even if I have changed so much, the original time and space will still exist and I have only changed some related to me. It's just time and space, Talat said, and took out a virtual glasses from the storage space. Speaking of which, he hasn't used virtual glasses for a while. In the early stage, this thing is indeed very useful and can be used to accurately judge the enemy's combat power value and let them set the most accurate strategy. But as the strength continues to improve, the combat effectiveness testing ability of virtual glasses is a little useless. Even the latest model of virtual glasses in his hand, the limit of the combat effectiveness index that can be observed is only a unit of talent. When he is so powerful that he is, even if it is just normal, it has exceeded the limit of calculation. But in this era, for these rookies whose normal combat power is far from reaching even 100 million points, these virtual glasses are a bit too supermodel. Soon, Talat put on virtual glasses. With the calculation of virtual glasses, he was the first to see Vegeta's combat power. Under normal circumstances, Vegeta's combat effectiveness reached 10 million points. According to the 50-fold increase in combat power of the Super Saiyan in the first level, the combat power after transformation can reach more than 500 million. At this moment, Vegeta also began to mobilize the S cells in his body to transform into a Super Saiyan. Listen, artificial humans, before you die, I remind you, don't believe in data too much. That guy Kakarot and I are different. For more novels 55,855 join like. If you blindly believe in data, you will die without a place to bury it. After a low roar sounded. At this time, Vegeta's forehead veins swelled up. S cells in his body were rhythmic and violent energy burst out from his body like a tsunami. At this moment, his combat effectiveness showed explosive growth. The sky shook and the earth was surging. The wind and clouds were surging and the earth within a radius of more than 10 kilometers was affected by this terrifying momentum. His slutty rocket head hairstyle kept switching between black and gold. This terrifying aura immediately shocked everyone present except Talat. Vegetan guy, have you taken that step? Beak was shocked and sweated coldly on his forehead. He had only seen this kind of scene of change in heaven and earth when Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan. It seems yes, this aura is so strong. It is even better than Goku's Super Saiyan. Tianjin fan said in horror. No, this is impossible. Shouldn't you have a purely peaceful heart when you transform into a Super Saiyan? How could Vegeta succeed? For Klin, Vegeta succeeded. Becoming a Super Saiyan would be a huge disaster. Even though many years have passed, Vegeta is still the murderous prince who kills without blinking in his eyes. As for the young son Gohan, he was frightened and stood there at a loss. Soon, under the panic and horrified eyes of everyone, Vegeta completed his transformation under the cover of a golden light. The golden vertical hair, a strong combat power of the unit, reached 500 million. Its terrifying pressure is far from comparable to the Super Saiyan transformed by Sun Wukong. Vegeta in front of him undoubtedly surpassed Sun Wukong. This is one of the few times he surpassed Sun Wukong. In the subsequent plot, except for the great breakthrough after entering the spiritual time room, he never walked in front of Sun Wukong again. Chapter 274. The plot is promoted. How amazing will number 18 be? On the battlefield, Vegeta, who was transformed by the first level Super Saiyan, was shown in front of everyone, and his confidence and presence were overwhelming at this moment. This feeling is unprecedentedly refreshing. He finally did it and proved to everyone that he had surpassed Kakarot. The transformation of a Super Saiyan does require a pure heart, and my heart is also pure, but that is just your evil. Vegeta's mouth rose evilly, and his confident and awe-inspiring eyes were staring at the man-made in front of him. People people number 19. Just use this artificial human number 19 blood to celebrate your success. At this moment the artificial human number 19 was stunned. The energy detector in his body could detect how terrifying the energy in Vegeta's body was. Compared with the Super Saiyan Sun Wukong just now, it is even better. But the man-made man number 19 was not panicked at all. In his opinion, even if Vegeta in front of him became in the same state as Sun Wukong had already been defeated by him just now, and this Vegeta was no exception. It is precisely because of this record that he felt confused and confident in his heart. The Super Saiyan is nothing more than that in his opinion. Don't be too proud of Vegeta. All your information is in my database. I know your moves and combat abilities very well. If you don't believe it, you can try it. I will let you understand the unsurpassable gap. The man-made man number 19 has a cold expression, perfectly showing the cruel side of the man-made man. Is that so? I'm very curious. Will the robot be afraid? Vegeta smiled wickedly, and the joking look in his eyes became stronger and stronger. The arrogant guy happened to beat Kakarot, who had a viral heart attack, and he really thought he could compete with him. How could the power of the Super Saiyans be comparable to these trashed iron? Swoosh! A sound of breaking through the air sounded. Vegeta took the lead in attacking, sprinting to the front of man number 19 with lightning speed, and kicked it out with a heavy kick. Pounds. The thunderous sound of the sky was shaken, and the roar was shaking everywhere. An unstoppable blow directly over the man number 19 to the ground, and slid on the ground for hundreds of meters before barely stabilizing the body. Vegeta shocked everyone present with just a slight move. This speed is a bit faster than imagined. It's just an accident. It's just an accident. The artificial man number 19, who finally stabilized himself, comforted himself in his heart, but he already had the answer in his mind whether it was an accident or not. Vegeta attacked strongly again, descended to him like a devil, and launched an attack again. Seeing this, man-made man number 19 gritted his teeth and launched a counterattack angrily. But no matter how he launched a counterattack, he couldn't do anything to Vegeta, and the gap in strength was clear at a glance. Vegeta gained the upper hand with absolute power and crushed the man-made man number 19 in front of him in all aspects. This battle was a unilateral crush. The fierce combat power displayed by Vegeta deeply stimulated the hearts of everyone present. At this moment they truly felt how powerful Vegeta was in front of them. Super finished Vegeta, who was transformed by the Saiyans, was definitely stronger than Goku. Man-made number 19 was ruthlessly played with by him in his palms like a clown. There is no suspense in this battle. It depends on when Vegeta has played enough and when it will be the death of the man-made man number 19. Sure enough, it is the characteristic of every Saiyan to start waving after his strength becomes stronger, and even me is the same. Talat, who was watching the game in secret, said with laughter and cry, but he is more stable, and he is waving when he has absolute strength rather than waving without brain. Vegeta's situation is brainless. The more glorious he is now, the more miserable he will be beaten later. Understanding the plot of the original work, you can already think of the scene where Vegeta was beaten up afterward. Of course, it wasn't about beating him on the 19th and 20th. Vegeta's combat power has reached 500 million points, but even though it has 500 million combat power, it cannot beat the man-made man number 17 and 18. According to his previous calculations, the combat power level of number 17 and number 18 should be between 700 million and 900 million points. On the battlefield, Vegeta's destruction of man 19 continued, while ravaging the other party, while stimulating the other party with provocative and suppressing language. The battlefields of both sides continued to change from the previous ground battle to mid-air. What's wrong? Haven't your database recorded all the data of me? Why can't you stop my attack with one move? After all, it's just a ball of scrap metal. Even if there is data, nothing can be changed. While Vegeta satirized number 19, he suddenly punched him with a powerful punch. Bang! The extremely heavy iron fist hit the face of the artificial human number 19. Just one blow. The facial features of the artificial human number 19 were twisted, and bright red blood flowed out of his nostrils. When you make a joke, you can also bleed, but you don't know if it's blood or motor oil, Vegeta said with a joke on his face. Vegeta! Artificial man number 19 roared angrily and slapped Vegeta, but was easily blocked by Vegeta with his hand, and then punched it on the ground with a powerful punch. The fallen man number 19 smashed a big hole on the ground, and the whole person seemed to be ruined, constantly twitching in place. Seeing this, Vegeta slowly landed from the sky and walked slowly towards man-made man 19. Just as Vegeta approached, the artificial human number 19 suddenly rose up, grabbed Vegeta's wrist with lightning speed, and turned on the energy absorption device. I finally caught it. All your energy is mine, and I will never let go no matter what. Man-made man number 19 smiled as if he had succeeded in his conspiracy. As long as he can absorb Vegeta's energy, he will be invincible. Is that so? Then you'd better not let go. Remember, don't let go. The playful look on Vegeta's Vegeta's face became more and more intense, making the 19th man feel an ominous premonition. The next second, Vegeta jumped up directly, stepped on his face with his feet, and used his head as the point of exertion, constantly bursting out his strength, tearing the arm of the artificial human number 19. I will not let go. Absolutely not. Accept my fate. Artificial man 19 continued to increase the absorption of energy. In his opinion, this is his only opportunity, and if he doesn't seize it, he will be completely gone. Feeling the rapid consumption of energy in his body, Vegeta felt very panicked, but on the surface he was even more calm and as stable as an old dog. Hurry up, don't let go. Vegeta suddenly exerted force and roared constantly. At this moment, the facial features of the artificial man number 19 were seriously distorted, and the robotic arm reached its limit. With Vegeta's final outbreak, crack bang, a thunderous sound rang out. The arm of the artificial human number 19 broke in response. A bright red liquid similar to engine oil flowed out of his broken arms. This scene shocked everyone watching the game. This Vegeta is a bit outrageously strong. In his hands, the man-made number 19 was just a toy that he let him play with. Did you absorb energy through this kind of thing? I'm sorry that you didn't grasp it. Vegeta slowly removed the two robotic hands on his wrist. He looked at the energy absorption device in the center and sneered. At this moment, the artificial man number 19 was completely scared. Man-made people will also be afraid. At this moment, Vegeta was like a devil in his eyes. The devil among the devil. No, no, no. The artificial man number 19 ran away in panic and fled from the scene. That terrified look is as embarrassing as you are. But how could Vegeta let him go easily? He slowly flew into the air, condensed energy with his right hand, and locked on the artificial human number 19 that was fleeing in a panic. Go to die. A scattered robot. Big explosion. Attack. Said a word, and a high-pressure energy bomb condensed into substance shot out from his hands, cutting through the space and heading straight for the artificial human 19. The roar ran away. Feeling the arrival of a fatal crisis, man-made man number 19 turned around and looked at his face. He was hit hard by the energy bomb in an unwilling roar. Boom! The roar of the explosion was deafening. The fires surged into the sky and the smoke filled the gunpowder. The body of the man-made number 19 has been destroyed, leaving only a broken head. One blow. Instant kill. How so? The data is completely wrong. Is this guy Vegeta so powerful? He killed him so easily on the 19th. The man-made man number 20, which is Dr. Gro, is so shocked by the terrifying strength that Vegeta showed. The man-made man number 19 has been killed, which means it will be his turn next. Even if he transformed himself into an artificial human, his combat ability was not as good as number 19, and he had no choice but to fight Vegeta. There is only one way to defeat these guys. Awaken the sleeping number 17 and number 18. Vegeta smiled evilly, and his calm and cold eyes looked at the 20th man with a demon. Just a look of eyes scared the man number 20 so much that he almost lost his soul. Damn it, I can't escape. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. A sudden ripples in the space from the time machine in the next 20 years appeared out of thin air in the sky and landed rapidly. At the moment when the optical machine appeared, everyone's attention was attracted. In this time machine, the Scion Tennock, who came from the next 20 years later, came out. He was shocked by the scene before him just arrived. The broken artificial human head that he didn't know. There is another artificial old man who he has never heard of. Tennock, who was in a mess, had difficulty breathing for a moment. What's going on? It was completely different from what he knew in the past. You are finally here, and the artificial human you mentioned seems to be nothing more than that, Vegeta said disdainfully. But what Tennock said next made Vegeta and the Z-Warriors stunned. Who are they? Everyone was stunned when Tennock said this. Aren't they the artificial human beings you mentioned? Could it be no? How is it possible? Big had guessed the truth. What did you say? You don't know them? Then who are they? Explain clearly what's going on. The most unacceptable thing is Vegeta. He showed the power of the Super Scions and thought that he could lead the way by ravaging artificial people, but Tennock directly told him that he didn't know these two guys, and these two guys were not artificial people who appeared in the future world. The prince's mentality has undergone subtle changes. It was the guy who killed Frisia and the Kurdish king. Damn it, one wave after another has not been settled. I must leave now. The man-made man number 20 knew that if he wanted to stay here, he would definitely die, and he had to leave quickly. Now is the best opportunity. Without any hesitation, the man-made man number 20 immediately set off and fled here. Suddenly, no one had time to stop it. At this time, under Big's questioning, Tennock revealed the news of the future world's artificial human beings. The powerful artificial man who ravaged the future world was a handsome man named number 17 and a blonde woman named number 18. He didn't know the origin of the two people in front of him. After receiving Tennock's confirmed answer, everyone became more convinced that the artificial human beings they were dealing with were not the two who were raging the future, and that things were more serious than they thought. But if these two artificial humans that Tennock didn't know were so powerful, then how terrifying would the strength strength of artificial humans named number 17 and number 18? That guy just now absorbed a lot of energy. Bald, hurry up and give me the fairy bean. Vegeta was already a little impatient. He knew the intention of another old guy who had escaped and shouted to Klin. Seeing this, Klin was a little at a loss. Finally, with Big's nod, he gave Xiandu to Vegeta. Damn it, the guy who was so silly. That old guy has run away now. You guys can't help staying here. It's better to watch TV and drink milk as soon as possible. It's a human thing. I'm alone. It can be solved. Vegeta finished speaking and set off to chase Dr. Giro's escape. Because there is no breath on an artificial human body, it can only be found through the naked eye. Seeing this, 10x shouted, please don't be impulsive, and was afraid that something might happen to Vegeta, so he followed him straight away. He doesn't want to watch his father die in vain. Seeing this, the other people had no time to discuss it. Big flew out first and followed closely behind the two. As the pride of the warrior, he was not allowed to evacuate. Although Tianjin Fan felt a lot of pressure, his self-esteem as a martial artist also drove him to follow him. As for Klin, although he was a little afraid of death, he couldn't do it if he didn't go there. Son Gohan, who has grown into a teenager, has the determination to be a warrior. Even if his strength is not as strong as others, he still bit the bullet and followed. At this moment, Talat, hiding in the dark, took all this into his eyes. The plot has begun to be promoted. Since it is here, I am idle anyway, so I'll go and play. I don't know how amazing the 18th is. Talat is still looking forward to it. After all, this is the goddess of all Dragon Ball fans in my previous life. Using the power of space, Talat escaped into the space and followed quietly. XXXX. As for the so-called Chiru, he didn't find it here, so it doesn't matter. In his eyes, it's just an ant. Chapter 275. This time and space seemed to be different. At this moment, Talat had not noticed that this time and space were actually a little different from the original time and space he knew. The plot continues to advance according to the trajectory of the original work. Everyone began to take action separately and pursue the whereabouts of man-made man number 20. Relying on the tracking method of breath for many years, the breath of artificial humans cannot be sensed, and the difficulty of finding it is greatly increased. Vegeta is the first to be hit. With the blessing of the first level Super Saiyan, he is the strongest existence in the group at present. Behind him, the future 10x always follows him. Vegeta smiled contemptuously at 10x's stalking and ignored it. He had already known this kid's true identity, but because of the prince's dignity, he would not take the initiative to express it. The fate of this world is not as the future 10x said. Vegeta realized that the artificial humans appeared were not number 17 and number 18, but number 19 and number 20. The world they live in is already a huge deviation from the world in the next 20 years because of the arrival of 10 3 years ago. But this is the case. He still admires his son from the future. After all, in a sense, it is indeed his bloodline, his son, and he has mastered the transformation of the Super Saiyan, which shows that the power of his lineage is absolutely powerful. At least it is not comparable to Kakarot's son Gohan. How could Vegeta know at this time how terrifying the potential of Son Gohan is? Of course, 10x is not bad either. Boy, when are you going to follow me? Vegeta grinned and finally said to 10x, who was chasing him behind him. 10x's heart skipped a beat and he answered seriously, I'm just tracking the artificial man named number 20 to figure out what's going on, and the artificial man escaped, probably to go back and liberate the one I know. Two people are created, maybe we can. Actually, he was just worried about Vegeta. However, it is also to prevent the tragedy from happening again. Now that this unexpected happened, he vaguely guessed that this past world was different from what he knew. The man who I didn't know now escaped must be to awaken man-made man number 17 and 18. Since he has come to this world, he will definitely not let the tragedy of the future world happen in this world. Even if the world in the past is different, as long as the two artificial humans can be prevented from reviving, everything will be saved. How could he hide his little thoughts from Vegeta? Vegeta's eyes changed again and again, and finally a burst of anger arose. My cheap son from 20 years later doesn't believe that his father can kill humans and change the ending. Snort, just a man-made man. You guys will show me how I crushed them to death one by one. Vegeta, who was surging in his heart, accelerated his speed without looking back and left 10x far behind. Seeing this, 10x gritted his teeth and turned into a Super Saiyan and continued to pursue Vegeta. As for the other Z warriors, they followed the two of them and swept the area that they had not found. Where is Talat? He continued to hide in the darkness, and with his super powerful perception, he had already seized all the Z warriors and found Dr. Gro. Even though he transformed himself into an artificial human and had no breath, Talat perception ability was not simply perception of chi, but spiritual perception. With his strength, he could feel the movements of the entire earth in a moment of thought. A mere Dr. Gro, even if he has special means to hide it, he can discover it. Of course, he discovered Dr. Gro, but he would not show up. After all, we have to rely on this old guy to liberate the man-made man number 17 17 and man-made man number 18 later. By the way, there is also man-made man number 16. At this moment Dr. Gro was in the narrow crack underground, so nervous that he was sweating profusely. Even if it is transformed into an artificial human, its physiological functions are still preserved. The current situation is very dangerous. Whenever he is discovered, he will be blown away by Vegeta in an instant. Damn it, it's too late to get rid of these guys. You have to take the initiative. The energy index of that Vegeta is too strong. With my current strength, head-on confrontation will undoubtedly die, but if I can absorb the energy of others. Dr. Gro's mind flashed through and he put his mind on others. His energy absorption device can forcefully convert a person's life energy into the energy he needs to improve himself. No one is his opponent except Vegeta and Tenek, as long as he takes this opportunity to seize one of them and defeat them one by one. After absorbing their energy and increasing their strength, it will be much more convenient to deal with Vegeta. At that time, he would not have to rashly escape to his experimental base and awaken the two failed items, namely Man 17 and Man 18. After all, those two artificial humans have not been transformed yet. If you wake them up now, there will still be an accident. If used well, you can clear up all obstacles and dominating the earth is no problem, but once it is not used well, then the first person to be backfired is himself. Dr. Gro took a deep breath, calmed down his restless heart. His eyes constantly changed, and after just a few seconds of thinking, he made a decision. Let's go out. Soon, Dr. Gro began to act. With his advantage of having no breath, he quietly walked around the back of the Z warriors. However, now Big, Son Gohan, Klin, and Tianjin Fan are all working together and cannot take action at all. We must wait until they are separated before breaking them one by one. Resisting the impulse in his heart, Dr. Gro was dormant in the dark, looking for opportunities. Time passes by minute. Because they had not found Dr. Gro, everyone decided to act separately. Once they found the target, they would burst into breath in one breath so that others could sense it. This decision also gave Dr. Gro a chance to hunt. Hiding in the darkness, he took the lead in locking in the solitary Big. According to his information, among these people, Big is the most powerful. This is the best prey. As long as he can absorb all his energy without leaving any remaining, he will have the capital to fight against Vegeta. With the life energy of several other people, maybe he can surpass Vegeta. Soon, Dr. Gro quietly found behind Big and launched an attack. Big felt a chill on his back and didn't have time to dodge. He was blocked by Dr. Gro's limbs, and Dr. Gro covered Big's mouth with one hand, making him unable to speak, and the energy absorption device constantly begins to absorb energy in Big's body. Damn it, my energy is passing, and I can't burst out the breath, I can't move. Big was shocked. He was blocked from his operation, and no matter what means he used, he seemed to be unable to break free from Dr. Gro. On the other hand, Dr. Gro had a look of enjoyment, and the gloomy and evil smile on his face became stronger and stronger. Your energy will be mine soon. As long as you eat your power, there are still a few remaining people. Vegetan's guy can't escape. Dr. Gro continued to increase his energy absorption. The speed of the energy in Big's body continues to be squeezed. Big wanted to resist, but it was useless. If he continues like this, his life energy will inevitably be drained by Dr. Gro. At this critical moment, Big quickly used his ability to communicate with Son Gohan. After hearing Big's voice transmission, Son Gohan immediately locked Big's position. In an instant, a fierce aura burst out, making everyone notice something strange. Hey! Dr. Gro, who was absorbing Big's life energy, suddenly noticed a dangerous signal from the energy detector in his body. He turned his head suddenly and saw the angry Son Gohan bumping into his position like a cannonball. Tisk! Have you been discovered? Dr. Gro looked ugly and quickly let go of Big before Gohan attacked him, perfectly avoiding Gohan's full strength impact. It doesn't matter, right, Uncle Big? Son Gohan asked Big anxiously. Although Big, who had absorbed most of the energy, looked a little pale, he still waved his hand to Son Gohan and signaled that he was fine. At the same time, he also completely confirmed Dr. Gro's strength at this moment. After a long time of work, this guy was just a trash, and he couldn't even compare with the previous artificial human number 19. He wants to settle the sin he suffered just now. You guy is lucky, you're only a little bit short of it, Dr. Gro said just as he was about to leave. Suddenly, a cold voice made his body tremble suddenly. Old guy, do you think you can still escape now? The person who talks is Vegeta. Vegeta. After noticing that Vegeta had arrived, Dr. Gro was directly frightened and at a loss. Although he had absorbed a little Pic's energy just now, he was not sure to deal with Vegeta in front of him. This guy's strength was too powerful. Apart from Vegeta, the rest of the people also arrived. Tianjin Fan, Klin, and Tenek all arrived here at the same time. When Dr. Gro was shocked when he saw this scene, he knew that he was the lamb to be slaughtered and could not fly. Unless a miracle happens, he really can't escape. Old thing, what are you going to do this time? Vegeta smiled coldly and was about out to deal with Dr. Gro but was stopped by Big. Wait for Vegeta, Big said suddenly. Oh, what do you want to do? Vegeta asked when he noticed Big's emotional change. A man has died at your hands. Let me deal with this old guy. How about it? Big said with a calm expression. The tone that sounds calm is actually like the tranquility before the storm. If you are killed, you can't blame me. Vegeta was also very amused when he heard Big's word. Anyway, it is hard to fly, so he doesn't care. He puts his hands on his chest and looks like he wants to watch the show. It won't bother you. After Big finished speaking, he took the fairy beans given to Clin and ate them. After recovering, he took off his weight-bearing suit directly. Seeing this, Dr. Gro's eyes flashed with hope of life. After mastering this blonde transformation, these scions became more and more arrogant. If you don't take action yourself, you will regret it. Vegeta. Dr. Gro said in his heart that this is an opportunity. As long as he can take this opportunity to eat all of Big's energy, he will turn the tables. Dr. Gro was fully focused and put on a fighting posture. Uncle Big, do you really don't matter? Son Gohan asked with some concern. Hearing this, Big did not answer but just smiled confidently, and then the tremendous energy in his body surged like a tide. Boom! There was a loud bang. The violent white aura soared into the sky with Big as the center. At this moment he showed his true power. When Big burst out this fierce aura, everyone present except Vegeta was stunned. This momentum is comparable to Frieza back then. No, even more powerful. After years of cultivation, Big has become so strong. They thought the gap was not too big, and it turned out that the gap in strength had long exceeded their imagination. Have Big reached this level? The intensity of the breath alone is even stronger than Frieza, who came to Earth back then. Tianjin Fan said in disbelief in her forehead. What a strong aura. Big, is this your strength now? Clin said in shock. Over the past 3 years he has been practicing tirelessly. Although his strength has also improved, it is far behind Big. Because of me has this world changed to this? Tenix never expected that his arrival would bring such a big change to the world. The changes were so big that they were far beyond his expectations. Today, Big can even compete with his Super Saiyan. This is your real ability. It seems that dealing with this old thing is enough. After feeling the power of Big, Vegeta also gave him extremely high recognition and praise. Although Big is not as good as him, it is quite good to be able to do this. The most shocking thing is Dr. Gro. Impossible. I have obviously absorbed your energy. How can you still burst out such power? Wait, is it because of Xiandu? Dr. Gro felt the fierce momentum that Big burst out. Said, neck, I'll ask you to taste it carefully. How terrible my anger is. Big's cold voice fell. At this time, Talat, hiding in the dark, also saw Big's combat power index through his virtual eyes. Is the combat power of 180 million point? This power has surpassed Sun Wukong, who turned into a Super Saiyan back then. Talat said, indeed, at this time, this power is still very strong and dazzling. But when the man-made man number 17 and 18 are liberated, the length of the man-made man is officially expanded, and it will be average.